When my great-grandfather dug a well, he unearthed the body of a beautiful woman. Ever since then, my family has been in utter chaos. The wise man in the village told my family that if they wanted to save my life, I had to get involved in temple construction. So, I became a craftsman specializing in temple repair. There are the mass graves in the black pine forests of northeast China, the air crash site on a nameless island in the Bohai Sea, the human medicine valley in the uninhabited area of Shennongjia, and the Eerie stockade in the dense forest along the China-Vietnam border. In these remote and sparsely populated areas, there are actually solemn ancient temples with dark blue bricks and gray tiles. And what hidden and unmentionable motives do those so-called great benefactors have when they donate money for temple repair? As a craftsman who repairs temples, I can say with responsibility that I understand the meaning of temples better than monks do. An ancient temple is by no means as simple as you might think. Chapter 1. The Uninvited Shadows. My ancestral home is a village known as Bohai Sea, a name that bears a hint of ethnic minority charm, yet it is predominantly inhabited by the Han people. My family spans 4 generations under one roof. When I was born, my great-grandfather was still alive. In my memories, he would daily move a finely woven bamboo reclining chair into the yard after lunch, basking in the sun. My great-grandfather had a slightly stout figure, a round face, long eyebrows, and a head full of white hair, always adorned with a gentle smile that radiated warmth, making him appear as a kind-hearted elder. As a child, I delighted in riding on his lap, pretending to ride a horse. Rather than shooing me away, he would delightfully feed me treats like pine nut candies and rice cakes, while the other children of my age could only watch enviously. Thus, he became my closest companion during my childhood. Not only my great-grandfather, but all my elders showered me with affection. One day, an uncle would buy me clothes. The next, an aunt would take me to the market to enjoy the lively scenes. And the following day, my parents would present me with a myriad of delightful toys. In my innocence, I took all these gestures for granted, believing it was only natural for my family to indulge me as the firstborn grandson. Little did I realize that the reason the adults lavished their care upon me was not merely out of fondness, but rather a profound guilt stemming from the true purpose of my existence. A fate destined for sacrifice. That my family is burdened by a dreadful curse, one that claims the lives of the eldest sons before they reach the age of 7, that despite attempts to send the children away, or to beseech shamans and monks for blessings, this curse clings like a parasite, ensuring that when a boy reaches the age of 7, he will cough up blood incessantly until he succumbs to death. The origin of this predicament traces back to my venerable and long-lived great-grandfather, a tale that began with an unintentional discovery during his well-digging endeavors. 80 years ago, Bohai village, nestled deep within the mountains, presents a landscape of perennial verdant hills and clear waters, resembling a hidden utopia. Yet, beneath this serene and picturesque facade lies a terrifying and unbroken taboo, the roots of which stretch back to an unknown time. Unbeknownst to my great-grandfather, the hole he unearthed would spell doom for his descendants over the next 80 years. At that time, he believed he had stumbled upon a tomb brimming with treasures, and driven by avarice, he overcame his trepidation, securing a rope around his waist before descending into the depths. Initially, he found no valuables within the subterranean crypt, and just as he was about to abandon his quest in disappointment, he stumbled upon an inconspicuous chamber containing a crystal coffin. Within it lay a beautiful woman adorned in a crimson bridal gown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Though merely a corpse, the woman appeared strikingly lifelike, her complexion seemingly flushed even under the flickering light of the torch. My great-grandfather, a renowned hunter familiar with the woods, had witnessed his share of the uncanny. He understood that both the coffin and the female corpse were profoundly peculiar, signaling that this place was undoubtedly cursed. Yet, the allure of wealth can cloud one's judgment, and even in the face of evident peril, the old gentleman's gaze remained fixated upon the resplendent golden necklace and bracelet adorning the wrists and neck of the lifeless maiden. Each ornament was of a thickness akin to a thumb, and the mere act of selling one could sustain his family for a decade. Thus, after much hesitation, the old gentleman made the gravest error of his life. He resolved to seize these 3 golden treasures. Summoning his courage, he shattered the crystal coffin that his astonishment upon exposure to the air. The once vibrant corpse withered and decayed into a pile of pale yellow dust, leaving only the crimson gown and the 3 golden artifacts behind. The old man naively believed that all foreboding had dissipated with the transformation of the corpse into powder. In a state of elation, he clutched the 3 golden pieces and crawled out of the cave. After sealing the entrance, he, in his excitement, abandoned his well and hurried home, where he presented the treasures to his wife, claiming they were unearthed from the earth, omitting any mention of the corpse or the ancient tomb. Unaware of the underlying truth, his wife assumed their fortunes had turned for the better, expressing her gratitude to their ancestors and bowing thrice to the ground, oblivious to the fact that the pale-faced figure in red had accompanied her husband into their home. It is often said that sudden wealth is easily acquired but difficult to guard. Pondering this, the old gentleman ultimately decided that burying the treasures beneath the earth would be the safest course of action. Thus, beneath the trellis of vines at the back of the house, he began to excavate a hiding place for the artifacts. Convinced that a shallow pit would not suffice, he resolved to dig deeper, and in doing so, unearthed a coffin made of black lacquered wood, buried within the very soil of his own courtyard. Though the old man was thoroughly frightened, he endeavored to reassure himself that it was all merely a coincidence. However, it soon became evident that it was anything but a coincidence. On the 7th day thereafter, his eldest son, my great-grandfather, suddenly began to vomit blood, filling a large bowl each day. Within a few days, he had passed away, having just celebrated his 7th birthday. The old man then realized that the coffin had been prepared for his eldest son, as if the retribution meant for him had instead fallen upon his child. The old man was left in dread, uncertain if a second or third calamity would follow. Thus, disregarding his fear, he unearthed the black coffin. Fortunately, there was no coffin beneath, but when he removed the lid, he discovered a neatly arranged red gown within. It was the very gown worn by the woman in the crystal coffin. Understanding that he had summoned a malevolent spirit, he recognized that the 3 golden rings should never have been taken. He placed the rings back into the coffin and buried it once more. For a time, tranquility returned to the household, and the old man even believed that the ordeal had come to an end. Yet, when his second son turned 7, he too began to vomit blood uncontrollably, and the family could only watch helplessly as he succumbed to death. On the very day of his elder son's demise, the old man, driven to madness, exhumed the black coffin and cursed at it, saying, "You wicked woman, even if I destroy your remains, you have already claimed lives for my family. Why do you not cease your malice? Very well, if you wish to annihilate us completely, I have nothing left to fear. Let us contend until there is nothing left." With that, he set the coffin ablaze, reducing it to ashes. Yet, deep down, everyone understands that the curse did not cease with the disappearance of the coffin. Every eldest son of the old Qin family is destined to perish from the affliction of blood consumption. I am, in fact, the 4th generation's eldest son. In my childhood, I was remarkably robust, capable of running, jumping, and engaging in wild antics among the children in the village. Few could rival me in climbing trees to plunder bird eggs. Shortly after my father welcomed me into the world, he quickly had 3 more sons, oblivious to the fact that their arrival was to fill the void I might leave, given my precarious existence. Thus, I thrived, free from ailments, until I reached the age of 7. From that point onward, like my predecessors, I began to cough up blood, and I too encountered that pallid woman draped in red, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. However, at that time, I cannot discern whether I truly beheld her or if it was merely a figment of my imagination. Each time I glimpsed her, it was only in the fleeting moment of blinking. By the time I blinked a second time, she would vanish. Yet, if I kept my eyes wide open and remained still, she would remain fixed in my gaze, staring back at me. When calamity struck again, there was no chaos within the household. We were already mentally prepared, even having the coffin ready in advance. Later, my father revealed to me that my survival was attributed to the passing of my great-grandfather. For it was long before my uncle's misfortune that someone from a neighboring Ning family had approached him with a way to break the curse, contingent upon the eldest son accompanying them to work. The Ning family is a prominent lineage in our village, having established themselves as industrious individuals long before the 1980s, when most farmers were still toiling in the fields for sustenance, while the rest of the villagers resided in mud brick houses. The Nings had already erected a two-story structure made of red bricks. However, in the mid-1970s, an incident occurred when Mrs. San Shun, the wife of the Ning family's eldest son, encountered a malevolent spirit in the desolate mountains. Shortly thereafter, she gave birth to a son, whom the villagers whispered was the offspring of a demon, labeling him a cursed child. This led to the belief that the Ning family had engaged in dubious dealings to amass their wealth, thus incurring divine retribution. The patriarch of the family was a quintessential farmer of his era, steeped in traditional values. He believed that farmers ought to fulfill their duties diligently, and that seeking wealth through deceitful means was akin to thievery. Coupled with the supernatural events that had transpired in his family, he resolutely declared, even if the Qin family were to perish, I would never allow the Nings to bring misfortune upon us. With such a declaration, discussions were effectively at an end. Yet 2 years after my birth, the old man passed away, and by the mid-1980s, the farmers began to adopt a more open-minded perspective. Observing my circumstances, my father resolved to seek out the Ning family at that time. The elder Ning, who had previously engaged in negotiations with my grandfather, had passed on, and his son, whom I refer to as Uncle Dong, had taken his place. Upon seeing my condition, Uncle Dong sighed, saying, if only your grandfather had heeded my father's advice back then, we would not be in this situation. My father, with a furrowed brow, implored Uncle Dong, let's not dwell on the past. I beseech you to grant this child a chance at life. I have come here specifically for this matter. Quainer, are you aware of the malevolent entity your family has provoked? Could it be a female ghost? My father inquired. Incorrect. It is not a ghost, but a foul entity known as Een. Een? My father questioned, perplexed. Indeed, that in fact, what is commonly referred to as a ghost encompasses 4 categories: nightmare, ghost, Een, and Sha. Ironically, the entity most feared by people is ghostus, in reality, the least harmful to humans. The other 3, however, are far more sinister. Nightmare is a killer, Sha causes harm, and Een is a relentless tormentor. If you attract it, it will cling to your family eternally, as the saying goes. The Een spirit lingers on. Uncle Dong spoke candidly, without hesitation, in my presence. Chapter 1. The enigmatic ritual at the temple. Master Dong, you must save this child. I distinctly observed my father's legs trembling slightly, yet curiously, upon hearing Master Dong's words, I felt an unusual sense of calm. Since we had come, it was undoubtedly to rescue a life. But would you truly allow this child to venture into the world alone? As long as his life can be spared, anything is permissible, my father replied. Very well. From this day forth, the child shall accompany me. If fortune favors him, he may return to you in 10 years. Even should luck not be on his side, at least his life will not be in jeopardy. Though these words seemed imbued with hope, I would later realize that the situation was far from my optimistic expectations. Master Dong harbored many unspoken thoughts. Naturally, my parents were filled with gratitude, and without further ado, Master Dong lifted me and exited the house. Exhausted, I soon fell into unconsciousness. When I regained awareness, I found myself in Master Dong's arms beneath the persimmon tree of my family's entrance. In a hushed tone, he said to me, Biener, Master Dong will apply something to your eyes. When you open them, you will see the woman you often perceive, but whom your family cannot. At that moment, please tell me where she stands, then close your eyes once more, all right? I weakly nodded. Subsequently, Master Dong applied a moist substance around my sockets, which I later discovered to be cow's tears. When I opened my eyes again, I indeed beheld the woman in a red garment, her complexion ghostly pale, standing beside the stone mill in our courtyard. I promptly relayed her position to Master Dong. As I closed my eyes again, a chilling sensation coursed through my entire body, and I quickly succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Upon awakening this time, I found that the day had already fully dawned. Just as I was about to rise, I suddenly felt a chill in my neck and wrists. Lowering my gaze, I discovered that I was adorned with a string of golden rings around both. Old Master Dong, seated by the bedside, smiled upon seeing me awake and remarked, Biener, I see you possess quite the courage. Are you not afraid of the sinister presence? Not at all, for she does not appear frightening, I replied foolishly. Old Master Dong chuckled and said, Indeed, good child. Master Dong, what are these things I wear? I was unaware that these were the treasures unearthed by the old master years ago, mistakenly believing them to be a token of welcome from him. With a serious expression, Old Master Dong instructed, Beginner, you must remember my words. The collar and bracelets must never be removed. Should I discover them gone, you shall face punishment. Do you understand? I understand, but what purpose do these serve? He replied enigmatically, If buried in the earth, they could cost you your life. If worn upon you, they shall ensure your safety. I listened, grasping only fragments of his meaning. From that day forth, I resided in Old Master Dong's household, which was merely a wall away from my own. However, he forbade me from returning home or communicating with my family. When I saw them, I had to feign ignorance, and my family had also received warnings from him. Thus, for nearly a year, my family and I were in a state of silent acknowledgement, never exchanging a single word. As for my 3 younger brothers, I did not see them for a considerable time thereafter. Only later did I learn that they had been sent to relatives in the city. Strangely enough, when adorned with a collar and bracelet, I do not cough up blood. Yet, the appearance is quite fearsome, as all 3 pieces of gold jewelry are of a rather coarse nature. At first glance, I resemble a nouveau riche individual. These items remain perpetually cold, indifferent to my body's warmth, regardless of how long I wear them. Initially, I found it quite unsettling. However, over time, I grew accustomed to the sensation. During the entire year from the incident at the age of 7 until my 8th birthday, only Mr. Dong and I resided in his household. No visitors graced us during the festive seasons, and he never maintained connections with relatives. At that tender age, I did not find this peculiar. On my 8th birthday, Mr. Dong arranged for a tutor, a local elementary school teacher, to instruct me in recognizing Chinese characters and imparting basic mathematical knowledge. My academic exposure was limited to this. At the age of 10, I was sent by Mr. Dong to Dongshan City, a place 180 kilometers away from Waxy Village, where I encountered the legendary hybrid known as Ning Ling Sheng. Prior to our meeting, I had envisioned various grotesque forms that might arise from such unions, rugged, ugly, and savage. However, I was utterly unprepared for the fact that Ning Ling Sheng turned out to be quite handsome. He appeared to be around 27 or 28 years of age, sporting a crew cut, with long eyebrows framing his striking eyes. His attire was rather peculiar, consisting of a light beige hanfu that seemed out of place for the current era, yet accentuated his innate elegance. The relationship between Mr. Dong and him was not amicable, which further implied that Ning Ling Sheng was not his biological grandson. Thus, after a brief exchange, Dong approached me and said, Beginner, although you have secured temporary safety with the gold, to completely lift the curse of the bone-embedded hex, you must accumulate merit through good deeds. From today onward, you shall follow Brother Ning. He is a craftsman, and as long as you stay with him, sustenance will not be an issue. You must take care to be prudent and not act impulsively. I was more mature than most children my age, and although I felt sadness and reluctance at the thought of bidding farewell to Dong Yi, I understood that my survival depended on accompanying Ning Ling Sheng. Thus, I held back my tears and said goodbye to him. My foray into the realm of temple restoration began on that day, with my first project being the Jingyue and nunnery. I learned from my co-workers during their casual conversations that a prominent figure from Southern Enterprise had made a vow at Jingyue, which he fulfilled through his financial contributions to the temple's restoration. Strangely, this benefactor insisted on remaining anonymous, eschewing any merit plaque. While this is certainly commendable, an incident occurred during the expansion of Jingyuan. The first construction team had barely worked for 3 days when a worker fell from a ladder less than half a meter high. Though he did not land on his head, he tragically lost his life. Subsequent autopsy results revealed that he had a minuscule benign tumor on his pericardium. On the day he entered the temple, a friend had gifted him a Jibao lighter, which he kept in the left pocket of his chest. When he fell, the impact from the sharp edge of the metal lighter struck the tumor, causing a tear in the pericardium and resulting in significant internal bleeding. When he began to feel unwell, his co-workers promptly called for an ambulance, but before help could arrive, he had already succumbed. Due to this unforeseen incident, the construction team was compelled to halt operations and withdraw from the site. Subsequently, a second construction crew arrived, but on the third day, another calamity struck. A worker suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage during the night and tragically passed away on the spot. Although autopsies clarified that the causes of death in both incidents were pathological rather than psychological, rumors of hauntings in the area began to circulate. Nevertheless, there were always those who dismissed such superstitions, and a third construction team eventually arrived. This time, they managed to remain for a slightly longer duration. However, after 7 days, the unfortunate event involved not a worker, but the team leader. He inexplicably procured a nail and forcefully drove it into his own forehead with a hammer. The following day, his lifeless body was discovered in a posture that was most unsettling. His left index finger was tightly wedged between the nail head and his scalp, resembling a grotesque sausage dangling from his head, while his right hand lay limply beside him, clutching the hammer. The position of the deceased suggests a harrowing scenario prior to his demise. A contractor, seemingly of sound mind, had come beneath the statue of the reclining Buddha late at night, gripping a common cement nail measuring 10 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in width with his left hand, aiming it at the crown of his head, and then, with great force, plunged the nail into his skull with his right hand. The sheer force was so great that although he had succumbed to death, his left hand remained suspended, trapped between the nail head and the upper part of his skull. Aside from the fatal injury to his head, there were no other marks on the deceased's body, nor were there any signs of struggle or altercation at the scene. Consequently, the Public Security Bureau has closed the case, concluding that the cause of death was suicide. Though everything seemed to have reached a conclusive end, the manner of the suicide was deemed distinctly abnormal by all. While some questioned the verdict, no one could procure more compelling evidence to substantiate that the deceased had met with foul play. Consequently, no construction team dared to undertake the project at Jinghua Temple. Even when the entrepreneur doubled the original price, no one was willing to take on the task, for money may be earned, but it must also be spent wisely. Eventually, the entrepreneur learned of a figure named Ning Lingsheng within the underworld and sought connections to reach him. At that time, Ning Lingsheng was in northeast China and could not possibly have known of the events transpiring at Jinghua Temple in Dongshan, 1,000 miles away. Yet, he seemed to possess an uncanny intuition, stipulating 3 conditions before signing the contract. Firstly, he could not expand the structure, but could only restore Jinghua Temple to its original state. Secondly, no women were permitted on the construction site, including the temple's own relatives. Lastly, he insisted on signing the contract face-to-face with the donors. Chapter 1. Ning Lingsheng. The 3 stipulations were duly agreed upon. However, when Ning Lingsheng signed the contract with the other party, only the 2 of them were present. Thus, no one knows the specifics of their conversation. In any case, Ning Lingsheng swiftly took charge of the project, and I arrived precisely at the initial phase of the endeavor. It was during this time that I witnessed the entire process of temple construction for the first time in my life. If one were to disregard the temple's unique significance, the undertaking of constructing a temple is not fundamentally different from other real estate projects. Both involve establishing a layout in the preliminary stages and then proceeding to build the corresponding structures as per the plan. Our designation as craftsmen arises from the fact that the projects we undertake often deviate from the original plan, necessitating unusual methods to address unforeseen circumstances. Ning Lingsheng did not engage in the hands-on work himself, yet he was consistently present at the site each day. Most of the time, he stood motionless in the shadow of the mountain gate, resembling a practitioner of Zen. Externally, he appeared to be a young man with an ethereal quality, making it impossible to associate him with anything malevolent. Nevertheless, there was an undeniable aura of strangeness about him. For instance, I had never witnessed him perspire. Regardless of how sweltering the day, he always remained refreshingly dry, devoid of any beads of sweat. Additionally, his voice was not particularly loud. Yet whenever he spoke directly to someone, his words could be heard clearly amidst the clamor of the surroundings. Furthermore, he never addressed anyone's doubts. If one questioned his decisions, there were only 2 paths to take: either place one's trust in him or turn away altogether. Lastly, he subsisted solely on vegetarian fare, avoiding any form of meat or fish. He seldom gazes directly at others, with one notable exception, his cousin, Wang Dianxin. Only in interactions with Wang does Ning Lingxing meet his gaze. Otherwise, he either squints or keeps his eyes firmly shut. There are indeed numerous traits to consider. But in summary, Ning Lingxiang can be characterized as an individual of great pride, possessing a rather reclusive disposition, yet endowed with remarkable abilities. His skills will be elaborated upon in due course, so I shall refrain from detailing them here. Personally, despite his infrequent direct eye contact with me, he remains the individual I most admire in my life, without exception. Upon accepting the project for Jinghua Temple, Ning Lingxing's first action was to instruct his workers to dip mops in white paint and outline a large square in the designated area. He emphasized that during the restoration of the temple's main structure, no brick should be placed upon the white paint. Initially, I found it quite challenging to acclimatize to his presence, as I sensed an air of disdain directed towards me. However, as time passed, I gradually adjusted, realizing that he treated everyone with the same aloofness. The restoration of the ancient temple progressed methodically, with the dismantled structures being restored to their original form, and remarkably, no fatalities occurred during this process. The workers brought by Ning Lingxiang remained in excellent health. Upon completion of the project, the selfless philanthropist who funded the endeavor personally visited the site to distribute 50 yuan red envelopes to each of us, including myself. In the mid-1980s, $50 represented a substantial sum, roughly equivalent to a laborer's monthly wage. It was my first encounter with considerable wealth, which tantalized me and led me to believe that temple restoration was a promising endeavor, infinitely more engaging than attending school, and it also yielded financial rewards. Subsequently, everyone began to gather their tools and prepare to leave. With a sense of leisure, I ventured out to purchase 2 rolls of my favorite bubblegum. As I chewed contentedly, I retraced my steps, and upon passing through the worship hall, I heard a voice remark, "That string of gold rings you have is quite intriguing." Recognizing the voice, I knew it belonged to the most disheveled individual among us. I was unaware of his specific role, but his primary occupation seemed to be sleeping, regardless of time or place. He could doze off with a straw hat shielding his face whenever there was a patch of earth wide enough for a single person. His clothing was so filthy that its original color was nearly indiscernible, and as for the style, it was hardly worth mentioning. He perpetually wore a pair of tattered, grimy straw sandals, and during rare moments of wakefulness, he could be found sitting in the sun, idly rubbing his feet. This man was known as Dazhuang, his unkempt beard obscuring his features and age. Since joining the construction team until the project's completion, I had never exchanged a word with him. At that moment, as everyone else busied themselves with packing, the stillness of the worship hall left just the 2 of us, which made me somewhat uneasy, prompting me to instinctively clasp the pocket containing my money. Dazhuang, with his straw hat perched atop his head, sat up and grinned at me without saying a word, sending a shiver down my spine. After a brief moment of silence, he unexpectedly uttered a statement that astonished me. "If you're not afraid of ghosts, why would you fear a mere mortal? How do you know?" I was momentarily stunned before I remembered to ask him. "The golden circle you carry was taken from the female corpse, correct?" The light in the Buddhist hall was rather dim, and Dazhuang's eyes sparkled with intensity. "Did you hear this from Dongyi?" I felt a twinge of displeasure. Why would Dongyi discuss my affairs with someone like him? How irritating. However, Dazhuang shook his head and replied, "I do not know Dongyi, but I am familiar with the golden circle you possess. It is called a surangama bag, an instrument used in esoteric Buddhism, and its sole purpose is to bind a woman's soul, preventing her from ever leaving her burial ground, unless..." At this point, I was all ears. Dazhuang leisurely lit a cigarette and continued, "To break this seal, one must remove the surangama bag from the corpse. But the woman who was bound must have met a violent end in life. Therefore, her resentment is profound, and being bound posthumously only intensifies her wrath. Hence, the individual who removes the surangama bag carries the weight of a most malevolent curse. If I am not mistaken, there has been an untimely death in your family. Has there not?" "Indeed, my uncle and granduncle both perished for bloodshed," I confirmed. "Next, it will be you." which is why you have been bestowed the Shennongjia bag for temporary protection. He nodded sagely, resembling a fortune teller on the street. You truly possess remarkable insight. How do you know so much? I exclaimed in astonishment. Dazhuang, with an air of satisfaction, replied, What is so remarkable about this? Do you know why the Shennongjia bag can temporarily preserve your life? I do not. The reasoning is quite straightforward. The soul vessel is an object that binds souls, belonging to a category of powerful magical artifacts. When you carry such an item, it renders you akin to the malevolent spirits in their eyes. Thus, it may provide temporary protection, yet the soul vessel also attracts nefarious entities. The longer you possess it, the more you draw these entities towards you, leading to an incessant presence of lingering spirits. How can one expect to thrive under such circumstances? It is merely a method of drinking poison to quench thirst. In the long run, it jeopardizes one's very existence. Upon hearing this, a shiver coursed through me, prompting me to inquire of Dazhuang. What should I do? He reassured me. Fear not, for the temple is a sanctuary of light, where malevolent beings dare not tread. Master Dong must have brought you here for this very reason. After some time, Brother Ning will surely devise a way to assist you. At that moment, I was unaware of Ning Lingxing's capabilities, and my perception of Dazhuang underwent a transformation. No longer did I regard him as a mere beggar. Later, I learned that Dazhuang was a blacksmith, crafting various metal artifacts. That evening, I was assigned a crucial task, to partake in a cup of gratitude tea at the convent, as I was the only child among the construction team permitted to enter. Otherwise, the tea would have to be consumed outside the mountain gates. As I made my way to Jinghua Convent, I was halted by a cold voice. Halt. Ning Lingsheng stood in the shadow of a towering ancient tree, not far from where I stood. He appeared to be in a meditative state, eyes closed. I approached him, saying, Brother Ning, what is the matter? When you visit the nunnery, Master Jingxian will undoubtedly pose two inquiries to you. First, she shall ask why the temple cannot be expanded and can only be restored to its original appearance. Second, she will inquire why a wind furnace is to be constructed within the courtyard. I will teach you how to respond to her. After providing me with thorough instructions, Ning Lingxing asked, Did you memorize every word? I affirmed my understanding. With a gesture of his hand, he signaled that I could proceed. Throughout my journey, I recited his words repeatedly. Upon arriving at Jinghua Nunnery, Master Jingxian did not treat me as a child. She expressed her gratitude with courtesy and exchanged polite remarks. However, she did not mention the two questions predicted by Ning Lingxing at any point. Chapter 1. The land of feng shui. This elicited a bemused smile from me. The temple had already been constructed, so what purpose did it serve for the other party to inquire further? Just as this thought crossed my mind, an elderly nun seated beneath Master Jingxian spoke up. Ba, I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed sir. Since Mr. Wu wishes to expand the temple for the sake of merit, why can't Mr. Ning fulfill his desire? It was only later that I came to understand that leaders across any industry seldom delve into trivial matters. Such inquiries are typically made by those ranked second or third. This question required a comprehensive response. Otherwise, the sister-in-law and Mr. Wu would perceive it as our inability to undertake the project, thus fabricating excuses. Following Ning Ling's instructions, I responded, This temple is nestled against Qingfeng Mountain, with Linyua Lake in front, a splendid location amidst the embrace of mountains and waters. However, the temple's position directly confronts a narrow point between three towering peaks of Qingfeng Mountain. One peak is slender and elongated like a tiger's tail, its midsection robust like a tiger's body, and at the base lies a stubborn boulder leaning, reminiscent of a tiger's head. The mountain's steepness is formidable, akin to a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, though the symbolism of the azure dragon and white tiger is said to protect and bless the abode. This particular feng shui site exhibits an excessively fierce tiger form. A descending tiger is instinctively on the hunt, and constructing a residence before the jaws of a famished beast is a foreboding prospect. My somewhat arcane explanation left the room of nuns in a state of astonishment. They devoted their days to meditation and worship, shunning worldly disputes, and were naturally captivated by the profoundness of feng shui. I continued, The reason you esteemed nuns have remained undisturbed in this location is due to the auspicious fish-releasing pond established within the temple by a wise individual. In the courtyard directly facing the mountain peak, there lies a semicircular release pond constructed of blue bricks, where visitors often purchase small turtles and goldfish to liberate into the water. Upon hearing this, the questioning nun expressed her astonishment. What connection does this release pond have with our safety? I explained that the pond's semicircular shape resembles that of a bow, akin to a great bow aimed at a descending tiger, effectively dispelling any malevolent energies associated with feng shui. The nun nodded in understanding and inquired, "Then what purpose does the iron furnace that Ning has installed in the courtyard serve?" This place, nestled against the mountains and adjacent to water, features an expanse of undulating terrain, with the temple situated at its center, a configuration known in feng shui as riding the dragon's waist. Who could possibly ride the dragon's waist? I retorted. Naturally, it would be an immortal, the elder nun replied. Precisely, thus I deduced that beneath the temple lies a burial site. The nuns were once again left speechless, exchanging glances in silence. May I inquire, esteemed nun, during which dynasty was Jingwen constructed? This is clearly recorded in the county annals, established during the reign of the Ming dynasty's Longwu emperor. Then, it is likely that the wife or daughter of a prominent Ming official is interred beneath the temple, with Jingyue serving as the entrance to the tomb. The presence of the living within the tomb is referred to in feng shui as the inversion of yin and yang, or as the living entering the realm of the dead. The reason you esteem nuns have not suffered harm is that your true identities are not those of nuns, but rather guardians of the tomb. However, when you withdrew, the construction teams returned, clashing with the local geomantic patterns. Those with weak destinies may suffer untimely deaths. The iron furnace, an object of utmost rigidity and vitality, can harmonize the yin energy when placed upon a grave, which explains our continued safety. Every word I spoke was a faithful recitation of Ning Lingxing's discourse, leaving these nuns in awe, as if they were regarding a mere 10-year-old child as a master. The venerable sister Jingxian nodded slightly and said, "To be candid, there is indeed an underground entrance within the cellar of Jingyue Temple, leading to an ancient tomb. However, the artifacts within were taken by the museum many years ago. We are merely outsiders, preferring to avoid trouble. Therefore, we have never mentioned the tomb. How did you come to know of its existence?" I could only stammer, for I was merely 10 years old then, lacking any knowledge of geomancy or esoteric arts. I didn't even comprehend the term geomancy itself. Ning Lingsheng evidently did not anticipate Sister Jingxian would pose further inquiries and thus did not provide me with an answer, leaving me in a rather embarrassing predicament. Observing my stunned silence, the questioning nun assumed I was being reticent and sought to alleviate the tension, saying, "Sister, there must be a reason for his knowledge. There is no need for further questioning." Sister Jingxian chuckled softly. The old nun has grown forgetful with age. Do not hold it against her. The nuns of Jingyue Temple left a profound impression on me, reminiscent of my late grandmother, a kind and nurturing elder who cherished and guided me. After sipping the tea from Xiegong, I departed from Jingyue Monastery. Upon exiting the mountain gate, I spotted Ning Lingsheng standing motionless in a clearing, basking in the moonlight. Sensing my approach, he remarked softly, "Have you relayed the message?" As per Ning Ji's instructions, I have informed them meticulously. However, he paused. The venerable master Jingxian inquired how I discerned the existence of a burial site in this location, a question I was unable to answer. "Ah, Qinbian, do you wish to learn this craft?" This was a hallmark of Ning Lingsheng. He never referred to anyone by their given names, always addressing them directly. "Ning Ge Yi. I wish to learn." My youthful heart was filled with admiration for this remarkable ability to locate graves. I promptly agreed. Ning Lingxing instructed, "Follow me." With that, he led me on a trek up the mountain, and in the dead of night, we climbed to the mountainside of Qingfeng Mountain. We stood atop a slope, where the nunnery below appeared no larger than a matchbox. A gravel path began at the mouth of Linyue Lake, winding through Jingyue Monastery and continuing downward. Even from our lofty perch, the end of the gravel path remained elusive. Ning Lingsheng explained, "Remember, the path amidst the lush mountains and clear waters is known in geomancy as the dragon's body. Constructing a road upon the dragon's body with gravel is the finest material. It is akin to adorning the dragon's body with a layer of scales, an auspicious and propitious method. Therefore, the one who built this road is undoubtedly a descendant of the female corpse buried here. I found his words enchanting, yet I was still shrouded in confusion, prompting me to ask once more, Ninggu, how did you perceive the presence of a burial site here? The principle is not particularly complex. Amidst the verdant mountains and flowing waters, deities undoubtedly dwell. In such locales, there are often significant tombs present. The geomancers who seek out the resting places for the deceased are merely following the contours of the land. Both the living and the spirits are drawn to beautiful landscapes. As for how I discerned the precise location of a burial site, it relied upon the stars above. Typically, graves are constructed upon the dragon's waist, and the methods for measuring this waist involve the art of celestial observation. Brother Ning, what exactly is celestial observation? It is perhaps too early to delve into this now, but suffice it to say that for craftsmen of temple construction, the positioning according to geomancy is fundamental. Without the keen sight akin to that of the mythical fire-eyed golden phoenix, one is bound to suffer significant losses in the future. Before I could finish my thought, I suddenly heard a rustling sound behind me. Turning to look, I beheld a patch of lush grass, where several greenish glimmers of light flickered, gently swaying up and down. Subsequently, 2 mountain wolves, bedecked in a coat of grayish-yellow fur, leapt forth from the underbrush. This sight sent a chill of terror coursing through me, under the moonlight. The wolves bared their sharp white teeth, and the drool hanging from their jaws unmistakably indicated their desperate hunger. The bristly fur on their backs stood on end, and they emitted deep, throaty growls. Ning Lingsheng slowly turned around, and curiously, the tense bodies of the wolves, which had been poised to strike, suddenly relaxed. Their growls transformed into low whimpers. The 2 ferocious wolves circled in place for a while, entangled in some internal struggle, before ultimately retreating into the enveloping darkness. He calmly said to me, "Let's go. It is time to rest." Having just encountered a ferocious wolf, I was thoroughly frightened. Consequently, I tightly grasped his left hand. There was nothing particularly remarkable about it, yet it felt unusually soft, almost uncharacteristic of a man's hand. The following morning, we boarded a bus destined for the next construction site. It seemed that Ning Lingsheng and I were fated to cross paths, despite having no prior connection. He treated me exceptionally well and imparted many practical skills. One day, driven by curiosity, I inquired why he chose to share these abilities with me. He remained seated on the ground, eyes closed, and with a slow, tranquil tone, he replied, "Because our backgrounds are strikingly similar. We are both forsaken by those we hold dear." Chapter 1. Ingenious calculations. Although Ning Lingsheng appeared devoid of expression when he uttered these words, I could perceive the profound sense of helplessness and sorrow residing within him. This exceptionally proud individual perpetually exists under the cold gaze of others. The malicious rumors surrounding his lineage cling to him like parasites, and the countless curses from the masses inflict wounds from which he cannot escape. The only solace he finds is during the construction of temples, granting him fleeting moments of tranquility. Yet, this man cannot relinquish everything to retreat into a life of seclusion. Once he re-enters the mundane world, he remains susceptible to the same afflictions inflicted by those around him. Were I in his position, I would have succumbed to madness long ago. Soon, I commenced a systematic study of feng shui. My first endeavor was to memorize the incantations of feng shui, such as spirit and essence, head severing armor and soldiers, the left residing in the southern dipper, the right in the 7 stars. Those who oppose me shall perish. Subsequently, I perused the first half of the Hanlong Jing, not due to the absence of the latter half, but because Ning Lingsheng permitted me to view only the former. In truth, the foundational principles of feng shui are not particularly challenging to comprehend. Translating the esoteric ancient text into vernacular renders them accessible, as they consist of common knowledge. Many of the so-called profound feng shui masters I later encountered deliberately complicate straightforward matters and obscure simple truths to accentuate their uniqueness. Ning Lingsheng cautioned me that the arcane arts of feng shui are the most fundamental methods for temple construction. Temples are often erected in deep, secluded forests, where locations may be auspicious or perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to grave consequences. I am acutely aware that Ning Lingsheng's words are far from mere threats. The 3 workers who perished at Jinghua Temple did so due to their transgression against the local feng shui, a violation of the harmonious flow of energy. Feng shui has the power to bestow blessings upon individuals, yet can also silently bring about their demise. Thus, without a foundational understanding of feng shui principles, one cannot hope to thrive in the temple restoration trade. Although this craft may appear straightforward, it encompasses a vast depth of knowledge. Initially, I believed that completing a single volume of the Conlong Jing would suffice for my initiation. However, I soon discovered that this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, I delved into more intricate and complex aspects of feng shui, such as the utilization of the Yanggong compass, the application of the Bagua principles, and the strategic arrangement of feng shui objects, among others. This pursuit of knowledge spans 7 years. It is imperative to clarify that this 7-year period does not denote my formal apprenticeship, but rather marks the commencement of my independent engagements. The business of temple restoration is indeed thriving, as there exists an overwhelming number of individuals eager to accrue merit, some seeking to restore temples, others to expand them, and still others to construct new ones. Our available time is scarce. While temple restoration is our principal vocation and a significant undertaking, we also occasionally accept ancillary tasks, such as assessing the feng shui of residential properties or procuring ritual implements and deities for others. Naturally, Ning Lingsheng holds such side jobs in disdain. My references pertain to the undertakings of a master working discreetly, namely Wang Dianxin, whom I previously mentioned. Wang Dianxin is Ning Lingsheng's cousin and the sole individual to whom he accords a modicum of respect. I remain perplexed as to why Ning Lingsheng places such importance upon him, as I have not discerned any particularly remarkable attributes in Wang Dianxin. If one must highlight something, it would merely be his quick wit. He is a year younger than I, and he joined the engineering team 2 years after my arrival. Although I am considered relatively mature among children of the same age, in comparison to this lad, I might as well be a kindergarten child. Wang Dianxin was merely 13 when he entered the construction team, and within a week, he began selling goods on site. While the team was small, the earnings he made were substantial for a child. Subsequently, he took on the task of selling scrap from the repair shop, commonly referred to as selling junk. One should not underestimate the income generated from construction waste. Items such as steel bars, plastics, and waste paper can accumulate considerable value. Prior to this, such refuse was routinely collected by scavengers without compensation. These 2 ventures alone illustrate that Wang Dianxin possesses a remarkable business acumen. By the time he turned 16, he commenced undertaking private jobs independently. Naturally, Ning Lingsheng, being astute, was aware of his cousin's clandestine activities but chose to remain silent. The primary reason for this discretion was that Wang Dianxin only involved me in his endeavors, and we were the 2 most idle members of the team, rarely called upon for any tasks. My first outing with Wang Dianxin was to Chuandarong City, where that year Ning Lingsheng secured a project to construct a wooden pagoda on the bustling Chunzilu. Rongqing is a city of considerable scale in Sichuan, with a robust economy. One evening, Wang Dianxin mysteriously pulled me aside and said, "There's a company engaged in shoe exports." Their owner approached me, seeking my insight on the feng shui of their office layout. "Would you be interested in undertaking this task?" "Go on, you understand," I said, eager to delve into ancient texts. He quickly interjected, "Bien ge, my skills are merely for show. When it comes to serious matters, that's your domain. This task truly requires your expertise." "Why? Did I purchase it from you?" I inquired, perplexed. "Consider it," he continued, "after all this time learning theoretical knowledge from us, you must have a practical application. What use is it to peruse these texts endlessly if they do not align with real-world operations? All theory becomes meaningless without practice." His words struck a chord within me. Seeing my hesitation, he further encouraged, "Do not waver. This is an opportunity to hone your skills while also earning a profit." "What's not to like? But can they trust us?" I asked, filled with doubt. "That concern is unwarranted. If they did not trust us, Why would they seek my assistance? You should feel secure in applying all that you have learned. With that, he seized my arm and led me through the mountain gate into the night. Across the street, a sleek black bluebird awaited us. In the early 1990s, the bluebird was considered a prestigious vehicle. Wang Ginchen grinned. Do you see? This car is here to take us. Impressive. You certainly have connections, I remarked. Oh, it's merely a drizzle, he replied casually. At that time, the initial effects of the reform and opening up policy were becoming apparent, with Southerners first experiencing prosperity. The term Mao Mao Yu, which expresses a sense of wealth and extravagance among the people of Guangdong, quickly spread throughout the nation, and Wang Jinshan often used it. Our destination was a factory named Linjiang Plastic Factory, where I was to meet the principal, Wang Maokai, in an office on the 4th floor. Upon investigation, I learned that he was one of the earliest public officials to venture into business in the area. Initially, his endeavors were rather lackluster. However, a Taiwanese relative who returned home heard about Wang Maocai's struggles and arranged for him to consult a renowned feng shui master from Taiwan. After assessing the situation, the master remarked that the factory he had built was not conducive to prosperity, as it lacked the necessary flow to retain wealth. To remedy this, he suggested that Wang Maocai acquire a pair of Pishio to attract fortune. In a state of desperation, Wang Maocai did procure a pair of jade Pishio, placing them prominently against the wall directly facing the office entrance. After surveying the surroundings, I grasped the essence of the situation and remarked that the office's feng shui indeed emphasized the importance of the Pishio for attracting wealth. There are specific guidelines regarding their placement. The statues should neither be positioned too high nor too low, and must be displayed as a pair, one to invite wealth and the other to safeguard it. They should be placed opposite the main entrance or on the largest windowsill, but never facing a restroom or any obstructed windowsill. These principles were undoubtedly the work of a skilled practitioner of feng shui. Yet, despite these arrangements, Wang Maocai lamented, "If this is correct, then why have I not profited?" "Mr. Wang," I replied, "it is fortunate that you sought my counsel. Otherwise, not only would you struggle to earn money, but you might find yourself entangled in significant troubles." Wang Maocai's face turned pale as he approached me, asking, "What do you discern? Is it truly alarming?" After circling his premises, I responded, "Do not be frightened by my words. According to the feng shui layout, I suspect your most pressing issue is not merely poor business performance, but rather that you are burdened with a mountain of debts. Am I correct?" Upon hearing these words, Wang Maocai's mouth instantly formed an odd shape, leaving him stunned for quite some time. Before he could voice his doubts, I pointed towards the southern direction and said, "The person who owes you the most money should reside to the south. Am I correct?" Wang Maocai raised his thumb in admiration and exclaimed, "That is truly remarkable. If one cannot even discern this, then what value does feng shui and mysticism hold?" I deliberately wore a slight smile, reveling in my own cleverness. To be honest, I had indeed lent out a substantial amount of money, which I have yet to recover, with none other than Wu Weidong from the southern part of the city owing me the most. He is a childhood friend of mine. Alas, it is a matter I dare not disclose to anyone, not even my wife. "Master, how did you perceive this? Aside from the debts you are owed, do you also owe money to others? And I presume you have taken out a loan with exorbitant interest?" "Indeed, you are absolutely correct. This was a private arrangement, unknown to anyone. Furthermore, you have made adjustments to the departmental layout of this factory in the past 2 years, have you not?" I asserted confidently. "Master, you are truly a living deity." His face was filled with admiration, to the point where he seemed ready to kneel before me. At this moment, even Wang Dianxian could no longer contain himself and quietly inquired at my ear, "Have you conducted a private investigation on Wang Maocai?" Chapter 1. The Transport of Feng Shui. Look, I apologize for neglecting my master. Please take a seat. Wang Maocai, shedding his initial pretentious demeanor, repeatedly invited us to sit down. He brewed tea with the finest Luan melon seed tea and offered us Chinese cigarettes. "Please, don't stand on ceremony, Mr. Wang. Master, I implore you to devise a solution for my predicament. I find myself in dire straits, and if you can restore my fortune, I shall be eternally grateful." His words were laced with desperation. "Assisting you is not an issue, but you must adhere to my instructions. Rest assured, I shall traverse mountains and seas at your behest. I will comply without fail. Very well, listen closely. Upon your return home, hang a red, auspicious ornament above the door of the northern room. Items such as a wealth fish or a Chinese knot will suffice. Furthermore, refrain from any romantic pursuits for the next 7 days. Most crucially, under no circumstances should you gaze into a mirror after midnight, particularly those in the restroom. After this 7-day period has elapsed and the negative energy dissipates, I shall return to rearrange the feng shui of this place. Do you understand? I understand completely. Even if it costs me my head, I will follow your instructions to the letter. I nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Mr. Wang, the predicament you currently face is a result of a common feng shui taboo known as the bull of the underworld moving mountains. The infernal bull is a monstrous entity from the depths of hell, rumored to possess a left hoof as large as a vat. When it stomps upon the realms of the 5 hells, the very heavens tremble and the earth quakes, with the tremors in the mortal realm attributed to the wrath of this beast. This fearsome creature possesses the power to shift mountains and redirect rivers, thereby altering the local geomantic configurations. And lo, it appears that such a creature exists here. What? Can this strange entity truly be found in my presence? Wang Maocai's complexion turned pale. Indeed, there is an infernal bull, and that bull is none other than you. Me? I am the infernal bull, without a doubt. It is you. Who else possesses the ability to transform the operations of the factory or to rearrange its internal structure? The geomancer from Taiwan acted according to the layout you previously established, yet the configuration within your factory has undergone a radical transformation, and naturally, the flow of geomantic energy has shifted as well. With that, I pointed to the ceiling of the office and explained, in geomancy, there exists a concept known as the 9 stars of heaven and the 9 divisions of earth. In simpler terms, this room can be divided into a grid of 3 horizontal and 3 vertical intersections, corresponding to the positions of the 9 stars above. This is referred to as the flying stars method in geomantic practice. Within these 9 divisions, 5 directions align with auspicious stars, while 4 correspond to inauspicious ones. According to the Luo Shu, when examining the 9 palaces, the 8 white star governs wealth and is located in the northeast corner, where you honor the Paiyao. However, this grid is a larger one, encompassing the entire factory area. When you altered the positions within the workshops, the grid naturally shifted as well. At this moment, the northeast corner has transformed into the 7 red breaking army star, which tends to attract the envy of lesser individuals. As a business owner, the envy directed towards you inevitably pertains to financial matters. Therefore, I deduce that your significant trouble stems from someone seeking to borrow money from you. Indeed, your insight is commendable. As for my observation of your high-interest loan, this phenomenon is referred to in feng shui as the flying stars double kill, indicating that among the 4 malevolent stars, 2 are interconnected. Since you have borrowed money and are experiencing a cash shortage, to advance, one must resort to high-interest loans, leading to the inevitable confrontation with debt collectors, thus invoking the 2nd malevolent star you have attracted. Impressive. Your prowess is truly remarkable, stammered Wang Maocai. How did you discern that the individual resides in the southern part of the city? Wang Dianxin could not refrain from asking. This is even simpler. What are flying stars? They are akin to shooting stars traversing the sky. The 7 red breaking army star in this grid signifies the position of the golden star, which, being in the northeast corner, implies it is approaching from the southwest. Is it not true that the borrower resides to the south? Alas, I once prided myself on my acumen, but before such enlightened individuals as yourselves, I feel utterly foolish, lamented Wang Maocai. Each has their area of expertise. I have studied feng shui for 7 years, and to me, this is rather elementary. Your astonishment arises from your lack of understanding of the profound arts of feng shui. I wish to possess even half of your capabilities. How have I fallen to such depths? Wang Maocai lamented. If you follow my instructions, I assure you that you shall dispel the malevolent forces within 7 days, I advised him earnestly. Rest assured, I shall adhere to your guidance, he replied, then produced 3 stacks of cash from his bag. He handed 1 stack to Wang Dianxin and placed 2 stacks before me, saying, "This is but a modest token of appreciation, Should I find peace, I shall offer a more substantial reward. 20,000 yuan was an astonishing sum in the early 1990s, enough to leave Wang Maokai unfazed by my extraordinary feng shui skills, yet it rendered me utterly astounded. My legs weakened, and I collapsed in my chair. Wang Maokai quickly steadied me, asking, "Master, what has happened to you?" "Oh, I merely suffer from slight anemia." I hastily fabricated an excuse. What an embarrassment it would be if word spread that a master was rendered dizzy by 20,000 yuan. "I shall send someone with some iron supplements for you tomorrow," he offered. "No need. A brief rest will suffice," I replied. As we exited the factory, Wang Dianxin was nearly in fits of laughter. I understood well the source of his amusement, and, somewhat irked, I retorted, "What is so funny? You do not have anemia. You are merely suffering from an excess of wealth." Wang Dianxin teased with a sly grin. Although we lived comfortably under Ning Lingxing's patronage, our monthly salary was a mere 70 yuan. I had never imagined I could amass such a fortune, nor that it could be acquired within a single day. It was at this moment that I gained a newfound understanding of my abilities. It turns out that utilizing the skills imparted by Ning Ling to generate income is remarkably effortless. To be candid, my intention in bringing you along was merely to deceive the individual surnamed Wang. However, to my surprise, your assertions bore a semblance of truth. Can his fortune really change within 7 days? Wang Dianxing, indeed. Even if you harbor doubts about me, you cannot question Brother Ning. Can you? These skills were bestowed upon me by him. Very well. Enlighten me on the significance of hanging red ornaments at the entrance, abstaining from the company of women, and avoiding gazing into a mirror at midnight. You seem preoccupied with the pursuit of wealth, yet you refuse to learn the foundational skills. In truth, with Brother Ning's vast knowledge, learning any one of his teachings should not render you incapable of grasping such straightforward principles. Alas, what use is this knowledge to me? In this era, the paramount concern is money. Once I master the art of making money, I shall have learned everything. Do not divert the topic. Hasten to explain the matter at hand. The influence of feng shui on an individual is fundamentally linked to the compatibility of one's destiny, as indicated by their bazi with the feng shui arrangement. There are two possibilities. Either one aligns with their fate, known as Yingming, in which case they will experience unbounded fortune, or their fate clashes with the feng shui, referred to as qi sha, leading to increasing misfortune, potentially culminating in imprisonment or even loss of life. In the case of Wang Maokai and the feng shui layout of the office, it initially aligned with his fate before falling into conflict. To reverse this predicament, one must first invigorate their fortune, and hanging red ornaments at the entrance serves as a method to seek auspiciousness. Moreover, men who have fathered children or those who wish to avoid fatherhood, even engaging in normal sexual relations, may inadvertently provoke malevolent spirits. Although the impact on one's fate is minimal, the weakening of one's bazi can indeed pose dangers, and thus should be avoided. As for gazing into a mirror at midnight, such behavior is hardly the hallmark of a rational individual. For once the clock strikes midnight, the mirror transforms into a mystical instrument. Even if it does not become a demon-revealing mirror, it can still influence the soul and spirit of a person. This instability can lead to a lack of mental clarity, which is particularly detrimental for someone navigating the complexities of the business world. If one's mind is not anchored, it is indeed a stroke of misfortune to escape pitfalls. Therefore, to alter one's fortune, these 3 steps must be embraced. Otherwise, it is akin to treating a cold by sitting in an air-conditioned room while consuming cold medicine. Such actions yield no therapeutic effect. You might find my words overly esoteric. While I can understand why others might perceive it as such, how can you, being in this field, harbor disbelief? With a scowl, I reiterated my conviction. Yes, indeed. I was momentarily confused, but I firmly believe that within 7 days, Wang Maocai's fortune will undoubtedly shift. Yet, I spoke too soon, for before the 7 days had elapsed, the other party came to repay Wang Maokai. When I received Wang Maocai's call, a twinge of disappointment lingered in my heart, for it indicated that my predictions had not been entirely accurate, and my discernment lacked precision. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Maokai inquired, however, the other party mentioned repaying only half of the amount, "Master, do you think I should agree to this?" At that moment, realization struck me, and I muttered to myself, "I see now. Did I inadvertently introduce a ripening agent into the watermelon?" Watermelon? Ripening agent? What does that mean? Wang Maokai asked, perplexed. Chapter 1. The tower building turmoil. The principles of feng shui are akin to the practice of healing. Both require a gradual and methodical approach. If the methods employed are too extreme, the desired outcomes may elude us. As I pondered this, I absent-mindedly scratched my head, a cold sweat beating on my forehead. Although I had managed to address Wang Maotsai's inquiries, I was still profoundly unsettled. There have indeed been instances where attempts to alter one's fortune have resulted in dire consequences. I recalled a particularly notorious case in Hong Kong where a billionaire, after being kidnapped, sought the assistance of a feng shui master to change his luck. Unfortunately, not only did he fail to avert misfortune, but he was kidnapped a second time. His wife paid a ransom, yet he was ultimately killed, and the culprits have never been apprehended. In a tragic twist, his wife ended up entangled with a feng shui practitioner, from whom she was swindled out of over 600 million Hong Kong dollars. Ning Lingsheng had specifically cautioned me to exercise utmost caution in my methods, for haste often begets failure. Fortunately, this experience imparted a valuable lesson, sparing me from potentially catastrophic repercussions. It was only later that I discerned the issue lay with the decorative items at the entrance. Wang Maotsai's son had invited a classmate over, oblivious to the significance of the red adornments his father had hung. Concerned that the presence of a red trinket in his room might invite ridicule, he removed the decoration. The absence of this small object in the spacious 130-square-meter home went unnoticed. Thus, I realized that one crucial element of the feng shui arrangement I had advised him on was, regrettably, missing. Upon discovering the underlying reasons, I initially thought that this matter seemed unrelated to any sense of urgency. However, upon further reflection, it became evident that my haste played a role. The rationale is rather straightforward. I had recklessly instructed Wang Maokai to arrange a feng shui setup in his home without first understanding the circumstances of his household. It is crucial to recognize that the inhabitants of a space inherently resonate with its feng shui, and they, in turn, influence the arrangement. For instance, Wang Maotsai's son removed a red ornament simply because it fell out of place to him. The esteemed feng shui master Gu Weiyong remarked in Chronicles of Clear Water that the prosperity of feng shui stems from the collective destinies of individuals, rather than the merit of a single person. Nevertheless, the fact that I reaped such rewards on my first attempt indicates that fortune has favored me rather generously. When I next encountered Wang Maokai, he radiated a renewed vitality akin to that of a groom on his wedding day, which clearly illustrates the motivational impact of recovering half of his debts. Subsequently, I rearranged the placement of the pai xiao in his home, positioning it in the auspicious sector for wealth. I advised him, Mr. Wang, should there be any future adjustments within the factory, it is imperative to consult a feng shui master to determine the flying star positions. Otherwise, financial fortune may decline. Having learned this lesson, I am now resolute in avoiding such elementary mistakes in the future. Wang Maokai then presented me with 50,000 yuan, distributing 30,000 to me and 20,000 to Wang Yinshan. Thus, I found myself with a total personal asset of 50,000 yuan, a sum that, in the early 1990s, would suffice to purchase a two-bedroom apartment in the city center, complete with renovations. At that time, my understanding of money was rather rudimentary. I merely felt a sense of wealth without comprehending its true purpose. Of course, this was merely a side endeavor, as my primary occupation remained the restoration of temples. As I previously mentioned, the tasks we undertake are predominantly those that ordinary individuals cannot accomplish. The project we have taken on, involving the construction of a pagoda, has faced multiple attempts and failures before. Remarkably, there have been no fatalities among the construction teams. Instead, they were forcibly driven away. In total, 5 different teams were tasked with this project, but each was violently compelled to abandon it. Upon hearing this, I found it utterly incomprehensible that such brazen acts of aggression could occur in broad daylight, successfully intimidating individuals in what is supposed to be a society governed by law. However, We later discovered that the perpetrators of these assaults and intimidations were not local criminal syndicates, but rather a group of university students. To fully grasp the situation, it is essential to understand the context. The pagoda on Chunzulu was commissioned by a commercial developer named Liu, who sought to erect a stupa-like structure. This type of pagoda is essentially a religious artifact designed to display silk scrolls inscribed with Buddhist scriptures. As a lay practitioner, Liu aimed to establish such a pagoda in a suitable area for his commercial developments. The complication arises from the presence of a Wunchong pagoda located at Rongqing University on Xinzhou Road, which was erected by Emperor Xiaowen of the Northern Wei dynasty in honor of the esteemed monk who achieved enlightenment in the region. This pagoda serves as a mausoleum, further complicating the intended construction of Liu's pagoda. Until the Northern Song dynasty, scholars who passed by this tomb tower in the Sichuan region, if they burned incense and offered prayers, often achieved success in their examinations. Consequently, this tower became a renowned Wunchong pagoda, believed to bless individuals with academic honors. And the establishment of Rongqing University was centered around this very tower. Today, Rongqing University is recognized as one of the national 211 project universities, ranking among the top 10 esteemed institutions in the country. Thus, the significance of the Wunchong pagoda has been mythologized by the local populace as the very foundation of Rongqing's prosperity, with offerings continuously made throughout the year. Initially, Liu faced opposition from a planner at the local planning bureau regarding his desire to construct a stupa-style tower. The planner, utilizing highly specialized feng shui theories, argued that the existence of such a tower would adversely affect the efficacy of the Wunchong pagoda. This sparked widespread dissent among the citizens of Rongqing against the tower's construction. From our entry to the present, no work has commenced. However, on the 9th day, Ningling informed the construction team to prepare for the project. An activity at the site finally began to bustle. To preempt any disturbances from students, we took precautionary measures. Project manager Chun Sheng specifically invited the district police station chief for a meal, yet the latter declined to meet us. This truly ignited Liu's ire. He enlisted a group of thugs to masquerade as security personnel, lying in wait around the construction site. They were prepared to resort to violence should any unexpected incidents arise. I find it difficult to comprehend Liu's decision. Why is he determined to proceed with the tower's construction despite the opposition from university students, Chengdu citizens, and even some high-ranking officials? His primary business is in commercial real estate. What advantage could delaying property development for the sake of erecting a tower possibly yield him? These inquiries have been privately discussed among us several times. According to Wang Dianchen, Liu's unwavering determination to undertake this endeavor undoubtedly stems from having been rejected by Rongqing University in his youth, a means for him to vent his grievances. However, Da Zhuang holds a different perspective. He asserts that if it were merely to settle a score, it would be an exercise in futility, for no one harbors animosity towards wealth. This individual has taken out loans amounting to hundreds of millions to develop commercial properties, with daily interest payments soaring into the tens of thousands. Given such financial intricacies, how could he possibly scale his enterprise to such heights? Just as I was about to voice my opinion, 4 students entered the construction site, 2 males and 2 females, all of whom appeared to be of similar age to myself. Who among you is in charge? Chun Sheng approached them, inquiring, May I ask who you are and the purpose of your visit? There's no particular significance, replied the male student, slender and bespectacled, exuding the demeanor of a quintessential student council president. I am Lin Feikai, representing the student council of Rongqing University. I must inform you that this temple should not be constructed. If you seek profit, I advise you to vacate the site promptly. Otherwise, you shall incur losses. Oh, whether we withdraw or not is ultimately the decision of the owner. Our opinions hold little weight. Chun Sheng responded with a smile. Sir, we advocate for courtesy before conflict, and this is to safeguard your economic interests, Lin Feikai stated with a serious expression. At that moment, the rogue security personnel concealed nearby entered the scene. The leader, a burly man with dark skin, bellowed, What is going on? How did you gain access to this construction site without permission? Lin Feikai was unperturbed, boldly stating, I apologize, But we are here to dissuade the construction. A group of children neglecting their studies is something you can manage? 6 or 7 thuggish figures encircled 4 university students. The students, well-prepared and undaunted, confronted one another, the atmosphere tense and charged. The leading ruffian appeared ready to strike when Ning Lingsheng interjected, "Stop." Emerging from an unknown vantage point, he approached the ruffians, his gaze sharp, commanding, "Leave. If you do not depart, then I shall." Although Ning Lingsheng's tone was not elevated, it was frigid and devoid of negotiation. The ruffians recognized his significance, casting a fierce glare before retreating at their leader's behest. Turning to the students, Ning Lingsheng's demeanor relaxed, and he calmly instructed, "You may return." Observing Ning Lingsheng's relatively amicable attitude, Lin Feikai softened his icy expression, adding, "That is not feasible. If you do not withdraw, yes, you need not assure me of anything. I can confidently state that by tomorrow morning at the latest, your principal will personally come to request that I commence work." Lin Feikai sneered, "You are merely boasting." "Very well, let us wager. By 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, Principal Liu will undoubtedly return." Ning Lingsheng replied with indifference. Chapter 1. The Mystery of the Ancient Tower. These students were captivated by Ning Ling's extraordinary demeanor. They had come to deliver an ultimatum, and now found themselves uncertain whether to stay or leave. "You may return for now. It is impossible for us to construct the tower in just one day. If Principal Liu does not arrive by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will withdraw voluntarily." "Are you, perchance, deceiving us? I have stated clearly that 10 o'clock tomorrow morning is the deadline. If the principal fails to show, I will leave immediately." Ning Ling's composed expression left no room for doubt. The 4 university students retreated to the side, whispering among themselves for some time. Ultimately, the leader addressed Ning Ling. "We shall wait for you for one day. However, let me make it clear that you should not underestimate us simply because we are students. Do not be fooled by your association with ruffians. I assure you that far more formidable individuals will come to trouble you." With that, the 4 departed together. Chun Sheng scratched the back of his head and said, "Ning, we came here seeking assistance, yet no one has responded. Have you, in private, managed to secure the cooperation of the principal of Rome University?" "I have never even met him. I merely know of his existence." "Ah, so you're certain he will come tomorrow? Is sending the students away part of the strategy? Our endeavor to construct the tower stands in opposition to the entire Rome city. Do you think that dismissing 4 students will ensure our safety? If we were to proceed with the construction, even the largest construction firms in the nation would find it impossible here. Then I am perplexed. What precisely is your plan? Could you share a hint with us? Some things, once spoken, lose their efficacy. Let us await tomorrow morning to see what unfolds." Having spoken, Ning Ling returned to his abode. What exactly did Ninggu perceive? How could he speak with such certainty? I inquired of Wang Dianchen. "Who knows him?" "Nonetheless, I believe him," Wang Dianchen remarked as he lit a cigarette. "Pray, share your reasoning." "My reasoning is rather straightforward. He is my cousin," Wang Dianchen chuckled. With a belly full of peculiar dreams, I slumbered soundly until dawn. Throughout the morning, I engaged in naught but loitering with Wang Dianchen at the entrance of the construction site, observing the ebb and flow of vehicles. At precisely 9:40, a dilapidated van came to a halt by the roadside. The door swung open, revealing a disheveled individual clad in the garb of a laborer, who hurriedly approached us, exclaiming, "Is Boschun here?" I turned and shouted inward, "Uncle, someone is seeking you." Chun Sheng emerged and greeted the newcomer. "What brings you here? Were you not instructed to bring a line over? Is this task beyond your capability?" It was then I realized the visitor was a local electrician. In construction, the integration of water and electricity is of paramount importance, thus necessitating coordination at the site. For large-scale projects, this is typically not an issue. However, tasks such as temple renovations are relatively modest in scale, compelling us to enlist local electricians with connections to facilitate the introduction of water and electrical equipment. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "The substation on Shizhou Road to the west is utterly powerless." I attempted to draw a line from underground, and I even communicated with the municipal planning department. However, as soon as I drilled a hole in the ground, the asphalt surface trembled as if an earthquake had struck. leading to a widening crack that even breached the walls of Rongqing University. This has now created a significant predicament. With a sigh, he squatted down. Wang Dianxian and I exchanged glances, and it was evident that trouble had indeed arisen. At that moment, two middle-aged men hurriedly accompanied a silver-haired elderly gentleman wearing glasses towards us. The elderly man inquired, "May I ask if your person in charge is present?" "Who are you?" Sheng responded. "Oh, I'm the president of Rongqing University, Lu Qinghan. Although I lacked a watch, by estimating the electrician's arrival time, I deduced it was certainly not yet 10 o'clock. Ning Lingsheng was truly remarkable. Ning Lingsheng then said, "President Lu, greetings. I am Ning Lingsheng." He had been waiting for President Lu's arrival. Lu Qinghan adjusted his glasses and scrutinized Ning Lingsheng, offering a slight nod. "Hello." After a brief silence, he inquired, "I have come here to seek your counsel. How did General Ning know that I would be here to find you this morning?" A faint smile appeared on Ning Lingsheng's face as he replied, "Because I possess a deeper understanding of the circumstances here than you do. Thus, I anticipated your visit." "Oh." Lu Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly. "I would appreciate your guidance." Ning Lingsheng said, "Let me pose a riddle first. If Principal Lu trusts me, allow me to construct this tower. I assure you it will not only preserve the local feng shui, but will also harmonize with the Wenchang Tower within the university, creating a splendid synergy of auspiciousness. What do you think of that?" Lu Qinghan, displaying a troubled expression, replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to grant you this favor, but should your tower disrupt the fortunes of the Wenchang Tower, I would become a historical villain in Rongqing, a reputation I cannot bear." Ning Lingsheng promptly countered, "Isn't it better to disrupt the fortunes than to witness the tower collapse? Wouldn't you agree?" This is all you're doing?" Lu Qinghan exclaimed in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Ning Lingsheng. "Principal Lu, I implore you to consider your words carefully. The Wenchang Tower on campus is a national cultural heritage site, guarded by dedicated personnel. If it were to be deliberately damaged, would there be no repercussions? Yet, the fissures in the ground," Ning Lingsheng continued, "I have already mentioned my greater familiarity with the surrounding environment. I can assert that the road between Chunzilu and Xinzhou Road is a shoddy construction. As for the transformer station, it is merely a brick fade, lacking even a proper foundation. You may contact the construction team from that time to inquire further. This should indeed fall under the jurisdiction of the municipal authorities. Therefore, it should be possible to locate the responsible officials from that period." Lu Qinghan's anger gradually subsided, and he inquired, "Who exactly are you? How do you know all of this?" "I am but an ordinary person, yet I can discern that this place is far from ordinary. Principal Lu, the ground beneath our feet is a rare, auspicious sight, a treasure of ancient wisdom that we surely would not wish to see destroyed. Mr. Ning, I have never yielded to anyone before, but today I concede to you. Let us proceed with the construction promptly. I shall take responsibility for all matters involved." Ning Lingsheng is nothing short of miraculous. Not long after Principal Lu's departure, Liu received the news and hurried over, yet for reasons unknown, Ning Lingsheng was utterly unwilling to meet him. Thus, the connection between the construction site and him relied entirely on Chen Sheng. "I heard you managed to settle matters with the one named Lu?" Chen Yu exclaimed joyously. "Indeed, we have reached an agreement. But there is a stipulation you must adhere to. Otherwise, we would prefer not to proceed with the tower. Regardless of the monetary compensation offered, it is not a matter of money. We have decided that the tower will not have a base. The foundation shall be sculpted from stone, while the body will be constructed of wood. Should you agree, we shall commence." "Very well. I implore you to expedite the process so as not to delay the opening of the shops." With everything arranged meticulously, the project commenced smoothly, and we refrained from inquiring about the rationale behind Ning Lingsheng's decisions. For even if we were to ask, he would remain reticent, and I knew that sooner or later, he would elucidate the matters at hand. Next, we ventured to the renowned stone-carving city in Panshan City, nestled against the majestic Taitu Mountain, abundant with large blue stones, ideal for carving. The base of the wooden pagoda was custom-made from a piece of stone with a 5-meter diameter sourced from Panshan City. The wooden structure was crafted on-site, with each intricately cut piece fitting together seamlessly, resulting in the swift completion of an exquisite 7-tiered octagonal pagoda. On the day of inspection, Ning Lingxing met with Chunyu for the first time, informing him that the pagoda could not remain in its original position but must be anchored at the site of the former substation. Chunyu initially thought he was jesting, but to his surprise, upon contacting the personnel from the Power Bureau, they voiced no objections and instead consented to the relocation. It appeared that the electrician's words held truth. The distribution room was merely a facade. Subsequently, we encountered the area where the incident had occurred. A fissure stretched from the substation, traversing the entire roadway and splitting the wall of Rongqing University into 2 segments as it advanced inward. The asphalt pavement on either side had buckled, revealing a damp, dark expanse of soil beneath. Ning Lingsheng instructed me to follow the serpentine path of the crack toward the Wenchang Pagoda to assess the situation. Had it not been for his prohibition against our entry, I would have eagerly explored the spectacle earlier. Now, with his permission, I dashed into the university grounds. Indeed, following the crack led me to the Wenchang Pagoda, which stood amidst an orchard of peach trees. At this time of year, in April and May, the blossoms had fallen, leaving a vibrant canopy of green leaves. The Wenchang Pagoda was perched upon a prominent elevation, precisely at the base where the fissure had encroached. To one's astonishment, a sinister black stone-carved tiger head emerged from the fissure in the ground, while the Wenchang Tower had begun to lean precariously. The black tiger head at the base of the tower also appeared to rise, as if poised to spring forth at any moment. No wonder Lu Qinghan consented to our repairs. If we delayed, the Wenchang Tower would indeed collapse. Could all of this merely be the consequence of a small hole made by the electrician? Chapter 1. The Divine Tiger's Lock on Heaven due to safety concerns. The once bustling Wenchang Tower now forbids anyone from entering within a 20-meter radius, allowing only for distant observation. The black tiger head, though presumably sizable, remains indeterminate in scale from such a distance, and its material composition eludes discernment. However, under the sunlight, the surface of the tiger head glimmers with a radiant sheen. Once I had duly noted this situation, I returned to the construction site. There, Lu Qinghan and several individuals of authoritative demeanor were engaged in conversation with Ning Lingxing. Upon spotting me, Ning Lingxing gestured for me to approach and inquired, "What is the situation?" I observed that the tower within the school had indeed tilted, with the top of the tiger head on one side breaking through the soil. Ning Lingsheng nodded thoughtfully, saying, "It appears to be exactly as I anticipated. Mr. Ning, how should we rectify the position of the Wenchang Tower? I trust you possess the knowledge to address this, correct?" Lu Qinghan asked with an expression of hope. "Indeed. Rest assured, I will ensure its restoration to the original position," Ning Lingsheng affirmed confidently. He then pointed towards the transformer station situated alongside the sidewalk, explaining that location is, in fact, a feng shui nexus remarkably well positioned. The engineers failed to ascertain the cause, yet it is evident that the foundation could not be properly established. Consequently, they erected a structure devoid of a foundation, sealing the gaps at the base with cement. The transformer station is not accessible to the general public. Thus, the issue went unnoticed. The same principle applies to the roadway. The layer of gravel laid atop is inherently unstable, merely a thin coating, while the poured asphalt surface resembles a floor lacking support. Once subjected to pressure, it is bound to fracture. However, why does it crack? Lu Qinghan inquired. Because there exists an ancient, long-lost supreme feng shui formation known as the Divine Tiger, locking the heavens. It is said that this was bestowed upon Emperor Wu of Han during the Tian Shan sacrifices at Mount Tai by a celestial being, yet it has since faded into obscurity. The reason I am able to discern this is that I once heard a wise individual mention that a crucial aspect of this feng shui formation is the necessity of constructing a building known as the Four Tigers holding the pagoda, which serves to attract fortune and wealth. This pagoda is also referred to as Alung Ruo, a temple where solitary Indian ascetics resided. It is from the exterior of this structure that I glean some understanding. The only aspect that requires validation is the location of the heavenly gate, which is the second feng shui eye of the divine tiger locking the heavens. According to calculations, The heavenly gate should be situated at the location of the distribution room. I sought out the electrician specifically to verify this, but upon drilling a hole, he inadvertently triggered a significant disturbance in the local geomantic configuration. Boss Ning, this is utterly reckless. Just to prove you are not mistaken, you have disrupted the local feng shui. Such behavior. Before the official could finish his statement, Ning Lingshang interjected. I am in the midst of explaining the circumstances to Principal Liu. Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from speaking, or else you may leave. The official, clearly of considerable stature and standing, felt his complexion flush with indignation upon Ning Lingsheng's retort, yet he restrained his further remarks. Ning Lingsheng, showing no inclination to regard him, continued, naturally, ordinary constructions cannot be erected upon a feng shui eye. It must be maintained with the appropriate feng shui instruments. This transformer station is exceedingly ill-suited. Once subjected to external forces, the integrity of the Alanruo Tower's feng shui efficacy will be directly compromised. Principal Liu, if my judgment is not amiss, the site of the power distribution room was originally intended for another architectural marvel or perhaps an ancient sacred tree. Am I correct? Indeed, General Ning is right. This location once nurtured a 200-year-old sycamore tree, which was unfortunately felled due to construction requirements, sparking protests from both citizens and students alike. I had heard rumors during the construction of the power room that all electrical equipment failed upon encountering the soil layer. However, given my educational background, I found it difficult to accept such claims and thus dismiss them. Yet, I must confess that for all these years, I remained oblivious to the fact that the power distribution room was entirely devoid of electricity. Exactly. A century-old sycamore certainly possesses the power to stabilize the feng shui nexus. Thus, after it was uprooted, the tower on campus has been precariously teetering. The mere excavation of a small cavity has triggered the earth to crack. Just imagine the consequences if, one day, the power distribution room were to be toppled by a gust of wind or struck by a vehicle. Please, General Ning, we urgently need to restore the original layout, Liu Qinghan implored. My purpose in coming here to repair the tower is precisely to pacify this feng shui nexus. Rest assured, I shall attend to this matter diligently. Ning Lingsheng's assurance brought solace to all present. However, it left one individual, Li Yu, in a state of disquiet. The president of the real estate company, upon hearing that the tower was to be relocated, immediately expressed his discontent, saying, Mr. Ning, you cannot be serious. I invited you to oversee the construction of the tower, not to dictate its placement. This location was determined by a feng shui master I consulted from Hong Kong. Only by positioning it here can I ensure the prosperity of my business and the influx of wealth. If it were to be moved to the location you suggest, all fortune would be claimed by Rongqing University. What benefit would that bring me? Mr. Li, the realm of feng shui is rife with charlatans, far outnumbering those who truly understand it. Can you be certain that the feng shui master you brought from Hong Kong is genuine? In today's society, who can truly discern the authentic from the counterfeit? You accuse others of being frauds, yet I could just as easily label you a pretender, Li Yu retorted, his face displaying palpable irritation. Ning Lingsheng refrained from countering. Instead, he fixated his gaze intently on Li Yu's face, his eyes unblinking. Li Yu, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, asked, What do you mean by that? There are no flowers growing on my face. Ning Lingsheng offered a slight smile, diverting his gaze as he remarked, Mr. Li, has that esteemed individual not mentioned that your fate palace is narrow while your wealth palace is expansive? Thus, your life is destined to be one of labor with abundant wealth but short lifespan. You must erect a stupa beside every project to seek longevity for yourself, correct? How do you know this? Liu gasped in astonishment. Ning Lingsheng replied coldly, The space between your eyebrows represents your fate palace, while the bridge of your nose signifies your wealth palace. This feng shui master, noticing your close-set eyebrows and prominent nose, merely regurgitates the conventional wisdom found in fortune-telling texts. Do you truly place your faith in the words of such a person? On that day, anyone who merely glanced at a divination book could claim to foretell destinies. What marvels could still be discussed? According to your assertion, By what standard should one interpret these omens? Ning Ling, Sheng replied. The art of fortune-telling and the practice of setting the feng shui of ancient temples are entirely distinct matters. As the old adage states, fate is decreed by heaven. Even if there were truly gifted individuals capable of discerning another's destiny, to speak such truths recklessly would be to contravene celestial laws. Should one dare to foretell a lifespan, it could result in either a shortened life or unforeseen calamities. Mr. Li, you're a seasoned player in the business realm. Do you truly believe that in this day and age, anyone would willingly risk their own life to assist you? I suggest you cease your attempts at deception. Relocating is utterly impossible. This tower was constructed at my expense, and I possess the right to situate it within the boundaries of my purchased property. If you disagree, feel free to take legal action. Liu was genuinely agitated, showing no respect in front of his superiors, which clearly indicated his trust in that Hong Kong feng shui master. Ning Ling Sheng, however, remained unperturbed and calmly stated, "Very well, let us revisit this matter tomorrow. As the project is not yet fully completed, I advise you to abandon any thoughts of persuasion. Not only will I refuse tomorrow, but even next year, I shall not consent. If you desire to place the tower elsewhere, it is simple enough. You may construct another tower. I am unperturbed by any potential impact on my feng shui." With that, he swaggered off, brimming with self-satisfaction. Ning Ling Sheng, with a cold smirk, cautioned, "Mr. Li, allow me to offer a friendly warning. Today, you must avoid exiting through the door facing west, lest you invite trouble. Do not attempt to intimidate me. I have endured considerable pressure to erect this tower, and I have nothing to fear if my actions are just." With that, he entered his vehicle and departed. President Ning, you see this. Principal Liu, do not be anxious. Let us adhere to the procedures of erecting the tower. We shall discuss everything tomorrow. He will send someone to respond on his behalf, Ning Lingxing asserted with unwavering confidence. It appeared he had uncovered a new development, and while we held no doubts regarding his judgment, we were merely curious about what he had discerned. Suppressing our curiosity, we waited until the following afternoon. At that time, Ning Lingxing was once again playing his game, and Wang Jianxin and I, eager for the spectacle, chose to remain by Ning Lingxing's side, observing the incomprehensible chess match. Around 2 o'clock, a young man in a suit and glasses appeared at Ning Lingxing's door, panting heavily. President Ning, our CEO Li has agreed to your request to relocate the Jingzhuang Tower. We will provide the machinery for the move. However, he wishes for you to visit him. Oh, where is he? Ning Lingsheng asked leisurely, his gaze fixed on the chessboard. Everything unfolded as anticipated. This time, we found nothing strange, only a sense of wonder. At the Public Security Bureau of Rome City, our CEO Li has been detained. Chapter 1. Divination and Destiny. Ning Lingsheng, with an impassive expression, remarked, "If he does not believe my words, then why should I go? Ning, our boss has instructed that you should not stoop to his level. He acknowledges his mistakes and hopes for your forgiveness. Ultimately, all matters can be amicably resolved." Ning Lingsheng set the chess manual upon the board and mused. It truly reflects an old adage. One does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. The individual could only feign a smile, repeatedly agreeing. "Let us go see him. The two of you shall accompany me." The three of us arrived at the detention center of the Municipal Bureau, where we encountered the haggard visage of Li Yu. He clasped his hands in a gesture of deep respect towards Ning Lingsheng, stammering, "Mr. Ning, I'm truly at a loss for words. Please, out of your magnanimity, do not hold my folly against me." Observing his disheveled state, it was evident that beyond mere detention, he had likely endured some form of coercion. What had transpired yesterday to lead him to this predicament remained a mystery. Li Yu then recounted his experiences from the previous day. After departing from the construction site, he felt a surge of indignation, firmly believing that Ning Lingsheng was nothing more than a charlatan. Utterly ignorant, yet audacious enough to dismiss the counsel of his most trusted feng shui master. Particularly, the final admonition against exiting through the western door resonated deeply within him, reinforcing his perception of Ning Lingsheng as a fraud. That evening, he had a dinner engagement at a seafood restaurant in Rongqing City. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, as he prepared to leave, he suddenly recalled Ning Lingxing's warning. Driven by contrarian impulse, he deliberately chose to exit through the rear western door of the establishment. However, as he traversed the hall, he fortuitously encountered a classmate from middle school, among whom was his secret crush. In a moment of exhilaration, Liu hastily sent the driver home and indulged in a round of drinks with his old friends, achieving a state of mild inebriation, merely a nod from his usual capacity. When departing from the hotel, he insisted on escorting the female classmate home, and his companions, well aware of his intentions, discreetly concocted excuses to leave in pairs. Liu, a businessman, is accustomed to frequenting bars almost daily. Thus, he possessed a keen understanding of the traffic regulations in Rome City during the nighttime. Unless it was a significant holiday or a special circumstance, there were virtually no traffic police on the streets after 8 o'clock. Consequently, he confidently drove with his former crush, enjoying a leisurely chat. Though his speed was moderate, at an intersection, he was abruptly cut off by another vehicle from behind, which caused him to feel embarrassed before the woman he admired. In a moment of impulsivity, he retaliated by tailing the other car for nearly a kilometer. Eventually, the opposing driver forced him to halt at the curb. A burly young man in his 20s emerged from the vehicle, approaching Liu with a flurry of punches and kicks. The woman attempted to intervene, but the assailant brandished a firearm, aiming it directly at her, nearly causing her to faint from fright. The outcome was grim. Liu was left battered and bruised, resembling a swollen pig's head, while his first love was taken away in handcuffs to the police station, with the two of them subjected to separate interrogations. Subsequently, Liu discovered that the young man with whom he had engaged in a reckless driving contest was a narcotics officer from the southern region, who had followed the suspect all the way to Rongqing. Unfortunately, he was obstructed by Liu, an inexplicable individual. In truth, anyone possessing even a modicum of logical reasoning would recognize that Liu could not possibly be an accomplice of a drug trafficker. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to a juvenile display of road rage, but would have brandished a firearm instead. Nevertheless, his actions constituted a serious obstruction of justice, compounded by the offense of driving under the influence. This was not merely a violation, it was a criminal act. Upon realizing the gravity of his transgressions, Liu felt an intense regret, as if his insides were turning blue, and he understood that Ning Lingxing's words were not to be taken lightly. "Master Ning, I beseech you for assistance. You are my only hope now," Liu lamented, his face drawn and despondent, for the penalty for obstruction of justice began at 3 years. "At this juncture, you ask me for help? How can I assist you?" Ning Lingxing replied, his brow furrowed. "Since you can discern my misfortune, you must possess a means of resolution. Master Ning, if you could aid me this once, I would gladly offer you any sum you desire." "This is not a matter of money. I cannot simply extricate you from here," Ning Lingxing responded. "Master Ning, had I not been shackled to this chair, I would have knelt before you." Seeing the near tears in his eyes, Ning Lingxing remarked, "Your fate is not as grim as you perceive. It is merely that your brow ridge is higher than that of the average person. Hence, the distance between your eyebrows may appear close, yet it is just right. Your destiny is expansive. You are undoubtedly a person of great fortune. Thus, you shall not face incarceration, so do not fret unnecessarily. But I have allowed the drug lord to escape. Upon signing the contract, I glimpsed your identification number. You were born in the year of the rooster. Yesterday marked the 5th day associated with the element of metal, according to the calculations derived from the 6 conflicts of the earthly branches. Your birth chart indicated that you experienced a clash between the tiger and the monkey, which foretells a tendency towards emotional entanglements and meddling in others' affairs. Furthermore, the number 5 is linked to the west. Therefore, given the auspicious but tumultuous energies surrounding you, venturing outside was ill-advised. If you must leave, it was imperative to avoid the western direction. However, you disregarded my counsel and thus attracted misfortune. Fortunately, the omen suggests that you are not at risk of imprisonment, so you may rest assured that your confinement will be brief. Indeed, I encountered an old classmate yesterday and unwisely entertained inappropriate thoughts. Wasn't the narcotics police's involvement a case of unnecessary meddling? Alas, I truly brought this upon myself. I deserve this misfortune." After uttering this, he struck his own cheek with considerable force. Today, I finally grasp the essence of divination. It is indeed more profound than mere geomantic practices. The ability to ascertain one's fortune based solely on a glance at an identification number is remarkable. I shall insist that Ning share this skill with me. Having clarified the nature of the omens and offered some words of comfort to Liu, we took our leave. Upon returning, Ning Ling urged me to seek out Lu Qinghan and inform him of the second auspicious site for the town's divine tiger locked tomorrow. However, Ning Ling made a specific request. He asked Lu Qinghan to devise a method to investigate the underlying geomantic patterns without disturbing the surface. This is a premier configuration for seeking blessings, and the acquisition of such knowledge would be an extraordinary opportunity. It is essential that the wisdom of our ancestors is not lost to future generations. Lu Qinghan readily agreed without hesitation and promptly contacted the relevant personnel. After consulting the almanac, Ning Lingxing scheduled the final step of the project for 4:30 in the afternoon the following day. Strangely enough, at that precise time, the sky was adorned with a fan-shaped sunset cloud, its vibrant hues prominently positioned directly above the feng shui nexus, which all attending leaders regarded as an auspicious omen. The heavy lifting equipment for relocating the ancient pagoda had also arrived early. On site, a 15-meter tower crane was assembled along with two heavy-duty construction vehicles. The government of Rongqing had dispatched police forces to maintain order at the site. Following a series of firecrackers, the tower crane began to lift the completed wooden pagoda, gradually elevating it to a height of about 5 meters above the distribution room. Ning Lingsheng specifically instructed that the distribution room must not be dismantled. It had to be crushed by the tower. This was because the talisman atop the feng shui nexus must be firmly anchored with immense force to exert its intended effect. As the crane's ropes slackened, the 100-ton wooden pagoda plummeted from a height of 5 meters, its base completely crushing the modest distribution room beneath it. I could feel the ground tremble violently beneath my feet, and the impact stirred up a tremendous cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, apart from some shattered concrete, debris, and fragments of equipment, the pagoda stood steadfast at the scene, while the distribution room lay in ruins. Subsequently, the asphalt pavement on either side bulged and cracked, only to revert to its original state in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a minuscule fissure on the surface that was nearly imperceptible upon close inspection. Lu Qinghan rushed to express his innermost feelings and hurried toward the campus. Followed closely by us, a group of us arrived at the foot of the Wenchang Tower. To our astonishment, the previously tilted tower had regained its upright position, while the menacing tiger's head that had emerged from the earth had retreated back beneath the soil, now covered by the layers of earth that the tower had displaced. Aside from the slightly chaotic dust and debris at the scene, everything appeared unchanged from before the incident. Indeed, Mr. Ning is a remarkable individual. Someone in the crowd whispered this softly, but I heard it distinctly. Lu Qinghan's eyes brimmed with tears as he fervently grasped my hand, exclaiming, "Thank you all. I'm truly grateful. You needn't mention it. I played no significant role here. It is all thanks to my brother's wisdom." Lu Qinghan, overwhelmed with emotion, seemed oblivious to my words, his grip on my hand trembling incessantly. After a while, I sensed something was amiss. He continued to shake, his posture and expression frozen in that state. The longer I observed, the more peculiar it seemed. I inquired, "Principal Lu, are you all right?" To my astonishment, he suddenly collapsed backward, lying on the ground with his eyes rolling back. Chapter 1. The unfit man suddenly, he began to convulse, his mouth foaming white. Panic ensued among those present, as they hurriedly scrambled to assist. Someone shouted, "Call for an ambulance." "What are you waiting for?" Just as those words left their lips, Lu Qinghan sat upright, wiping the foam from his mouth and exclaiming, "Call for a hospital? Why would I need to go to a hospital when I am perfectly fine?" With that, he stood up firmly. Lu Qinghan's demeanor was certainly peculiar, though I lacked the expertise of Ning Lingsheng. His sudden fit, followed by an alarming return to normalcy, suggested the presence of a spirit possessing him. This was not mere fanciful thinking. The area had recently undergone a geomantic ritual, and such places often become conduits for bizarre occurrences. Ning Lingsheng had once informed me that during a geomantic arrangement, One must not only pay attention to the placement of the feng shui tools, but also be wary of disruptors, for the more potent the energy of a place, the greater the likelihood of attracting malevolent spirits. Lu Qinghan was undoubtedly possessed, yet those around him failed to notice the signs and assumed it was merely a false alarm. I extended my hand toward Lu Qinghan and said, "Congratulations, Principal Lu. It seems you are unharmed after all." "Oh, indeed," he replied, breaking into a broad grin, his expression rather simple-minded, lacking any of the scholar's elegance or restraint. As I shook his hand, I noted that his palm was pleasantly warm. Typically, individuals under possession exhibit a lower body temperature. If his warmth was akin to that of an ordinary person, it indicated that the spirit had considerable strength, making it all the more formidable. It appeared that we were indeed facing a challenging situation today. This marks the first encounter with a spirit in my life, and the anxiety within me was palpable. I made an excuse to return and recounted the details of my experience to Ning Lingsheng. He appeared unfazed, nodding in acknowledgement as he said, "I understand." Soon after, a secretary-like individual arrived to invite Ning Lingsheng to a dinner, purportedly a gratitude banquet. Without hesitation, Ning Lingsheng declined, showing no regard for the invitation. At that moment, Wang Jianxin skillfully utilized his talents, privately suggesting, "My elder brother is a reserved individual and prefers to avoid such gatherings. Allow me to represent him. I am the deputy general manager of the engineering side and primarily oversee public relations." The secretary, realizing that inviting a deputy would suffice, accepted this arrangement, and the two departed with arms linked. They returned well past 11 or 12 at night, with Wang Jianxin's face aglow, stumbling in his steps. By then, I'd already fallen asleep, only to be jolted awake by the sound of the half-drunk deputy banging on the door. Upon opening it, a strong scent of alcohol enveloped me, and Wang Jianxin, chuckling, exclaimed, "Bien gu, guess what I brought back for you?" Noticing his empty hands, I retorted, "Did you bring me air?" "Thank you." I added, "Do you truly believe your brother would forget you if he had something good?" He leaned in to say something, but I, feeling disgusted, pushed him away and insisted, "Speak properly. Hurry up, I need to sleep. This matter must remain confidential. We must discuss it discreetly." Upon finishing his words, he entered the room, closed the door, and spoke mysteriously. "Today, while drinking, I encountered a head of the infrastructure department. This fellow, as soon as he sat at the table, began to toast me like a sycophant. His flattery was so nauseating that I could hardly endure it. And guess what? Why was he so eager to flatter me? Come on, just tell me. Why play guessing games at this late hour? I replied somewhat irritably. "Oomph. You lack a sense of humor," he retorted, letting out a belch that filled the room with the scent of premium liquor. "This man is namely Fama." After the gathering dispersed, he insisted on escorting me home, and I knew he had ulterior motives. Sure enough, I was right. This rascal revealed to me on the way that he... At this point, Wang Jianxin burst into laughter. Intrigued, I urged, "If you have something to say, then say it plainly. Don't keep me in suspense." "Patience, my friend." This scoundrel confided in me that his kidneys have been rather uncooperative these past 2 years. His wife has berated him over this, and he feels that his manhood has been thoroughly compromised, always seeking a solution. However, due to his demanding job, he cannot adhere to the doctor's advice to quit smoking, drinking, or indulging in saunas, all of which he refuses to abandon. Thus, despite consuming supplements, he sees no improvement. Consequently, he turned to me, hoping I could assist him. "Are you out of your mind? I'm not a purveyor of aphrodisiacs, so why are you burdening me with this nonsense?" I retorted, my irritation growing. "Brother, don't be so hasty. I reckon you are the only one, aside from the elder brother, who could help him. Just think about how delightful it will be to earn that 50,000. Indeed, money is a wonderful thing, but such matters are not within my purview." He conveyed to me that a colleague of his faced a similar predicament. Subsequently, at a certain temple in Guangdong, he made a vow and transformed into a formidable presence. Consider a solution. After all, these matters are interconnected. You speak so lightly of it, yet we are not mere idol worshippers. Such superstitious dealings are not for me. With that, I forcibly expelled Wang Dansheng, who reeked of alcohol and mumbled incessantly. The night passed in silence, and by the next day, we began to pack up and prepare for departure. It was then that Wang Dansheng stealthily approached me and whispered Brother Bien, there's something I need to discuss. But please don't lose your temper. Instinctively, I knew his intention and retorted, that matter is futile. Do not involve me. Brother, the individual has already arrived. At the very least, you should meet and have a conversation. If you truly wish not to engage, simply send him away. Otherwise, he will cling to me like a stubborn piece of gum. With his words, I felt compelled to intervene. Beneath a birch tree outside the hotel, I encountered Li Fama, who paced nervously. He was a modest height, approximately 165 meters, with a stocky build. His thinning hair contrasted with his round face, which bore the marks of excess. Observing his features, one could sense a certain timidity in him. Master Qin, greetings. I. Enough. Brother Bien is aware of your identity. Let us discuss the matter at hand. He stammered as he spoke. I implore you. I need your assistance. This situation is untenable. And who would willingly admit to such embarrassment? It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. The reality is that I am at a loss regarding this matter. As we were engaged in a lively debate, we heard Dezhuang call out, Bien, Ning is looking for you. I replied to Li Famu, I apologize, but you may want to seek assistance elsewhere. With that, I turned and made my way to Ning Lingxing's room. Upon entering, I found him standing motionless by the window. I inquired, Ning, do you need me for something? Does that person have business with you? He asked. Indeed, it is rather perplexing, I replied. What does he want? It seems he has asked me to assist him with his kidney deficiency. This is simply an endeavor we can undertake. Ning Lingxing turned to face me, his expression a mixture of uncertainty and contemplation. His words took me completely by surprise. Throughout our acquaintance, he had always struck me as someone of immense pride and aloofness, maintaining a considerable distance from others. Money held no allure for him, and I never imagined he would entertain such a request. Noticing my silence, Ning Lingxing remarked, Do you find this request distasteful? Ning, There's no need to explain if you cannot articulate your thoughts. You have always regarded me as somewhat lofty. So, it is unexpected for you to see me agree to such matters, is it not? We engage in temple building for the sake of merit. How can we also involve ourselves in healing? I subtly expressed my discontent. This is not merely healing. It is a matter of offering prayers on behalf of another. This is a task I have long been accustomed to. I was unaware of that. I shall inform him. No need for that. What he desires are readily available remedies. Just present them to him. Having spoken, Ning Lingxing retrieved a large red-lacquered wooden box from beneath the bed. Upon lifting the lid, I beheld that it was partitioned into numerous small compartments. With familiarity, he extracted a small wooden box and opened it, revealing two small bronze figurines, one male and one female, both adorned with a golden sheen and exquisitely crafted, their features remarkably lifelike. Ning Lingxing handed me the boy figurine, instructing, deliver this to him, and advise him to place it in the northern chamber. On the eve of the union, he must abstain from consuming any meat. Is that truly sufficient? I asked in astonishment. What do you suppose? As I scrutinized the pair of bronze dolls, I noted that the female's features bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Min, one of Hong Kong's four renowned beauties, while the male's countenance eerily resembled that of Li Fama. A sudden chill coursed through me, and I instinctively glanced at Ning Lingxing, only to find his eyes half closed and his complexion pallid. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though I beheld the figure of the woman in red slowly extricating herself from his very being. Chapter 1. Self-harm. This truly startled me. However, in the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. It seemed that the ghostly figure in red had been lingering by my side, unwilling to depart until it claimed my life. My curiosity about Ning Lingxing grew. His transformation was akin to someone dramatically reinventing themselves overnight, leaving me utterly unprepared. You need to draw some blood from behind his ear. It will suffice, Ning Lingxing instructed as he handed me a silver needle. How much should I ask him for? I inquired. No money is required. Is this akin to performing a good deed? I asked cautiously. Perform a good deed? Ning Lingxing slightly shook his head. Once the task is accomplished, instruct him to burn 3 incense sticks at the Tiandu Temple on the outskirts of Rome City, and to donate 5,000 yuan for the incense. This must occur on the first overcast day following the completion of the task. From beginning to end, this matter reeked of malevolence. It was abnormal to seek Ning Lingxing's assistance for an ailment affecting one's kidneys instead of consulting a physician. Nevertheless, Li Fama's determination was unwavering. He desired precisely this method. Thus, he was not at all surprised by my request for the small copper figurine and the blood extraction. On the contrary, he was exceedingly cooperative. I then used the silver needle to prick his ear and collect the blood. Although this silver needle was slender, it was hollow. Therefore, once inserted into the body, it could draw blood. Later, I discovered that this needle was no ordinary silver needle, but rather a tool known as Ju. It was employed by curse practitioners to gather human hair, saliva, and blood when performing their rites. This, indeed, was a vessel specifically designed for the collection of blood. When I handed the silver needle to Ning Lingxiang, he placed the female bronze doll in the shadowy corner of the room. Then, he suspended the silver needle above its face and gave it a slight shake, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the doll's visage. With his hand, Ning Lingxiang smeared the blood evenly across the bronze figure's surface, subsequently applying blood drawn from the root of Li Famai's ear to the chest and lower abdomen areas. Finally, he positioned the small bronze figure in the northwest corner of the room and instructed, above all, remember not to touch this little bronze figure. Ning, does this count as a wish? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Wishing does not solely encompass the prayer for noble aspirations. The desires nestled within the human heart typically revolve around wealth, power, and sensual pleasures. This is the essence of humanity, the very soul of a person. Without these, one becomes a mere shell, you understand? I nodded, somewhat perplexed, realizing that Ning Lingxiang was not the otherworldly sage I had envisioned. However, his motives for performing this act were not driven by material gain. He merely intended for Li Famai to donate 5,000 yuan to the temple upon completion of his task. I was certain that Ning Lingxiang had no stake in the Tiandu temple. Thus, what was his true purpose in facilitating this wish? The most disappointed individual in this scenario was not me, but rather Wang Dianchen. Shortly after Li Famai departed, he approached me with a grin. I was fully aware he sought financial compensation and responded directly, I haven't a single penny to spare. How can that be? It's illogical to assist someone without receiving payment. I understand you are the main character in this affair, but surely you could part with a small commission for my services, he replied, still smiling. I am truly devoid of funds. This task was undertaken by Ning, who did not request any payment. You were present when I interacted with Li, so how could you be unaware of the circumstances? Are you suggesting that his donation of 5,000 at the temple absolves us of any responsibility? Wang Dianchen exclaimed, astonished. Otherwise, you might as well request some compensation from Ning, or perhaps he could offer you a modest stipend. Alas, is this not absurd? After toiling for an entire day, all in vain, he clapped his hands and, with his hands tucked behind him, ambled toward the department store across the street. This fellow is truly obsessed with money. Imuset, amuset. Just as I planned to inspect Rongqing University, I noticed a meticulously groomed middle-aged man hastily approaching. I recognized him as Vice President Gan Qian. Vice President Gan, do you require assistance? I inquired with a smile. Master Qin, I implore you to take a look, the old principal. He seems to be unwell. Ever since the Wenchang Pagoda was restored, he appears indifferent to his duties, spending all his time in the peach orchard, neglecting school affairs entirely. I am nearly at my wit's end, Gan Qian replied, rubbing his hands together anxiously. I had sensed that something was amiss with Lu Qinghan on the day of his incident. I believed he had been possessed. However, Ning Lingxiang seemed reluctant to intervene. After a moment's hesitation, I remarked, it may not be appropriate for you to seek our assistance in this matter. On the contrary, it is most fitting. If one were not to believe in such matters, why then pay homage at the Wenchang Pagoda? I have witnessed your abilities firsthand. Thus, I must entrust you with the situation concerning Principal Lu. Master Qin, please do not decline. Such a large institution is at stake. Without the principal's presence, the daily operations cannot progress. No matter how favorable the circumstances may be, it ultimately relies on individual effort, does it not? You speak the truth. How about this? I will return and consult with others. This matter may prove somewhat challenging and requires preparation. Subsequently, I approached Ning Lingxiang, who was arranging the chessboard, and said, Ning, Gan Kuei has come to see me. mentioning that Lu Qinghan's condition is worsening and may not bode well. He wishes for our assistance. Very well. You should go and check on him, he replied. I was taken aback, exclaiming, with my limited skills, wouldn't that be akin to courting disaster? You courting disaster? Ning Ling Sheng paused, his hand poised above the chess pieces. Fear not. No malevolent spirits can harm you under the bright daylight. You need not discuss this matter with me. I shall not involve myself. With that, he resumed his pastime. Left with no alternatives, I ventured alone to Rongqing University. I possessed some knowledge of exorcism and disaster avoidance techniques, such as carrying a peachwood sword, washing my face with pure water, or if all else failed, sending the afflicted to the Tiandu Temple. Upon arriving at the site of the Wenchang Tower, I beheld Lu Qinghan in a rather comical attire. Clad in a deep blue work uniform, his feet donned with mud-caked rubber shoes, and a white cloth tied around his head, he was diligently pruning branches in the peach grove. Students occasionally gathered to observe him, but were promptly dispersed by security. Those who understood could empathize with him, while others criticized the principal for neglecting his duties. Moreover, he was to host a visiting exchange group for observations tomorrow. How would I explain this to them? Gon Kuei muttered, rubbing his hands together. Please do not rush. I shall have a conversation with the principal first. Having said that, I traversed through the security barrier into the expansive peach orchard. Lu Qinghan was engrossed in the meticulous pruning of the peach branches, oblivious to my presence. With a smile, I addressed him, Principal Lu, I have come to visit you. After a brief pause filled with silence, a spark of inspiration struck me, and I remarked, these branches you're tending to are truly exquisite. As anticipated upon hearing my words, he paused his work and responded, You noticed, did you? Of course I did. I am no fool. Your hands possess remarkable skill. He chuckled. Indeed, this is my profession. After decades in the trade, if I cannot manage such tasks, I will be quite the simpleton. From his words, I gathered the essence of the situation, and thus I inquired further, How old are you, if I may ask? Not too old, merely 82. Is your family well? Quite well. My wife and I are in good health. Alas, we lost our daughter at a young age. Had she lived, our son would likely be older than you now. Engaging in conversation with a ghostly figure, an unsettling chill crept down my spine. I pressed on. Where's your family home? Ah, where's my home indeed? He straightened his posture, pondering for a moment, then abruptly turned to me and asked, What do you think? How is it that I cannot recall? As he spoke, he approached me, the scissors in his hand glinting ominously. Lu Qinghan's consciousness was entirely under the control of the other party. Such a situation could only be resolved through extreme measures, driving the soul from the body. However, I lacked the capability for such an act and could only continue to chuckle awkwardly, saying, Old sir, please put down the scissors, and let us think together about where your home is. Scissors? He slightly shook the large scissors in his hand and asked, Are you afraid of this? I found myself at a loss for how to respond. Yet, Lu Qinghan opened the scissor blades, placing 4 fingers of his left hand upon the cutting edge. Then, he gripped one handle with his right hand while pressing the other against the tree trunk. Seeing this, my heart leapt into my throat as I said, There is always a way to negotiate. There is nothing to negotiate. I must do this, he declared resolutely. Without hesitation, he forcefully pushed down the scissor leg. In a flash of blood, all 4 fingers were severed, and Lu Qinghan, drenched in cold sweat, let out an uncanny laugh, accompanied by the shrill screams of the surrounding students. Chapter 1. The cruel dilemma. Though he wore a maddened smile, the excruciating pain rendered him weak. Lu Qinghan leaned against the trunk of a tree, gradually sinking to the ground, his mouth agape as he gasped for breath. Blood flowed from his wounds, saturating the fabric of his clothes. The gruesome scene left me weak in the limbs and anxious, yet I did not flee in terror. Instead, I picked up his severed fingers and wrapped them in a handkerchief, turning to the days gone Qin and instructing, Stop staring blankly. Call for an ambulance. At that time, medical technology was nowhere near what it is today. Thus, the 4 severed digits could not be reattached, leaving Lu Qinghan to suffer the indignity of a debilitating fate. My heart was heavy with sympathy for Lu Qinghan, a distinguished university president, and frustration towards Ning Lingxing. After all, Liu had shown great cooperation during the construction of the stupa. It was unfathomable to simply stand by and watch a person meet such misfortune without offering assistance. Before long, an ambulance arrived to transport the injured party, and I returned to my residence, my spirits dampened. News of Liu Qinghan's mishap swiftly spread throughout the city of Rome. Given the peculiar circumstances surrounding his injury, the media could not report it as a mere encounter with the supernatural. Yet the truth was known by those who needed to be informed. I deliberately relayed the incident to Ning Lingsheng, curious to observe his reaction. He merely smiled faintly and remarked, "4 fingers. President Liu certainly paid a heavy price." "Ning, he lost his fingers due to a ghostly possession. This is sheer calamity. Alas, I am powerless to assist him. You have done all that you could. There is no need for self-reproach." At this juncture, I find myself at a loss for words. Subsequently, 2 notable events transpired over the following days. First, Liu was released after enduring 7 days of administrative detention. Fortune smiled upon him. For the drug dealer he had been tracking met with an unfortunate fate. Shortly after leaving the city, his vehicle was struck by a large truck on the highway. Upon arrival at the hospital, authorities discovered 5 grams of heroin in the bag he had been carrying. With the criminal apprehended and Liu possessing considerable connections within the city, he was merely fined a small sum before being set free. He made a point of visiting Ning Lingsheng, bringing with him an array of that era's popular ginseng gift boxes, bird's nest gift boxes, and other substandard nutritional products. Following Liu's visit, Li Famu also came to express his gratitude, radiating vitality and exuding an aura of exuberance. He had come specifically to thank me and discreetly slipped an envelope containing 1,000 yuan into my hands. My curiosity about the small bronze figure compelled me to inquire what significance it held after his offering. With a mischievous grin, he replied, "It's truly astonishing. After I presented the small bronze figure, whenever I wish to engage in that activity, my wife transforms in my eyes into a perfect replica of a Hong Kong starlet. Her figure, her appearance, the sensation, it's simply overwhelming." As he spoke with fervor, his hands rubbed together in excitement, and one could almost sense the drool forming, an utterly indecorous sight. The mere thought of another female bronze figure sent a chilling breeze through me, raising goosebumps across my skin. Ning Lingsheng's method is indeed exceedingly eerie. Li Fama felt no sense of trouble. Rather, he perceived this moment as the most blissful event of his life. He radiated an ethereal aura, almost as if he could soar into the sky. "Master Qin, you are truly remarkable. Although I understand this is an illusion, how have you accomplished it? Could you share your secrets with me?" Every martial art possesses its enigmatic characteristics. The more people who are aware of it, the more it loses its efficacy. This is wisdom imparted to me by Ning Lingsheng. "I comprehend," he replied, "though I realize I am not ill at all. It is merely aesthetic fatigue with my wife that has caused my discontent. Yet, this revelation ignites a newfound motivation within me." "Motivation? More like an insatiable yearning to exhaust yourself completely," I retorted with sarcasm. "Indeed, He suddenly grasped something, scratching the back of his head and chuckling. "I mustn't be rude before Master Qin. In any case, thank you." I was disinclined to engage further and hastily dismissed him. Having lingered in Rome City for quite some time, it was only logical to take my leave. As I prepared to inquire about Chun Sheng's arrangements, he approached me with several boxes of supplements, stating, "Mr. Ning has instructed you to visit Liu Qinghan on behalf of the company." Upon receiving the items, I thought to myself, what significance do these trifling gifts hold for someone who is already incapacitated? However, upon arriving at the hospital, I soon realized that visiting Liu Qinghan would not be so straightforward. Due to the hundreds of visitors he received daily, appointments were necessary, and I found myself scheduled for the 3rd day. I entrusted the items to the nurse, saying, "There's no need to trouble yourselves further. Please have the hospital deliver these to him, and convey my best wishes for a swift recovery from the team responsible for the tower restoration." However, as I stepped out of the hospital, I had not ventured far when I heard the nurse call out, "Teacher Qin, please wait. Principal Liu wishes to see you." From a nurse's tone, it seemed that Liu Qinghan was on the mend. Could it be that an eminent individual had come to resolve his predicament? With this question lingering in my mind, I found myself in a private room where I encountered a weakened yet spirited Lu Qinghan. I scrutinized his complexion, noting no abnormalities, and cautiously sat beside him, inquiring, "Principal Lu, how has your recovery been these past few days?" "Thank you for your concern. I am quite well." Lu Qinghan responded with a smile, his condition appearing to have returned to normal. "However, do you still recall the events of a few days ago?" He raised his left hand, which was thickly bandaged, and remarked, "Such a visceral pain is not easily forgotten." "Of course, I remember. Though it cost me dearly, it was not in vain." At his words, my heart raced, for Ning Lingsheng had uttered nearly identical sentiments. Did he, from the very beginning, possess an understanding of the underlying truths of this matter? Was their silence a result of an unspoken agreement between them? Lu Qinghan, seemingly oblivious to my thoughts, continued, "The divine tiger locking the celestial pass is indeed an extraordinary feng shui configuration, so remarkable that it borders on the domineering. One cannot help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. Please inform Mr. Ning that I will diligently seek to gather the underground layout of this feng shui formation, and I hope that, in the future, when it is entrusted to him, you both can elevate this configuration to new heights. I shall certainly not disappoint your expectations." After engaging in some casual conversation, I took my leave. Upon returning to the hotel, I intended to quench my thirst in my room, only to notice that the door to Ning Lingxing's room was slightly ajar, with the faint sound of Li Yu's voice emanating from within. The words were not distinct, leaving me intrigued. Hadn't this fellow just been released? Could he be in trouble again? My curiosity piqued. I entered Ning Lingxing's room and was met with the sight of Li Yu, whose left cheek bore 2 conspicuous scratch marks, and whose hair was rather disheveled. The state of his appearance led me to deduce that he had certainly been on the receiving end of his wife's admonitions. Li Yu cast a troubled glance in my direction before lowering his head in contemplation, while Ning Lingsheng sat expressionless in a chair. After a moment's hesitation, Li Yu timidly addressed Ning Lingsheng, saying, "Ning, if you do not assist me, I may as well resign myself to despair." "Ning, your life has been exceedingly smooth up until now. Encountering a few setbacks is not necessarily a misfortune," I interjected. "You have yet to meet her brother. He is a ruthless gangster who wouldn't hesitate to take my life if he sensed my intentions." Li Yu continued, "Ning, you must see this through to the end. Help me as one would guide a Buddha to the West." Ning Lingsheng snorted dismissively. "And who might you be to invoke a Buddha?" With a sharp slap to his own face, Li Yu exclaimed, "Look at my foolish tongue. If you could extend me a favor, considering I have supported your business, it would be unconscionable to disregard my plight." Ning Lingsheng replied, "Do you genuinely wish for my assistance?" "Absolutely. At this juncture, you are my only hope." "Well, tell me, are you more afraid of your wife or your uncle-in-law?" "Certainly my uncle-in-law. He is nothing short of a brute. You have not witnessed his antics. He would not hesitate to assault someone with a firearm. I have seen him shatter a man's legs before my very eyes." "That poses no difficulty at all," replied Li Yu, his face lighting up with delight. "I can arrange for your uncle-in-law to be incarcerated or to meet an untimely demise on the streets. Which would you prefer?" At this moment, Ning Lingsheng regarded Li Yu with newfound intensity, his expression darkening once again. "Ah!" Li Yu was taken aback by the sheer severity of the proposed solution. "It is either his death or yours. If I were you, I would not hesitate." Ning Lingsheng's tone was as frigid as ice. I truly wish to avoid harm coming to me, but I never intended to inflict harm on others. You have contemplated causing harm. The very moment you decided to seek me out, you had already considered various means to deal with your uncle-in-law. Moreover, your heart is rife with anger. You have long wished for his demise, have you not?" My scalp prickled in tension, unable to endure any longer, and I hastily exited the room. Chapter 1. The Light of Hell with a Calm Demeanor. Ning Lingsheng recounted words so cruel and devoid of humanity, presenting choices that no ordinary person could ever fathom. For him, these decisions seemed self-evident, trivial even, akin to the simple choice of whether to consume watermelon or apple that evening. How could such a person engage in the sacred vocation of temple building? It is often said that one dedicates a lifetime to construct a temple, fostering benevolent relationships and accumulating merit. Yet, Ning Lingsheng was far from a person inclined towards cultivating goodwill. Throughout the evening, I felt a persistent gloom enveloping me. During dinner, Wang Dianxin handed me a plate filled with food, stating, "Elder brother requests that you deliver this to his room. Why should I be the one to do this? It would be the same regardless of who went." I mused, yet ultimately decided to relinquish this opportunity for flattery to you. He smirked mischievously. "Forget it, I shan't go." Just as I turned to leave, Wang Dianxin interjected, "Bien go. I truly cannot meet elder brother. Could you do me this small favor?" I retorted, "What mischief have you been up to on the side? Aren't you exhausted from chasing after money every day?" "Not at all. One who complains about the toil of earning money is truly worthless," he replied with utmost seriousness. This meal could only be delivered by me. Upon entering Ning Lingxing's room, I found it empty. After placing the dishes down, as I prepared to depart, I heard a soft thud, reminiscent of the sound of high heels tapping against a wooden floor. Initially, I assumed it was merely a noise from the rooftop, but as I turned to exit, a second thud resonated, a sound far too pronounced for the stillness of the room. My gaze landed upon the wooden cabinet within. In the hotel room of the 1990s, the furnishings were predominantly comprised of antiquated wooden furniture. The wardrobe was a substantial wooden box supported by 4 legs, featuring 2 doors on either side, with a mirror positioned in the center. The sound emanated from the wooden cabinet, which had shifted slightly away from the wall, leaving a gap wide enough for a fist to fit through. It was improbable that the wardrobe belonged to Ning Ling, as his belongings were typically stored in a travel suitcase. Yet, the cabinet could not have sprouted legs on its own. Was it possible that a thief had entered the room? This thought filled me with unease, and I instinctively grasped the iron thermos from the tea table, tiptoeing towards the cabinet door, ready to launch a surprise attack, when I heard someone clear their throat. Ning Ling stood quietly at the doorway, observing me. "Ningke," I heard. I began, but he interrupted. "I know. It was merely a mouse causing a commotion. Nothing to worry about." I sensed there was indeed something amiss with the cabinet, but since Ning Ling did not wish for me to uncover the truth, I decided to let the matter rest. I gestured towards the food on the table and said, "Dian Chen asked me to bring dinner." Ning Ling remained silent, and the atmosphere grew awkward, prompting me to hastily depart. As I reached the door, he inquired, "What did Lu Qinghan say to you?" I recounted Lu Qinghan's words verbatim, emphasizing the phrase about investing heavily. Ning Ling offered no commentary, merely nodding and stating, "Tell Chen Sheng to be prepared. We might leave at any moment in the next few days." With that, he retreated into the room and closed the door. That night, as I drifted into sleep, I faintly heard the sound of quiet sobbing. In my drowsy state, I felt no fear. However, the sound of weeping continued unabated, and the temperature in the room grew increasingly frigid, rousing me from my slumber. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window panes, illuminating the exterior, where no signs of sudden chill were apparent. Suddenly, I recalled the lamentations that persisted throughout the night, causing an unsettling sensation within me. With the dropping temperature and a tinge of fear, an overwhelming urge to relieve myself arose. In this antiquated inn, the room lacked a private lavatory. The restroom was situated at the end of the corridor on the right. Thus, I ventured forth from my chamber. Strangely, the corridor's lights were extinguished that night, rendering the narrow passage engulfed in darkness. The only door ajar was that of a room on the right near the restroom, from which a warm, amber glow spilled forth. Guided by this faint illumination, I proceeded towards the lavatory, approaching the open door, when suddenly a rough and powerful hand clasped over my mouth from behind, dragging me backward. This unexpected turn of events nearly caused me to faint, leaving me to ponder whether I was confronting a mugger or something more sinister in this shadowy corridor. With my mouth sealed, I could muster no sound. Just as I prepared to struggle with all my might, the assailant whispered, "Do not be afraid. It is I, the Zhuang." Recognizing his voice, I felt my spirit return from the brink of panic. De Zhuang then urged me softly, "Let us return to your room. It is not safe here." With that, he began to pull me back. As I was drawn into my room, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a round figure at the threshold of the illuminated room, seemingly poised to emerge, but the door was swiftly shut by De Zhuang. He often sighed as he settled into his chair, exclaiming, "That was perilously close. A moment's delay could have led to grave consequences." "What do you mean?" I inquired, puzzled. I haven't explicitly mentioned it before, but this inn is far from safe. Have you ever noticed the absence of staff? Aside from ourselves, have you seen anyone else? I had indeed overlooked these details, and upon De Zhuang's reminder, I realized it to be true. I asked, if this inn is so treacherous, why do we choose to stay here? Was it merely to save money? The temple is radiant and resplendent, filled with potent yang energy. However, we are not monks and lack the means to dissipate such overwhelming vitality. Prolonged exposure could lead to harm. Thus, we require a place where the yin and yang are harmonized to alleviate this intense yang energy we have absorbed. The individuals who maintain the temple typically select locations steeped in heavy yin energy, such as this inn. So, you were aware of the circumstances here when we arrived? Indeed, I am a blacksmith and also a night watchman. Your safety is my responsibility, so I am well acquainted with the conditions. This inn was formerly known as the Oasis Inn, a state-run establishment. A family once occupied the room that was just illuminated. Subsequently, a trio within that family committed suicide. Before taking his life, the man inscribed a large character for gate in blood on the western wall. This blood gate cannot be erased, scraped, or even concealed with fresh paint. Since then, guests at this inn have frequently vanished. It is said that this man discovered the path leading to hell, thus compelled by malevolent spirits to take his own life. He unwittingly opened a portal to the gates of hell. The missing souls were lured into the abyss by the demons residing therein, leading to the forced closure of the hotel due to the presence of such a sinister locale. Yet how did that light come to be? A chill swept over me, leaving me uncertain whether it was fear or the sudden drop in temperature within the room. It is said that this is the light of hell, for demons must first ensnare one's will to entice them. The light of hell bears a striking resemblance to gentle illumination. However, once one steps into the halo, they are irresistibly drawn toward the radiance, and by the time they realize the world has transformed irrevocably, it is too late to return. Is this truly the case? How fantastical! I gasped. This is the legend of the haunted Oasis Hotel. Whether it is truth or fiction, I cannot say. However, you witnessed the light in that room with your own eyes just moments ago. As for whether this light is indeed the so-called light of hell, only those who have ventured inside would know. Prior to this, I too had ventured to the restroom in the dead of night. Yet I saw no such light in that room. Can such occurrences adhere to a predictable pattern like the working day? In any case, it is best to remain indoors at night, and should nature call, simply use the chamber pot. It is both safe and convenient. This matter ought to have been communicated to us. What if we inadvertently fell victim to it? I remarked. Most are already aware, yet the two of you, being children, were shielded from such concerns to spare you fear. It was done with your well-being in mind. As we were engaged in conversation, a sudden series of loud knocks resonated through the air. In the dead of night, within a haunted inn, the startling commotion unsettled us both momentarily. However, we soon regained our composure. Da Zhuang inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me," Chun Sheng came to reply. "What brings you to this darkened place at such an hour?" "Brother, I couldn't sleep and thought I'd have a chat with you too." "Well, let's have a chat then." I rose to open the door, but Da Zhuang grasped my arm firmly, saying, "It's late. Who will want to chat with you at this hour? Hurry up and leave." As he spoke, he dipped his fingers into the teacup, inscribing on the table, "Chun Sheng is not in the inn tonight. If you don't open the door soon, I'm going to break it down." Chun Sheng's voice outside grew increasingly impatient. Chapter 1. The bed ghost. At that moment, I felt no fear. Instead, I was utterly astonished by this audacious spirit. The ghostly lore I had absorbed since childhood had instilled in me a profound understanding of such entities. Primarily, this was a transparent being perpetually concealed in the shadows, shunning the light. Although it possessed numerous malevolent tactics, its most common method was to frighten unexpectedly. The audacity of attempting to crash through the door was a remarkable breach of my comprehension. Has society elevated the status of ghosts, rendering them so barbaric? As I pondered in disbelief, my companion De Zhuang was preparing himself. He removed a copper amulet, flat and round, from around his neck, its surface engraved with the swastika symbol. To my astonishment, I realized today that Da Zhuang had secretly affiliated himself with the Nazi Party, a revelation that sent a chill of terror coursing through me, making me wish to flee outside to the ghost. I watched as Dazhuang raised this emblem, aimed resolutely at the door, as if his Nazi affiliation could ward off evil. Outside, Chan Sheng's voice grew increasingly frantic, laced with an eerie laughter. The knocking on the door intensified, and the spirit outside proclaimed loudly, "If you do not open the door, I shall truly break in. I shall count. 1, 2, 3, prepare to witness." No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous crash reverberated as the door was indeed flung open, allowing a chilling wind, potent enough to freeze a person solid, to swirl into the room. I even heard the sharp, howling sound of the frigid air. However, when Dazhuang raised the party emblem, a piercing shriek suddenly resonated through the air. This time, it was unmistakably the scream of a woman. The chilling wind within the room abruptly vanished, and with a loud bang, the wooden door closed on its own. Dazhuang seemed to have exhausted all his strength, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the floor. I hurried to support him, asking, "What is happening?" He waved his hand weakly and replied, "It's nothing. Just pour me a cup of hot tea." As I picked up the thermos to fill a cup, to my astonishment, the liquid that poured out was a vivid crimson blood. In fact, I even spotted 4 pale fingers within it. Caught off guard by this shocking turn of events, I immediately dropped the thermos in fright. Gazing at the slowly descending blood from the bottle, Dazhuang calmly inquired, "Brother, what did you see?" "Blood. The thermos is filled with blood," I stammered, pointing at the bottle, still shaken. Before I could finish my sentence, a creaking sound echoed as the previously closed door slowly opened once more, the malevolent presence returning. Gritting his teeth, Dazhuang instructed, "Hold the gourd and aim it at the cold wind." Just as he spoke, a figure in a long robe, Ning Lingsheng, suddenly appeared at the doorway. I let out a sigh of relief and said, "Ning, you made no sound at all. You nearly scared me to death." With a clear conscience, what is there to fear? He replied coldly as he stepped into the room. He extracted a small porcelain vial from the sleeve of his robe. Upon opening it, a refreshing scent of mint swiftly permeated the room. Ning Lingsheng waved the bottle in front of his Zhuangzi's nose, and after he suddenly sneezed, a hint of color returned to his previously pale complexion. Ning Lingsheng assisted him in standing, his piercing gaze fixed upon my face. Under the intensity of such scrutiny, I found it difficult to endure and stammered, "Ninggu, I haven't done anything wrong." "Then why have you attracted a ghost?" He retorted coldly. "Is this ghost summoned by me?" "Your words, such words are." Though I felt a surge of indignation, I did not dare to openly contest his assertion. All the peculiar phenomena can only be witnessed by you. Only you can hear them. If you did not summon the ghost, then who else could it be? But it's not just me. The Zhuangzi saw it too. He is inherently fated to encounter spirits, which is entirely different from your situation. I cast a surprised glance at the Zhuangzi, astonished that among our group there were not only the extraordinary, but also those endowed with unique abilities. How lively it was! "Qingbian, what exactly have you done today? You must disclose everything in detail, or you shall face grave peril," Ning Lingsheng stated with utmost seriousness. "Ninggu, I truly did nothing but visit Lu Qinghan. Perhaps I inadvertently absorbed some malevolent energy from him. So, do not speak nonsense. Lu Qinghan is not possessed. He is merely feigning it. Aside from Lu Qinghan, whom else did you encounter today?" "Huh? Lu Qinghan is merely pretending, but he truly severed 4 of his fingers," I exclaimed in utter astonishment. "This matter bears little significance to us. Just tell me, aside from Lu Qinghan, whom else did you encounter today?" Truly, there was no one else. Could it be? I suddenly recalled the cabinet in Ning Lingsheng's room. Do you think I encountered something sinister in my own quarters? Ning Lingsheng has already discerned my thoughts. After careful consideration, it seems the only relevant object is that cabinet in Ning's room. I spoke cautiously. "Ning Lingsheng skoffet asuringme restasuret." That cabinet has no connection to you whatsoever. I remained silent, feeling a surge of discontent, believing that Ning was evading responsibility. He refrained from pressing further, instead moving to the window, hands clasped behind his back, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he inquired, "Have you accepted money from Li Famu?" I was taken aback by his question. I had not intended to conceal this matter. The sum was modest, and Li Famu had offered it with sincere intent, leaving me without a plausible excuse to refuse. After accepting it, I had forgotten all about it. I replied, "He gave me 1,000 yuan. You accepted it?" "Yes. I thought it was just 1,000 yuan. You are utterly despicable. Who permitted you to accept money? He donates 5,000 yuan at the temple. That should suffice." Indeed, I told him as much, but he insisted on giving me a red envelope. No matter how I tried to refuse, I could not rid myself of it. I figured it was merely 1,000 yuan, so I accepted it. Consider this. When has it ever been your place to make decisions? What concern is this of yours? Have you become so desperate that you accept money from others? Ning Lingxing's anger was palpable. It was the first time I had witnessed him so enraged. De Zhuangzi uttered not a single word, quietly exiting and closing the door behind him. I, too, felt compelled to remain silent, bowing my head in submission. The offering I provided for Li Fama consisted of 2 ghostly effigies, known as bed ghosts. In ancient times, it was customary to carve lewd beasts at the foot of the bed, a practice aimed at hastening the arrival of offspring, as couples sought harmonious union. These bed ghosts are deemed minor spirits. It is said that while the king of hell may be easily appeased, minor spirits are notoriously troublesome. There exist taboos surrounding the veneration of such effigies. One must never accept any form of remuneration when offering these spirits on behalf of others. Should one accept money, the bed ghosts may perceive it as a usurpation of their interests. Consequently, if one's fortunes were to decline, these spirits could become a relentless burden, rendering one incapable of seeking solace in life or death. Upon hearing this, I realized the intricacies of this profession were far more convoluted than I had initially presumed, leaving me disheartened. Ninggu, I was mistaken. I genuinely did not comprehend the taboos here. Otherwise, I would not have acted for a mere 1,000 yuan. I lamented. In this matter, the most unfortunate is not you, but rather Li Fama. I must visit him tomorrow, should any trouble arise. I must find a way to assist him. However, regarding my own situation, here, you are in no peril, Ning Lingsheng replied before turning to depart. I dare not approach my bed, fearing a bed ghost might already be lurking there. The following morning, Ning Lingsheng accompanied Wang Dianxin and me to Li Fama's workplace at the Rongqing Urban Planning Bureau. When the reception staff learned of our intention to see Li Fama, they informed us that Section Chief Li had inexplicably fallen ill 2 days prior and had been admitted to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. Ning Lingsheng cast a fierce glare in my direction. Subsequently, we visited the 4th Brain Hospital in Rong City, where we fortuitously encountered the wife of Li Fama. She was a plain, unassuming woman in her 40s, possessing unremarkable features yet not unattractive. In contrast to the rather short, stout, and protruding figure of Li Fama, she appeared considerably more appealing. Through our conversation, we learned that Li Fama had suffered a sudden episode at his workplace 2 days prior. The symptoms manifested as an uncontrollable urge to kiss young women. When restrained, he stripped off his clothing in an attempt to flee the premises. As he was the department head, he dashed out in the nude, even if he had genuinely lost his sanity. Such behavior would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the entire planning bureau. Consequently, the security personnel subdued him and transported him to a psychiatric hospital. His wife, unaware of the true cause of Li Fama's madness, surmised that it stemmed from excessive work and life pressures, her feelings of regret and guilt palpable. I too felt a deep sense of remorse, wishing I had never accepted that money. After departing from the psychiatric hospital, Ning Lingxing entrusted Wang Dianxin with a phone number, instructing him to contact the individual and arrange for the retrieval of the statue from Li Fama's residence. Chapter 1. The Arts of Thievery. He then instructed me. Immediately donate 1,000 yuan to the Tiandu Temple. Do not light any incense or make any wishes. Simply toss the money into the merit box and depart. Do you understand? Understood, I replied, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. This time, I must not err, otherwise there will be no one to safeguard you. Rest assured, Ninggu, having faced misfortune once, I shall heed your counsel henceforth. Upon returning, I retrieved the 1,000 yuan and, adhering to Ning Lingxing's advice, promptly deposited the money into the temple's merit box before swiftly departing. Breathless, I reached the entrance of the inn, just in time to encounter Wang Dianchen emerging from within. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "Bien go. Allow me to broaden your horizons." "What is it now?" I responded with caution, although my actions regarding Li Fama were questionable. The trouble was ultimately instigated by him, and I was now exceedingly wary of any dealings with him. "I am taking you to witness a thief in action. Surely, this piques your interest. What is there to behold in thievery? I have no time for such frivolities." With that, I turned to leave. I must forewarn you, apart from his wife, Li Fama's household includes his elderly father-in-law and mother-in-law, both in their 70s. This thief intends to pilfer a statue right under their noses. Does that not capture your curiosity? Perhaps no one is home at Li Fama's? We have ascertained that the statue is concealed beneath the bed in his father's room. The old man recently suffered a stroke and has been bedridden. It is not as easy to steal as you might think. Indeed, is he to brazenly seize it? If your curiosity is genuine, accompany me. I have a strong premonition that this will be quite an eye-opening experience. Wang Jianshin's flamboyant demeanor piqued my curiosity, compelling me to witness firsthand the identity of this thief. Li Famai resides in an antiquated community known as Dongfeng Jiayuan, one of the earliest welfare housing projects allocated by the Planning Bureau. At the entrance of this neighborhood, we encountered the rogue. Initially, I envisioned an individual akin to Chu Liuxiang, as only a master thief could pilfer a wallet amidst a throng of countless people. However, upon seeing this fellow, I realized he bore a closer resemblance to Lu Xiaofeng, albeit with a low degree of similarity. His distinctive mustache was reminiscent, while his facial features resembled a humanoid version of a rat spirit, sharp and elongated. Dressed in a blue silk robe and adorned with a pair of yuanbao shoes. He held a jade pipe between his teeth and astonishingly carried a birdcage draped in black cloth in his right hand. On his ring finger sparkled a resplendent gold ring, exuding an air entirely reminiscent of the old rascals from Shanghai in the 1930s and 40s. "Uncle Luo, I am Ning's cousin," he introduced himself. How fares Boss Ning's business these days?" "Quite well indeed. He often speaks of you, and we have long wished to meet you, Uncle Luo. We hold you in high regard." "Oh, you admire me? Is that not absurd? Boss Ning possesses remarkable skills. There is no need to venerate someone as lowly as I." Though this man was diminutive in stature, shorter than I by a head, his expression while belittling himself was imbued with an overwhelming confidence. A presence so palpable it was unmistakable. While I remained unaware of his true capabilities, one thing was certain. He was no ordinary individual. Boss Ning desires a bronze statue. "Which room is it in?" After Wang Dianshin revealed the location, Uncle Luo remarked, "All right, you may leave now. Come back after 8 o'clock this evening to collect the items." "Please don't let us go, Uncle. We merely wish to broaden our horizons." Wang Dianshin responded with a smile. "You little rascal, do you take me for a fool?" Uncle Luo chuckled. It is often said that flattery knows no bounds. Upon their first meeting, Wang Dianshin lavished him with praise, which Uncle Luo, unable to resist, consented to. "Very well, I shall allow you two youngsters to have a glimpse today." With that, he glanced around and said, "Let us go and refresh ourselves. When the time is right, we shall attend to business." He then led us into a secluded little garden, where, after sitting down, he placed a birdcage beside him and lit a cigarette. Uncle Luo had a rather peculiar way of smoking. He did not take a puff, but allowed the smoke to waft gently from the burning end until it extinguished. The scent was quite unusual, reminiscent of herbs, and after a while, it left me feeling somewhat dazed. The birdcage remained silent, yet it trembled occasionally, indicating the presence of a living creature within. As evening approached, around 6 or 7 o'clock, Uncle Luo continued to smoke his oddly fragrant cigarettes without uttering a word. We dared not speak either, and during this time, I dozed off for a while. Once darkness enveloped the surroundings, Uncle Luo softly remarked, "It is getting late. The time is just right. I shall entrust everything to you." No sooner had he spoken than the covered cage stirred slightly. Subsequently, Uncle Luo retrieved an object from his pocket, lifted the black cloth, and placed it into the birdcage. He then stood on a stool and tossed the cage far away, nonchalantly taking a seat on a stone chair without glancing back. As Wang Dianshin and I craned our necks in anticipation, Uncle Luo advised, "Sit tight. There is no turning back now." It turned out that he did not personally engage in thievery, but the ability to train animals to act as thieves is no small feat indeed. Uncle Luo is quite an extraordinary individual. Young men, he continued, I must forewarn you, regardless of what you witness shortly, do not be overly astonished. Moreover, show ample respect to my companions, for we must avoid any unnecessary trouble. Rest assured, we are not naive novices. We are well aware of the local customs. Wang Jianchen replied, Well, that is reassuring. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, we heard a rustling sound emanating from the garden soil. Uncle Luo rose and positioned himself across from us, and we mimicked his movements. Soon, a small, furry creature emerged backward from beneath the stone chair, revealing itself to be a gray mouse. I was taken aback, for I had never encountered a mouse that walked in reverse. In my childhood, my grandfather had remarked that the principal distinction between animals and humans lies not in intelligence or emotional bonds, traits that animals possess, albeit less intensely, but rather in the fact that animals do not retreat. In both behavior and thought, animals lack the capacity to regress. Thus, if one were to observe an animal walking backward, it would be reasonable to conclude that it has acquired some form of supernatural essence. Could it be that this is a mouse possessed by some mystical essence? Yet, the marvel does not end there. As this rodent fully entered the stone chair area, it dragged in another gray-furred mouse. Meanwhile, another mouse lay on its back, tightly clutching a small bronze figurine against its belly. The two mice, one serving as a means of transport and the other as a skilled driver, coordinated seamlessly to pilfer the small bronze figure from the residence of Li Fama. Truly, this was an extraordinary spectacle. Had it not been for Uncle Luo's reminder, I would have inquired about the astonishing capabilities of these mice. It is no wonder that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles took a rodent as their mentor. The reason was clearly embodied in these two. Uncle Luo let out a slight sigh, then squatted down, with the driving mouse swiftly leaping onto his shoulder and burrowing into his collar. This made me feel a bit uneasy, yet Uncle Luo seemed entirely unfazed. The mouse lying there had succumbed to death, its body now stiff and rigid. Uncle Luo retrieved the small bronze figurine and remarked, This object possesses quite the sinister energy. He then passed the figurine to me. I hesitated momentarily, considering its previous association with the mouse, but in order to avoid causing any displeasure to Uncle Luo, I accepted the bronze figure. Subsequently, Uncle Luo produced a red silk scarf from his pocket, carefully wrapping the now stiff mouse within it, and solemnly placed it into his pocket. Wang Jianchen pulled out a red envelope from his pocket and said, Uncle Luo, this is a small token of appreciation for my elder brother. Please, however, he paused, continuing, Forget it. I cannot accept any compensation, especially since a brother of mine has lost his life. Please convey to Boss Ning that I will visit him in a few days. There are matters I need to discuss. Very well. I appreciate your understanding. After exchanging a few polite words, we parted ways. I remarked, It is a pity that one of those two rats has died. My elder brother informed me that this old man is quite a formidable figure in the world of thieves, a true ancestor of thieves. One must never offend such a person while navigating the murky waters of society. What connection do the Taoists have with the ancestors of thieves? I questioned, puzzled. What nonsensical notion. The term thief refers to the world of crime, not to Taoists. These are the genuine rogues who traverse the underbelly of society, while those who pickpocket on the streets are merely petty criminals. Uncle Luo, on the other hand, is a true master of his craft, a flying thief, Wang Jianchen said, feigning profundity. Chapter 1. The fierce demise. It was only through the elucidation of Wang Jianchen that I gradually came to comprehend the essence of the Thieves' Guild. Thievery is one of the lesser arts among the myriad of professions, divided into three primary categories. The first is the upper thieves, referring to grave robbers who excavate tombs. The designation of grave robbers as upper thieves stems from the fact that during the Three Kingdoms period, these individuals held official titles. When thieves could attain such status, they naturally ascended to the upper echelons of their trade. Next, we encounter the middle thieves, who are characterized by their skills and principles. Throughout history, numerous figures akin to chivalrous warriors have emerged from this category, such as the legendary Li San, and the heroic Lu Zhidong from northern Shaanxi. Although they lived as outlaws, their unwavering integrity and commitment to aiding the impoverished distinguished them, embodying the virtues of righteousness in their deeds. Lastly, there are the lower thieves, who, despite possessing formidable abilities, primarily act in the interest of themselves or their kin. Regardless of the classification, one can be certain that all these practitioners possess the profound skills of the Thieves' Guild, each rivaling the legendary thief Chu Liuxiang. Even under the most rigorous security, they can stealthily procure whatever they desire without a trace. The techniques of thievery are remarkably diverse and can even be deemed miraculous. The legendary wall-passing technique from Chinese folklore actually evolved from ancient thievery skills, alongside the 5 ghost transporting technique and the 5 mice transporting technique. Among them, Uncle Luo specializes in training small animals for thievery, known as beast claws. It appears that this world is indeed teeming with extraordinary talent. I sincerely commend you. Indeed, you are one of them. Do not belittle yourself, for I hold great expectations for you. Wang Jinshan remarked. Stop the nonsense. I have no need for your approval. Do you think I am unaware of your petty thoughts? I retorted. Ah, young comrade, you possess a remarkable sense of vigilance. Quite commendable, he said, placing his hands on his hips and mimicking a leader's tone while patting my shoulder. Go to hell, I said, pushing him away in annoyance. By this time, the night had deepened. In the early 1990s, the nightlife was rather sparse. After 8 o'clock, the streets were generally deserted. As we traversed another road, we spotted several vehicles across the street, among which were 2 police cars. One Santana had collided with a utility pole, its hood split in 2. Wedged against the concrete pillar, the body severely deformed, and all the windows shattered. A man in a suit was slumped over the hood, his left shoulder resting against the concrete post. The immense force of the impact had altered his form. One side of his body sagged, likely indicating fractured scapula and ribs. The most grievous injury appeared to be to his neck, which, although unbroken, had been stretched nearly 20 centimeters due to the force of the collision. Faced with the gruesome scene of a traffic accident, it is a common trait among the Chinese to revel in the spectacle. Wang Jinshan and I were no exception. Thus, we approached to witness the tragic sight of the body and observe how the police conducted their investigation. Although few people were on the street, a dozen or so idle onlookers had gathered, incessantly pointing and discussing the incident. After approximately 10 minutes, a speeding Xiaoli car arrived, its door flung open, revealing a heavily made-up woman in her late 30s who rushed out, exclaiming, "Oh my dear, you have left us in such despair. How are we to survive?" Soon after, another woman, in her 30s, alighted from the vehicle and approached her, whispering words of solace. I found myself contemplating the misfortune of the deceased family and how they could possibly come to terms with such a tragic reality. Suddenly, the driver's side door swung open, and Liu emerged from the car. A flash of realization struck me. The deceased was his brother-in-law, indicating that Ning Lingsheng had presented him with an ultimatum, and he had made his choice. Human nature can indeed be cruel. One can commit a wrong and yet, devoid of remorse, shift the burden of punishment onto others. Liu remained oblivious to our presence, as all his attention was devoted to the deceased. None of the investigating officers noticed the owner of the Xiaoli car behind them, trembling slightly with both hands resting atop the vehicle. The profound fear in his eyes was palpable, and as he attempted to light a cigarette, his hand shook so violently that the lighter failed to ignite after several attempts. Little did the officers suspect that the true culprit behind the driver's demise was none other than the owner of the Xiaoli car, along with Ning Lingsheng. I pondered who among the two was more ruthless. Just as I was lost in thought, a heart-wrenching scene unfolded before me. As Wang Jinshan and I prepared to depart, the accident vehicle suddenly jolted with a loud clatter. I was momentarily bewildered as to why the vehicle was moving on its own, questioning whether it was merely a figment of my imagination, when suddenly there was a loud clang that echoed, drawing everyone's attention. The police officers handling the scene sensed something amiss and instinctively stepped back. At that moment, the car began to sway violently, and I realized, to my horror, that it was a corpse struggling to move its legs. The sight became clear to all around us, and before the crowd could emit a gasp of shock, the body lying on the car abruptly sat up as if awakening from a deep slumber. The left side of its body had collapsed due to shattered bones, and its elongated neck hung limply from the chest, a nightmarish vision that remains etched in my memory. The head could not turn, so it had to swivel its body to look at others, causing sheer terror in those caught in its gaze, who fled in fright. Liu, too, was deeply unsettled, tumbling into the chalet and gripping the steering wheel in panic. Remarkably, the figure managed to clamber down from the hood and stand on the ground. Its shoulders slanted at an alarming 45-degree angle. The head, dangling from the chest, bobbed erratically with each step, reminiscent of a soccer ball trapped within a nylon bag. In this grotesque posture, it staggered towards its wife, retrieving 3 wads of cash from its pocket and removing a ring from its finger to hand it to her. With a sudden thud, it collapsed to the ground, succumbing to death once more. He endured until this moment, clinging to life solely to personally hand over the last remnants of his fortune to his wife. Perhaps he wished to prevent his hard-earned money from being squandered by others. Perhaps he believed that, even in death, he should make one final contribution to his family's future well-being. In any case, this man, whom Liu referred to as a member of the underworld, met his demise in a manner so shocking before the one he loved. I seldom find myself admiring others. Yet at that moment, I was filled with a profound respect for this nameless deceased, whom I regarded as the epitome of masculinity. My admiration for him was rivaled only by my fury towards Liu and Ning Lingsheng. Yet, I concealed this anger deep within, aware that my current capabilities rendered me powerless to confront Ning Lingsheng, for doing so would lead to certain doom. "Why didn't you let me greet Liu?" Wang Dianshan inquired, oblivious to the circumstances. "Is it appropriate to greet him when the deceased is his brother-in-law?" "How do you know that's his brother-in-law?" I faltered momentarily before replying. "I can't quite recall where I might have seen him." "You're not very old, yet your memory is rather poor," Wang Dianshan remarked, showing no suspicion. As we retraced our steps, we arrived at the entrance of the Oasis Hotel, shrouded in darkness that evoked a sense of foreboding, as if a pair of bloodshot eyes lurked within, glaring menacingly at me. This made me hesitate, pondering whether I should venture inside. Wang Dianshan had already placed his foot upon the dust-laden threshold when he suddenly halted and turned to me, saying, "Brother Bien, why do I have the feeling that something is amiss here? What have you discerned? There are no women in our engineering team. How could there possibly be a tube of lipstick here?" With that, he bent down and retrieved a golden-yellow rotating lipstick from behind the threshold. A shiver ran down my spine as I exclaimed, "Dianshan, you must quickly step outside. This room is tainted." He, however, remained more composed than I, holding up the lipstick to the streetlight for a closer examination. "There's an inscription. Take a look," he said, tossing the lipstick to me. Under the light, I noticed a minuscule yet distinctly engraved line on the lower part of the tube, for exclusive use at the Rongqing City funeral home. I hastily discarded the lipstick on the ground, declaring, "This is a cosmetic for the deceased." Chapter 1. The Gate of Ghosts. A mere tube of lipstick turned out to be a designated item from the funeral home in Rong City. Could it be that someone from the mortuary visited after our departure? Both Wang Dianshan and I pondered this unsettling question, exchanging glances that reflected our mutual confusion, our minds momentarily blank as we grappled with what course of action to take next. After standing at the entrance for an extended period, Wang Dianshan finally spoke, "Brother Bien, should we go inside? Or perhaps you should enter alone. I seem to have attracted some trouble these past few days, encountering rather eerie occurrences. I think it would be wiser for me to return during the day to rest." "That won't do. I am not one to abandon my comrades. If you do not enter, then neither shall I," he asserted resolutely. I felt a sense of relief. This lad still possessed a sense of loyalty. Thus, I encouraged him further. "I'm fine. It would be rather dull for you to keep me company through the night. You should head back and rest." Despite my insistence, Wang Dianshan ultimately ventured into the dim, antiquated hotel. In those days, establishments like internet cafes were non-existent. I aimlessly wandered the streets for a while, but weariness soon overwhelmed me. I eventually sought solace beneath a relatively broad birch tree, crouching against its trunk to rest my weary eyes. In the half-dream state between wakefulness and slumber, I vaguely overheard someone inquire, "Are you certain you didn't team Miss C? Is he still inside?" I was convinced he had not exited. When the gang, including Leopard, entered to commit their violent act, I was tasked with guarding the entrance. Aside from the unfortunate soul who met his demise, there was another who had yet to emerge. Given that the police had already arrived at the scene, how could they possibly leave that person behind? No, I've been here all along, and those residing in the building have also undergone questioning. However, that rascal has not been brought out. He is certainly staying inside. Binzi, we have known each other for quite some time, and one must never underestimate such matters. If I were to enter, it is likely I would take down a few individuals. Should I discover that your information is inaccurate, do you comprehend the consequences? Feng Yi, rest assured, I am confident that scoundrel is being concealed by those staying in the hotel. Consider this. He possesses over 30,000 of our money. It is more than sufficient to secure his life. Those residing here are merely a group of laborers. What mischief would they not undertake for 30,000? It is no wonder that the hotel has become a repository for items belonging to the funeral home. Indeed, a fatal incident occurred this afternoon. Yet, these individuals remain undeterred, even contemplating to eliminate the construction crew entirely. How malicious their intentions are. In the enveloping night, my form was nearly obscured by the trunks of the birch trees, rendering me unnoticed by these people. Yet, the dilemma remains. What can I do now? I then heard Feng Gu instructing, Binzi, take 2 men to guard the staircase. Ensure no one escapes. Lao Hu, take 2 brothers to search the right side of the staircase, while the rest of us will search the left. If anyone resists, do not hesitate to strike, but remember, no lives must be lost. Do you all understand? Understood. At this juncture, I had no alternative but to proceed. Despite my heart racing with anxiety, I summoned my courage and, taking advantage of their inattention, bent low and dashed out from behind the trees, racing into the hotel and subsequently pulling down the roll-up gate at the entrance. Unbeknownst to these individuals, they were being ambushed by another, and by the time they realized it, I had firmly secured the rolling shutter. However, the iron gate, having fallen into disrepair over the years, had a broken latch, leaving me with no choice but to brace the doorknob with my foot to prevent them from forcing it open again. I then shouted toward the upper floor, urging them to flee, for danger was upon us. No sooner had my words left my mouth than a thunderous crash echoed from the shutter as the ruffians outside began to assault the door in succession, some even brandishing knives to hack at it. The rolling shutter, not as sturdy as the iron gate, began to warp under the relentless kicks, and I feared it would not withstand much longer. Curiously, despite my fervent cries, there was no response from upstairs, even if they were fast asleep. The cacophony should have roused them. After enduring several more kicks, I heard a sharp crack as the left side of the shutter was violently dislodged, creating a gap through which gleaming blades began to slice repeatedly at the opening, widening the fissure as someone attempted to squeeze through. With such a multitude of assailants and an arsenal of knives, how could I possibly evade being turned into a mere pulp? With no further options, I dashed toward the staircase, prompting one of them to shout through the gap, "That rascal is making a run for it." With a resounding crash, the shutter was lifted, and a cadre of burly men wielding machetes stormed in. The inn was constructed atop an antiquated building, and the wooden staircase had long since fallen into disrepair. Although walking normally posed no issue, in the desperate act of fleeing, I stumbled with a careless step, not realizing which stair I had stepped upon, inadvertently cracking the wooden board beneath me. My left foot became ensnared in the step, and in my frantic attempts to free myself, I felt a surge of dread wash over me. My life was in peril. Suddenly, I heard footsteps approaching, and I found myself encircled by 4 or 5 men wielding machetes. Before me stood a burly man with a head full of coarse hair and a grim visage, brandishing a cleaver. He glared at me and sneered. "Do you think you can meddle in my affairs?" As I gazed at the gleaming blade, my body went weak with fear. It seemed he had never faced consequences for his actions. One of the men raised his weapon, preparing to strike, and instinctively, I raised my hand to defend myself. In that moment, I caught sight of a woman clad in red, her skin as pale as snow, standing behind him. She leaned close, her nose nearly touching the man's left ear. I watched in astonishment as a soft glow emanated from his ear, transforming into 2 wisps of vapor that wafted into her nostrils. The assailant appeared to sense something amiss. He paused, touching his left ear, then rolled his eyes back as he toppled down the staircase. The remaining men stood frozen in shock, and someone murmured, "That little brat is up to no good." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman in red extracted another wisp of mist from the next man's ear, and he too, like the first, collapsed down the stairs, eyes rolling back in his head. The thugs, now gripped by fear, retreated down the staircase. The two fallen men, those still breathing, lay in a state of faintness, their faces growing increasingly pale, their lips tinged with a shade of purple. The imposing figure before me brandished a knife, trembling uncontrollably, oblivious to the presence of the haunting specter that had lingered for years at my side. A sinister smile seemed to dance upon her lips as she fixed her gaze upon me, immovable. I indeed endeavored to divert my eyes from her, yet my body had stiffened, as rigid as iron, rendering me utterly incapable of movement. This place is utterly uncanny. It is time to retreat. The towering man, unwilling to engage further, departed with his subordinates and the injured. Meanwhile, the ghostly apparition grew increasingly translucent in the shadows, eventually vanishing into the abyss. I found myself perplexed. Was she intent on my demise or my salvation? At that moment, I heard a faint rustle from above. I glanced up to see Ning Lingsheng standing silently at the third-floor railing, his expression inscrutable as he regarded me. I had shouted myself hoarse, yet no one came to my aid. The pent-up frustration of days culminated in this moment, and I bellowed at Ning Lingsheng. He offered no response, turning away to meld into the darkness. Anxious, I disregarded all caution, extricated my foot from the wooden floor, and ascended directly to his room on the third floor. It seemed Ning Lingsheng anticipated my arrival. The door was ajar, slightly revealing a gap. Upon entering, I found him leisurely seated in a chair, gazing at the fluorescent light of the ceiling. "Ning, I assure you, I am not jesting. Had it not been for that woman, we would all be facing dire consequences tonight. I believe you have overestimated those ruffians. In my eyes, they are little more than refuse with two legs. They pose no threat to me," Ning Lingsheng remarked with his usual nonchalance. "It is indeed a boastful claim, if one could subdue such thugs. How could a homicide possibly occur?" I muttered, conceding my folly in meddling where I ought not. "Qinbian, regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude for your actions tonight. I do not dismiss your intentions." Upon hearing this, my tone softened as I replied, "Ninggu, on our way back this evening, we encountered Liu's brother-in-law. He was involved in a car accident and has sadly passed away." "Oh, what a pity," Ning Lingsheng responded dismissively. "Aye, you wish to inquire about the manner of his death, do you not? Ninggu, could it truly be? He departed without any regrets, having seen his family one last time. One might say it was a fulfilling conclusion." As he spoke these words, a peculiar smile graced Ning Lingsheng's lips. Chapter 1. The series of harmful incidents. Ninggu, you possess remarkable skills and are not one to be swayed by greed. Why engage in such activities? I boldly inquired. "The day is drawing to a close. You should retire for the night. We may be departing soon, so rest and rejuvenate." Ning Lingsheng replied, closing his eyes. Since he was unwilling to respond, I had no choice but to retreat to my room, where I succumbed to slumber until noon. Upon awakening, I noticed the night watchman, Dazhuang, groggily emerging from the restroom. I approached him and offered a cigarette, saying, "Up so early? I went to bed early last night, and it's about time to wake up." He yawned while lighting the cigarette. "I have a question for you," I ventured. "What is it?" "That night, when you exorcised the malevolent spirits, why did you possess a Nazi party insignia?" Dazhuang paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Brother, you truly have a vivid imagination. How could that possibly be a Nazi insignia? It is a Buddhist symbol, pronounced similarly to one in Chinese. The talisman I used is called a Gao, a sacred object carried by practitioners of Vajrayana Buddhism, containing a Buddhist statue within. Once consecrated, it serves to intimidate and subdue dark forces, not a Nazi emblem at all." I felt my face flush with embarrassment. I see now, my ignorance is to blame. "No worries. By the way, did someone lose their life here yesterday afternoon?" I casually inquired. Indeed, a group pursued two young men, one of whom sought refuge in our room. The other, unfortunately, slipped while ascending the stairs. whereupon 3 or 4 burly men overtook him and commenced a brutal assault with blades, intent on ending his life. His exposed neck suffered 3 gashes, and blood sprayed profusely throughout the area. This transpired shortly after your departure. Logically, the crime scene should not have been processed so swiftly, nor should it have remained unsealed. Why was this the case? Everyone in Rongqing is aware of the Oasis Hotel's ominous reputation, and they are loath to linger there. Thus, they departed expeditiously. Alas, this place is truly cursed. Let us hasten our departure. I remarked. Yes, this sojourn has been protracted by several days. I overheard Director Ning mention that the next project entails a journey to a city in the south. An agreement is nearly finalized, and upon the signing of the contract there, we shall embark. A city in the south, you say? Which temple is it near? I inquired. Presently, the details remain undisclosed. Director Ning is wont to maintain absolute secrecy until an agreement is secured. Let us await patiently. It should be revealed within the next few days. The subsequent days passed leisurely. During this period, Lu Qinghan recuperated and was discharged from the hospital. He then revealed a miscarriage of justice concealed for nearly half a century, feigning ghostly possession and severing 4 fingers, all in pursuit of a truth pertaining to Lu Qinghan's father. 50 years ago, Lu Qinghan's father and Gan Kuei's father held the positions of president and vice president at a university in northeast China. Following the conclusion of the Civil War, Gan Kuei's father, in a bid for power, falsely accused Lu Qinghan's father of being a spy. During that tumultuous era, the term spy was an unapproachable taboo, and being a member of the Kuomintang who remained on the mainland only exacerbated the situation. As a result, Lu Qinghan vowed from a young age to avenge his father. Yet opportunities eluded him. By the time he matured, the sole surviving judge who had presided over the case had succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage, rendering him a vegetative state. This was not mere coincidence, but rather a consequence of the unique geomantic environment of Rongqing University. Although Lu Qinghan had always worked closely with Gan Kuei's father, the malevolent authority figure had evaded legal repercussions thanks to the fortuitous circumstances surrounding the university. It was only after we arrived that Lu Qinghan became aware of the reasons behind this peculiar fate, prompting him to depart Rongqing University due to his injuries. As the vice president, Gan Kuei frequently visited him. Remarkably, the judge, now a vegetable, regained consciousness. To an outsider unaware of the intricacies, there appeared to be no connection between these events. However, Lu Qinghan was acutely aware of the entire situation. Thus, he discreetly reached out to this individual and successfully influenced his thoughts before reporting the matter to the Education Bureau. Subsequently, I heard that shortly thereafter, Lu Qinghan applied for retirement, and the bronze statue of Gan Linsheng, erected at the entrance of Rongqing University, mysteriously vanished the very next day. Objectively speaking, Rongqing University had ascended to the ranks of top-tier national universities under his leadership, yet he had become a disgrace to the institution. In the subsequent years, I occasionally reflect on this personal experience, always overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. I perceive myself as an individual, yet find myself incapable of comprehending the intricacies of human nature. Take Gan Linsheng, for instance. He undoubtedly regards Li Wenshun as a villain. However, in the context of Rongqing University, he appears as a benefactor. So, is he a good person or a bad person? Such profound contemplation is beyond my capacity. Thus, I can propose an answer, but fail to arrive at a conclusion. What I can assert with certainty is that long before this incident transpired, Ning Lingsheng was already aware of everything. Upon my return, I encountered that playful soul under his protection. This individual, named Haisheng, is actually 5 years my senior. An orphan raised in a welfare institution, he was subsequently assigned a cleaning job at the local community committee. Orphans often harbor a psychological disposition, feeling as though those around them look down upon them. Sensitive and fragile, Haisheng exemplifies this. His relationships with colleagues are quite strained, consequently devoid of both family and friends. In his leisure time, Haisheng finds solace in video halls. Initially drawn by the allure of adult films, he gradually immersed himself in various martial arts films, such as A Better Tomorrow, Lacking affection, he is easily moved by the unwavering brotherhood depicted on screen. Eventually, he met his elder brother, Luo Jin, and without hesitation, he plunged into the underworld, embracing the life of a rogue. Certainly, given his status, he can only aspire to be a petty thug, yet Haisheng finds contentment in this, relishing the sense of support he now possesses. However, he never anticipated that merely 6 months later, his elder brother would meet a gruesome fate, brutally slain before his very eyes. It was then that he comprehended the stark contrast between the visceral reality of violence and the seemingly tame portrayal on television. He was nearly driven to madness by the horror of it all. Were it not for the protection of Ningling Sheng, he might have succumbed to fear and met his demise alongside his brother, both of them relegated to the depths of hell, all for a mere 30,000 yuan. Luo Jin's elder brother, known as Brother Feng, managed an underground gaming den and oversaw the cash register. Taking advantage of his position, Luo Jin pilfered 30,000 yuan, intending to procure gifts for a beloved maiden, believing he could temporarily withdraw the funds and later repay them without consequence. Little did he know, he would never have the chance to settle his debt. Luo Jin's life was a chaotic muddle, and his death was equally bewildering. Although Haisheng was 5 years my senior, his upbringing in an orphanage left him with poor nutrition, rendering him shorter than I. Nevertheless, he possessed handsome features, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes. Following the harrowing incident, he felt immense gratitude towards Ningling Sheng, eager to serve him as a devoted attendant. Thus, our interactions were amicable. However, progress on our new endeavors was painfully slow, and we remained lodged at the Oasis Hotel in Rong City. One morning, as I slept, Chun Sheng called from outside. "Qinbian, there's a police officer looking for you." Groggy, I rose and opened the door, only to find a young man clad in a deep blue jacket standing at the threshold. "Are you Qinbian?" he inquired. "Yes. Do you need something from me?" "You must accompany us to the police station." I was instantly jolted into awareness, asking, "To the police station? Why?" "You may be implicated in a series of assault cases and need to return to the municipal bureau for questioning." "What? Me? Involved in a series of assaults? Surely you must be mistaken," I exclaimed in disbelief. "Therefore, it is imperative that you clarify the situation." I was utterly bewildered. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would find myself entangled in matters of crime. I pleaded, "Officer, is it possible that someone is framing me? I have been with my colleagues these past few days, and they can vouch for my whereabouts. You need not worry. The police station is a place for reason and justice. If you are indeed a victim of deceit, your name will surely be cleared. Indeed, you should first accompany the police officer, and we shall follow shortly," Chun Sheng reassured me. With no alternative, I reluctantly went to the police station, where I was subsequently arranged for an interrogation. Through a series of questions, I gradually began to understand how I had been ensnared in this series of assaults. Ironically, it was Brother Feng who had reported the incident. This notorious underworld figure's 2 subordinates had suffered an unfortunate accident while attempting to attack me. Initially, he believed that a few days of hospital treatment would suffice for their recovery, only to discover that both men had lapsed into a vegetative state. Although the hospital has yet to provide a definitive explanation for their comatose condition, the victims' families are furious. Upon learning that their children were employed at his establishment, they have taken legal action against Brother Feng, one of the relatives holding a position of authority in a local governmental agency. Consequently, Peek's burden intensified, leaving him with no recourse but to involve the authorities and have me apprehended in a futile attempt to displace the weight he carried onto my shoulders. I was, of course, privy to the circumstances that led to the vegetative states of those 2 individuals. However, my sense of rectitude did not extend to willingly shouldering the blame for a ruffian who sought to inflict harm upon me. Therefore, provided I maintained a steadfast denial of any knowledge regarding the incident, Peek would find himself in a state of utter perplexity. Chapter 1. The mouse-repelling spell. With this understanding, I felt a sense of calm wash over me as I meticulously recounted all the events of that fateful night to the authorities. Naturally, I refrained from mentioning the sinister visit, and, as a result, the situation swiftly turned in my favor, far exceeding my expectations. The police promptly apprehended the hired assassin who had followed Brother Feng to the Oasis Hotel that evening, and through interrogation, the truth of the matter began to unravel. What emerged was a murder case of intricate nature. However, the complexity I referred to primarily concerned me. For the police, it was merely a commonplace case of death resulting from brawl. To avoid any logical confusion in my narrative, I delineated each clue with precision before drawing my conclusions. First and foremost, the perpetrator responsible for the murder of Luo Jin was identified, according to testimonies from Brother Feng and his associates. The assassin who severed Luo Jin's throat was one of the two subordinates who had succumbed to a vegetative state. Furthermore, the 30,000 yuan that Luo Jin had pilfered did not belong to Brother Feng, but was, in fact, the property of his superior, Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng happened to be the uncle-in-law of Liu. Liu's apprehension toward his uncle-in-law was not unfounded. This man was indeed ruthless and merciless, having issued a kill order over a mere 30,000 yuan. This group of individuals murdered the riches acquired through dubious means inevitably come with dire consequences, a notion that Lu Cheng found essential yet underestimated. However, he did not foresee the calamity that would befall him. While counting the blood-stained money and carelessly shoving 3 stacks of 100 yuan notes in his pocket, he inadvertently veered off course. A tragic accident claimed his life. To summarize, Liu sought out Ning Ling to eliminate Lu Cheng, leading to the theft of 30,000 yuan by Luo Jin. Meanwhile, the Navi Hai Sheng unwittingly became a target alongside Luo Jin, who ultimately met a grisly end, and the 30,000 yuan was stolen, with Hai Sheng being saved by Ning Ling. After regaining his assets, Lu Cheng met his fatal accident while counting the money in his car. In his final moments, he entrusted the 30,000 yuan to his wife. Subsequently, Brother Feng returned to the Oasis Hotel with intentions of vengeance against Hai Sheng and Ning Ling, only to cross paths with me, whereupon 2 merciless assassins attempted to harm me, ultimately resulting in their becoming vegetative. Each incident, though seemingly isolated at the time, ultimately coalesced into a singular narrative, embodying the essence of an age-old adage: evil begets evil. The 30,000 yuan ultimately cost 4 lives and resulted in the sentencing of over a dozen violent criminals. I remain uncertain whether Ning Ling had foreseen these events or if they were orchestrated by him from the outset. Is Ning Ling even human? For now, the affairs in Rongqing come to a temporary close, and after tidying up, we shall proceed to our next project. This time, the temple restoration is not a matter of fulfilling a vow, but rather a necessity that must be addressed. After a journey of 2 days, we arrived at a quaint mountain village called Weidang. Nestled at the foot of a grand mountain, the picturesque scenery captivated us. Upon our arrival, we were warmly welcomed by the village secretary, who apprised us of the local situation. Our mission entailed the restoration of a mountain temple known as Xiaozhao Temple. It is noteworthy that when Xiaozhao Temple was first constructed, it was not intended as a temple, but rather served as a charitable mortuary. In ancient times, during years of famine, the land was often strewn with corpses, prompting many villages to establish such mortuaries. In essence, a mortuary is a temporary resting place for coffins. However, the local gentry of Weidang, in an effort to ward off malevolent spirits, constructed the mortuary with 2 levels. The first level was dedicated to the worship of Guanyin, the Bodhisattva of compassion, while the second level served as the repository for coffins. It was precisely due to this mortuary that many remains were spared from exposure to the wild, and the gentry's actions were certainly commendable. Subsequently, a wandering monk passing through learned of the gentry's benevolence and inscribed the characters for Xiaozhao Temple. Xiaozhao was the gentry's childhood nickname, and the monk proclaimed that he possessed a heart of wisdom and would surely reap good fortune. Thus, the mortuary was transformed into a temple bearing his name. Yet, being a site associated with the dead, few sought to offer incense and worship there, and over time, it fell into neglect as an ancient ruin. As we walked along the path, the village chief recounted that after the founding of the People's Republic of China, the People's Liberation Army came to eradicate bandits. The notorious bandit leader, Tai Laogon, and his followers took refuge in Xiaozhao Temple. When the liberation forces received intelligence and arrived, they found the bandits hanging at the temple's entrance, reportedly having hanged themselves with monkey tails. Hearing this, I felt a shiver run down my spine and inquired of the village chief, "From where did they procure monkey tails?" He took a couple of puffs from his pipe before continuing, "I did not glimpse a monkey's tail, but what I witnessed was far more terrifying. On that day, I ventured to the neighboring village for some errands, taking a shortcut through the mountains. Not long after, an unbearable stench assailed my senses, and I spotted a shadow darting through the woods. The figure donned a dark long robe and sported a top-knot characteristic of Taoist priests. Initially, I thought my eyes were deceiving me. However, as I passed by the Shennongjia temple, I beheld a corpse clad in blue robes hanging from the temple's bracketed archway. It appeared to be that of a Taoist priest. This sight filled me with dread, and I dared not proceed further. Upon returning home, I fell gravely ill. Later, the village elders recounted that during the campaign against the Four Olds, a work team accompanied by a dozen militia attempted to demolish the ancient temple. A widower named Wu Tianxiong implored the work team not to raise the temple, but he was met with violence. He said nothing in response, donned a blue cotton robe, and followed the work team to Jinshan, after which neither he nor the militia members returned. Subsequently, some villagers, emboldened, ventured to Shennongjia temple to investigate, only to discover a trail of corpses, all in various states of decay, those very militiamen who had sought to dismantle the temple. When they perished, they were all found with their backs turned to Shennongjia temple, indicating their desperate attempt to flee. Ningling Sheng inquired, "Is Wu Qianxiong the Taoist who resides in Weidang village?" The village elders affirmed this, noting that during that era, itinerant monks and priests faced immense hardships, with many reverting to secular life, and Wu Tianxiong was one such individual. Without him, this small Shennongjia temple would have long been demolished. Upon learning these details, I felt unafraid. A couple of months ago, I sought contributions from the villagers to gather some funds, intending to renovate the temple. As I spoke, we arrived at the front of Shennongjia temple, where a two-story wooden structure stood amidst a dense thicket. The paint on the wood, weathered by wind and sun, had long since peeled away, revealing a patchy surface. The paper-covered windows were in disarray, with the frames themselves decaying, allowing a glimpse through the windowless openings at the indistinct visage of Guanyin within the Dharma hall. Ning Lingsheng approached the temple door and inquired, "Is that the blue-robed figure you mentioned, village chief, hanging from this very entrance?" "Indeed, a skeleton clad in a blue cotton robe. I saw it quite clearly," the village chief replied. Ning Lingsheng nodded, saying, "In these wild lands, strange occurrences are not uncommon. This temple harbors no malevolent spirits, and after a thorough renovation, it shall pose no issues. Well then, we appreciate your efforts. Please work diligently. We shall provide for your sustenance and needs," the village chief stated. "Thank you for your assistance," Ning Lingsheng replied. Following the village chief's departure, the restoration officially commenced. Renovating the temple was not merely a matter of applying a fresh coat of paint and patching up holes. The process was divided into 3 phases. The first step was to drive away rodents and insects. This phase consisted of 2 actions. First, burning and drying mugwort leaves to repel mosquitoes. Second, summoning a rat exorcist to chant incantations within the Dharma hall. The mouse-repelling incantation is indeed remarkable. Merely reciting a passage of the spell can banish the rodents lurking in the shadows. However, the incantation must be uttered by a single individual, and it is imperative that the surroundings provide adequate concealment. No outsider may dare to cast a glance. Should anyone do so, the efficacy of the spell will be rendered null. The subsequent step, following the expulsion of mice and insects, involves the restoration of the sacred altar and the reformation of the golden body. The third step is the consecration ceremony for the Buddha or deity statue, a rite that is typically reserved for grand temples. The practitioner of the mouse-repelling spell is known as Nyo Jianshang, a man in his 40s, characterized by his earnest and simple demeanor, a steadfast supporter of Ningling. I have witnessed the astonishing spectacle of swarms of mice fleeing due to the incantation on 6 or 7 occasions, within the blink of an eye. Hundreds of rodents of varying sizes erupted from the crevices of the temple walls, a cloud of gray scurrying about, evoking a sense of dread. These creatures seemed as if their tails were aflame, racing away in a frenzy, their piercing squeals resonating in the air. Chapter 1. The Xiaoxiao Temple. I once privately inquired with Niu Jinsheng about the nature of the mouse-repelling incantation, but he remained tight-lipped, not revealing its mysteries to me or to anyone else curious about the spell. The ritual must be performed after midnight, which is why our tent is always pitched a fair distance from the temple we intend to restore, to avoid the potential chaos of a mass exodus of rodents, an image that sends chills down one's spine. Prior to the ritual, Niu Jinsheng abstains from food and drink, retiring to bed quite early. Strangely enough, on that particular evening, having finished my meal and preparing to return to the tent, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a woman clad in an embroidered qipao, standing motionless in the distant forest, holding an old-fashioned canvas umbrella. The eerie sight sent a shiver through me, yet in the blink of an eye, she vanished. As we frequently traverse the mountains and wilderness while restoring ancient temples, such bizarre encounters have become commonplace. Thus, I merely felt a slight shock and dismissed it as inconsequential before succumbing to sleep. However, for reasons unknown, I found myself tossing and turning throughout the night. Later, I heard the sound of Niu Jinsheng exiting the tent, which piqued my curiosity further and rendered sleep even more elusive. When I stepped outside to relieve myself, I once again beheld the woman standing motionless in the darkened forest. This time, I observed her more clearly. She possessed a tall, slender figure, and her graceful waist suggested she was indeed a strikingly beautiful woman. Yet, her umbrella obscured her face entirely, leaving her features hidden from view. Unlike before, she did not disappear with the fluttering of my eyelids and remained steadfast, unmoving in the shadows. As she stood facing the small Zhao temple, I felt an unsettling apprehension regarding Niu Jinsheng's safety. Grasping a celestial measuring stick, I approached her. Each member of our construction crew possessed one of these sticks. They served to ward off wild creatures and dispel malevolent spirits. Ning Lingsheng once mentioned that should one encounter a ghost, striking it with this tool would suffice, provided the spirit in question was not an extraordinarily vengeful one. However, it was peculiar that, regardless of my movements, the woman maintained a constant distance from me, preventing any chance of contact. We continued this strange procession, neither of us knowing how long it lasted, until I faintly discerned a series of muffled thuds, reminiscent of heavy footsteps. The thought of Niu Jinsheng still performing rites on site filled me with urgency, prompting me to sprint towards the small Zhao temple. As I quickened my pace, the woman with the umbrella gradually faded from view. Upon reaching the vicinity of the ancient temple, I found Niu Jinsheng kneeling before it, fervently bowing his head. As I moved closer, I could clearly see his face smeared with blood, rendering his features unrecognizable, a chilling sight in the darkness. In this desolate wilderness, beneath a cold moon and devoid of companions, I felt a profound sense of dread as I witnessed his eerie actions, leaving no room for sympathy. Despite my terror, the instinct to assist prevailed, and I steeled myself to approach him. Just then, Ning Lingsheng's soft voice reached my ears, cautioning, "You cannot help him this way." With that, he entered the temple, kneeling before the visage of Guanyin, humbly intoning, "I apologize for the disturbance." Having spoken, he rose and approached the eastern wall of the temple, unveiling a square sheet of white paper. Strangely enough, the fervent kneeling of Niu Taisheng abruptly ceased. He straightened his upper body, seemingly oblivious to the blood that continuously dripped from his forehead. Subsequently, Ning Lingsheng lit 2 candles and 3 incense sticks, respectfully kneeling on the ground as he bowed 3 times before the statue. This was a vow. 2 candles represented the eyes of the Buddha, while the 3 incense sticks served as prayers, with Ning Lingsheng undoubtedly making a wish on behalf of Niu Jinsheng. Indeed, once he rose again, Niu Jinsheng immediately collapsed to the ground, unconscious. We then dragged him to the edge of the forest, 500 meters away, before we dared to pause and catch our breath. "Ninggo, what did you wish for?" I inquired. "I wished to repair the temple, so that the master would no longer hold a grudge against Niu Jinsheng. The statue enshrined in Xiaoxiao Temple is not Guanyin, but rather a fox spirit." Ning Lingsheng replied quietly. "But I clearly saw the visage of Guanyin," I countered. Ning Lingsheng remained silent, merely gesturing toward the interior of the temple. The pair of candles had extinguished without a breath of wind, leaving only the flickering flames of the 3 incense sticks. Strangely, above the flames of the 3 incense sticks, a pair of emerald-like glimmers shone brightly. It was utterly bizarre that the eyes of the clay statue seemed to emit light. The wild temple is restless, yet why does a place of worship attract malevolence? The reasoning eludes most, but we craftsmen who restore temples must understand that a temple embodies righteousness, Ning Lingsheng remarked. However, the monks emphasize compassion, and the essence of Buddhism lies in the salvation of all beings. Demons and spirits are indeed part of this multitude. Naturally, they attract both mountain spirits and wild creatures. Those with wisdom will, over time, inevitably gravitate towards goodness. Yet, there are always those who are obstinately unyielding, and the vast majority fall into this category. Gradually, ancient temples may become perilous places. Thus, it was not Guanyin Bodhisattva who harmed Niu Jinsheng, but rather a fox. I remarked in astonishment. Ning Lingsheng let out a resigned sigh and said, "The old ox's greatest desire is not to drive away mice, but to expel ghosts." He must have seen the spirits lurking in the jungle, much like a scholar imitating the actions of others to ward off evil. With that, he tore the white paper in his hand into shreds, scattering them on the ground. He painted an image of Zhongkue with glutinous rice water. But how could a Taoist deity's figure be hung in a Buddhist hall? It is utter chaos. It seems Ning Lingsheng had long been aware of the clandestine activities of Niu Jinsheng, yet chose to feign ignorance, aiming to teach him a lesson through hardship. Although Niu Jinsheng appeared fearsome with his bloodied head, in truth, he had merely sustained a scraped surface and a mild concussion. However, he could not recall the events of that night, believing instead that he had merely experienced a nightmare. I never mentioned this to him. Next came the act of fulfilling vows. Once a wish made in the ancient temple is realized, it must be repaid with utmost promptness, lest one encounter numerous troubles. Thus, the following day, Ning Lingsheng instructed Chun Sheng to lead the construction team in repairing the Xiaozhou temple. The entire process unfolded with an air of tranquility, leaving little to discuss. However, the individual responsible for funding the temple repairs became a topic of interest. The village head claimed that the funds were raised under his auspices, but it was later revealed that the benefactor for the restoration of the Xiaozhou temple was one Wang Tianming, a resident of Weidang village who had ventured into the carpet business early on. Through his association with a prominent figure who began with a modest inn, he ultimately amassed a collection of luxurious hotels, thereby establishing himself as the wealthiest individual in Weidang village. Yet, despite his affluence, Wang Tianming's 3 children were all afflicted with various abnormalities. His eldest son was a malformed individual born without a left hand, and his right hand bore 6 fingers, with the digits unnaturally fused. The second child, although possessing both hands and fingers, had them grotesquely situated on his chest instead of the shoulders, resembling a dinosaur at first glance. The third child, while outwardly normal, was deaf and mute. All 3 sons, despite being male, were devoid of health. The whispers of the village were merciless. The birth of 3 such children led to countless gossipers maligning Wang Tianming, particularly envious of his wealth. Many painted him as a villain, attributing his children's misfortunes to his supposed misdeeds. Furthermore, these 3 children were born of 2 women with no blood relation to him, leaving Wang with no recourse to deflect the accusations. After divorcing his second wife, Wang Tianming found a girlfriend 8 years his junior. This time, instead of seeking medical advice, he consulted a renowned fortune teller. The soothsayer revealed that he was burdened by debts from a past life, and the only way to atone was to construct 10 temples. In his desperation, Wang Tianming decided to fund the restoration of a dilapidated ancient temple, with Xiaozhou Temple being the last one. Upon completion, the temple was transformed, and Wang Tianming arrived at the site, filled with satisfaction. He generously presented a substantial red envelope to Ning Lingsheng, who graciously accepted it. The newly restored temple entrance required a red ribbon to be removed, and only a benevolent benefactor could perform this task. With a beaming face, Wang Tianming stepped forward and swiftly tore down the red ribbon. As the freshly restored wooden doors creaked open, He peered inside and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my goodness!" It was as if he had encountered a ghost, prompting him to turn and flee in terror. Chapter 1. The human raised ghost. His inexplicable actions left everyone present in a state of bewilderment, particularly his wife, who exclaimed, "Tianming, what on earth is wrong with you?" I leaned forward to catch a glimpse inside the temple, and was taken aback to find a woman clad in a floral qipao, holding a parasol that obscured her face entirely, standing before the statue of Guanyin. It was indeed the very specter I had encountered in the woods that night. However, upon closer inspection, I discerned the truth. It was a paper effigy, masterfully crafted. The dimensions and contours of the figure mirrored that of a real person almost flawlessly, exhibiting an elegant fluidity devoid of any stiffness. Yet, it puzzled me that the others in the temple displayed minimal reaction to this paper figure. How could it possibly instill such terror in Wang Tianming, a grown man, that he fled in panic? Surely, even the most timid among us would not succumb to such a degree of fright. At that moment, a villager entered the temple, glanced at the parasol, and remarked, "This paper figure has no head." Indeed, how could a paper figure lack a head? The village chief questioned, perplexed. "It must have been severed," Ning Lingsheng interjected casually. "Might I inquire what significance lies in placing a paper figure within the temple?" The village chief asked. "I have no knowledge of that. This figure was not placed here by me," Ning Lingsheng firmly denied. "If not you, then who could it be? Who knows? I have never encountered such a situation before. Perhaps it is merely a prank," Ning Lingsheng chuckled. He then instructed someone to remove the paper figure from the temple, saying, "Just find a random spot to set it down." The paper effigy was placed at the rear of the temple. Ning. Why was Wang Tianming so terrified upon seeing the paper figure? "Are you curious?" Ning Ling Sheng replied. "What puzzles me is why this person possesses such a feeble disposition." I remarked, "I can only speculate. Perhaps by tomorrow, you shall have your answers," Ning Ling Sheng confidently asserted. "Ning, have you discerned something? Pray, share it with me." "Some matters cannot be spoken of lightly. Let us observe the situation," he responded, seemingly glancing intentionally yet casually towards the thicket where the spirits roamed, before turning to depart. That evening, the villagers hosted a feast in our honor. Wang Tianming, as the benefactor, did not make an appearance. My mind was preoccupied with the peculiarities of the day. After the banquet, instead of returning to the tent, I ventured into the woods. Approaching the haunted site, I discerned a faint, dark yellow glow and heard the sound of labored breathing. There were others present. With this thought in mind, I stealthily circled through the underbrush to position myself in front of the glowing light. There, I beheld a black umbrella tilted against the earth, behind which stood a lantern. A man clad in a black raincoat was digging with a pickaxe, a mound of soil already accumulating beside him. As he bent to his task, the hood of his raincoat obscured his face, rendering his features indistinguishable. After a spell of digging, he straightened, resting on his shovel. In the flickering light, I was astonished to recognize him as Wang Tianming. Uncertain whether it was the dimness of the light or some other cause, Wang Tianming's countenance was hauntingly dark, with pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes, resembling a great bear. The shadowy flicker of the flames cast an eerie aura around him. After a brief respite, as he bent down to continue digging, an apparition holding an umbrella unexpectedly emerged behind him. I beheld this spectral figure clearly, nearly gasping in alarm, hastily covering my mouth with my hands, overwhelmed by sheer terror. Yet, Wang Tianming remained utterly oblivious to the ghastly sight that had materialized behind him, diligently laboring away at the earth. Previously, I had felt no fear upon encountering the ghost in this desolate wilderness, but witnessing her silently standing behind a living soul chilled me to the core. I dared not linger, quietly retreating to the construction team's camp. It was not until the dawn approached that I finally succumbed to sleep. However, I was soon roused by a cacophony of voices. Groggy, I emerged from my tent to inquire about the commotion, only to be informed that a corpse had been discovered in the woods. Instantly, I was jolted awake, my foggy mind clearing as I followed the construction crew deeper into the forest. Before long, I found a black umbrella and the burnout lantern, and there sat Wang Tianming, slumped on the ground, his head drooping. His black raincoat was stained with dark red blood. In his left hand, he clutched a dagger, equally smeared with blood. Witnessing this scene sent shivers down my spine. After I had departed, Wang Tianming had taken his own life by slitting his throat. I could not ascertain what he was digging for, so I approached the pit and glanced inside. There lay a skeleton clad in a floral-patterned qipao. The bones and the dress, caked in dust, were stained with blood. The skull was absent, and in the left hand, the skeleton clutched an umbrella. Ning Lingsheng remarked, "This is a blood sacrifice." "Brother, what does blood sacrifice mean?" Wang Jinshan inquired. "It refers to the offering of one's own blood to honor the deceased." Ning Lingsheng replied cryptically before turning to depart. At that moment, the lifeless body of Wang Tianming suddenly twitched unnaturally, evoking gasps of astonishment from all present. Then, his head jerked back abruptly, revealing a visage as pallid as snow. The movement of his head was not the result of resurrection, but rather due to a small, dark green snake, the size of a thumb, emerging from his severed throat, lifting his head in the process. "Everyone, keep your distance from that snake," Ning Lingxing cautioned. "This species feeds on the brain matter of corpses. Ensure it does not make contact with you, lest you succumb to corpse poison." We hastily withdrew, observing as the little green serpent leisurely coiled around Wang Tianming's neck a few times before burrowing into the earth, quickly vanishing from sight. Wang Tianming's head fell limply back to his chest. At that moment, I felt an increasing chill emanating from the silk pouch around my neck, the temperature akin to that of ice. My neck and wrists grew numb from the cold, prompting me to consider removing the 3 pieces of gold jewelry. However, as I attempted to move my hand, it was restrained. Ning Lingsheng stood beside me and said, "Though it is frigid, the fact that you can feel it is a positive sign." Upon hearing these words, I felt a chill run down my spine. "Ningke, is it truly impossible for me to extricate myself from this fate?" The item known as Su Luonong serves as a vessel for nurturing spirits. It is easy to don, yet if one wishes to remain alive, one must never carelessly remove it. However, this lingering malevolent presence constantly shadows me, and the mere thought of it incites a sense of revulsion. To retain even a single breath of life is a stroke of fortune, and yet, at this juncture, Ning Lingsheng pondered and remarked, "Nurturing spirits may not necessarily be a malevolent endeavor. In this world, there are many who reap substantial benefits from it." "Ah, there are actually those who profit from such a thing? How utterly novel!" I exclaimed in astonishment. The practice of spirit nurturing finds its origins in the esoteric arts of Maoshan, thus classifying it as a Taoist technique. Subsequently, various schools of Taoist thought adopted methods for spirit nurturing, such as Lu Ling Tong, Erbao Shun Xiaohua Xian, and Tanzhu, all of whom can bestow tangible advantages upon their masters. The number of individuals engaged in this practice is certainly not insignificant. What is there to fear? It was only today that I discovered the existence of individuals who nurture spirits, and that such a practice could indeed bear benefits, causing my entire worldview to shatter instantaneously. Soon after, law enforcement intervened, prompting our withdrawal. The village chief, filled with trepidation, approached Ning Lingsheng to inquire whether the demise of Wang Tianming was connected to the Shaozhao Temple. Ning Lingsheng replied, "There is nothing amiss with the Shaozhao Temple. Wang Tianming perished due to his own guilty conscience. The woman buried in the land was undoubtedly slain by him. His construction of 10 temples was an act of merit intended to facilitate the reincarnation of the woman he had murdered. Thus, the eventual establishment of the Shaozhao Temple merely served to bring about the retribution he so rightfully deserved. No wonder he was so terrified upon seeing the paper figure." "Did the police inform you of this?" the village chief inquired. "Indeed, in a few days, the police will convey this news to you," Ning Lingxing replied dismissively. "Men become restless once they acquire wealth. Wang Tianming, who has always been honest and straightforward, never struck me as someone capable of murder." Alas, the village chief sighed, shaking his head as he departed. That paper figure must have been placed in the temple by Ning Lingxing. Realizing this, I remarked, "Ning, you truly possess remarkable cunning. Do you believe I placed the paper figure there?" He questioned. "Was it not you?" I asked in astonishment. "Certainly not," he vehemently denied. "If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" The matter has been settled, so do not conceal the truth from me. I chuckled. However, Ning Lingsheng then uttered a chilling statement. Whispering in my ear, there's a paper craftsman at the west end of the village. He should be acquainted with you, though you remain unaware. Chapter 1. The Hill of the Brave Woman. I found myself in a state of bewilderment for quite some time in that locality. Had I, perhaps in a fit of slumber, ventured to the western edge of the village to seek out the paper craftsman for the creation of this effigy? The more I pondered this eerie situation, the more unsettling it became. However, I refrained from inquiring further. Regardless of the circumstances, the malevolent individual had received his just deserts. Once our local duties were concluded, we proceeded to another destination, this time within an urban setting, a picturesque tourist city known as Green Awakening City. The benefactor behind this endeavor was none other than Wang Tianming, the proprietor of a local inn, and I shall elucidate the reasons for his philanthropic gesture in due course. As of now, he remains perplexed about the nature of his troubles. This region is also referred to as Nine Dragons Enclosure, owing to the presence of 9 mountains of varying sizes that encircle the city. It is characterized by a typical hilly basin topography. Although Green Awakening City is not particularly large, it serves as a gateway to the Yellow River Basin and has been the site of numerous historical battles that evoke deep emotion. Notably, any renowned ancient battleground is invariably accompanied by temples, a connection that I cannot quite articulate, yet the reality remains. The temple we are set to construct is nestled within the mountain known as the Hill of the Brave Woman. The 9 mountains surrounding Green Awakening City are all designated tourist attractions, not vast in expanse, but surrounded by fertile soil, with each peak adorned in lush vegetation. Being a tourist destination, visitors abound throughout the year. However, in comparison to the other 8 summits, the Hill of the Brave Woman is notably less frequented. We arrived precisely in the morning. Although the distant mountain peaks remain obscured from view, the 2 nearby mountains are distinctly visible, where shadows of figures flit amongst the dense vegetation, and skilled individuals fly kites from the summits. Conversely, the site known as Lean Ridge reveals not a single silhouette, rendering the ancient temple with its crimson walls and golden tiles atop the peak all the more conspicuous. The absence of people is attributed to a nearly 3-meter-high barbed wire fence obstructing the entrance at the foot of the mountain. My role within the construction team is that of a laborer attending to various menial tasks. Thus, I sought out the local authorities responsible for maintaining security in the gardens. And after discreetly offering them 2 packs of cigarettes, one of the officials divulged the reasons behind the blockade of the ascent. The tale he recounted dates back to the Song dynasty, during which the formidable army of Liao and Jin, numbering 80,000, advanced towards Lujua City, only to be decisively defeated by General Han Shizhong and his 5,000 troops at Jiulong Beach. Following this humiliating defeat, the remnants of the Liao forces reconvened and agreed that such a loss was intolerable. They plotted to launch a surprise attack while the Song troops, having just emerged victorious, let down their guard. Indeed, after the Song army's overwhelming victory, they did relax their vigilance. Instead of executing a night raid, the Liao soldiers disguised themselves as local civilians, infiltrating the city to await the opportune moment to wreak havoc and ultimately reclaim Lujua City. Their plan seemed sound. However, an unforeseen event transpired on that day. A young lady named Yulan from a prominent local family ventured out to gather flowers, accompanied by 9 others, 7 women and 2 men, on a trip to the nearest Lean Ridge. In the time of the Song dynasty, this mountain bore no name, and as the group approached the foot of the mountain, they were discovered by the Liao soldiers masquerading as townsfolk. The current arrival consists entirely of those willing to face death, for once they enter the city, it becomes the dominion of others. While the slaughter of ordinary citizens poses no challenge, should the city gates close, even if their own forces manage to seize the stronghold, they may find themselves bereft of life. The mentality of a death seeker diverges fundamentally from that of a typical individual. It is akin to someone who knows their time is swiftly drawing to a close. The first instinct is to indulge oneself, to pursue those desires once suppressed but now ripe for fulfillment. A group of strong and youthful warriors, long denied their carnal cravings, find themselves irresistibly drawn to 7 delicate maidens, akin to blooming flowers, and thus they pounce upon them with the ferocity of wolves. Although they momentarily indulged, their identities were inevitably revealed. 2 male attendants, originally tasked with safeguarding the maidens, were skilled fighters, while defeating a multitude was beyond their means. Escape was still a viable option. Upon receiving this alarming news, the city of Jew promptly closed its gates and fortified its defenses. Seeing their plot unravel, the Liao forces devised a more nefarious scheme. They transported the violated 7 maidens to the summit of the Hill of the Virtuous Women, erecting 7 wooden platforms to display them to the city's populace. They issued a grim ultimatum. Unless the gates were opened, the 7 girls would be burned alive. This harrowing scene was witnessed clearly by the townsfolk, who could only imagine the turmoil within their hearts. Yet the outcome was painfully evident. The commander of the city would never capitulate for the sake of 7 women. Consequently, these innocent maidens were tragically reduced to charred remains before the eyes of their own kin. After the Liao army returned empty-handed once again, the local garrison, in an effort to save face, named the Mountain Heroine Hill, implying that the 7 girls had valiantly sacrificed their lives to defend Ljeju City. Although this title may seem absurd and laughable, there exists no grounds for rebuttal. One can only lament that those 7 unfortunate women were destined for such a fate. Following the demise of these young women, peculiar occurrences began to proliferate in the mountains, a phenomenon explicitly documented in the local county records. It is said that anyone of Manchu descent who ascends the mountain will encounter strange happenings. A security guard recounted to me an incident from 5 years prior, involving a man from northeast China who applied for a position as a park security officer. He claimed to be Han Chinese, but after just 5 days, he sustained a leg fracture. He recounted that while at Heroine Hill, he inadvertently spotted a dark brown stone, and before he could turn his head away, the stone unfurled to reveal a grotesque figure covered in scabs, with a mouth stretching to his ears. The sight terrified him to the brink of madness, and in his frantic escape, he accidentally broke his leg. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that this so-called Han individual actually bore the surname Na and was of pure Manchu lineage. He had concealed his ethnicity to partake in a wager with friends, leading to a rather unfortunate outcome. Yet he personally witnessed this sinister occurrence. Numerous others have encountered similar phenomena, and those carrying items from northeast China also found themselves in bizarre situations. Consequently, to ensure the safety of visitors, the local landscaping department ultimately decided to close off the mountain. The temple atop the mountain is known as the Hidden Body Temple. It is said that a prominent figure, having attained enlightenment and renounced worldly attachments during the Yuan dynasty, established this temple as a refuge. Following its construction, the Ladies' Ridge enjoyed a period of tranquility. However, unrest returned during the Republic era when, mysteriously, the monks of the Hidden Body Temple vanished overnight. From that point forward, the small mountain was plagued by eerie wails and lamentations, a phenomenon explicitly documented in the local annals of the time. Gradually, the temple fell into disrepair. Nevertheless, the restoration of temples is regarded as a meaningful endeavor, and local governments at various levels have shown considerable support for such initiatives. Consequently, a responsible official from the park management department swiftly arrived on site. After discussions, he earnestly cautioned us about the dangers of ascending the mountain, urging us to prioritize our safety. Additionally, he informed us that non-Han individuals were prohibited from going up the mountain, and that items characteristic of Northeast culture were not allowed. We conducted a thorough inspection to ensure that all present were Han and that no prohibited items were in our possession. Subsequently, the scenic area arranged for 2 staff members to unlock the iron gate for us. We proceeded with utmost caution, wary of any strange occurrences. Fortunately, our journey was relatively uneventful, perhaps due to the benevolence shown by the spirits of those women who were compelled to sacrifice themselves for their country, allowing us to reach the Hidden Body Temple without hindrance. The temple itself is quite substantial, primarily featuring a pavilion with a layout of front hall and rear sanctuary. As we ascended the steps, we performed 3 prostrations at both the first and 6th steps, adhering to the customary practices of temple worship. The first step symbolizes a sincere heart, while the sixth step represents the auspicious harmony of sixes. Upon entering the temple, it is imperative to light incense at the incense burner before we may observe the main hall of the temple. Subsequently, we casually surveyed the area. Behind a mountain gate lies the Guanyin Pavilion, followed by the Hall of Seven Buddhas, and further back is the Dharma Hall. Adjacent to these structures is a resting area for the monks. The entire layout is artistically arranged, and after our inspection, my father remarked, "This is a superior temple architecture." What a pity. Niu Jinsheng noted, "This temple has been passed down for several centuries. It is indeed a feat that it has been preserved. Once we complete our renovations, it will certainly regain its former glory." After experiencing a setback, the impulsive Niu Jinsheng, who had fancied himself a master, attained enlightenment and ceased to entertain unrealistic notions. He proved to be quite adept in his work. In my assessment, the main structure of the temple appears sound. However, due to its age, the load-bearing walls require reinforcement, and the wooden beams of the sacred edifice need replacement. Additionally, there are minor details that necessitate repairs, but nothing overly complicated. "Let us prepare to commence our work," stated the project leader, Chun Shang. When encountering a well-preserved temple, the initial step is to cleanse the statues and remove the accumulated dust within the halls. It is imperative to ensure cleanliness before commencing any restoration, which distinguishes our approach from that of a typical renovation company. I was assigned the task of cleaning the Methriya Hall. Upon entering the hall, holding a ladder and cleaning tools, my eyes were immediately drawn to the statue of Weituo, the guardian deity of the Buddha, wielding a demon-subduing pestle. Typically, such a statue is positioned behind the Methriya Buddha. Realizing I had entered through the back door of the hall, I promptly excused myself and circled around to enter through the front. Although this may seem a trivial detail, it is an essential aspect that artisans like us must diligently observe. To enter the Buddhist or Taoist path, one must possess an exceptionally devout heart. Otherwise, during the course of one's endeavors, one may encounter numerous unforeseen troubles. I circled around and entered through the main gate, only to be taken aback upon my arrival, for I once again beheld the statue of Weituo. Chapter 1. The almsgiving to hungry ghosts. Could it be that I merely imagined what I just witnessed? With this thought, I exited and re-entered through the same door. To my astonishment, the statue of the deity Weituo remained as I'd seen before. Such peculiar occurrences are not uncommon during the restoration of ancient temples. The reasons behind them are often elusive, perhaps due to the lingering protective powers of the site. Consequently, I felt no fear. After placing my offerings, I performed a few bows and proceeded to inform Ning Lingsheng of the situation. Ning Lingsheng offered no further commentary, instructing me instead to assist with the cleaning of other Buddhist halls. We toiled diligently until noon, managing to clean all the halls except for the Methriya Hall. The dust we gathered was scattered in areas abundant with vegetation. It is quite curious that dust, considered refuse elsewhere when swept from the Buddhist halls, serves to promote plant growth, often proving more effective than fertilizer, a valuable insight gained through our experience. Afterward, Ning Lingsheng and I arrived at the Methriya Hall. We did not enter. Instead, we circled around it in a clockwise direction, after which Ning Lingsheng seemed to ponder thoughtfully, nodding as he said, "Let us eat." It is strictly forbidden to cook meat within the temple grounds, so the kitchen was set up 200 or 300 meters away. We took our respite in a nearby grove, engaging in light conversation, when suddenly 2 frantic cooks rushed towards us exclaiming, "There are ghosts! There are ghosts!" Our nerves were already heightened, and at the sound of their voices, we instinctively straightened our postures. Old Sheffley ran over, his face flushed and breathless, exclaiming, "You must come and see this. I have never witnessed such a thing in my life." His expression was one of sheer astonishment, and his tone was frantic. Without inquiring further, Ning Lingsheng led us to the cooking area, where I was confronted with an exceedingly bizarre sight. In the mountains, a cooking fire is simply made by digging a hole in the muddy ground, stacking a few bricks above it, and igniting a fire within the pit. A pot was placed atop the bricks, and I noticed a vigorous blaze within the hole. Sheffley was preparing a pot of fish soup, which was already boiling, the proteins dissolving into the broth, rendering it a milky white. Yet, Astonishingly, this bubbling pot emitted no steam whatsoever, creating the illusion of cold water and tumult. However, when we extended our hands toward the surface of the pot, we could distinctly feel the warmth radiating. Moreover, this boiling, milky fish soup possessed no flavor at all, akin to a pot of mere boiled water. None of us were naive, so aside from the chef's heavy panting, everyone remained composed, gazing intently at Ning Ling Sheng. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his hand and poured the entire pot of fish soup into the ground, saying, "Oldly, prepare another dish." With trembling hands, Oldly added cooking oil to the pan, and moments later, we could see the oil emitting faint wisps of smoke. However, as he introduced the vegetables into the frying pan and stirred them, the smoke abruptly vanished. Initially, a subtle aroma of the vegetables lingered in the air, but it swiftly dissipated, leaving only waves of heat. Ning Ling Sheng furrowed his brow, scooped the vegetables out of the pan, and declared, "Let's try again." Oldly was drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he stir-fried another batch of shredded potatoes. As anticipated, once the dish was poured into the pan, the smoke transformed into steam, and the aroma of the food vanished once more. With a clang, Ning Lingsheng seized the frying pan and hurled it far into the woods, then extinguished the campfire with his foot, declaring, "This mountain is plagued by starving ghosts." The atmosphere fell silent, while I secretly trembled in fear. The temple workers have always held an unwavering belief in the existence of spirits, so we understood all too well what Ning Lingsheng meant by starving ghosts. He once described them as having a waxy yellow complexion, their bodies emaciated and devoid of flesh, save for an enormous, distended belly. These spirits exist in a perpetual state of hunger, devouring any food they encounter with ravenous abandon, only to regurgitate it soon after. No matter how much they consume, their hunger remains unquenched. Starving ghosts are particularly drawn to households with leftover food left unattended on the dining table, where they will unceremoniously devour every morsel, regurgitating it repeatedly. Thus, the best way to handle leftovers at home is either to discard them or to cover the dish with another bowl. Leaving them exposed on the table is perilous, for one might inadvertently consume food that has been vomited. Yet, until now, we have regarded the tales of starving ghosts as mere stories. Had we truly encountered one today? However, this time it was not leftovers, but freshly cooked food. Could it be that the starving ghosts here do not adhere to their customary rules? As we sat in silence, Ning Ling Sheng remarked, "Do you not believe?" "Ning, it is not that we lack faith, but it is quite unusual for ghosts to haunt during broad daylight," responded Nyo Gung Sheng, who was rather forthright in expressing his skepticism. "I understand your disbelief, but soon you shall be convinced," Ning Ling Sheng replied with a smile. "Even if we come to believe, what shall we do if there are indeed hungry ghosts in this temple?" Someone suggested, seeking a solution, "Find a Taoist priest." Before Wang Dian Chun could finish his thought, Ning Ling Sheng sharply interrupted, silencing him. Wang Dian Chun, taken aback, retreated into silence. "Remember, we are in a sacred Buddhist sanctuary. The principle of universal salvation applies to all beings. Hence, one must refrain from uttering words of exorcism or misfortune within these grounds. Lest you swallow your own tongue." Ning Ling Sheng's words sent a chill down my spine. He then turned to the chef and instructed, "Please prepare 18 dishes, 3 of which should be meat-based, along with 15 vegetarian options, and procure 18 dark-color plates." After the 2 chefs departed, I inquired, "Ning, what is our purpose in this? Since we have ventured onto their sacred ground, we must show our respect. These dishes are offerings, intended to appease them, so they may spare us further trouble." Ning Ling Sheng explained, "But how could these 7 young ladies have transformed into hungry ghosts? It seems incongruous with their status." I expressed my curiosity. "Let's not dwell on those who have departed. By making this offering, we shall see the results," he asserted. After the chef returned with the dishes and bowls, everyone lent a hand to wash the vegetables and set up the stove. Before long, the chef was stirring vigorously, and with a cacophony of clinks and clatters. 18 dishes were arranged neatly on the earthen ground, yet they exuded no warmth whatsoever. Ning Ling Sheng gestured for us to quietly retreat into the woods. Strangely enough, when we glanced at the dishes that evening, despite their quantity remaining unchanged, they appeared remarkably shriveled, as if the essence of the vegetables had been entirely absorbed. The most striking example was the braised pork, which had been cut into cubes the size of a pinky finger. Freshly cooked, the pieces glistened like they had been coated in honey, succulent and plump. Now, however, they were dark and unappetizing, resembling burnt offerings, limp and soft like taffy. Before we could express our astonishment, Ning Ling Sheng waved his hand and instructed, dig a pit and buried both the dishes and the vegetables. Subsequently, we descended the mountain and rested in the tents we had erected at its base. The next day, we did not commence work. The 18 dishes remained precisely arranged along the mountain path, and by nightfall, the withered vegetables and their plates were buried once more. This cycle continued for 4 days until, at last, a wisp of white smoke emerged as oldly cooked. Ning Ling Sheng clapped his hands and declared, "This meal is ready for us to enjoy. Eat well before we resume our labor." After everyone had feasted, we gathered in the Maitreya Hall. Upon entering this time, we beheld the statue of Maitreya Buddha. Ning Ling Sheng advised, when cleaning the dust, be meticulous, do not apply excessive force. If you encounter anything peculiar, do not overreact. Disturbing the Buddha would be our transgression. Following this, those sweeping and wiping windows busied themselves, while I fetched a ladder to clean the beams of the temple. The ladder was not particularly high, so even when I stood on the top rung, I could barely reach the apex of the beam by stretching my arms. Thus, I wrapped my feet around the ladder and gradually moved forward while dusting off the top of the beam. As I positioned myself within the hall, my hand suddenly brushed against something hard and fuzzy. Momentarily taken aback, I instinctively touched it again, and the more I explored, the more it felt like a human head. A chill ran down my spine, and I nearly lost my balance on the ladder. Noticing my sudden agitation, my colleagues gathered around to inquire about the commotion. Perched on the ladder, I pointed at the beam and exclaimed, "There's someone up there." Based on my tactile sensation, I was certain it was a person, for I had touched the crown of their head, and it was unmistakably bald. A silent, bald figure lurked just above me, and the very thought of it sent shivers down my spine. Chapter 1. The female singer Ning Ling Sheng approached with a steady demeanor and spoke calmly, "Do not panic. It is not a grave matter." With that, he grasped a ladder that reached above the beam and ascended. As I observed his head rising above the beam, I inhaled deeply and inquired, "Is he human?" Ning Ling Sheng nodded and then said, "Dian Xinzai, you too come up to assist in lowering the body. Wear gloves and masks." With this pronouncement, everyone understood that there was indeed a corpse atop the beam. The two sturdy men promptly lifted the lifeless figure down from the beam. The body had long since lost its moisture, rendering it a desiccated corpse, with dark brown skin tightly enveloping the bones. The hair remained intact, and from the expression on the face, it was evident that in his final moments, he had opened his mouth wide, seemingly in an attempt to consume something. Over the passage of time, the clothing had completely disintegrated, leaving us unaware of the man's era. However, the cause of death became apparent. There were distinct bite marks on his waist. Based on the wounds, it was highly probable that he was a thief who, while hiding, fell victim to snake venom, yet did not perish immediately. His ability to speak and move was entirely lost, and he ultimately succumbed to starvation. Indeed, there was a spirit of a starving ghost in Laitong Ridge, and for the past few days, he had been the recipient of our offerings. Ning Lingsheng sighed and remarked, "The human heart is so misguided. How tragic to have stolen into a temple and met such an end. Even if we are able to glimpse you a century hence, it is a matter of fate. Let us inter you in the earth to prevent your exposure to the wild. Should you have any awareness in the afterlife, may you ensure the smooth progress of our endeavors, thus accumulating some merit for yourself." It is indeed peculiar. After Ning Lingsheng uttered these words, the dry corpse of Zhang gradually closed its O-shaped mouth. After burying the body, we smoothly restored the ancient temple, subsequently receiving our rightful reward. When one commits transgressions, retribution is inescapable, even extending to one's descendants. Following Wang Tianming's demise, the burden of his sins was lifted, and he finally had a healthy daughter. Yet, whether this tormented soul could ever learn of his daughter's birth remains a mystery known only to him. Returning to the matter at hand, It is quite a coincidence that on the final day at the shrine of the heroic woman's hill, we encountered a woman ascending the mountain alone. She appeared to be in her 20s, perhaps nearing 30, dressed quite plainly. Her features were neither strikingly beautiful nor unattractive. Her face was somewhat large with small eyes, yet she emanated a strong sense of warmth. As a temple caretaker, I had encountered numerous devoted followers. However, this woman was exceptionally sincere. Upon entering the temple, she generously donated 500 yuan, followed by a half-hour of fervent prayer before departing respectfully. At that time, our project had reached the stage of painting the mountain walls, the final step in our restoration. Consequently, the atmosphere was rather relaxed. After the woman left, Wang Dianxin remarked, "This lady certainly possesses a remarkable sincerity. I wonder what brings her to seek the Bodhisattva's blessings." I replied, "Isn't it obvious? At her age, she must be praying for a child after marriage." "Indeed, I share your thoughts. It is truly pitiable. May she soon be blessed with a precious offspring," Wang Dianxin added in support. As noon approached, I felt a slight discomfort in my stomach and an urge to relieve myself. In the temple, the restroom is referred to as the West Purification Room. But as it was undergoing renovations that day, I had no choice but to seek out the open-air toilet. I lit a cigarette and ventured into a picturesque valley, intent on finding a suitable spot. Just as I was about to attend to my needs, I faintly heard a woman repeatedly lamenting, "What should I do?" Her voice was tinged with urgency, suggesting a state of agitation. My initial instinct was to retreat, fearing I had encountered a troubled spirit, when suddenly, from behind a large rock, a woman sprang forth. It was the very same woman I had seen earlier in the temple, fervently praying. With her lips tightly pressed together, she withdrew a 5-cent coin from her pocket and declared, "The front represents you, and the back represents it." With that, she tossed the coin into the air, catching it in her palm. However, upon glancing at the result, her expression shifted to one of disappointment. After a sigh, her gaze inadvertently fell upon me. "In these parts, the artisans who maintain the temple are held in high regard," and she nodded respectfully, addressing me as young master. I courteously replied, "Sister, it seems you are grappling with a difficult decision. Are you seeking the Bodhisattva's guidance?" She nodded, her face clouded with concern. "Alas, I stand at a critical juncture in life. One step forward could elevate me to the heavens, while a misstep may plunge me into the abyss." "Oh, is the disparity truly that vast? What is it that weighs so heavily on your mind?" I inquired, curiosity piqued. "I am a singer," she confessed, "and despite my efforts, I have yet to achieve any notable success. Recently, my company had me write several songs for a prominent artist, yet she dismissed them all. Thus, I am preparing to perform a song. As this opportunity is truly rare, I wish to select the one that resonates with me most profoundly." "Are you really tossing a coin here?" I stifled a laugh. "It is truly exasperating. I find every song delightful and fitting. Yet, when it comes to deciding on one, I feel an unsettling uncertainty, and my hesitation has driven me to the brink of despair," the woman lamented. "This exemplifies the psychology of gain and loss. It is not the lack of opportunities that instills fear, but rather the burden of making a choice among them, which is indeed the most daunting task. Young master, as someone who spends daily time in the presence of the Bodhisattva, you exude an aura of transcendence. Please lend me your wisdom," she implored almost desperately. "Dear lady, can you truly entrust such matters to another?" I replied, "If I cannot trust others, how could I possibly trust you? Just tell me your thoughts. It won't be in vain, I will." I interrupted her, saying, "If you genuinely cannot make up your mind, I can introduce you to someone. Should he be willing to assist you, it will undoubtedly be beneficial." "Oh, please tell me, where can I find this esteemed individual?" At that time, the entertainment industry was not as tumultuous as it is now, and this person could be considered among the early seekers of divine intervention within that realm. However, I was unaware if Ning Lingsheng would be willing to meet her. Upon notifying him, he did not refuse and agreed to the meeting. At that time, the woman was far from renowned, hardly even a third-tier celebrity. When she encountered Ning Lingsheng, her expression was one of utter reverence, almost as if she wished to kneel before him. Ning Lingsheng, undeterred, first requested that she perform several songs in his presence. He then inquired about her birth date and time, and after careful calculation, he stated, "You are born in the year of Jia In, Guiyu, Jia Zi. On the day of Jia Zi, at the hour of Jia Zi, entering the Xiao Si configuration. If your year and month pillars lack Gongshun and Xi in you, while possessing Chou in harmony and Wu in conflict, it indicates a deficiency in the elements of fire and earth." The woman was taken aback, and I too was bewildered by his words. Ning Lingsheng continued, "Your divination reveals that your fate is characterized by leaving your homeland and seeking your own path to prosperity. How far is your hometown from the city where you currently work?" "Approximately over 2,000 kilometers," she replied. Ning Lingsheng nodded slightly. "This distance is indeed beneficial for your career." "Ah, master, how can the distance between my hometown and my city of residence possibly relate to my career prosperity?" the woman asked in astonishment. "The intricacies of one's fate are interwoven with numerous aspects of life. Neglecting even one can lead to vastly different outcomes. Thus, I conclude that you will experience positive developments in your career. While immense wealth may be unlikely, the prospect of becoming a popular singer is certainly within reach. However, everything must be approached with moderation. As long as you refrain from excessively pursuing what does not belong to you, you are bound to achieve significant progress." The woman beamed with joy and remarked, "If the master could assist me in selecting the most suitable song for me to sing, I would be most generous in my gratitude." Ning Lingsheng gazed at her thoughtfully for a moment and remarked, "The features of your face, particularly the longevity and discernment aspects, are characterized by soft, understated lines. Furthermore, your destiny lacks the fire element, and being nurtured in the gentle waters of Jiangnan has endowed you with a naturally mild disposition. Therefore, I recommend that you select a piece with a slow, tender rhythm, one that unfolds gracefully. Such a style would suit you perfectly." "Master, I believe the style you describe is referred to as a sweet song. In our industry, aside from Misyong, no one has achieved fame with sweet songs. I actually think that a fast-paced song, if performed by a woman, could also serve as a unique selling point," she replied. "You should indeed sing that sweet song. I am confident that your rendition will garner great popularity," Ning Lingsheng asserted with conviction. Chapter 1. The Immortal Palace. Ning Lingsheng is a person who would never exaggerate. When he speaks in such a tone, one can be nearly certain it holds absolute truth. Observing that the woman remained hesitant, I said, "My dear sister, whether you believe in fortune-telling or not is entirely your choice. Follow your own inclinations. Regardless of the outcome, at least you shall have no regrets." Upon hearing my words, the woman sighed and replied, "Thank you both for your assistance. I must reflect on this matter further." With that, she retrieved 2 100 yuan notes from her purse, offering one to me and the other to Ning Lingsheng. Given the prevailing cost of living at that time, such an amount was considered quite generous. Ning Lingsheng glanced at the money and smiled slightly, saying, "You encountered difficulties and sought solace in the temple. This signifies a connection with the divine. I have done little more than share a few words, so you need not feel obliged to give me this." "Master, please do not be so modest. If I achieve favorable results, I shall certainly not forget your kindness," she insisted. I interjected, "Sister, you are being overly courteous. My elder brother's refusal is genuine, so please accept the money." After a moment of hesitation, the woman asked, "Then shall I keep it?" Ning Lingsheng responded, "Allow me to impart one more word of wisdom. Though your heart harbors aspirations, your features appear rather ordinary. I recommend adding the character yin to your name to enhance your fortune." "Oh, I understand now. Thank you, master," she replied thoughtfully. After the woman departed, I inquired of Ning Lingsheng, "Brother Ning, your advice left no room for ambiguity." I did not perceive anything remarkable in her performance. In the realm of performance, there are likely billions who surpass her in skill. Yet among these individuals, how many truly make a living in the entertainment industry? To achieve greatness, one's capabilities account for 30%, fortune for 60%, and the remaining 10% relies on the support of benefactors. All elements are indispensable. Ning Lingsheng remarked, "For those who have crossed paths, if they have departed, there is no need for further discourse." Days later, the construction of the invisible temple officially concluded. However, none anticipated that the real troubles were only beginning. At that time, the affluent in society were far fewer than they are today. Hence, if a project concluded without a new one in sight, we would often take on minor renovation or construction tasks. Since we were a group consistently following Ning Lingsheng and not merely a temporary contracting team, we needed to earn a living for our families. Although Ning Lingsheng had never been seen socializing with anyone, he had numerous connections. He consistently secured projects, and collecting debts was never a concern. Thus, after completing the Invisible Temple, we undertook the renovation of the old building for the Green Awareness City Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After working for over 10 days, a visitor arrived. He was none other than Wang Tianming's elder brother, Wu Lin. In the early 1980s, Wu Lin began his employment at the local dairy company. However, following a dispute with another individual, he inflicted minor injuries and subsequently served a 3-year prison sentence. Upon his release, he found it impossible to return to the dairy company, as there were few private enterprises at that time. To survive, he resorted to selling goods at street stalls, initially offering large undergarments, before eventually progressing to vests and outerwear. After earning a modest sum, he realized that street vending was not a sustainable path, leading him to rent a storefront to sell clothing, which proved to be quite lucrative. He later ventured into the restaurant business, dabbled in stock trading, and ultimately entered the hotel industry. It is often said that the first wave of wealthy individuals comprised former labor reform inmates. While the veracity of this claim is uncertain, Wu Lin undeniably belonged to that category. Not long after the completion of the temple, Wu Lin approached once more. Ningling appeared somewhat exasperated with him and suggested I engage in discussions with him. Upon meeting, Wu Lin wore a countenance of despair, akin to that of a bankrupt individual. After exchanging pleasantries, he sighed deeply and confessed, "Brother, to be frank, I've been experiencing a streak of misfortune lately. I have visited numerous grand temples, expending untold sums on offerings, yet there are no signs of a change in my fortunes following my recent donation for the temple's construction. Thus, I wish to contribute another sum to build a merit temple." "Of course, where is this temple you wish to construct?" I inquired. He replied, "To be precise, what I intend to build is not a temple, but a Taoist shrine. This should not interfere with your current projects, correct?" This exemplifies the typical remarks of an outsider, as a Taoist shrine is fundamentally a variant of a temple. However, I was not in the mood to enlighten him on the subject of religious architecture. I replied, "Certainly, we are merely a group of artisans, and we must undertake any work within our capabilities." Wu Lin responded, "Very well, regardless of the repair cost for this temple, I shall offer 3 times the price." With that, he produced a photograph and placed it before me, stating, "This is the temple in question." The photo, taken from above, revealed the general layout, though the finer details remained indistinct. It was evident that the temple was nestled deep within a grand mountain, with the vast ocean visible beyond its slopes. This was once the renowned Baiyun Mountain Wenshan Palace, which flourished in the 1960s and 70s. The abbot at that time, known as Hai Sun, was indeed a remarkable individual who aided many. However, for some peculiar reasons, the temple gradually fell into decline. Following the passing of Master Hai Sun, the Wenshan Palace became an abandoned temple. Hence, I wish to seize this opportunity to restore it. I understand now. I have also heard of Master Hai Sr. It is said that he was a Malaysian who settled in China and protected numerous local citizens during the Japanese invasion. His reputation was quite esteemed, although there are claims that he was of mixed Chinese and Malaysian descent, and during the Japanese occupation, he committed various misdeeds. Nevertheless, he possessed a captivating charm that caused his wrongdoings to be conveniently forgotten. Moreover, it is said that the Taoist community does not recognize Hai Sun as one of their own. This influential figure in the local folklore can only be referred to as a master, adopting a shamanistic title rather than being called a Taoist priest. I was quite taken aback to discover that the place we were to renovate was once a sanctuary of such a distinguished figure. This revelation was indeed unexpected. Upon my agreement, Wu Lin clapped his hands in delight and exclaimed, "Splendid! I will provide you with a deposit of 300,000. Once the construction commences, we shall prepare a budget. At that time, I will remit the first payment in full, and upon the completion of the project, any bonuses along with the remaining balance will be settled in a lump sum." The terms were rather favorable, so I returned to discuss the situation with Ning Lingshan. He did not object, and thus the matter was settled. Subsequently, we subcontracted the renovation of the building to another construction team and made our way to Linjiang City. Baiyun Mountain, nestled by the banks of the great river in Linjiang City, is renowned for its natural fortifications. In times of peace, it serves as a picturesque natural resort, boasting a thoughtfully arranged landscape with orderly zones for the zoo and natural forest, attracting throngs of visitors daily to admire its scenic beauty. The location of the Wangxin Palace is not particularly remote. It resides in the middle section of Baiyun Mountain. Continuing along the mountain path, the temple appears on the right side, where two massive camphor trees stand at the entrance. Their branches are adorned with numerous prayer notes, while the ground beneath is scattered with incense, ash, and candle wax. For those who follow the path of cultivation, the essence of a blessed location lies in its profound tranquility and the presence of natural caves, both of which Wangxin Palace certainly embodies. Upon entering the mountain gate, one encounters the Lingguan Hall, dedicated to the veneration of the protective deity. Following this is the Sanguan Hall, which honors the heavenly, earthly, and watery deities. Deeper within lies the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the principal sanctuary of the Jade Emperor, and ultimately, the Sanqing Hall, where the supreme deities of Taoism, Yuan Shi, Ling Bao, and Dao are enshrined. As I wandered through the Wenshan Palace, I observed that the entire Taoist temple has been remarkably preserved, with scarcely any areas requiring restoration. In simpler terms, a cleaning service would suffice to resolve any issues. Why then must we be involved? To prevent us from idling, Wu Lin established meticulous restoration criteria, encompassing cleaning, gilding the statues, acquiring various Taoist implements, and even personally overseeing the efforts, reflecting the significance he placed on this undertaking. He invested heavily, and naturally, we exerted ourselves in return. However, after several days of collaboration, I inadvertently stumbled upon a rather unsettling scene. The Wenshan Palace was plagued by nocturnal rodents. Strangely, Niu Gingxing's rodent-repelling incantations proved ineffective, leaving us reliant on mouse traps. That night, while setting up a steel cage behind a statue, I noticed a long, slanting shadow cast by the cold moonlight within the temple. The figure entered silently. Peering through the gaps of the statue, I discerned it was Wu Lin. In the dead of night, he stood in the temple's center, his face ashen, bearing an expression that was decidedly peculiar. Thus, I refrained from approaching him. After a brief moment, he exited with an unnaturally stiff demeanor. Exchanging a glance with Niu Gingxing, I followed him outside, where he approached a camphor tree and suddenly retched. The moonlight illuminated the scene, and it became unmistakably clear that what he expelled was not food, but a dark crimson liquid. Only a great spout of crimson blood splattered upon the surface of the camphor tree, and in the blink of an eye, it seeped into the tree's very essence, without a single drop trickling down to the earth beneath. Chapter 1. Cross-dressing this sight left me, Niu Gingxing, utterly petrified, while Wu Lin, after spitting blood, appeared with a pallid complexion, reminiscent of golden paper, his lips a deep shade of purple. He seemed to have lost weight in an instant, his eye sockets hollowed out, gasping for breath by the tree, as if he had just run 10 kilometers. A nagging suspicion lingered in my mind that Wu Lin had traversed such a distance to repair this temple not by chance, but rather as a return to a familiar place. Wu Lin had discovered this camphor tree amidst the multitude of towering trees, and astonishingly, the trunk seemed to absorb his blood. This phenomenon indicated a connection between the two, a state we refer to as entering the spirit. A fellow worker of mine, while restoring a pagoda, had his hand crushed by another worker at the pinnacle of the structure. Ever since that incident, whenever he ventured into the pagoda's upper chamber, he experienced an inexplicable sensation in the injured hand, as if an unseen force compelled him to move forward. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from this grip, a condition also described as entering the spirit. However, I had never heard of a scenario quite like Wu Lin's, where he clutched a tree while bleeding. The situation was too bizarre for me to comprehend, compelling me to discreetly retreat with Niu Gingxing. Moments after returning to our quarters, I heard a rustling sound from outside. We were staying in a monk's chamber, with the old wooden window frames recently covered with new paper. I used a saliva-moistened finger to poke a small hole, and through it I glimpsed Wu Lin, panting with his hands on his hips, standing in the courtyard. His waxy, expressionless face bore an uncanny resemblance to a human mask. After standing for a considerable duration, he did not return to sleep, but instead began to count the meditation rooms one by one. The meditation rooms served as the resting quarters for the Taoist priests, with 4 wooden beds constituting a single room. Not far from the courtyard, there were 7 such rooms. Wu Lin pointed at the doors, counting them slowly, his expression earnest, a sight both comical and eerie. I felt a chill coursing through me, too afraid to peek, lying on the wooden bed and gazing fearfully at the window frame. In a moment, his shadow was reflected on the paper-covered window, and suddenly, a swirling eyeball appeared at the spot where I had poked a hole. Startled, my heart skipped a beat, and I quickly closed my eyes, feigning sleep. I lost track of time, but when I finally gathered the courage to open my eyes, Wu Lin's eye had vanished, and the courtyard was devoid of any presence. Truth be told, during my years of temple maintenance, I had encountered numerous strange occurrences. Yet this instance had undoubtedly frightened me the most. Wu Lin's peculiar state was unmistakably abnormal, and thereafter, sleep eluded me as I remained vigilant to his movements. The next morning, as I was about to recount my experience from the previous night to Ning Lingsheng, Wu Lin was engaged in discussion with him, appearing entirely normal. Even after having expelled such a volume of blood, his complexion had returned to its usual state. Logically, one would expect that expelling such a quantity of blood would result in some form of physical distress. However, there was not a hint of abnormality in Wu Lin's demeanor. Could it be that he had not bled at all the night before? After a brief delay, I dismissed the matter from my mind, and Wu Lin's behavior returned to normal. Even during the late-night moments when I was catching rats, I did not see him venture out to expel blood. However, he constantly urged us to expedite our work, incessantly providing us with additional funds, as if he were in a great haste to return. In truth, our progress was not particularly slow. We were nearing the conclusion of our task after nearly half a month. The divine statue had already been revitalized, with only the ceremonial implements remaining to be completed. Wu Lin had procured all necessary tools from a renowned master in Taiwan, but fate conspired against him, as he encountered difficulties at customs, due to the presence of blades and weapons among the items, which were deemed contraband. Wu Lin was infuriated upon learning the news and insisted that the parties involved expedite negotiations. Nevertheless, we were not overly concerned, knowing that the items would eventually clear customs. Yet, as is often the case with unforeseen events, calamity struck without warning. That afternoon, as we sat in a circle, sharing a meal and laughter, Wu Lin rose to serve himself some food. Just as his chopsticks grazed the dish, he suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, transforming the pot of golden chicken soup into a crimson pool. The abruptness of the incident left us in shock for several seconds, and when we turned to Wu Lin, his face had turned as red as that of the legendary warrior Guan Yu. He stared, dumbfounded, at the table now stained with his blood. And after a brief moment of paralysis, he slowly returned to his seat. His breathing ceased. As I tentatively approached to check his breathing, I found his lips to be scorching, with a temperature that could easily exceed 70 degrees Celsius. It felt as if his very insides were cooked. In a panic, I dialed for the police and an ambulance, realizing the gravity of the situation. Given our remote location in the mountains, it took the paramedics over 20 minutes to arrive. By that time, Wu Lin's body had grown cold and stiff. Following the standard procedures, the doctor solemnly declared Wu Lin deceased. We were all taken to the police station for questioning. Fortunately, the officers were aware that we were there to restore the temple. Thus, their demeanor was quite amiable. The officer who received us was the deputy chief of the precinct. While discussing the case, a policeman entered the room and said, "Director Doe, we have made a rather peculiar discovery regarding the deceased. All the undergarments found on him were female, and the clothing he brought for a change was also entirely feminine." Director Doe furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you aware that the deceased had such a peculiar inclination?" I replied, "I do not know. He resided in a separate room." The revelation that Wu Lin wore female undergarments initially filled me with disgust. However, Upon further reflection, it seemed that his behavior could not merely be categorized as psychological aberration. Given his status, if he were indeed troubled, he would likely exercise restraint during our time away, especially considering the presence of so many people. What if someone were to discover this? Or would he hide his face? Furthermore, we were in a sacred Taoist site, and he was not unfamiliar with the customs. It seemed implausible that he would engage in such sordid behavior in such a place. Therefore, it appeared that his attire might have stemmed from a particular need. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Director Do, the Taoist temple that Wu Lin was restoring belongs to Master Hai Senator. Do you know what kind of person he was? Director Do responded. Master Hai Sun is a renowned Taoist priest, reputed to possess formidable magical powers, capable of invoking good fortune and warding off misfortune. As for the veracity of such abilities, I cannot say. However, I am aware that many seek his assistance. What did you wish to ask about him? Are you suggesting that he can invoke good fortune for others? Are there any examples of this nature? I am not entirely certain about the specifics. As I was still in school during his peak, I cannot seek him out. Yet it is said that numerous celebrities and entrepreneurs sought his counsel regarding their fates. Unfortunately, he has since passed away. However, his son, known as Lord Haishun, has established a dojo on the bustling Nanjing Road, attracting a considerable number of visitors. I nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, if I am not mistaken, this Lord Haishun may possess knowledge of Wu Lin's cause of death. I can even assert that Wu Lin's grand endeavor to renovate the Immortal Inquiry Palace was intended to catch his attention, a gesture of goodwill that ultimately went unanswered, leading to his demise. My excitement grew as I felt as though Sherlock Holmes had descended upon me. Oh, what connection might there be between these two? Director Do inquired, intrigued. I am not fully informed on the particulars, but Lord Haishun should be able to enlighten you, I replied. It was later that I learned individuals referred to as masters or kings are typically practitioners of esoteric traditions. Both Buddhism and Taoism have their own sects of esotericism, generally consisting of monks and priests who adhere to mystical practices and possess such capabilities. Therefore, from his title, it is evident that Master Haishun belongs to an esoteric lineage, while his son likely chose to downplay the title of master by adopting the name Lord Haishun. That evening, Director Do treated us to an authentic Huayan cuisine, which was exceedingly sweet, though fragrant. It did not suit my palate. At a little past 10 in the evening, the police officer from Legongwen finally returned, accompanied by a plump, middle-aged man. This individual donned an aged blue silk shirt and silk trousers, his feet adorned with a pair of traditional yuanbao shoes. In his left hand, he gently rotated 2 walnuts, and, judging by his appearance, he was likely the esteemed Mr. Hyson. Upon hearing of the situation, he had come to observe, expressing his appreciation for the arduous efforts of all involved in the restoration of the Immortal Inquiry Palace. He smiled and nodded repeatedly. Mr. Hazen's complexion was dark, and his features bore a striking resemblance to those of individuals from the southern regions or Southeast Asia, rather than the local populace. Chapter 1. Lu Lingtong, you are too kind. We merely act as instruments of virtue for others. Yet, it is indeed a shock that Boss Wu has unexpectedly lost his life. Such is the unpredictable nature of fate. With Ning Lingsheng no longer present, these words fall solely upon me. Hai Sen Gong lacks the ethereal grace of a recluse. In fact, one might perceive him as rather ordinary at first glance. Nevertheless, he spoke frankly. I received word of Boss Wu's visit to this temple long ago, and I am aware of his purpose for coming here. Oh, might you enlighten me on the matter? Director Do's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Hai San Gong smiled slightly and replied, I have come specifically regarding this. 20 years ago, Boss Wu sought my father's guidance for his future. I recall he had requested the assistance of an ear-listening deity. My father explicitly cautioned him against employing divine beings to eavesdrop on others' secrets, warning that such actions would incur retribution. It appears that Mr. Wu did not heed this counsel, and his fate is a consequence of that disregard. Ear-listening deity? What is that? Director Do inquired, taken aback. You may find it hard to believe. Hai San Gong began, pausing briefly before continuing, but it is essentially a type of minor spirit that can gather information for its master, including quite clandestine details. What? Such entities exist in this world? If what you say is true, then the Public Security Bureau need not employ detectives. Merely having an ear-listening deity would suffice. That would indeed simplify investigations. Since you harbor doubt, there is little point in continuing this conversation, Hai Sun Gong remarked, displaying no overt anger, but rather a bemused smile as he prepared to depart. Since the sorcerer has arrived, let us engage in conversation. The director has not expressed disbelief. He merely lacks familiarity with the ear-reporting deity, I remarked in an attempt to ease the atmosphere. Indeed, I tend to speak rather casually, given the nature of my profession. The director need not clarify. I comprehend, responded Mr. Haisheng with a smile. Please continue. I'm all ears, urged Director Do. Mr. Haisheng did not delve deeper, but calmly stated. Before Mr. Wu began his temple construction, he sought my counsel to break his spiritual power. However, once the ear-reporting deity is invited, dismissing it is no simple task. Such practices cannot be undone. Otherwise, it would disrupt the established order and invite retribution from the protective deities. Thus, let us return Mr. Wu's remains. I shall reimburse his family for the expenses incurred during the temple construction. Did he perish not by accident, but rather as a consequence of his actions? I inquired, astonished. It is likely true. Those who seek spiritual favor yet disregard the established rules are destined to face retribution. Even if he were to construct temples across the entire world, it would avail him nothing, Mr. Haisheng asserted, his tone light yet imbued with gravitas. Director Do addressed us. As it stands, this seems to be the case. The autopsy report will be available shortly, and once the case is concluded, you may return. He understood that this matter is inherently complex, hence the classification of the case. Subsequently, we parted ways. Upon returning to the Hall of Inquiry, I sought out Ning Lingsheng to inquire about the ear-reporting deity in detail. He remarked, I had only heard of the ear-reporting deity in the past. I never imagined it to be real. Truly, there are extraordinary individuals in realms beyond our own. At this juncture, Ning Lingsheng directed his gaze towards the simple silk pouch I carried, remarking, This is akin to the female spirit ensnared within you. Both belong to the category of spirits cultivated through sorcery. The ear report god, also known as the willow spirit boy, is a manifestation of the Maoshan ghost-rearing technique. It seems that the ear report god sought by Wu Lin is undoubtedly the camphor tree situated opposite the palace of 10,000 spirits. Once the ear report god is properly nurtured, it can indeed assist individuals in resolving their queries. The reason behind Wu Lin's wealth is likely due to the guidance of the ear report god propelling him forward. As for the circumstances surrounding Wu Lin's misfortune, I suspect he may have inquired about matters that should remain unspoken. Although the ear report god is capable of answering all questions, it also adheres to certain taboos. When one poses a forbidden question, the spirit will not deter or refuse to respond. Rather, it will provide the desired answer, but subsequently demand a token of compensation. Should one fail to fulfill this request, the outcome is invariably dire. I sighed, acknowledging Wu Lin had the audacity to raise such a being. His courage is astonishing. Ning Lingxing replied, If that is the case, then I comprehend why he dons women's undergarments. Surely, he cannot be psychologically deranged? I inquired. The ear report god, despite its divine nomenclature, is fundamentally a ghost, and its nature is inherently lascivious. Consequently, the most crucial method of sustenance involves subjugation and even violation. Wu Lin's life over the years has undoubtedly been far from the comfort we might imagine. This individual has sacrificed everything for the sake of wealth. Ning Lingsheng could not help but furrow his brow, a look of disdain evident upon his countenance. In the early 2000s, the concept of degradation had not yet emerged. However, the mere thought of a robust man being manipulated so callously sends shivers down my spine, particularly when he must willingly submit to such treatment, ultimately leading to the loss of his life. I cannot fathom how he reconciled this grim reality. Yet, the tale does not conclude here, for in his final moments, Wu Lin confided in Ning Lingsheng. He instructed him to visit his home should any misfortune befall him, as there were elderly family members and children to consider. The conversation was brief, with Wu Lin refraining from delving deeper, and Ning Lingxing never imagined that Wu Lin would indeed meet his demise in such a manner. As a temple caretaker, one must honor the commitments made to their patrons. This is the essence of conscience, and those devoid of it are unworthy of entering the sacred halls. Thus, Ning Lingsheng, accompanied by myself and Wang Dianchen, journeyed to the city where Wu Lin resided. This formidable entrepreneur had chosen not to dwell in a bustling metropolis, but instead settled in a county known as Roy City. He purchased a parcel of land near the National Highway and constructed an impressive 3-story villa, which exuded elegance from its exterior. A spacious courtyard featured a parking area, accommodating an Audi and a Crown sedan. The individual who greeted us at the door was Wu Lin's father, a sprightly gentleman in his 70s, well-preserved and composed, having already received the news of his son's passing. Alongside him were Wu Lin's mother and his twin sons, yet his wife was conspicuously absent. I had always presumed that a man like him would undoubtedly lead a life filled with multiple wives, making it entirely reasonable for him to be without a spouse at home. However, after conversing with old Wu at the doorway for only a short while, a hastily dressed, middle-aged woman rushed towards us, inquiring, "Are you the temple repair masters hired by Lin?" I responded, "Indeed. May I ask who you are?" Old Wu sighed and said, "This is my daughter-in-law." Lin's departure this time was rather ominous. He made all the necessary arrangements for his afterlife. I never anticipated that he had foreseen his own demise. "Old sir, considering Wu Lin's unusual behavior, are you not concerned?" I inquired, perplexed. He replied, "He has always been rather eccentric, never allowing his wife to enter the home. Often, in the dead of night, he would speak incessantly to himself, and the house is filled with toys that he forbids the children from playing with. There have been countless such instances, so I have grown accustomed to it. Yet now—" He let out a heavy sigh and squatted down on the ground. Wu Lin's wife stood at the entrance, weeping and asking whether her husband had left any instructions for us. Old Wu replied, "My dear, you have endured much over the years. From tomorrow, you shall return to live with us." Ning Lingsheng interjected, "That is absolutely out of the question. There is a reason why Wu Lin does not permit his wife to enter the home. Young women have never been allowed inside, correct?" "Indeed. Has Wu Lin ever explained the rationale to you?" Old Wu inquired. Upon seeing Ning Lingsheng nod, the old man pressed on, "What did he say?" "Now is not the appropriate time to discuss this matter, old sir. If you trust us, would you allow me to enter the house and take a look?" The old man pondered for a moment, seemingly coming to a realization. "Shall we temporarily retreat? Let us take the jewelry and cash with us. I shall inform you of everything I discover." He exhibited a degree of trust in us, gathered his belongings, and departed with his family. Watching him exit the courtyard, Ning Lingsheng remarked, "The nature of the ear-reporting spirit is inherently lewd. Wu Lin's prohibition against women entering this room indicates that this little ghost is likely residing within this house. Therefore, we must locate it and send it away. Brother, is it not said that the 2 grand camphor trees on Baiyun Mountain are manifestations of Lu Lingtong? How can there be one here as well? That is the root of Lu Lingtong. Wu Lin is here to fulfill a vow. However, the little ghost must be nurtured within its own home. Otherwise, how would it exert its influence?" He then instructed me, "You go to the 3rd floor, while Jian Shun proceeds to the 2nd. Remember, if you encounter anything peculiar, do not act recklessly. Simply call for me to come." Chapter 1. A haunting in the small building. Subsequently, I ascended to the 3rd floor in search of the source of the peculiarities. Wu Lin's room was located on this very level. Clearly, something was amiss, for not a single window adorned the entire floor, enveloping it in an oppressive darkness. The rooms were devoid of any illumination or household appliances. In the west of the living room stood a grand candelabrum, reminiscent of a trident, upon which 3 enormous red candles were mounted. Without much thought, I produced a lighter and ignited the candles. The flickering flames cast an eerie glow throughout the expansive space, illuminating the narrow corridor in a manner reminiscent of a crypt. Each red candle was as thick as an adult's arm, embellished with golden powder that inscribed the characters for fortune, prosperity, and infinity. On a desk fashioned from precious rosewood, a kerosene lamp awaited, its cover removed to reveal a substantial amount of fuel within. After igniting it, I carried the lamp and ventured into each room to inspect their conditions. The first room was Wu Lin's proper study, furnished with a bookcase, a writing desk, and a wooden chair. The bookcase housed numerous ancient texts bound in silk. I methodically opened each drawer, discovering only ordinary daily necessities. Next, I proceeded to the adjacent room, which served as Wu Lin's bedroom. The furnishings were exceedingly sparse, consisting solely of a large wardrobe and a wooden bed. However, the arrangement of the items suggested that Wu Lin rarely resided there, as the bed lacked even a sheet. I opened the wardrobe, only to find it equally barren, prompting me to enter the innermost room. Within this space lies a room designed for a child, a fact evident from the size of the bed. In the center of the room rests a small bed, piled high with an assortment of plush toys. On the wall directly facing the entrance hangs an oil painting depicting a couple with their child seated by the beach, gazing at the sun as it rises. The cabinets within the room are equally barren. This floor comprises 3 rooms, and throughout my exploration, I discovered no anomalies, although the level appeared peculiar. It bore no particular distinction. Thus, I turned and exited the room, traversing the narrow corridor, intending to extinguish the recently lit red candle. To my astonishment, I noticed 2 shadows cast upon the wall. Behind me lurked the silhouette of a child, seemingly of a tender age. The figure remained motionless, and judging by its size, it appeared to be around 2 or 3 years old, with a head shape reminiscent of a traditional Chinese doll. A chill ran down my spine, and I instinctively turned to flee. Yet, just as I reached the doorway, the wooden door slammed shut with a resounding thud, despite the absence of any breeze. Alarmed, I reached for the doorknob, only to feel an inexplicable force lift me off the ground. Before I could comprehend the situation, I was violently thrown to the floor. The impact nearly expelled my innards, and, as I struggled to rise, I found my limbs utterly limp, rendering me unable to move. Then, I heard a distinct and mischievous giggle echoing in the air. Like the laughter of children at play, the flickering flame of the red candle swayed rapidly for a moment, then suddenly surged, sending 3 distinct tongues of fire into the air before vanishing. The candlelight transformed into a vivid green hue, and I realized I had stirred up considerable trouble. Struggling, I attempted to rise and flee. At that moment, I heard Wang Dianchen outside twisting the doorknob, exclaiming, "Bien go. Why did you close the door? Was that noise made by you?" Just as I opened my mouth to respond, an invisible force pressed against my lips, rendering me utterly silent. My limbs felt as though they were ensnared by something, the binding pressure intensifying to the point of threatening to sever my body. Consequently, my ability to speak was further diminished. Outside, Wang Dianchen called out several times, and upon receiving no reply, his voice grew anxious as he shouted, "Bien go. I'm coming in, hold on." I knew I had to break the door down, or I would surely perish within. Just then, I heard Ning Lingxing's voice, warning, "Don't do anything reckless. If you enter, the situation will worsen." However, Wang Dianchen insisted, "Step aside. This is not your concern." Ning Lingxiang, undeterred, then turned to me, saying, "Qin Bian, remain calm. Do not struggle. Relax and do as I instruct." At that moment, I felt as if my entire body was ensnared tightly and painfully, my temperature rising to an unbearable degree, akin to being trapped in a furnace. The discomfort was excruciating, yet I understood that Ning Lingxiang was knowledgeable in such matters. At this juncture, I had no choice but to heed his advice. Thus, I braced myself against the physical distress and endeavored to find tranquility. However, when I ceased my struggle, that suffocating entanglement and searing heat gradually dissipated, and I discovered that I could finally move. With great effort, I rose and cautiously approached the door, extending my hand towards the doorknob. After testing it for a moment, ensuring that I would not be lifted and thrown to the ground again, I swiftly unlocked the door. As sunlight streamed in from outside, the eerie green glow within the room transformed into a warm orange hue. To my astonishment, upon entering, Ning Lingxing struck with the swiftness of lightning, pressing down on my forehead with his left hand. I felt as though I had inhaled the refreshing scent of mint. Instantly, the chaotic fog in my mind lifted. Before I could utter a word, Ning Lingxiang instructed, "Stay outside in the direction where the sunlight is most intense, and when you come back in, remove your shoes and leave them outside." I dared not ask further questions, and hurriedly stepped outside, positioning myself in the sunniest southern corner. At that moment, I noticed with each exhale, a palpable chill escaped from my body, and my fingernails had lost all color, appearing as pale as snow. This Lu Lingtong was indeed quite sinister. It was no surprise that Wu Lin would dare to keep such a creature close by, given the fatal consequences. Soon, Ning and Wang also emerged. Wang Dianchen approached me, scrutinizing my appearance, and remarked, "At present, if a photograph were taken of you, no one would believe you are alive." Enough with the jokes about our own. Ning Lingsheng interjected, and with a mischievous grin, Wang Dianchen sauntered away. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed, but my body gradually returned to normal. I sighed in relief and said, "Ning, this place is truly eerie. It would be wise for us to avoid provoking it." Ning Ling Sheng responded, "In the business of temple restoration, there is no such thing as an uncomplicated task." Wang Dianchen interjected, "Who would willingly spend money to repair a temple without having encountered trouble? Thus, temple restoration is merely a facade. Our paramount duty lies in alleviating the troubles of the afflicted." Ning Ling Sheng remarked, "Though Dianchen often speaks with little reliability, this statement holds great truth. The distinction between temple restorers and those in the informal contracting sector lies precisely here. If a temple merely requires a fresh coat of paint and a gilded statue, why would one invest substantial sums to engage our services? It is only today that I comprehend the true mission of temple restorers. However, if I were to interpret this profession solely through Wang Dianchen's lens, I would find myself woefully unqualified to be a craftsman in this field." Ning Ling Sheng continued, "That room is where Wu Lin provides for the spirit of Lu Lingtong. The essence of the ghostly cannot endure the light. Hence, the third-floor room lacks windows, and those plush toys are intended for the little ghosts. The 3 candles you ignited are crafted from a mixture of beef tallow, lard, and human fat. These candles are also known as the Yin Yuan guiding candle. It is said to summon souls along the path of the underworld, thus serving as a tool to awaken Lu Lingtong. Once you light the candle, Lu Lingtong will become entwined with you. If he senses your inner fear, he will discern that you are not his rightful benefactor and may take your life at any moment. These little spirits are indeed sinister. Why must one offer sustenance to such entities that bring harm?" I exclaimed in indignation. Ning Lingsheng shook his head and remarked, "In this world, there are no malevolent spirits, only malevolent humans. Lu Lingtong is not a being born of nature. Rather, it is said that seeds of plants are buried beneath the femurs of deceased infants. And cruel sorcerers may even resort to the abhorrent act of stealing infants to bury them alive, nurturing them into the form of Lu Lingtong. Thus, these little spirits are but unfortunate souls who met untimely ends, naturally burdened with immense resentment. These are the sins wrought by humanity. Had Wu Lin not required the services of the ear-reporting deity, this child would not have perished, so you should not cast blame upon him. Ningke, you possess a heart of compassion, yet this little spirit is truly malevolent. What Wu Lin entrusted us with should indeed involve its dismissal, should it not?" I inquired. "I have also examined the architectural layout of the 3rd floor. It is not a series of rooms, but rather a tomb elevated high, an abode for the living dead. This is a method of nurturing vengeful spirits through the principles of feng shui, rather than mere magical artifacts for sustenance." At this point, Ning Lingsheng shook his head with a hint of resignation and said, "Such methods of nurturing spirits indeed cultivate greater resentment, posing a significant nuisance for us." Chapter 1. Sending off the ghost upon hearing that a confrontation was imminent, I was instantly engulfed in panic. "Ninggu, do we possess any means to confront him?" I exclaimed, recalling how I had nearly been killed by him in the house, utterly defenseless. "Indeed, my brother," Wang Dianchen replied. "If this matter exceeds our capabilities, it would be prudent to refrain from intervening altogether. Perhaps we could persuade his family to seal off this building. They're not lacking in funds and could easily relocate. Invoking a spirit is a far simpler task than sending one away. From the outset, nurturing a minor ghost is an entanglement one cannot easily extricate oneself from. The ghost bestows blessings upon its master in exchange for sincere offerings. However, Wu Lin has transgressed a significant taboo. He has endangered even his own benefactor. How then can we expect others to remain unscathed? If we neglect this issue, it is certain that more innocent lives will be harmed. I gasped in shock. Can a minor ghost truly harm others? The essence of a minor ghost is that of a spirit. If its resentment becomes overwhelming, it will inevitably inflict harm. You must have sensed its fury while in the house. But I was not killed by it. That is due to the protective aura surrounding you. Qingbian. You are a person plagued by a malevolent spirit. In other words, for another vengeful ghost to possess you, it must first eliminate the one already entwined with your being. A chill ran down my spine as I realized. So, if it wishes to kill me, it must first slay the female ghost in red? Indeed. Had I or Wang Dianchen entered that room, survival would have been an impossibility. Before he could finish, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and I suddenly found myself gazing upon a desolate wasteland. The sun radiates with a scorching and blinding brilliance, and not a single leaf graces the surroundings. Thus, the sunlight indiscriminately casts its glow upon the ground, where the sandy earth reflects an agonizingly stark white light, rendering everything nearby somewhat surreal, as if it were a mere dream. Yet, I can distinctly feel the palpable warmth and the glaring intensity of the sunlight. This place resembles the desolate and vast northwestern territory, where the barren land reveals not a trace of verdancy. Before my eyes stands a deformed and irregularly grown poplar tree. Long since dead, in an instant, what I beheld returned to its original state. Ning Lingsheng calmly remained in place, his posture unchanged. What has transpired? Was that merely an illusion, or did I momentarily shift my perception? Just then, Wang Dianchen remarked, "You look a bit pale. Are you all right?" I suspect it relates to Lu Lingtong. With that thought, I steadied my tumultuous emotions and took a deep breath, responding, "I'm fine. I probably haven't fully recovered yet." We then returned to the entrance of the third floor. This time, Wang Dianchen brought a flashlight. As he illuminated the dark, narrow corridor, it increasingly resembled a passage leading to a tomb, chilling and foreboding. Wang Dianchen said, without discussing anything else, just by observing the arrangement and atmosphere of this room, "I dare not venture inside. How could Wu Lin possibly endure living in such a place?" Ning Lingsheng replied, "To attain what others cannot, one must bear the burdens that others cannot endure. This is the principle that one must gain some, while losing some." He hung a copper bell at the entrance, and before entering the room, he retrieved a stack of rectangular yellow paper from his cloth bag, laying 2 sheets together on the ground. He instructed Wang Dianchen and me, "Step on the paper as you enter. Be sure not to stray and tread on the bare ground." "What is the significance of this, elder brother?" Wang Dianchen inquired. "This is the earth talisman from the 5 element symbols. This place is akin to a hell on earth. By stepping on it, you tread upon the path of the dead, which means crossing the boundary. The most immediate consequence is incurring the wrath of vengeful spirits. The earth talisman serves to prevent our bodies from making direct contact with the realm of the dead." Listening to Ning Lingsheng, I hastily extended my saw-clad feet, carefully placing them on the talismans, while Wang Dianchen followed closely behind me. Ning Lingsheng laid the talismans all the way to the writing desk in the living room, then produced a small yellow ceramic jar, roughly the size of clenched fist. "Be prepared. The odor may be somewhat unpleasant," he warned before lifting the jar's lid. Suddenly, an unbearable stench filled the room, nearly causing me to retch, while Wang Dianchen muttered under his breath, "Goodness gracious. This is the putrid liquid of a decaying corpse. You may find it foul, but it is indeed the scent most favored by the little spirits." With that, Ning Lingsheng scattered a handful of fine white, sand-like substance around us. Before long, a line of tiny footprints began to appear in the sand, slowly making their way towards us from the direction of the corridor. Having experienced misfortune, I was greatly unsettled by the sudden appearance of those eerie footprints, causing a shiver to course through my body. Wang Dianchen, standing closely behind me, gripped my arms tightly, his gaze fixed anxiously on this bizarre phenomenon. Ning Lingsheng turned to us and whispered, "Under no circumstances should you move. If your feet touch the ground beyond the protective talisman, we shall all find ourselves in dire trouble." His words heightened my anxiety. I felt a wave of urgency in my bladder, desperately wishing to relieve myself. The silent footprints continued their path until they halted in front of the desk. Although Lu Lingtong remained invisible, I could distinctly sense his presence. As the temperature in the room plummeted, an icy chill that seemed to seep into my very bones, almost freezing my blood. I glanced back at Wang Dianchen. Noticing the dense, cold air escaping from his nostrils, I was undoubtedly in the same state. Ning Lingsheng remained motionless, his eyes fixed intently on the jar containing the corpse fluid. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, the foul stench in the room gradually dissipated until it vanished entirely. With a sigh of relief, Ning Lingsheng remarked, "I believe I have discerned the whereabouts of Lu Lingtong's true form." With that, he stepped off the talisman and walked towards the corridor, treading on the fine sand. "Ninggu, will stepping elsewhere now spare us from attracting malevolent spirits?" I inquired, glancing back at the jar of corpse fluid as we exited the living room. Now understanding the reason for the absence of the foul odor, the liquid within the jar had solidified into a lump of ice. Ghosts and humans share similarities in their conduct. After enjoying their offerings, they return to their rightful place. We followed Ning Lingsheng as he entered the children's room. For the trail of white sand left by Sha led us there. This fine line of sand continued all the way to the mural beneath. Ning Lingsheng did not immediately remove the mural. Instead, he picked up a plush toy resting on the bed, a long-haired orangutan in a vibrant shade of orange. However, upon lifting it, he discovered that the orangutan's face had been entirely ripped away, exposing the cotton stuffing within. Upon inspecting the other toys, he found them similarly faceless. This collection of headless plush toys only heightened the eerie atmosphere of the room. I even found it somewhat difficult to breathe as a faint, childlike giggle echoed throughout the dark space, fluctuating in proximity. Ning Lingsheng gestured for us to shake the plush toys while he approached the mural, gently removing it from the wall. The wall had been hollowed out, revealing a dark brown, desiccated figure, roughly the size of 2 adult palms. From its physique, it was evident that this spirit child must have emerged from the womb around 5 or 6 months of gestation. Many of its bodily organs had yet to fully develop, with its hands and feet merely represented as vague cylindrical shapes. The surface of its small body was covered in pockmarked, mud-like substances. Most disturbingly, positioned before the spirit child was a shriveled human ear, which, judging by its shape, was most likely severed from Wu Lin's own body, serving as one of the offerings to the spirit child. No wonder I always felt a sense of discomfort when looking directly at it. However, I cannot precisely articulate what feels amiss. Upon seeing this ear, I understood, for a false ear had been affixed to the left side. Adjacent to the ear lay a dagger, stained with blood, its blade marred by rust accumulated over time. The knife that severed the ear was also to be offered before Lu Lingtong, revealing the extent of the sinister practices associated with honoring him. Had one not been blinded by greed, no ordinary person would ever accept such a macabre affair. Ning Lingsheng produced a piece of black silk cloth and draped it over Lu Lingtong's corporeal form, stating, "The deceased should be sent to the nearby temple for a ritual of transference for 49 days before cremation." Ning, is it really sufficient to cover such a malevolent entity with merely a black cloth for it to be taken away? I inquired, astonished. This is no ordinary cloth. It is known as an Inyang bag, crafted from blood silk, capable of isolating strong spiritual entities from external perception, he elaborated. Before he could finish, a thud resounded as the figure of Lu Lingtong, shrouded in the black cloth, inexplicably fell to the ground. Ning Ling Seng Sikhe. This has escalated into a significant problem. Almost immediately, a melodic chime echoed from the distant entrance, and a dark red liquid began to seep from the seams of the Inyang bag. Chapter 1. The blood-eyed silver minx Wang Dianchen, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Elder brother, quickly take out the talisman." Ning Lingsheng shook his head and replied, "At this juncture, the talisman is of no use. Remain calm and do not panic. In such dire situations, the most taboo thing is to let one's heart be unsettled. If Lu Lingtong senses your anxious emotions, then..." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Dianchen was abruptly lifted into the air, only to crash down violently onto the ground. With a wretched cry, he lamented, My backside is in 3 pieces. It hurts terribly. Even if it hurts, do not speak recklessly. Are you seeking death? Ning Lingxing's voice carried a hint of urgency. I had already learned this lesson the hard way. I hastily closed my eyes to regulate my breathing, striving to maintain a semblance of calm. However, as Wang Jianxin's cries echoed in succession, how could I truly achieve a tranquil mind, being merely a youth of less than 20? When I opened my eyes, I beheld Wang Jianxin lying on the ground, his body rigid as if being torn apart by 2 opposing forces. He could only emit faint, hissing breaths. His face flushed a deep crimson. Blood flowed around us, forming a crimson circle that enclosed the 3 of us within. Ning Lingxiang sat cross-legged on the ground, utterly still, his complexion paler than snow, making it impossible to discern whether he was alive or dead. Observing Wang Jianxin's state, it appeared as though he was on the verge of being torn asunder by this force. Forgetting my own safety, I rushed forward to grasp him, attempting to pull him back. At that moment, I suddenly noticed a peculiar smile creeping across Wang Jianxin's face, and then his hands unexpectedly tightened around my throat. Wang Jianxin's hands were as cold as ice, sending shivers down my spine. Before I could comprehend the situation, he abruptly pulled me closer with an extraordinary strength that left me utterly defenseless. With a swift motion, he bent his legs and stood up from the ground, gripping my throat and lifting me off the floor. His power exceeded all conceivable limits, indicating that Wang Jianxin was undoubtedly possessed by Lu Lingtong. In a panicked voice, he exclaimed, "Biango, I never intended for this to happen, but my body is beyond my control. Curse it, you're choking me." I managed to force out those words before my voice failed me entirely. Wang Jianxin's hands were lodged tightly in the softest area beneath my Adam's apple, rendering me breathless and voiceless. All I could do was witness the sheer panic etched across his face. My blood surged, creating an unbearable pressure in my head, my eyes feeling as though they might pop from their sockets. The dimly lit space around me morphed into a strange, dark crimson hue, as if a sheer veil of red had been draped before my eyes. I recognized this as the onset of blood pooling in my eyes, a sign that the blood within my body was beginning to clot. At this point, I could no longer restrain myself and began to struggle desperately, attempting to pry Wang Jianxin's hands away and kicking at his body. Yet, all my efforts were in vain, utterly ineffective. Just as my consciousness began to fade, I suddenly saw Wang Jianxin's face transform into that of Wu Lin, who gazed at me with a sinister grin, his mocking laughter echoing relentlessly in my ears. Could it be that this entire ordeal was a trap devised by Wu Lin? Had we fallen into his snare? I yearned to reach out and gouge his eyes, yet I found myself utterly powerless. My feeble hand barely extended a fraction before it fell limply at my sides, drained of strength. Just as despair enveloped me, a sudden flash of white light darted between Wu Lin and me, akin to a concealed projectile launched by an unseen hand. Instantly captivated by the brilliance, Wu Lin turned his head in its direction. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a pair of blood-red orbs glimmering in the area where the light had penetrated, though no larger than a thumbprint. These orbs glowed with a crimson hue, unmistakably indicating the presence of malevolence. What a day this has turned out to be. Was it a gathering of demons and spirits? The alluring red eyes ensnared Wu Lin's attention, prompting him to release his grip on my throat and advance toward them. As I collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air, my body felt as limp as a rag doll. In that moment, the full form of the red eyes came into focus. They did not belong to a fiendish creature, but rather to a small, snow-white ferret. Its elongated body stood poised, motionless, as it regarded Wu Lin, who was slowly approaching. Was this little creature's appearance a mere coincidence, or was there a deeper significance? I watched as Wu Lin lunged towards the ferret with remarkable speed. Yet, the ferret was swifter. In a flash of white light, it positioned itself within the very square that had once held the offering for Lu Lingtong. With a swift sweep of its fluffy tail, it sent the withered human ear and the small knife tumbling to the ground. Upon contact with blood, the 2 items unexpectedly began to decay at an alarming rate. The ear rapidly rotted away, while the blade corroded and dissolved with astonishing speed. Wu Lin, consumed by rage, charged towards the small weasel, which remained utterly unfazed, darting gracefully within the confined space. Wu Lin was unable to grasp even a single hair, and as he paused to catch his breath, hands on his hips, Ning Ling Sheng, who had been seated cross-legged on the ground without a hint of movement, suddenly sprang to his feet, spitting blood directly onto Wu Lin's face. Initially taken aback, Wu Lin's countenance twisted in fury. However, before he could retaliate against Ning Ling Sheng, I observed tendrils of black smoke beginning to emerge within the beam of the flashlight. The smoke thickened rapidly, transforming into swirling masses that soon enveloped Wu Lin. This dark vapor acted like chains, binding him within its grasp. No matter how fiercely he struggled and shouted, he could not escape. Gradually, the smoke thickened to the point where Wu Lin was entirely obscured from view. Suddenly, the swirling black rock before me vanished without a trace, revealing Wang Dianshun, who stood there gasping for breath, his eyes vacant as he gazed at me. Ning Ling Sheng instructed, "It is safe now. You should assist Dianshun, lest he stumble. The blood on the ground is toxic." I quickly stepped forward to support Wang Dianshun, whose legs buckled beneath him, threatening to collapse. Thankfully, my strength had returned sufficiently to prevent him from falling. At that moment, Ning Ling Sheng also rose to his feet and whistled softly, prompting a flash of white light as the small weasel darted into his sleeve. Even if I lack discernment, I can certainly perceive that this small creature is anything but ordinary. Enviously, I remarked, "Ningu, it's no wonder you wear long robes. It turns out you have a divine Martin concealed upon you." Ning Ling Sheng seemed quite pleased, chuckling as he replied, "Schwerer, come forth and greet your two uncles." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of white light appeared, and the small Martin stood upright upon Ning Ling Sheng's left shoulder. With its front paws raised in a gesture of respect, it bowed its head, resembling a human in demeanor. Following the harrowing battle we had just endured, our frayed nerves were instantly soothed by the Martin's enchanting antics, prompting both Wang Dianshun and me to erupt into hearty laughter. The small Martin seemed equally delighted, circling around Ning Ling Sheng's shoulders before burrowing back into his sleeve. Ning Ling Sheng then informed me, "That day you inquired about the contents of my cabinet. It was Schwerer. This is a blood-eyed silver Martin, possessing the intelligence of a 7-year-old child, making it the most intelligent among animals, surpassing even dogs and primates. Furthermore, its pair of blood-red eyes can perceive spirits hidden in the shadows. Thus, Schwerer is revered as a sacred spirit in Taoism, believed to have transformed from the silver weasel held in the left hand of the Northern King of Sound. This little creature is truly extraordinary, Ninggu. Do you possess any more?" I inquired. "To have one is already a remarkable stroke of fortune. Do not mistake it for a mere pet," Ning Ling Sheng cautioned. He then carefully retrieved the Luling Tong concealed within the Yinyang bag, stating, "Now that matters here have been resolved, let us guide this unfortunate child to the afterlife." "Brother, what exactly transpired just now? Was I possessed by a ghost?" Wang Dianshun asked. Ning Ling Sheng, with a resigned shake of his head, remarked, "This is a lesson that must be remembered. The insatiable greed of mankind clings even after death. While Wu Lin was alive, he had his reservations, fearing that Lu Ling Tong might harm his family and neighbors. Yet, once he became a ghost, he could not relinquish his insatiable desire for wealth and profit. Thus, he still wished to exert control over Lu Ling Tong. In life, he amassed riches, hoping to extricate himself, but in death, devoid of concerns, he instead intensified his avarice. Hai Sun Gong was indeed correct. Individuals like him are beyond redemption, their thoughts existing solely for the pursuit of money. Therefore, even if his schemes are thwarted, Wu Lin will inevitably entangle himself in such matters again, regardless of whether the methods employed to sustain the little ghost are nefarious. Hai Sun Gong's insight into human nature is undeniably superior to my own. Before he could finish, the foul stench in the room thickened. Ning Ling Seng Urket. We must leave at once. This blood water is the river of Hades concocted by a sorcerer, a potent poison. We cannot linger here. Chapter 1. The Divine Tower thus. The three rather disheveled individuals assisted each other in exiting the dwelling. Emerging from the tomb-like darkness into the radiant sunlight, a wave of despondency was instantly dispelled. and one could not help but marvel at the sheer beauty of the sun, perched upon a stone pedestal in the courtyard. Wang Dianxin and I trembled for quite some time before we managed to ignite the cigarettes in our hands. This was indeed the first time I had faced such a perilous situation. It was truly terrifying. After a brief moment of calm, I inquired, Ninggu, have you ever encountered such an ordeal? Perhaps there are always peculiar occurrences in this world. However, I have never faced a life-and-death situation quite like today, he responded. When Lao Wang was possessed, I noticed your face was also ashen. Is it possible for Wu Lin to inhabit two bodies simultaneously? I asked, perplexed. It is not Wu Lin that haunts me, but rather Lu Lingtong. This little spirit has been by my side, perceiving my actions and thoughts. Thus, I was engaged in a battle of wits with him. When Dianxin was possessed and sought to kill you, I had no choice but to force myself to remain calm. Otherwise, any emotional turbulence would surely alert Lu Lingtong. Should I falter, it would mean certain doom for the three of us, he elucidated. Ninggu indeed exhibited a steadiness that surpassed ours. Unlike you, who nearly choked me without provocation, I retorted. You are quite petty. It was not intentional, Wang Dianxin chuckled. Next time, I shall return the favor. As we exchanged banter, Ning Lingxing suddenly remarked, after such a grave incident, you two seem remarkably unfazed. A single remark caused my expression to turn grave. Ning Lingxiang glanced from me to Wang Dianxin and remarked, in truth, this is rather favorable. Those with a discerning mind tend to thrive in this profession. Noting that he bore no resentment towards us, I secretly exhaled in relief, continuing to jest. Throughout our conversation, my gaze was fixated upon the intricate patterns of Ning Lingxing's sleeve, yet Schwerer remained utterly still, a remarkably well-behaved little Martin. Brother, why not deploy your trump card earlier? Wang Dianxin inquired. At that moment, my thoughts were tumultuous. Should I recklessly release Schwerer, it might very well fall victim to Lu Lingtong's malevolent influence. Thus, I required absolute certainty before unleashing her. With that, Ning Lingxiang tossed a peanut into the air with a flick of his right hand. In a flash of white light, Schwerer emerged from an unknown corner, seizing the peanut mid-flight, and astonishingly, she vanished in a thin air thereafter. Ning Lingxiang explained, the blood I sprayed upon your face is that from beneath the tongue, the most moist and delicate area of the human body, saturated with the heaviest of yin energy. Thus, the blood here can attract malevolent spirits. I utilized the blood from beneath my tongue to draw forth the hidden malevolence concealed within the Su Luo now at the Qin border, employing its power to extinguish the spirit of Wu Lin. Ah, can a ghost slay another ghost? I inquired, bewildered. Vengeful and malevolent spirits spare no entity within their sight, including other apparitions. Therefore, this poses a double-edged sword for you, dependent solely on how you wield it. With that, Ning Lingxing brushed off his sleeves and declared, "It is time to depart." Subsequently, we delivered Lu Lingtong's physical form to the nearest temple and advised the Wu family to dismantle their ancestral home before returning to Linjiang City. After the matter was resolved, another individual approached us regarding the restoration of a temple, this time not in the city, but in a mountainous village named Weimiao. The name of the village suggests a connection to the temple itself. The person who contacted us was Wu Wei, a middle-aged man in his 40s, who owns a hot pot restaurant in Huanglu City with 7 branches. Weimiao is a village under the jurisdiction of Huanglu City. Wu Wei is the first generation of his family to leave Weimiao in search of fortune in Huanglu City. His family has held the position of village secretary for 8 consecutive terms since his great-grandfather's time, making them the most influential and powerful family in Weimiao. After achieving financial success, Wu Wei has invested significantly in the village's infrastructure, including roads and schools. Therefore, he is, in effect, the true village secretary of Weimiao. He sought us out to renovate the village's landmark building, the temple dedicated to the deity Huazi Fu, on the day of signing the contract. Both Wang Dianxin and I were present, along with Wu Wei and a driver. The contract signing proceeded smoothly. Ning Lingxing even signed without reviewing the terms. Thank you, Boss Ning. I will expedite the procurement of funds on my end and aim to pay 70 of the costs up front. What do you think? Wu Wei said with a smile. There's no rush. but I do need to clarify one point first. Please go ahead, I replied. What exactly is the issue with your village's temple that has caused the construction to halt? Wu Wei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replaced his surprise with a smile. I must admit, I find your words rather perplexing. The temple in our town is an ancient structure that requires regular renovations and reinforcements. What could possibly be amiss? Even if there were an issue, it is your responsibility to uncover it, as I possess no expertise in architecture. Ning Lingsheng replied with a faint smile, Mister. We may not fully grasp the nature of our work. Regardless of the type of temple we are to repair, I have no objections. However, the prerequisite is that you must convey the actual circumstances to us. Once the contract is signed, I pledge to see it through. Otherwise, there would be no reason to enter into a contract, and thus, no need for concerns. You have truly misunderstood my intentions. There are no reservations here. Your visit is solely for the purpose of temple repairs, nothing more. Since Mr. Wu is reluctant to speak the truth, I shall refrain from taking on this project. Mr. Ning, you have already signed the contract. It would seem rather inappropriate to retract your agreement at this juncture, would it not? The construction team on site can withdraw, and nullifying a contract is entirely feasible. There are indeed clauses that address this situation, should unforeseen events such as earthquakes, wars, natural disasters, or other force majeure factors impede the timeline. The contract can be promptly terminated. Am I mistaken? So why must we delve deeper into the truth at this point? Is it possible you've inquired about this beforehand? Wu Wei questioned, bewildered. If I were already aware of the situation, would there be any need to consult you further? Earlier, I observed you retrieving a stack of contractual documents, which indicates you are prepared to tear up the contract. If you are willing to annul a signed agreement, then it is evident that there must be an issue with the temple. Ning Lingsheng mused quietly, contemplating the tea leaves in his cup. It must be said that you possess exceptional insight, as you have discerned the problem from such trivial details. As he spoke, he retrieved a photograph from his bag and presented it before us, saying, Please take a look at this. At a glance, I recognized that the building depicted in the photograph was not a temple, but rather a spirit pavilion. The pavilion is oriented north to south, featuring a main structure supported by stone and wooden columns, surrounded by a colonnade. The upper section showcases the commonly seen nine-ridge hall, adorned with glazed tiles and traditional flying eaves. Though my education may be limited, one must possess an understanding of the fundamental forms of traditional Chinese architecture in this line of work. The nine-ridge hall and glazed tiles are quintessential architectural styles of spirit pavilions, while the photograph only offers a vague impression. The exquisite design and nearly flawless craftsmanship left me genuinely in awe. However, a closer examination of the photograph sparked a flicker of doubt within me, particularly regarding the imposing appearance of the spirit pavilion. Ning Lingsheng once mentioned that certain ancient buildings exhibit peculiar phenomena due to an imbalance of yin and yang energies. An excess of yang energy can lead to a depletion of spiritual power, resulting in a surrounding environment where flora and fauna grow slowly and lackluster, causing individuals within to feel restless. Conversely, an excess of yin energy can invigorate spiritual power, leading to a flourishing presence of plants, stones, and small animals, yet rendering the building itself dark, damp, and aged. Thus, an astute observer can infer from the exterior of a building whether it is a place of fortune or a haunted dwelling. However, from a mere appearance of the spirit pavilion in Weimiao village, there appears to be no apparent issues. Ning Lingsheng remained still, his eyes slightly lowered as he remarked, Surely, much blood has been spilled by the guardians of this divine tower. It is indeed a structure preserved through the blood and lives of your forebears, is it not? Indeed. Do you know the origins of this divine tower? Wu Wei inquired, his mouth agape. Surrounding the tower lie the remains of many souls. Those villagers who sacrificed their lives to protect it continue to guard your faith, even in death. It is both lamentable and admirable, Ning Lingsheng praised sincerely. Mr. Ning, your research is quite thorough, even delving into the history of our small village. Your dedication is commendable, Wu Wei acknowledged. I'm unfamiliar with the Weimiao. Nor could I possibly investigate your background. My conclusions are drawn solely from general historical knowledge and the layout surrounding the divine tower, Ning Lingsheng clarified. Pray tell, how astute you are. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, only regions above the county level were permitted to construct divine towers, marking this as an ancient edifice. Thus, when this tower was erected, the area must have been of county status or higher. When territorial divisions occurred, it is likely that the entire populace clamored for exclusive claim over this tower. Instances of rural communities clashing over a temple or a well are far from uncommon, let alone for such a historically significant divine tower. Furthermore, the presence of skeletal remains in the vicinity adds to its mystique. Plants that thrive on decaying matter flourish remarkably, while those that cannot sustain themselves in such conditions tend to vanish. This explains the scarcity of plant species in the area, yet those that do grow exhibit astonishing vitality. In the photographs, one can observe only a few exceptionally stout trees standing on the land before the divine tower. Aside from that, the vast expanse of earth lay bare and smooth, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Chapter 1. Trouble Comes Knocking. You truly possess remarkable insight. You have articulated every detail with such clarity that even the village's adolescents may not grasp the intricacies of the Wei Temple as you do, Wu Wei remarked with admiration. This village name indeed carries significance, I interjected. Indeed, Wei Temple signifies the safeguarding of the divine sanctuary. In 1957, Huanglu City underwent a reorganization of territories, and the originally established Liao County was divided into 3 natural townships. However, the entire county yearned for this sacred edifice. Ultimately, negotiations fell through, inciting the outer villages to contemplate setting the temple ablaze. Upon discovery by the local villagers, those intent on incinerating the temple were met with violence, which spiraled into uncontrollable chaos. Bloodshed erupted between villages, resulting in the tragic demise of 13 able-bodied men from our village during that conflict. The incident eventually reached the provincial authorities, prompting the dispatch of armed police to quell the strife. Subsequently, it was decreed that the temple belonged to the nearby villages, thereby justifying its existence here. Our village, originally named Shaolu Village, was renamed Wei Temple following this event. The local customs are undeniably fierce, I remarked. The southwest region suffers from drought and scant rainfall. Often, the crops sown do not yield sufficient sustenance for an entire year. In the olden days, the plight of farmers went unnoticed, leading our people to adopt a bandit-like existence, hence the robust character of our customs. What do you require of me? Ning Ling Seng inquired. Last year, several esteemed elders departed from our village in quick succession. Although no one voiced their concerns, I found it rather peculiar. Thus, I wish to restore and fortify the temple, ensuring its stability and auspiciousness. However, I remain uncertain as to why the construction team departed merely 2 days after their arrival. Over the course of time, we have seen the replacement of 7 or 8 different teams, each competent in their own right. When I inquired about the situation, none offered an explanation regarding the intricacies of this place. During this interval, 2 elderly individuals also departed, prompting me to seek out capable individuals who could undertake this venture. It was then that I fortuitously encountered Li Qingla, who informed me that such work could only be entrusted to Boss Ning. Apart from him, no one else would consider it. Li Qingla is quite an interesting character. The last time we met was 3 years ago, yet he had not forgotten me. Ning Lingsheng spoke with a hint of a smile, stating that while one might forget many, no one would dare forget Boss Ning. He remarked on your remarkable abilities, a sentiment I was initially skeptical of, yet now I find myself in agreement. It is the kindness of friends that has allowed me to navigate this without contention. There is no need for formalities, Mr. Wu. I have accepted this task, confident in the favorable local feng shui, assuring that no significant issues will arise. I extend my gratitude to you in advance. As long as you can restore the temple, I shall reward you handsomely. There is no trouble at all. I am eager to inspect the site. Very well. I shall make arrangements for your visit immediately. We have our own vehicles, a large passenger bus and a modified van for tools. Thus, we travel by car wherever we go. After nearly 2 months of delays in Rongqing, we finally set off toward the new destination. The seat behind the driver's cabin is reserved for Ning Lingsheng. Though there are 2 rows, no one dares sit beside him. During long journeys, He often closes his eyes and falls asleep as soon as the wheels begin to turn, awakening only when the vehicle comes to a halt. Not waiting for him to fall asleep this time, I leaned in and squatted beside the large engine hood, saying, "Ninga, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Speak," he replied. "Regarding Principal Liu and Li Yu. You must have known the outcome from the very beginning, right?" I asked earnestly. "Is that all?" He queried. "This matter is of great significance to me. Have you ever heard the saying?" Ning Lingsheng said mysteriously. "What saying?" My heart raced with anticipation, sensing that Ning Lingsheng would provide me with reassurance. He gestured for me to come closer, and I promptly leaned in to hear him whisper, "Worrying about trifles is as futile as eating radishes." After that, he resumed his slumber. Feeling deflated like a punctured balloon, I returned to my seat beside Wang Dianchen, who wore a sly grin. "Brother, what did my elder brother just tell you?" he inquired. "Worrying about trifles is as futile as eating radishes," I replied curtly. "You really are lacking in interest. What is the big deal in telling me that? You claim I'm meddling, yet isn't that precisely what you're doing?" I could not be bothered to explain further and closed my eyes. Huanglu City lies over 1,000 kilometers from Rongqing, and a long-distance bus traveled at a sluggish pace, taking a full 7 days before we finally entered the territory of Dongfeng Township. While Weimiao is not a secluded mountain village, it is nonetheless surrounded by hills. Thus, the 2 trucks we arrived in could not proceed any further. Wu Wei arranged for several tractors to assist us in transporting our tools, and we set off towards Weimiao on ox carts. As I traversed vast expanses of terraced fields, I had never before witnessed such an abundance of trapezoidal landscapes, a phenomenon attributed to the topography of the southwest. The rice paddies were ripe, casting a golden hue across the landscape, with farmers diligently harvesting their crops. Wu Wei, seated beside us, remarked with a smile, "This year has been relatively favorable, a year of bountiful harvest." Many of these farmers were adorned in the traditional attire of ethnic minorities, prompting me to inquire, "Is this a region where ethnic minorities coexist with Han people?" Indeed, Wu Wei confirmed, there have been several skirmishes among the local Han clans. However, we have coexisted harmoniously with the villages of ethnic minorities. Though I remained perplexed as to why. With a wry smile, he fell silent. As we ventured further, the surrounding mountains became increasingly abundant with water, and the flora grew more lush, particularly the towering broadleaf trees that stood majestically, as if I had stepped into a primordial forest. Upon emerging from the dense thicket, the vista opened up dramatically, revealing a mountain path that stretched forth, winding into the distance, and rising like the spine of a colossal dragon, a dark brown mountain range. At the foot of this range, nestled among the verdant hills, stood a cluster of quaint, traditional residences, with a sacred pavilion at the center that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in the photograph. Upon entering Weimiao village, we were greeted by the village head, Lao Mo, accompanied by 2 cadre members. Ning Lingsheng, disinclined to engage, bypassed them and made his way directly to the pavilion, while we exchanged pleasantries and followed suit. Within this sacred pavilion resides the veneration of Wei Zifu, the goddess Wei. She has consistently bestowed her protection upon us, ensuring our safety amid the aerial bombardments during the invasion and the artillery exchanges throughout the Civil War, leaving us unscathed. As Secretary Mo introduced the local conditions, I found myself observing the surrounding geomantic patterns, in accordance with the local landscape of distant mountains and nearby forests. There exists a vividly descriptive term in geomancy known as white horse head. The mountains symbolize the head of the horse, while the forests represent the flowing mane atop it. The designation of white horse stems from the fact that among all equine colors, the white horse is deemed the most exquisite and ethereal. Thus, if a mountainous terrain can be likened to a white horse head, one can infer that, regardless of the fortunes it may bestow, the scenery is undoubtedly picturesque. However, from a geomantic perspective, the white horse head does possess certain shortcomings due to the absence of water. Geomancy, after all, emphasizes the crucial role of water. Without it, all else is but an illusion. This is evident in the nearly primitive living conditions of the locals. The area is electrified, yet lacks running water, with only 2 wells available. Both men and women appear unkempt. And the fortune of Wu Wei upon leaving the mountain village indicates that the local geomancy may not be as promising as the village secretary had presumed. As our group approached the shrine, Ning Lingsheng emerged from the corner of the shrine's rear wall, wielding a thick, elongated broken branch. He pointed the branch at us and commanded, "Do not proceed any further. Halt at once." The village secretary, unfamiliar with his identity, was taken aback and inquired, "What's happening here?" Wu Wei clarified, "This is Mr. Ning from the engineering team." The village head quickly donned a smile, yet Ning Ling dismissed him entirely, turning instead toward the front of the divine tower. This left the earnest old M.O. feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, I produced a cigarette and remarked, "Secretary M.O., my brother must have uncovered a significant issue. Let us see what he has to say." Ning Ling slowly approached the 5 towering skyward trees, each nearly 40 meters tall, standing before the divine tower, and halted in his tracks. To my eyes, these 5 trees were monumental, with their roots forming mounds of earth nearly a meter high and 4 to 5 meters wide, shrouded in the shade of the trees. Ning Ling's expression was one of intense focus, his brow furrowed. He would occasionally advance a few steps, then retreat, tapping his fingers now and then, scrutinizing the divine tower with great care. After what felt like over an hour, my legs nearly stiffening, Ning Ling finally nodded at Wu Wei, stating, "This is indeed a genuine divine tower. What supports this structure, allowing it to stand for a century, is not merely the few wooden columns embedded within, but rather these towering trees." However, at this juncture, Ning Ling paused, contemplating before continuing, "You have disturbed the local feng shui. From this point forth, calamity may befall you." "Boss Ning, is there any basis for your statement?" Secretary M.O. inquired, his face a mask of disbelief. "Certainly, great trees possess spiritual roots. By burying the deceased beneath these colossal trees, you are effectively offering human flesh and blood as a sacrifice to the mountain spirit. Having tasted the essence, how can you expect to remain unscathed? The individuals who passed away recently were born between 1945 and 1955, were they not?" Old M.O. pondered for a moment, his expression shifting dramatically as he replied, "Indeed, they all belong to that generation." Ning Lingsheng disregarded him and said to me, "Throw me the lighter." I retrieved the lighter and tossed it to him. Ning Lingsheng ignited the root of one of the towering trees with the flame. Moments later, a sharp crack echoed through the air, and a nearly half-meter-long fissure unexpectedly appeared in the wooden column on the west side of the divine tower, emitting wisps of bluish smoke. Chapter 1. The 5 dragons supporting the heavens. The fiery blaze scorched the towering tree, yet the tree itself exhibited no signs of damage. However, the wooden pillars of the divine tower, located merely a dozen meters away, have been singed beyond recognition. The reasoning behind this phenomenon is self-evident. If there were any lingering doubts about the circumstances described by Ning Lingsheng, they have now transformed into sheer astonishment. "Ning, what on earth is happening?" Wu Wei inquired, his voice tinged with amazement. The wooden pillars of the divine tower are hollow cylinders, ingeniously crafted from the branches of these 5 celestial trees. There are 5 such pillars, and in the realm of architectural feng shui, this formation is referred to as the 5 dragons supporting the heavens. These 5 hollow wooden columns, having absorbed the essence of the 5 celestial trees through centuries of wind and sun, have remarkably retained their vitality. Thus, the preservation of the divine tower does not hinge upon the structural integrity of the pillars themselves, but rather upon these venerable celestial trees. Ning Lingsheng tossed a lighter to me. Who would have imagined that 2 seemingly unrelated entities could be intertwined in such a manner? Lao Montag exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. May I pose a question to you both? Why did the villagers of our village choose to protect this divine tower at the cost of their own lives? Was it merely for the sake of pride? Certainly not, Lao Mo asserted with conviction. The divine tower is our source of auspiciousness. It bestows upon us blessings of longevity and prosperity, and we cannot allow it to be taken away by outsiders. Precisely, Ning Lingxing nodded in agreement. This encapsulates the essence of feng shui. The art of feng shui involves identifying suitable locations amidst the landscape for the construction of either residential or ancestral homes. Once an appropriate site is chosen, the structures erected upon it can indeed influence one's fortune. At this juncture, Ning Ling emerged from behind several grand trees and stepped forward to address the gathering. However, if we consider it from a different perspective, it is evident that feng shui can indeed exert influence over individuals. Naturally, it also affects edifices. The concept of 5 dragons supporting the sky is a carpentry technique employed to harness the essence of local feng shui for the benefit of the structure itself. Indeed, Boss Ning is well-versed and knowledgeable. There are still many capable individuals in this world, Wu Wei remarked sincerely. Nevertheless, as with any practice of feng shui, there are certain taboos. For instance, the 5 dragons supporting the sky arrangement essentially utilizes the massive trees that have formed due to the local feng shui patterns, as I previously mentioned. Any substantial tree must possess spiritual roots. Your intention to bury the bodies of deceased villagers beneath these colossal trees was to ensure that while their physical forms perished, their spirits would endure, guarding the ancestral shrine. Yet, what you did not realize is that these 5 towering trees have become voracious man-eating entities. Secretary M.O., if I am not mistaken, the village must have adopted cremation practices, correct? Indeed, the work group has repeatedly conducted outreach efforts and even provided policies, leading to significant advancements in the villagers' mindset over the years. Consequently, last year, the village reached a consensus to send all deceased individuals to the crematorium in the city. Old M.O. replied, hence, these 5 trees, deprived of flesh and blood for an extended period, are now a source of harm. The recent inexplicable deaths in the village are not due to natural causes, but are rather the result of the calamity brought upon by these colossal trees. To speak ominously, the current fatalities are primarily among the elderly with relatively frail health. In due time, if there is still no blood sacrifice, the accumulated resentment of the ancient trees will grow ever more intense, leading to an increasing death toll among the villagers. By the time it reaches that point, regret will come too late. Lao M.O., his face ashen, inquired, Boss Ning, is there any chance to salvage the situation? Ning Lingsheng pondered for a moment before sighing. It is likely quite difficult. After saying this, he walked to the clearing among the 5 trees and planted a wooden stick into the muddy ground, instructing, Dazhuang, dig down from the position of the stick. Understood. How deep should I dig? Dazhuang asked. Dig until you dare not go any further, Ning Lingsheng replied. Dazhuang took up a shovel and stepped into the forest, blowing on his hands before swinging the shovel to begin digging. With remarkable speed and skill, he soon unearthed a rectangular hole nearly half a meter deep. Suddenly, he halted, waving his hand to Ning Lingsheng. Boss Ning, there is indeed something amiss. Ning Lingsheng approached the edge of the pit to take a look, then beckoned us over. Come and see. A crowd gathered, and there, in the muddy pit, lay a skeleton encrusted with dirt, tightly ensnared by a web of tree roots, resembling a rice dumpling. A faint gasp of astonishment arose from the onlookers. They all realized how these trees absorb nutrients. By burying the corpses here, you are essentially nourishing ferocious beasts with human flesh, whether beast or mountain spirit. Once they have tasted human flesh, other food will naturally seem insipid, Ning Lingsheng remarked. Indeed, this is quite troublesome, Wu Wei mused with a frown. Yet, we are not entirely without recourse. There are at least 2 methods to resolve this predicament. The first is for you all to relocate, moving far away from this place. Secondly, a fire consumed both the 5 trees and the sacred tower. Mr. Ning, neither of these methods seems appropriate. If the villagers were to relocate, where would they go? Furthermore, how can we justify the relocation? Surely, we cannot tell the government that it is due to the sacred tower and the towering trees. As for the notion of burning them, that is even less feasible. The towering tree is a centuries-old specimen, a national treasure, and as for the sacred tower, it goes without saying that the villagers would never consent to its destruction. Old M.O. lamented, I can assure you that if these matters are not addressed promptly, all individuals aged between 45 and 55 in the village will perish within a fortnight. Secretary M.O., Your age falls within that range, does it not? I was born in 53. Old Mo replied, his body trembling slightly. Mr. Ning, what is the reasoning behind the misfortune befalling individuals of this age? Wu Wei inquired. In terms of fate, odd-numbered years are categorized into cycles of 11, determining one's destiny. Any significant alterations in one's fortune typically occur within these cycles. Why have the fates of the elderly villagers been influenced by these trees? The reasoning is quite straightforward. The destinies of these individuals, analyzed through the 5 elements, suggest a strong affinity with the element of fire. Naturally, fire clashes with wood, leading either to the dominance of humanity or that of the trees. However, how can individuals who have lived for over 60 years contend with ancient trees that have stood for centuries? Thus, it is the humans who are left to suffer the consequences. Is it truly possible that a person's life and death could be intertwined with that of plants? Old Mo expressed his astonishment. Indeed, the myriad influences on the vicissitudes of life, including aging and mortality, extend far beyond mere ailments or the passage of time. Factors such as one's dwelling, nourishment, and social interactions profoundly shape the duration of existence. These elderly individuals are entwined with the essence of wood, which can be detrimental. While ordinary flora might only affect fortune, proximity to these colossal trees poses a grave peril. In the past, when offerings of flesh and blood were made, the spirits of the trees coexisted peacefully with the villagers. However, the cessation of these tributes has inevitably led to demands for recompense over time. Upon hearing this, both Lao Mo and Wu Wei turned pale. Ning Lingsheng then approached the entrance of the shrine and remarked, Mr. Wu, the reason those construction teams hesitate to undertake work here is that wooden tools exhibit unsettling behavior past midnight. Those unfamiliar with the circumstances would undoubtedly be frightened away. Shouldn't they inform me of this? Is it so difficult to articulate? Wu Wei questioned. Though the precise reasoning eludes us at present, I can surmise that they must believe it is the manifestation of Lady Wei's spirit. However, to utter such words concerning the shrine, a symbol of the Wei Temple, is indeed a delicate matter. I certainly would not voice it directly, for that would invite unnecessary trouble. After considering Ning Lingsheng's explanation, Wu Wei nodded in understanding, acknowledging, I see your point. You are correct. Those engaged in external projects are astute individuals, and they would refrain from voicing such unwelcome sentiments. Restoring this shrine poses no difficulty, yet it will yield no beneficial outcome. Therefore, Secretary Mo must make a decisive judgment, for one must recognize that indecision can lead to greater chaos. Boss Ning, if I had the authority to relocate or destroy the temple, would I still be waiting until now? These matters are beyond my control, Old Mo lamented. Indeed, I comprehend your predicament, Ning Lingsheng replied after a moment of contemplation. How about this? Invite the county magistrate for a meal, and I shall accompany you to clarify the situation. He will acquiesce, not to mention inviting the county magistrate for dinner. I have hardly seen him on a few occasions. Old Mo remarked. Ning Lingsheng gazed into the distance at the dark brown mountains, and after a while inquired, What is the name of that mountain? It is called Longku. Wu Wei answered. Ning Lingsheng nodded slightly, observing, the name is indeed fitting. He then turned to Old Mo, saying, Inform him that the treasure within Longku has been discovered and invite him to visit the site. Chapter 1. The Wolf King's Empress Boss Ning. You aren't suggesting that I should deceive the leaders, are you? Once this statement escaped my lips, I naturally felt a sense of confidence. However, Ning Lingsheng's words were not to be trusted by either Lao Mo or Wu Wei. Even I found them hard to believe. The essence of feng shui requires on-site observation. Factors such as the flow of energy, the shape of sand dunes, and the layout of mountains. If any of these elements are slightly amiss, the disparity can be as vast as the heavens and the earth. To my knowledge, no master of feng shui, ancient or modern, could determine a prosperous site with just a glance, save for charlatans. Boss Ning, I firmly believe you possess remarkable abilities. Wu Wei chimed in with a smile. However, I remain skeptical about Ning Lingsheng's capacity to locate the treasure of Longku Mountain in such a brief span of time. It appeared that my companions still harbored doubts about my capabilities. With a gentle smile, Ning Lingsheng remarked, I shall refrain from delving into the esoteric. Simply put, Longkou Mountain is characterized by an abundance of stones and a scarcity of soil, resulting in sparse vegetation and a desolate landscape. From a feng shui perspective, this location is ill-suited for tombs or dwellings. Thus, the purpose of constructing a deity temple in the village is to enhance local feng shui and ensure the safety of the populace. Surely, you cannot dispute this? Indeed, the temple was established with that very intention, Wu Wei responded. Therefore, when misfortunes befell the village, my first thought was to renovate the temple. Consequently, the treasure of Longkou Mountain must surely lie in the vicinity of the deity temple. After all, how could the builders of the temple have chosen this site were it not for its auspiciousness? With that, Ning Lingsheng seemed eager to substantiate his claim, firmly pressing his foot into the sand beneath him. I glanced around, observing that the vast mountainous terrain, aside from the few trees before me, harbored no other vegetation. Were it not for a hint of human presence, it would nearly resemble a desert. Could such a place possibly be a treasure trove? I possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the art of feng shui, yet I could discern no aspect of this location that might be associated with wealth. Noticing the hesitation of the two individuals, Ning Lingsheng remarked, "Since you harbor doubts, I shall relish the opportunity for ease. Manager Chun, prepare the tools. We shall commence work tomorrow." With that, he gestured for Dazhuang to fill in the pit. "Boss Ning, it is not that we disbelieve, but..." Before Wu Wei could complete his thought, Ning Lingsheng waved his hand to interrupt. "No matter, I respect your choice. My vocation is to construct temples, and you can rest assured that this temple will be entrusted to me." With that, he turned to depart, leaving the embarrassed Wu Wei standing there. Given Ning Lingsheng's lofty pride, it was only natural for him to feel discontent at having his proposal dismissed by these two. I said to Wu Wei, "Refrain from discussing this with my brother for now. We were invited here to restore the Divine Tower, and I assure you that I can see this project through to completion." Very well, I had no ulterior motives. I merely thought it inappropriate to summon the leadership here on such short notice. I completely understand. Then let it be so. You may continue with your tasks, and this place will be under our care. Thank you, everyone, for your efforts. With that, Wu Wei and Lao Mo turned to leave. I, along with Wang Yanchen, Chun Sheng, and Hai Sheng, followed Ning Lingsheng into the interior of the Divine Tower. The first thing that catches the eye is the intricate coffered ceiling atop the temple gate, surrounded by a wooden enclosure painted in a vibrant red hue. At its center lies a well-preserved bagua plaque, seemingly crafted for bronze. Upon entering the temple, one is greeted by a tripartite layout, with the divine altar positioned centrally. There, the figure of Empress Wei Zifu is depicted, adorned in a flowing white Han attire. Seated gracefully upon the altar, her arms extend forward in an inviting embrace, while to her left stands a magnificent white horse with dual horns, and to her right, a formidable night demon, cloaked in deep green. The demon's waist is adorned with a leather skirt studded with copper nails. Its left hand rests confidently on its hip, while the right arm is raised above its head, a string of corroded copper coins dangling from its wrist. The interior of the temple is shrouded in dust, the sculptures equally cloaked in a layer of neglect, casting an air of somber dimness that borders on the eerie. Chun Sheng, instruct your subordinates to stow away all wooden tools in the cart. We shall bring only iron implements inside, I declared. Ninggu, I harbor no doubts regarding your intentions, for my understanding of feng shui has been nurtured by your teachings. However, I fail to perceive any treasures in this place, I remarked. Ningling Senkripiet. Your inability to discern is accurate, for this locale is no ordinary site. With that, he ventured further inside. Ihastili foluved, inquiding Ning Yi. What exactly is going on here? Could you enlighten me? Let's first ascend to the music hall, he suggested. The uppermost space of the temple is known as the music hall, designated for devotees to play traditional instruments. It is imperative that only ancient instruments are employed here, rendering the current function of the music hall as a venue for visitors to admire. In a desolate mountainous region, there exists a music chamber that houses an exquisite collection of ancient musical instruments. In the western corner, one can observe a neatly arranged assortment of sun, guan, zhu, pai shao, kongho, zheng, and Guqin, leaving me utterly astounded. Each piece is a relic of significant value, yet they are boldly displayed in an unguarded space, raising the question of whether theft is a concern. Ning Ling Sheng, seemingly lost in thought, remarked, "So that is the case. Ninggu, what have you discerned?" I inquired. At that moment, Wang Jianshun was about to approach the instruments in the corner, but Ning Ling Sheng swiftly grasped his arm, saying, "This place is not meant for aimless wandering. Indeed, it is a temple, and the deity enshrined here is not the esteemed Wei Zifu, but rather the Wolf King goddess." The statue represents the Wolf King goddess? Could it be that she is the transformed mother wolf? I queried, perplexed. Ning Ling Sheng explained. The Wolf King goddess is not a wolf, but a woman named Ling Gu, hailing from Handan. She was the sole daughter in her family, which was engaged in river trade. On her father's deathbed, he entrusted all responsibilities to her. She was exceptionally beautiful, attracting many suitors. Yet she did not find a suitable husband until the age of 25. During one of her cargo transports, the river was obstructed, forcing her to take a mountain route, where she encountered bandits. Among them, one was captivated by her beauty and harbored ill intentions. Just then, a dashing young gentleman appeared and skillfully drove off the robbers. Naturally, a beauty would be drawn to a hero, and that evening, Ling Gu surrendered herself to the gallant youth. This young man was accomplished in various arts, both literary and martial, and became a great ally in Ling Gu's endeavors. Yet, the sole flaw in this tale lies in the fact that the gentleman in question is unable to speak. Initially, Ling Gu did not dwell on this, assuming that he was merely afflicted with a disability. However, 3 years into their marriage without any offspring, anxiety began to gnaw at her. In her desperation, she sought the counsel of a fortune-teller, who, upon seizing her wrist, proclaimed that Ling Gu was a demon, forcing her to flee in confusion. In her frantic escape, she stumbled into a Taoist temple, where she encountered a sage. The sage informed her that in order to conceive, she need only affix a talisman to the outer side of her arm. Following his advice, she returned home, only to have her husband transform into a towering blue wolf and vanish without a trace at the sight of her. It was then that Ling Gu realized she had encountered a wolf demon. Despite this revelation, she found herself unable to sever her emotional ties to him. The days apart only deepened her longing. Thus, she sold off all her possessions and embarked on a quest along the wolf demon's path, traversing one mountain after another in search of her beloved. This pursuit lasted 70 years, during which she encountered countless wild wolves in the mountains, yet none were her husband. As time wore on and age took its toll, she became frail and, in her wanderings, came upon a white horse adorned with 2 horns. She rode this steed, continuing her search for the wolf demon. Ultimately, weakened to the point where she could no longer mount her horse, she awaited her fate in a land temple. It was there that she witnessed the 2-horned horse gradually transform into a blue wolf, which then morphed into the visage of her longed-for beloved. Only then did Ling Gu realize that her husband had been by her side all these years, never straying even a single step away from her, until she grew old. Her unwavering loyalty to love moved the heavens, and the Queen Mother of the West conferred upon her the title of Wolf King Goddess, granting protection for the foot travelers in the deep mountains. This is the origin of the Wolf King Goddess. Is it akin to the relationship between Ma Zhu and fishermen? I inquired. Before the Ming Dynasty, it was indeed so, but during the Ming Dynasty, the Wolf King Goddess was supplanted by the land temples that arose in various regions. Nevertheless, a portion of the populace still venerates the Wolf King Goddess, particularly among the itinerant entertainers. For their survival, they traverse mountains and rivers, and whenever they encounter a Wolf King temple, they would perform a ghost play inside. It is said that this ghost play truly invokes the divine presence of the Wolf King Goddess. Thus, every music hall within the Wolf King temples is adorned with ancient musical instruments, which serve as the sacred tools to awaken the Wolf King Goddess. Niye, your tale is indeed touching, but is there an essential difference between the Wolf King temple and the Divine Loft? I asked. You pose an excellent question. There is certainly a distinction, Ning Ling Sheng replied. The Divine Loft serves as a feng shui haven for warding off evil and seeking good fortune, whereas the Wolf King temple. At this point, Ning Ling Sheng gazed out at the dimming sky beyond the wooden window and continued, is intended for summoning spirits. Chapter 1. The Ghost Recruiter, is this truly a place that summons spirits? I exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, no matter how one calculates. The wolf demon is a creature of the supernatural, and since Ling Gu married a demon, she too is a being of the otherworldly. Once deceased, can a demon not become a ghost, or shall they ascend to immortality instead? She has offered protection to the porters traversing the mountains. That must surely be a virtuous act, correct? Certainly, it is an act of kindness, which is why the Wolf King Temple serves as a haven for benevolent spirits, making it a sacred site. I understand now, when you mentioned discovering sacred ground, you were referring to this very Wolf King Temple, were you not? I realized with sudden clarity. Indeed, however, I have only conveyed part of the truth. This place was once considered sacred, yet in the present day, it has become a site of great misfortune. This is due to the loss of lives here, and the burial of the deceased has disrupted the ecological balance of the ancient trees. You are correct. Thus, what was once sacred has transformed into accursed ground, a change that cannot be reversed by human effort alone. Merely restoring the temple would bear no fruit. Ninggu, do you truly intend to disregard their plight? Some matters cannot be resolved by mere intention. To assist others, one must first obtain their consent. Ning Ling Sheng replied with resignation. Indeed, this situation is rather troublesome. I admitted. You are merely stirring trouble where none exists. They themselves are unafraid. So what purpose does your worry serve? Wang Jianchen remarked. They may be ignorant and lack understanding, but their transgressions do not warrant death, I countered. The issue lies in the fact that they are unwilling to accept your assistance. Your fervor alone will prove futile. Very well, let us exit this place. Ning Lingsheng was the first to descend the stairs, while Haixing silently trailed behind us. Upon exiting the ancient temple, we observed laborers rummaging through iron tools atop tractors, and the cook was digging several holes in the muddy ground to prepare a fire for cooking. The air was suffused with the enticing aroma of food amidst the dark forest. Qingbian, recite the incantation regarding the 10 prohibitions of burial from the Xian Kong Feng Shui teachings I imparted to you. Ning Lingsheng instructed me. I initially thought he intended to quiz me unexpectedly, but I was undeterred. Thus, I confidently began. First, do not bury coarse, stubborn stones. Second, do not bury at the head of a swift river. Third, do not bury at the source of a ravine. Fourth, do not bury on a solitary mount. Fifth, do not bury behind a temple dedicated to the gods. Sixth, do not bury where prisoners rest on either side. Seventh, do not bury on a chaotic hill. Eighth, do not bury in sorrowful feng shui. Ninth, do not bury in a lowly position. And 10th, do not bury at the sharp peaks of dragons and tigers. Having concluded, I cast a self-satisfied glance at Ning Lingsheng. He seemed to nod in approval and said, in your view, which of these taboos do you believe the villagers have transgressed by burying the deceased here? Firstly, it would be behind a temple dedicated to the gods, and secondly, the chaotic hill, I replied. However, which of these do you consider the most critical? After a moment's contemplation, I responded, given that this area is afflicted by malevolent wood spirits, the most essential taboo would indeed be behind the temple dedicated to the gods. In ancient times, there existed a belief in the interplay of celestial and terrestrial forces. The earthly fortunes may shift, prompting a corresponding change in the heavenly rhythms. The celestial movements induce reactions in the earthly energies. Changes in the natural environment lead to transformations in feng shui conditions, and all sentient beings within the mountains and rivers may undergo anomalies due to the significant shifts in the auspicious and inauspicious aspects of feng shui. If the clear and turbid, the yin and yang, are confounded, it will give rise to some truly dreadful phenomena. Those who defy reason are termed as demons. The anomalous changes in the feng shui of this place are entirely the result of human folly. You must all bear this in mind. For the perils encountered by those who repair temples, 9 out of 10 are of human origin. If, upon facing difficulties, we attribute all blame to external forces, believing it has no bearing on us, then what purpose does our craft serve? Dear Wang Dianchen, wouldn't you agree? The reference to Wang Dianchen by his given name is the sole exception made by Ning Lingsheng. Elder brother, do you think my words are erroneous? Of course, they are mistaken. To the common folk, temples are places of auspiciousness. They do not comprehend that 9 out of 10 temples hold peculiarities. When faced with minor resistance, they allow others to lead them astray. Where then lies your compassion? Elder brother, it is not that I lack compassion, but these individuals are impervious to reason. What can one do? Should I kneel and implore them to accept our assistance? Wang Jianxin retorted defiantly. Very well, since you are unconvinced, let us discuss our principles. As artisans dedicated to temple repair, what significance does the act of repair hold? What is there to question? It simply entails restoring the dilapidated temple and gilding the image of the Buddha, does it not? The tasks you mentioned could easily be undertaken by a small construction team. How can such work be deemed worthy of the title of artisan? Elder brother, I recognize your extensive knowledge of feng shui and metaphysics. However, we are craftsmen, not deities. We lack the capacity and necessity to enlighten others. Our aim should be to execute our projects well while earning a living. This is what it means to earn a living with integrity. You certainly possess a sense of conscience, Ning Ling Sheng remarked. It goes without saying that over the years, having accompanied the elder brother in frequent visits to temples and monasteries, I have long devoted myself to the path of Buddhism, Wang Jianxin declared proudly. Well then, allow me to pose a question to you. Should you provide a satisfactory answer, our discourse today shall be deemed reasonable. Pray tell, if we merely arrange the Wolf King Temple for profit and depart, leaving the villagers to suffer dire consequences in the future, let us set aside the matter of moral conscience. How will one with a heart of stone enter a realm of compassion? We approach the temple to repair and restore, not to seek refuge in emptiness, correct? You have yet to answer my question. How can one with such a callous heart enter a compassionate domain? I shall step inside. Is there anyone here capable of flying in? He replied with a mischievous grin. Very well, there lies a temple gate ahead. Might you venture in for me to witness? Brother, please do not frighten me. We have just emerged from within. Precisely. Hence I wish to see you traverse it once more. Then I shall walk through again before all of you. With that, Wang Jianxin resolutely turned back towards the Wolf King Temple and pushed the door open. My goodness! Before I could conjure any thoughts, Wang Jianxin burst forth from the Wolf King Temple, wailing like a banshee, as if a firecracker had been lit beneath him. In a flash, he darted before us, his speed rivaling that of the great sprinter Lewis. Initially, I intended to tease him, yet upon observing the pallor of his face and the tremors that gripped his entire being, it was evident he had been profoundly terrified, and I swallowed my words. He gasped for breath, his eyes wide as he stared at the barely open eyes of Ning Lingsheng, as if he wished to utter something. Yet, overwhelmed by fear, he found himself at a loss for words. Bring him a drink, Ning Lingsheng instructed Haisheng. Soon, a half-gourd of fiery liquor was placed in Wang Jianxin's hands. Ning Lingsheng remarked, If you still believe your words hold truth, I shall drink this cup. If you feel you are mistaken, then it is you who must partake. Ning Lingsheng was known to abstain from alcohol entirely. One could only ponder how the situation would unfold should Wang Jianxin stubbornly insist on handing him the burning liquor. My curiosity was piqued, but I soon realized I was overthinking it, for Wang Jianxin did not hesitate to gulp down the half-gourd of liquor. This was a potent spirit, 72 degrees in strength. Even for someone with Wang Jianxin's considerable tolerance, it was no trivial feat. Before long, a flush crept across his face, the scent of alcohol radiating from him, and his dazed expression gradually settled into calmness. Do you now recognize your error? Ning Lingsheng inquired nonchalantly. Brother, I was wrong. From this moment forth, I shall no longer argue with you, Wang Jianxin replied, inebriated. Very well, in that case, you shall carry the tools for the temple repair inside, and you may enter alone. Otherwise, your heart lacks sincerity. No problem, I shall get to it at once. Typically reluctant to engage in strenuous labor, Wang Jianxin stripped off his shirt, rolled up his sleeves, and began to lift the iron tools. Ningo, what on earth is happening? I could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. This lesson is not solely his. It serves as a cautionary tale for all of you. Remember this. Although the mountain gate may be grand, it cannot accommodate a single erroneous utterance. The heart of the Buddha may be vast, yet it cannot harbor a selfish desire. When one enters the temple, one must be vigilant in guarding their words. Otherwise, one may swiftly realize their folly, as he did. For a considerable time, Wang Jianxin was reluctant to divulge what he witnessed in the Wolf King Temple, an experience that abruptly transformed his values. However, after one evening of revelry, he poured forth the entire tale as if from a bamboo tube. Following a debate with Ning Lingsheng, he felt no remorse for his stance. Brimming with confidence, he stepped into the Wolf King Temple, only to find, as the temple door creaked shut, a figure clad in white and disheveled hair kneeling behind the door, repeatedly bowing to him. This person had a long tongue dragging on the ground, swaying slightly with each bow, while dark brown roots entwined around his neck and wrists. At this juncture, Wang Jianxin sighed, remarking that this lost soul was pleading for his assistance to escape the depths of suffering. Brother Bien, he mused, I could never have imagined that a person like me would be sought after by a ghost. It seems I am not entirely devoid of virtue. He chuckled bitterly and took a sip of his drink. Following this incident, Wang Jianxin's previously materialistic worldview underwent a profound transformation. Though he still fell short of the ideals of a model youth, he had made significant strides. At the very least, he would now extend a helping hand to those who fell before him. That night, as he single-handedly carried nearly 200 kilograms of tools into the temple, Ning Lingsheng was instructing me on the art of observing the mountain gate. The mountain gate refers to the main entrance of the temple, aptly named due to the prevalence of temples and Taoist shrines situated amidst mountains and forests. This gate, also known as the mountain sign, is an indispensable technique for builders of temples. The ability to enter a temple is immediately discernible from the mountain gate, should it be a forbidden place. Forcing entry may prove easy, yet the exit becomes fraught with difficulties. Thus, observing the mountain gate serves not only as a means of livelihood for temple craftsmen, but also as a method of self-preservation. For those aspiring to enter this craft, mastering the observation of the mountain gate is fundamental knowledge. The crux of observing the mountain gate lies in the assessment of one's perceptive acuity. It is essential to discern potential issues. This necessitates a particularly unique skill within the realm of feng shui, which Ning Lingsheng refers to as the demon eye. If one can identify peril in seemingly mundane surroundings, they possess the demon eye. The first step in observing the mountain gate involves examining its form. Upon encountering a mountain gate adorned with crimson lacquer and featuring a bracket-style structure, one must exercise heightened caution. Ning Lingsheng remarked that such gates resemble portals and are particularly prone to attracting malevolent spirits, or might even have been constructed by such entities. Next is the method of observing the atmosphere and scent of the earth. To begin with the observation of the atmosphere, one must assess the vitality of the surrounding vegetation. If flowers and grasses appear withered and trees are drooping, this indicates a loss of energy, known as declining qi, as temples are typically erected in picturesque locations. Additionally, the site of the temple serves to enhance the local feng shui. If the surroundings are enveloped in a dismal aura, it suggests that the temple is beset by unusual causes. Secondly, the scent of the earth often reveals the presence of malevolent spirits in troubled temples. These entities, often referred to as Yao, can be likened to the superhumans of the animal kingdom, yet they remain fundamentally creatures of the wild. As such, they leave their mark upon the ground, and the presence of their excrement and urine can be detected in the soil surrounding the temple's entrance. The more pungent the odor, the greater the number of spirits that have been attracted. The third category, which holds paramount importance in the realm of spirits, is the concept of duan, which pertains to the disruption of local feng shui patterns. This allows one to discern the original intentions and purposes of the temple's founders. If the temple was constructed for spiritual cultivation, it is typically situated in a serene locale, often removed from main thoroughfares and human habitation. Conversely, if the temple serves the purpose of financial gain, its design will be aligned with the principles of wealth-attracting feng shui, focusing on the orientation of the mountain and the internal layout to optimize financial accumulation. Beyond these two primary motivations, the reasons for temple construction are manifold. For instance, the Jingwen Monastery in Dongshan City serves as an entrance to a burial site. Regardless of the underlying motive, a proficient understanding of feng shui patterns will inevitably reveal inconsistencies, which is the essence of duan. The aforementioned 4 principles serve as the indispensable guidelines for assessing temple entrances. Mastery of these concepts enables one to undertake the work with confidence. The principles are not overly complex. After Ning Ling Sheng elucidated them, I quickly grasped their essence. During our meal, inquiries abounded regarding Ning Ling Sheng's approach. He simply advised, first, complete what must be done. Other matters can be addressed later. The temple restoration work was conducted at night, as Ning Ling Sheng noted that this site was extremely making nocturnal endeavors more fruitful. He strategically ignited 8 fire points in alignment with the temple's Bagua directions, serving both as illumination and as a means to harmonize the yin and yang energies. Numerous villagers observed from a distance, not merely as spectators but in the capacity of overseers. Lao Mo felt unsettled, fearing that we might inadvertently ignite the wooden structure of the shrine. The craftsman promptly entered the site, commencing with a thorough cleaning, followed by the removal of the peeling paint on the deity's statue and the repair of the cracked wood. The project commenced with admirable orderliness. Before long, night fell, and we tidied up our tents, each retreating into slumber. When I awoke, it was already afternoon. After our meal, Ningling was nowhere to be found. However, he had left a message for Chun Sheng, stating that we were strictly forbidden from entering the shrine before darkness fell. Thus, we found ourselves with idle time, some engaged in card games, others in boastful chatter. Hai Sheng and I squatted at the mountain path, smoking and conversing. He recounted to me the harrowing tales of his childhood abuse in the orphanage. Although my parents were alive, I couldn't shake the feeling that they had brought me into this world merely to face demise, leaving me deeply discontented and reflecting on how our fates bore striking similarities. As we shared our stories of inhumane experiences, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the tranquility, assaulting our eardrums. Startled, we both leapt to our feet, momentarily fearing the presence of a ghost. Following the source of the sound, we beheld a disheveled woman running towards us, weeping and crying out, pursued by a drunken man. "Stop right there, or I swear I shall end you," he bellowed, towering over the woman, his robust frame unsteady as he stumbled. He reached out several times, yet consistently failed to grasp her. The woman appeared to be in her 50s, dark-skinned and short, her face marred with bruises and blood oozing from her mouth, a testament to the brutality of the man pursuing her. The villagers, mere spectators, remained silent, their eyes fixated on the chase that unfolded before them. Soon, the woman reached us, pleading, "Help me, I beseech you." "Curse it, I won't let you escape," the drunken man shouted as he closed in on her, ready to strike. In a sudden burst of courage, Hai Sheng, seemingly possessed by a surge of righteous indignation, stepped forward and landed a punch squarely on the drunkard's face. Though not particularly tall or strong, his blow momentarily stunned the man. Whirling around, the drunkard glared defiantly. "You little bastard, how dare you hit me? I'll take your life." With that, he lunged at Hai Sheng, not willing to stand by and watch my friend suffer. I swiftly delivered a kick to the man's abdomen. He doubled over in pain, letting out a cry, clutching his stomach. Without hesitation, Hai Sheng seized the moment to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon him, and I joined in the fray. Before long, we had brought the burly man to the ground, and Wang Dianxin also joined our ranks in this collective reprisal, the man howling in agony. To our surprise, the woman began to intervene on behalf of her husband, using her frail form to separate us, her voice laced with desperation. "Please, stop. Don't hurt him." Just then, Lao Mo approached, inquiring, "What is going on?" He attacked the woman, and we couldn't stand idly by while he assaulted her. Hai Sheng replied, still seething with anger, "Is this truly the reason you have beaten him to such a state?" Lao Mo questioned, seemingly unable to comprehend our actions. "Indeed, I detest men who strike women," I affirmed. In the realm of Hai Sheng Dao, a lament escaped the lips of a bystander. "Alas, you brought this upon yourself. I warned you against striking your wife, yet you chose to disregard my counsel, and now you find yourself in distress." A burly man, clutching his bloodied mouth, staggered to his feet. The woman attempted to assist him, only to be repelled by his fierce grip around her throat as he spat, "I shall perish before I accept your aid." With a fierce glare cast upon us, he turned away. While the beaten woman hesitated, torn between following him and her evident fear. Her plight evoked both pity and disdain. Alas, the affairs of this couple are of no concern to us outsiders. Should you witness the Kuei assaulting him again, simply feign ignorance. Secretary Mo, it is unseemly for you to utter such words. How can a village chief stand idly by as a villager beats his wife? Is this appropriate? I inquired with righteous indignation. The village head is not a judge, he retorted. Do you believe that applying the law to the conflicts among villagers will yield any benefit? It will only exacerbate the chaos. Regardless of the circumstances, his violence against his wife is indefensible. Haisheng was a man of stubborn resolve, unyielding in his convictions. Let me be frank with you, he continued. The Kuei purchased his wife for 1,000 yuan, after over 20 years of impoverishment and failure to bear children. Such a woman is deemed deserving of severe punishment. As he spoke, fury etched across old Mo's face, as if the inability to bear offspring was a personal affront. It is no wonder that onlookers remained passive as the woman endured the beating. It was not merely the man's brutality that silenced them. Rather, the villagers believed that a woman who could not produce children deserved her fate, and thus, none intervened. This matter pertains to the private affairs of others. Those who suffer do not exhibit any instinct to resist. What more can we say? We can only acquiesce and follow the tide. Had humanity not been so callous, perhaps this incident could have been averted. That night, we proceeded with our plan to repair the Wolf King Temple, engaging in nocturnal tales while sleeping through the day. However, this time I was not awakened naturally. Rather, I was jolted awake by blood-curdling screams. Through the fabric of the tent, I glimpsed a large mass of flames leaping about in the clearing. At first, I thought it was a haunting, but as I peered out of the tent, I realized it was a figure engulfed in fire, frantically running across the muddy ground. To my astonishment, it was Haisheng. Not far away, a burly man clutching an empty bottle watched Haisheng, ensnared by the flames, and chuckled foolishly, reminiscent of Da Vinci gazing upon the Mona Lisa's smile. Chapter 1. Tragedy. This harrowing scene plunged my consciousness into a void for several seconds. Within that fleeting moment, I distinctly observed Haisheng's flesh developing dark brown blisters, which subsequently burst and transformed into a charred state. Quick, save him! Someone shouted desperately. However, the terrain was exceedingly arid, with no substantial water sources apart from drinking water, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of gasoline. I realized that Haisheng was doomed. Even if we extinguished the flames engulfing him now, it would merely prolong his agony before death. Wang Yinshen's eyes were bloodshot with urgency, yet he hesitated to rush in to assist, bellowing, "Haigu, roll on the ground to extinguish the flames." The once agonizing cries of Haisheng abruptly ceased. He glanced back at us, his left eye having burst from the intense heat, while his remaining right eye darted frantically in its socket, reflecting sheer terror. In a sudden turn, he dashed into the Wolf King Temple, a sacred site revered by the villagers. Inside, there was a barrel of turpentine used for paint thinning. Almost instantaneously, an explosion erupted within the temple, igniting the 3-story shrine into a colossal inferno. The burly man, clearly taken aback by Haisheng's final act of vengeance, stared in disbelief for a moment before slamming his thigh in frustration, cursing, "Damn it." He then collapsed to the ground, weeping openly. Meanwhile, villagers in the distance scrambled to bring buckets of water to douse the flames. As they approached, the Wolf King Temple was already engulfed in flames. The crackling sound of splintering would echoing within. The staircase began to collapse, and the intense heat rendered it impossible to draw near. The villagers' attempts to douse the fire with water were utterly futile, akin to a mere drop in the ocean. The smoke billowing from the inferno attracted villagers from neighboring hamlets and local police officers, who, upon hearing our account, swiftly restrained the burly man and contacted the county police department. "You owe me for my temple," old Mo cried out to Ning Lingsheng. "And how do we account for the lives lost? The tragic events that unfolded were not simply due to your negligence as the village secretary," Ning Lingsheng retorted through gritted teeth. "My temple, my lifeblood," old Mo lamented, realizing he had no justification. He then knelt before the charred remnants of the Wolf King Temple. which had been reduced to a smoldering ruin. Ning Lingxing approached me and whispered, "The officers urge us to leave quickly." Subsequently, we quietly retreated from Longku Mountain under the guidance of a dozen officers. "You are all required to remain until the case is thoroughly understood. This is merely a protective custody measure. We trust you will cooperate with our investigation, and you will be released once the matter is resolved," the police chief stated. Thus, we, a group of over 100 individuals, were taken to the Huanglu City Detention Center for protective custody, with Ning Lingsheng placed in the cell opposite mine. I could observe his every move clearly. However, once inside the cell, he remained still, sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed in meditation. Yet his expression was disturbingly grim. I comprehend his sentiments. After all, Haixing was rescued from the brink of death by him. To witness a person whose life he saved being mercilessly burned alive before his very eyes must have inflicted unimaginable anguish upon Ning Lingxing. Consequently, he remained silent for 2 consecutive days and consumed nothing but a meager amount of water. Within less than 3 days of his confinement, he appeared to have lost considerable weight. The officer assigned to converse with me was named Wang Dongdong, a name quite endearing, yet his demeanor was far from charming. He was robust and imposing, with a countenance that bore a striking resemblance to that of a ruthless enforcer. I inquired about the oversight of their superiors, expressing my confusion over the fact that we were not here due to any wrongdoing, but rather for protective custody. I acknowledged my awareness of the concept, having heard of it in films. I then pointed out that fasting in such an environment could be deemed an unlawful act, urging them not to complicate matters further. I offered to persuade him to eat. Yes, it seemed that their investigation had essentially reached a conclusion, and there was no significant issue at hand. His release was imminent. So why create unnecessary complications? I assured them that I would return to encourage him to eat. Subsequently, I was escorted to Ning Lingxing's cell, where he did not even flicker an eyelid upon my arrival. "Ninggu, the police say we shall be leaving soon." After a moment of silence, seeing he remained unresponsive, I said, "I understand you are feeling distressed, but it is essential to consume some nourishment. As the saying goes, a man is iron, and rice is steel. It has been several days, and you have not ingested a morsel. Leave," Ning Lingxing stated succinctly. "Ning Ge, I urge you to eat." I implored, but he coldly reiterated I said to leave. I could not compel Ning Lingsheng, so I took my leave. Upon encountering Wang Dongdong, I remarked, "There is nothing I can do. He refuses to listen to my counsel." Sighing, I added, "Given the circumstances, we must expedite your departure. Should anything untoward occur here, I would bear the burden of it." A subtle smile crept across my face, for it seemed that this outcome was precisely what Ning Lingxing desired. After completing the necessary formalities, we all exited the detention center and were met by Wu Wei, who approached us with a furrowed brow. "Boss Ning, I summoned you here for the temple restoration, yet it has devolved into this unfortunate situation," he lamented. "The unpredictability of fate has thwarted my expectations. The outcome has been devastating." This marked the first time in 3 days that Ning Lingsheng had spoken, although it was merely a small temple nestled in the mountains. It was a site fiercely protected by the guardians of the Wei Temple, with at least 7 losing their lives in the ensuing conflicts. Consequently, the ancestral heritage that had been preserved with such sacrifice was now reduced to ashes. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. It serves no purpose," Ning Lingxing stated. This incident represented one of the few setbacks I had witnessed in Ning Lingxing's endeavors. I sensed that he had long contemplated ways to restore the Wolf King Temple and resolve the local geomantic dilemmas. Otherwise, he would not have departed without reason the day before Haisheng's misfortune. Ning Lingxing had never abandoned a construction site. His departure that day was undoubtedly in pursuit of a solution. Truly, the plans of man often pale in comparison to the designs of fate. "Boss Ning, I have come today to settle our accounts. Although the project did not proceed, I appreciate your efforts in making the journey," he concluded. "Even if it is merely a token of compensation, there are also relocation expenses for Haisheng. He is an orphan, bereft of a home to settle into. As for the compensation, you may keep it for yourself, for I do not feel I have endured any hardship. However, before I take my leave, I wish to impart a piece of advice. The feng shui of Wei Miao conflicts with your destiny. Thus, it will be prudent to refrain from visiting that area. If you can abstain for a year, I assure you that your assets will double. Conversely, should you visit Weimiao more than 10 times within a year, misfortune will befall you, perhaps even endangering your life. Mr. Ning, your words believe me, and my words will hold power. Doubt them, and they shall falter. There is no need for validation, nor is there any proof to be sought. With that, Ning Lingsheng led us away. Our losses this time were undeniably significant, as nearly all our tools were left at Weimiao. Consequently, our immediate task was not to take on new jobs, but rather to procure replacements. This responsibility naturally fell upon Ning Lingsheng and us, Wang Dianxin and I. Thus, that afternoon, we ventured to the hardware store in Huanglu City. The hardware store in Huanglu City is situated on the bustling avenue of the city center, where in the early 1990s, nearly all major merchants congregated. Department stores, labor protection shops, and various specialty food vendors thrived in this crowded locale. Strangely, amidst such a throng, the hardware store appeared devoid of customers. The expansive first floor was filled with the gentle rustle of bamboo strips, and the lights were dimmed sparingly. In shadowy corners, 6 or 7 middle-aged women, clad in diverse attire, formed a circle, engaged in cheerful conversation. At that time, the market economy was still in its nascent stages. Places like Huanglu Market, situated inland, lingered in a semi-planned economic state, with hardware stores being state-owned. Consequently, regardless of sales performance, employees were guaranteed a salary, leading to a lackadaisical atmosphere. No one paid us any mind as we entered. They continued their idle chatter, occasionally erupting into a cacophony of shrill laughter. Under the influence of Ning Lingsheng, I developed a habit. Wherever I went, I would instinctively assess the local feng shui whenever I encountered an unusual area. In such a bustling locale, even the most indifferent service should not result in such dismal business. Thus, I surmised that there must be an issue with the local feng shui arrangement. With this thought, my focus shifted to the internal layout of the store as I ambled deeper inside. However, as I passed a row of glass display cases adorned with various types of rivets, I was taken aback to discover a perfectly positioned human skull atop one of the shelves. Its eyes were slightly closed, and its mouth was agape, frozen in a haunting expression of unrelenting death. The presence of a human head in a bustling shop sent a shiver down my spine, and I exclaimed, "There's a corpse here." Chapter 1. The sighing wall lamp. A group of chatty women burst into laughter upon witnessing my disheveled appearance, dragging my weary self along. Before I could comprehend the situation, a disembodied head detached itself from the shelf and levitated into view, sporting a mischievous grin as it emerged from behind the display. Clad in an all-black work outfit and surrounded by the dim light of the room, the head was the most prominent sight at first glance. "Have you overindulged?" I was profoundly startled, my heart pounding relentlessly. "My apologies. I merely wished to take a nap, not intending to frighten you," the figure replied nonchalantly. "Shennongjia, you truly lack decency. Be wary of encountering someone ill-tempered who might retaliate," an elderly woman remarked. "Getting beaten up is unlikely. After all, we reside in a society governed by law. It's merely a jest, nothing of great consequence," he responded with indifference. "Are you aware that one could be frightened to death? What if I had a heart condition?" I retorted, my annoyance palpable. "Impossible. A mere glance at your complexion reveals that you are in good health. Your abilities are remarkable. Can you truly discern one's ailments merely by their complexion? Are you a reincarnation of Li Shizhen?" I scoffed. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. My medical skills surpass those of the elderly practitioners in traditional medicine. Yet alas, my talents remain unrecognized, forcing me to compromise here," he lamented with a hint of resignation. This person seemed to possess a peculiar mindset, and I had little desire to engage further. A careful observation of my surroundings revealed no obstructions to prosperity. It seemed that the unwelcoming demeanor of the staff and this whimsical individual deterred customers from entering the establishment. Thus, Wang Dianxin and I selected the necessary items and had them carefully packaged for delivery to my designated location. This procurement was undeniably a significant acquisition for them. To illustrate, we ordered 70 shovels and picks alone. Shennongjia sighed and remarked, "What could be done?" consider it a means of physical exercise. Due to the insufficient quantity of tools placed at the entrance, he ventured to the southeast corner of the storage area to retrieve more, perhaps feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. He handled the items a bit too roughly, causing a cascade of tools to topple over. Among the fallen objects, an oddly shaped item emerged. This object resembled a globe, yet instead of a semicircular brass edge, it featured two intersecting circular brass borders, with a central sphere approximately 30 centimeters in diameter. Atop the object sat a lotus-like brass dish, which bore a sharp cone at its center. The surface of the brass sphere and borders was encrusted with verdigris, rendering their original form and color nearly indistinguishable, giving the immediate impression of a worthless piece of junk. However, I was secretly exhilarated. This acquisition was truly worthwhile. This brass sphere was not merely an ordinary metallic artifact, but rather a foreign antique known as a sighing wall lamp. According to ancient Greek mythology, a wall separates the realms of the living and the dead, known as the sighing wall, and the sighing wall lamp served as a candlestick affixed to it. I am uncertain whether such a structure as the sighing wall truly exists, yet the sighing wall lamp has indeed been a part of history. This item is utilized by foreign sorcerers or geomancers as a tool to transform their surroundings. It is said that once this lamp is ignited, a path to another world shall be revealed. I remain skeptical of such claims. However, the sighing wall lamp undeniably possesses the ability to influence the feng shui of its surroundings. Though it is a foreign artifact, it similarly embodies a mystical potency. Thus, I surmise that the business in this place is hindered by the presence of the sighing wall lamp. To substantiate my hypothesis, I approached the brass sphere and feigned ignorance, inquiring, "What is this tool?" "Who knows?" replied Shennongjia. "It has been here since I began working 3 years ago." I took it upon myself to assist him in tidying up the items. He, however, graciously insisted, "Please take a rest. I can manage this myself." "Who brought this thing in?" I asked. "I have no idea. The oldest lady in our shop has seen it since her very first day of work. It has been here for at least several decades. We have asked our superiors about it, but no one knows where it came from. They merely stated that if someone wishes to buy it, they may sell it. Though who would want to purchase such a thing? What use could it possibly serve?" At that moment, I was filled with delight. It truly felt like stumbling upon a great fortune. With this thought in mind, I maintained my composure and said, "A friend of mine specializes in bronze casting. Why not sell it to me? Let us not treat it as mere scrap. I can offer you 30 yuan. How's that sound?" At the time, the price of copper was only a few cents per pound, and, considering its size, it likely weighed around 30 to 40 pounds. At most worth no more than 4 yuan. Thus, upon hearing my offer, he expressed mild astonishment, saying, "You're offering such a high price?" When purchasing items, practicality is paramount. If it can be of use, I am willing to spend money. Otherwise, even if you were to give it to me, I would refuse. Indeed, quite remarkable. Shennongjia hurriedly wrapped it up, ready to deliver it together later. Upon noticing the bargain, the elderly woman quickly approached to facilitate the transaction. I handed him 30 yuan and placed a brass candlestick outside. "You needn't take it yourself. It will be delivered along with the goods," the elderly woman remarked. "I shall carry this myself. I'll send it directly to my friend, as it is not destined for the same location as these tools," I replied. Just as my words fell, a man clad in a wrinkled jacket, short in stature and clasping a briefcase, rushed into the shop, exclaiming, "Excuse me, I need 50 sets of iron plows. Do you have them in stock?" I nearly burst into laughter. The mystical nature of feng shui artifacts is indeed extraordinary, as even a slight shift in position can yield immediate results. An elderly woman muttered, "Today is truly peculiar. Our sales for the day surpassed those of an entire month." Before she could finish her thought, another voice interjected, "Isn't there a hardware store nearby? Let's take a look." Shortly after, a man and a woman entered the shop. The woman said, "Excuse me, we are from the procurement department of Linhai Restaurant, and we require a complete set of kitchen tools and equipment. Do you have kitchenware?" "Certainly. We have it all. What kind of hardware store wouldn't sell kitchen knives?" The sales clerk promptly responded, eager to secure the business. Within minutes, 5 or 6 groups of customers arrived, and the clerks busily attended to them. It is evident that when genuine business arises, they are more than willing to engage. Laziness is not an inherent trait. Ultimately, I acquired the item I desired and, feeling thoroughly satisfied, departed with the wall lamp in hand. What purpose does this serve? Wang Dianxing inquired, perplexed. This is a treasure. Upon my return, Ningge will undoubtedly reward me, I replied, brimming with pride. I noticed that after you removed the copper sphere from the premises, the hardware store's business surged. Is there a particular significance to that? Indeed, your observational skills are commendable. This object is known as a sighing wall lamp, a mystical artifact that alters the local feng shui. In ancient Europe, churches would install sighing wall lamps atop their spires to prevent vampires, transformed into bats, from perching on the church roofs. Essentially, a talisman for exorcism and protection. Such items cannot be placed arbitrarily. If positioned incorrectly, they can dramatically affect the local feng shui. The hardware store, despite its prime location, suffered from lack of business because of this wall lamp. Is it truly possible for a mere copper lamp to have such an immediate effect? Absolutely. Whether one lives in harmony or strife is largely determined by their environmental feng shui. Even the wealthiest individual, if residing among a community of impoverished souls, will inevitably appear haggard. Conversely, those dwelling amidst picturesque landscapes are bound to possess a more vibrant spirit than those languishing in desolate surroundings. Similarly, once we arrange a room according to conventional feng shui principles, introducing an incongruous object can be quite disruptive, potentially affecting one's daily routine. This exemplifies the impact of feng shui on individuals. Indeed, your insights are quite profound. Wang Dianxing nodded in agreement. Upon my return, I presented this matter to Ning Lingsheng. He cast a glance at it, and though he uttered no words, his astonishment was palpable. After I recounted the entire sequence of events in detail, Ning Lingsheng said, "Take me to the hardware mall, where the incident occurred, to assess the situation." "The business there is flourishing," I replied with pride. "Well then, let's not squander any more time. Let us proceed." Thus, the two of us made our way back to the hardware mall, where we found it teeming with people. The throngs of customers purchasing hardware outnumbered those at a bustling vegetable market. "Ningge, these years spent in your company have not been in vain. With this, I have turned their losses into profits." "Turned losses into profits? It seems you have led them onto a path of ruin," Ning Lingsheng remarked with a furrowed brow. Chapter 1. Disaster Avoidance. Don't scare me, Ningge. How could I have unwittingly led someone to their demise? This hat is far too large. I expressed my dissatisfaction. Qinbian, your ability to discern the sighing wall lamp indicates that you possess a certain level of perception. However, you still lack experience. Given that you can clearly see this is a religious artifact from a Christian church, how could you not consider that this place might once have been a church? A church? I meticulously scrutinized the structure before me, searching for any details that might belong to a church. The hardware store is situated within a 6-story rectangular building, an asset under the jurisdiction of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. The first floor is entirely leased to a daily goods store. The second floor houses a restaurant, and the third floor accommodates various offices. From the architectural style, there seems to be no connection whatsoever to a church. Yet, I dare not question Ning Lingsheng's assertion and could only chuckle without further comment. Do you not believe? Ning Lingsheng inquired. It's not that I don't believe. I have encountered foreign temples, which are typically square-shaped with a spire atop the entrance. But look at this building. After circling the edifice 4 or 5 times, Ning Lingsheng halted, stating from the flying star positioning, "This is indeed a Kuaishing location." Flying star positioning is a technique employed to identify auspicious sites for feng shui within urban settings. Unlike rural areas where mountains have been leveled and waters filled, the fundamental geographical features, such as wind and water hills, are absent, leaving only towering skyscrapers and concrete pavements. In the realm of urban feng shui, one must heed the celestial alignments of the stars above, the auspicious and inauspicious positions, as well as the transitory meteors, all of which adhere to certain principles. The essence of flying star positioning lies in the relationship between the celestial palaces and the earthly domains. It is said by Ning Ling that the position of the Kuaishing star signifies peril. Naturally, where the ominous stars reside, Danger lurks like a fragile egg. Brother Ning, I remarked, the church is built upon the Kueishing position. It seems they have chosen poorly. Ning Ling remained silent, contemplating deeply with his hands clasped behind his back at the roadside. After a moment, he instructed, engage with the store personnel and have them prepare several buckets filled with water to place in the corners of the house. What? Is there a rationale behind this? I inquired, sensing urgency in his demeanor. There is no time for tales. Swiftly see to it. Ning Ling, typically composed, now bore an expression of anxiety. I dared not dismiss his urgency and hurried into the store, where I found the staff in a flurry of activity, overwhelmed to the point of emptying several display areas. Such a thriving business, and yet the Kueishing and Fushing positions are nearly the same. I mumbled to myself. Having previously shopped there, the store attendants recognized me, and one of the women greeted me with a smile, saying, the boss has come to shop again. Ma'am, I wish to discuss something with you. Speak on. Could you find a few buckets and fill them with water to place in the corners of the house? What do you mean by that? It's nothing of consequence. I simply believe it is necessary. She regarded me with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. Young man, are you quite well? I'm Fine, but I hope you'll do as I ask. I truly do not intend to embarrass you, but I am extraordinarily busy at the moment. Otherwise, I would offer you a few barrels and kindly ask for your assistance. Upon reflection, given Ning Ling's intelligence, he must surely be aware that the sales clerk would outright refuse. He is simply urging me to undertake this task. With this thought in mind, I reluctantly gathered several discarded plastic barrels and, after connecting a hose to fill them with water, positioned them in various corners of the shop. During this process, I distinctly overheard whispers questioning my sanity along the lines of, "What is this lunatic doing? Has he lost his mind?" I could only feign ignorance to such remarks. After completing the task, I exhaled a sigh of relief, only then remembering that there was also the strong laborer, Shennongjia, present. I inquired of one of the individuals, "Excuse me, where has Shennongjia gone?" "He has gone to deliver goods, but he should return shortly." Once outside the shop, I nodded to Ning Ling, indicating that everything was in order. He said nothing further and led me back to the camp. That evening, we prepared to rest for the night, with plans to depart the following morning for a new destination. Even our sleep was taken in the seats of the large bus, which everyone understood was necessary, especially since this business venture had incurred losses and savings were essential. Early the next morning, as we were preparing to leave, a white bluebird and a dark red xiaoli approached from a distance, coming to a stop before a vehicle. 3 middle-aged men emerged, appearing to be leaders. One of them approached the front of the vehicle, wearing a broad smile, and inquired, "May I ask if Mr. Chun Sheng is present?" Chun Sheng, just awakened, squinted with bleary eyes and replied, "I am. May I ask who you gentlemen are?" "Oh, we are from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Huanglu City. My name is Wang Naixing. Greetings." With that, he took the initiative to shake hands with Chun Sheng. It is likely that he holds the highest rank among the three. His willingness to extend a handshake to Chun Sheng without disclosing his position indicates a commendable humility. As for the reason behind such modesty, I certainly understand, which deepens my admiration for Ning Ling's remarkable foresight. Here is the situation. Yesterday, an employee from your company visited a hardware store under the commission to procure some items. Before leaving, he advised our staff to place several buckets of water in the store. This morning, due to a short circuit, the insulation of the wiring ignited the bamboo products in the store due to the high temperature. Had it not been for those buckets of water, significant losses would have occurred. We are here to express our gratitude to your employee. I approached and said, "Hello, leader. This is no major concern. Was it necessary for you to make this trip?" It is indeed a rare honor to meet you. You are truly talented and promising." The other two nodded in approval. "You are too kind. This matter does not warrant thanks. We cannot simply stand by while state property is at risk." I am not attempting to overshadow Ning Ling. Rather, he finds engaging with these individuals particularly uncomfortable, so I have taken it upon myself to step forward. "Your accents suggest you are not locals," Wang Naixing remarked. "Indeed, we are from out of town, here to undertake a project." I see. In that case, I would like to invite you to lunch as a token of appreciation. I will also take care of your colleagues' meals. Would you grant me that favor?" The leader was exceedingly courteous. As he spoke, I discreetly cast a glance at Ning Lingsheng, who gave a slight nod. I then turned to Wang Naisheng and remarked, "In that case, I shall graciously accept your kindness, albeit with a sense of guilt." "Very well. I shall send someone to fetch you at noon," Wang Naisheng replied, offering a few more polite words before departing with his subordinates. "Brother Bien, you truly excel. You showcased your prowess again yesterday," Wang Jianshun said with a smile. Ning Ling Sheng rose from the vehicle, and I understood his intentions, following him closely. "This matter had nothing to do with me from the outset. It was entirely your doing." I reassured him, "Rest assured, I won't allow these individuals to trouble you. However, Ninggu, you must enlighten me on the methods employed in this affair." Ning Ling Sheng replied, "The reason I summoned you is precisely for this matter." He then recounted the details of the situation. By noon, Wang Naisheng dispatched a Santana to take me to a hotel in Huanglu City. To my surprise, the gathering consisted of only 2 individuals, he and I. The banquet table was laden with dishes, and after exchanging pleasantries, he inquired, "Mr. Qin, from whom did you learn the art of deduction and divination?" His question was quite astute, and I immediately realized he had a considerable understanding of this field. "Do not refer to me as leader. That would be an insult. I am merely a bit older than you, so call me Brother Wang. It would not be inappropriate for me to address you as my brother, would it?" "Brother Wang, you are overly courteous," I replied with a smile, secretly hoping he would soon ask how I discerned the fire at the hardware store, allowing me to display my skills. He raised his glass and said, "Our meeting is indeed a matter of fate. Come, let us toast." With that, he lifted his glass and drank it all in one go. After a brief indulgence in the dishes, he set down his chopsticks and remarked, "My dear brother, I am truly impressed by your skills. However, there is something I would like to inquire about. You are referring to my method of reasoning and deduction, correct?" "No problem, I shall. Let us not rush into that matter." He interjected with a smile, then offered me a cigarette, continuing, "The situation is this. I have a good friend who is exceedingly upright and possesses a strong ambition. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, he has struggled throughout his life to achieve success, always falling just short. Therefore, if you could lend a hand to my friend, I, Wang Naisheng, would be immensely grateful." It was then that I comprehended the true intention behind his invitation to dinner. The expression of gratitude was merely a fa-ade, while a request lay beneath. However, before we delve into this matter further, I must interject with a brief announcement, for the female singer who previously sought our assistance has risen to fame. Chapter 1. The despicable individual. As I exited the restaurant and made my way back to my residence, I inadvertently caught sight of a full-page photograph of a female singer at a newsstand. She was adorned in a striking red flight attendant uniform, a fashionable choice of the time, complemented by a delicate black veil that cascaded down to her lips. Her face heavily made up in the most popular cosmetic style of that era, a style that, by today's standards, would seem utterly gaudy. Nonetheless, the vibrant red certainly commanded attention, allowing me to spot her amidst a sea of newspapers. During that period, promotional methods were rather limited, primarily relying on television or print media. Thus, the fact that she was featured prominently in the newspaper signified her esteemed status within the music company. Upon purchasing the newspaper and delving into its contents, I discovered that she had remarkably secured the second prize in a music award hosted by China's Central Television, in addition to winning the title of Most Promising Female Singer in her province. Her breakout hit was indeed the lyrical song chosen for her by Ning Lingsheng, and she had even altered her name to include the character for charm, firmly believing in Ning Lingsheng's advice, which had evidently yielded substantial rewards. Curiously, the image of her in the newspaper appeared significantly more attractive. Given the absence of Photoshop technology at the time, I surmised that her striking appearance was likely due to her heavy makeup. Upon returning home and encountering Ning Lingsheng, I relayed Wang Naisheng's request and presented him with the newspaper, stating, "This individual heeded your counsel and selected that lyrical piece. She has now skyrocketed to fame." Ning Lingsheng responded, "Is that so?" He then glanced at the newspaper and remarked, "Such is fate. Had her character been more resilient, she would not have been receptive to my words, and, consequently, this pinnacle of her career would not have materialized." as we prepared for the matters concerning Wang Naixing. This former female singer, now a prominent star, once again sought my presence. She had contacted me in advance, and I initially assumed she was coming to express her gratitude. However, upon seeing her, I was nearly taken aback, mistaking her for a specter. She appeared before me clad in a form-fitting red jumpsuit, adorned with a matching red top hat, adhering to Ning Lingsheng's advice that she should wear vibrant colors due to her fate. Yet, when she removed her hat, revealing her true visage, I noticed that her face had indeed become slimmer, transforming from a round shape to an oval one, with her eyes now exhibiting double eyelids. She had become more beautiful, albeit with an unsettling ghostly allure. Her sunken eye sockets and gaunt figure gave her an appearance reminiscent of a skeletal visage. Upon closer inspection, however, it became evident that she was indeed well, perhaps merely fatigued, which rendered her features somewhat distorted. I have seen the information about you in the newspaper. Your career seems to be flourishing, I remarked with a smile. Indeed, it is quite well. Ever since I won an award at CCTV, my commercial engagements have been relentless. She continued, by the way, I brought a small token for you and a master. With that, she unveiled 2 large plastic bags she had brought along. Inside were 2 meticulously packaged items, which she placed on the table, saying, I was unsure of what to gift you. So I brought wild honeycomb and natural cordyceps from Tibet. The quality may not be exceptional, but I hope it is a refreshing change. As a mere child, I possessed little understanding of these supplements, mistaking them for ordinary snacks. I casually expressed my gratitude, saying, please do not mention it. I merely offered a few words of advice, which required no effort on my part. Such trivial matters need not weigh heavily on your mind. She smiled softly, then stifled a yawn, her face betraying a palpable weariness. Clearly, you are quite busy and feeling rather fatigued, I remarked with a chuckle. She replied, to say I am not tired would be a lie. Human nature is such that when idle, we feel restless, yet when engaged in work, we become overwhelmingly exhausted, never quite reaching a state of satisfaction. Indeed, however, your current situation seems promising. If you persist, you are bound to become a great star, I encouraged. She shook her head gently, responding, if only that were true. Noticing a hint of reluctance in her tone, I inquired, have you encountered difficulties once more? Startled, she exclaimed, how did you know? I replied, your expression reveals it. Hasn't your career been progressing well? What has transpired? With a sigh, she confessed, I am uncertain of the cause. But ever since I participated in the Central Television selection, I have been plagued by the same dream. Always the same dream? What do you dream of? I asked, intrigued. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, may I have the opportunity to meet the master? I had almost forgotten this matter and replied, I shall take you to meet Brother Ning. With that, I escorted her to Ning Ling's chamber. Once seated, she addressed him, Master, I have been experiencing the same dream repeatedly. I have come to seek your assistance in interpreting it. Oh, what is it that you dream of? Ning Ling inquired. I constantly dream of a woman hanging lifelessly, and I wonder if this portends misfortune, she inquired with a furrowed brow. Please elaborate, I urged, describing the furnishings of the room, the surrounding environment, anything you can recall. Well, it appears to be an antiquated residence, with wooden stairs and floors, all coated in a deep crimson varnish. I distinctly remember an old floor clock standing in the room, and a woman was suspended beside it, the time striking precisely midnight. I interjected, astonished. You recall the time so vividly? It is impossible not to remember, for the clock tolls at that hour, even within the dream. The sound is remarkably clear, and on several occasions, I have been roused by its chime. Master, I ponder why I am plagued by this recurring dream. I truly feel utterly exhausted, on the brink of collapse. Ah, Ning Ling contemplated thoughtfully, nodding in understanding. He refrained from voicing an opinion on the matter and instead retrieved the newspaper featuring the half-length photo of the female singer, placing it before her. When I first saw this image, I presumed it was merely the effects of makeup and lighting. However, today, seeing you in person, you do appear somewhat different from our last encounter. Did you notice, Master? The singer blushed, confessing, truthfully, I did not desire to undergo such changes. Yet my agent insisted that my appearance lacked appeal and did not align with the traditional aesthetic standards of our culture. Thus, Prior to participating in the CCTV singing competition, I was compelled to undergo cosmetic surgery. I truly had no wish for it, but he asserted that to achieve fame, I must acquiesce to his arrangements. And so I had no choice but to comply. Ning Lingxing nodded and remarked, "You have undergone quite a transformation. It is almost as if you have acquired an entirely new visage." The agent claimed that my appearance lacked the delicate charm of an Eastern woman, hence the necessity for alteration. He further asserted that my newly sculpted features resonate harmoniously with the essence of the songs I perform. After some contemplation, Ning Lingsheng conceded, "Indeed, this countenance aligns well with your musical style. Master, I truly wish to awaken from this dream. Could you perhaps devise a solution for me? I have brought a token of appreciation." With that, she produced a thick wad of red paper-wrapped cash from her bag, estimating it to be around 20,000. This time, Ning Lingsheng did not refuse. Instead, he picked up the money, examined it, and smiled, saying, "Ah, money is indeed a splendid thing. Miss Z, you must be thriving, earning quite handsomely, I presume." His words struck me as oddly presumptuous, akin to extorting funds from her. Ning Lingsheng was not a man consumed by greed. What had come over him today? The female vocalist reassured him, "Rest assured, Master, should you free me from this dream, I shall offer a generous reward." "Oh, and how much do you intend to compensate me?" Ning Lingsheng audaciously inquired. The singer paused in astonishment, then tentatively suggested, "Would you accept 30,000? "I require 2/3 of your current worth," Ning Lingsheng replied, unabashed and composed. Not only the singer but I too gasped in disbelief. This demand was exceedingly avaricious. The singer stood there, utterly stunned, gazing at Ning Lingsheng in shock. After all, she was merely a nascent singer who had not experienced much joy in life. Now that she had finally earned a modicum of money, Ning Lingsheng audaciously demanded 2/3 of it. The female singer was stunned for a good 4 or 5 minutes before she spoke. "Master, perhaps we should just let this go." From the moment you entered this room, there was no turning back. You must either agree to my terms," Ning Lingsheng interjected with a faint smile, continuing, "or face death. You are utterly outrageous," the female singer exclaimed in anger, rising from her seat. Ning Lingsheng let out a cold snort and replied, "People like us possess no other talents. But if it comes to killing, we will undoubtedly leave no traces behind. The moment you sought me out, I'd already set my traps. If I desired your demise, Miss Z, money can be earned again, but if one loses their life, what remains? You should be able to calculate this clearly." Chapter 1. The cosmetic surgeon. At this point, I found it unbearable and interjected, "Ninggu, let's proceed with this matter. Sister Z is not one to feign ignorance. She even brought gifts of bee honey and cordyceps for you, certainly intending to treat you well." Silence. When did it become your turn to speak? Ning Lingsheng retorted angrily. I dare not counter him, and immediately fell silent, realizing she had fallen into a trap. The female singer despondently slumped back in her chair and exclaimed, "You people are utterly despicable. How can you engage in such a profession? In this day and age, who harbors animosity towards wealth, right?" Ning Lingsheng replied with a peculiar grin. "Miss Z, do enlighten us on the total amount you have earned thus far. I advise you not to deceive me, for the consequences would be dire. My fee for commercial performances is 20,000 per event, and to date, I have participated in 7 performances. Additionally, I received 5,000 in awards, and my company granted me another 30,000. After taxes, do not mention taxes. That is a matter between you and the tax authorities. What I demand is 2/3 of your gross income, which amounts to 2/3 of 175,000. Let me calculate the total." As Ning Lingsheng searched for a calculator, the muscles in the female singer's cheeks twitched, her fury reaching its peak as she struggled to contain her emotions. "The total is 115,500. You have brought 2,000, leaving a balance of 95,500. Starting tomorrow, I expect you to pay me 2,000 each day. Is that agreeable? I will pay you handsomely, provided you banish my nightmares. From this moment forth, I wish never to encounter you wretched souls again," she declared through gritted teeth. "That simply won't do. Casting a spell is effortless, yet dispelling it is arduous. You must return every day," he replied. "Therefore, Bringing 2,000 each time will suffice, which shall be deemed the cost of treatment. With this, Ning Lingxing burst into a fit of manic laughter, resembling a madman. I couldn't help but suspect that Lu Lingtong had possessed him. The singer, feeling utterly powerless before Ning Lingsheng, departed in despair. The following day, she returned as promised, carrying 2,000 yuan. She appeared to be a victim of sleeplessness, with dark circles around her eyes, as though she had been struck. After accepting the money, Ning Lingsheng remained silent, lighting an incense and instructing her to recline on the chaise. We then exited the room. By afternoon, the singer emerged, her eyes still heavy with slumber. Ning Lingsheng coldly reminded her, "Do not forget to bring more money tomorrow." She left in a huff. Thus, this routine continued for 5 days. The singer appeared considerably revitalized, her fury dissipating. When she returned once more and placed the 2,000 yuan on the table, Ning Lingsheng rose to retrieve all the money he had previously collected, laying it before her. "Have you dreamt of her these past days?" he inquired. "No," she replied. "Then there's essentially no issue. You may take this money." The singer stood dumbfounded, gazing blankly at Ning Lingsheng. I was not particularly astonished, for I found it difficult to accept that Ning Lingsheng was a miserly man. His previous actions likely stemmed from other motives, and it appeared that my suspicions were indeed confirmed. She had not addressed Ning Lingsheng for 5 days, and now her speech was somewhat stammering. After stabilizing her emotions for a while, she finally spoke. "Master, I am truly confused. Could you please enlighten me on what is happening?" Her tone was one of utmost humility. "You are ensnared by a nightmare. Some are haunted by people, others by spirits. You, however, are entangled in dreams. The remedy for such nightmares is remarkably simple, requiring only 2 actions. First, divert your attention. My request for funds serves this purpose. Your anger will prevent you from succumbing to despair, and your concern for financial loss will momentarily overshadow the terror of that female ghost in your dreams. Second, alter your sleeping hours to the daytime. Daylight is the most direct and effective means to dispel nightmares. Employing both strategies simultaneously will naturally dissolve the nightmare." "Ningke, you should have spoken sooner. I have misunderstood you for several days," I replied with a smile. To break someone's spell without achieving the desired outcome, one must never disclose the method beforehand. Once the afflicted learns of the remedy, it becomes ineffective. A different approach would be far more complex, and its efficacy remains uncertain. Thus, I cannot reveal it to you. Master, I truly had no idea you were trying to heal me. I have privately complained about you for several days. How ignorant of me. The singer hastily reflected. Your complaints were warranted. The more anger you harbor, the better the effect. However, there is no longer a need for anger. Now, let's put away the money. Master, I am not in need of money, hence I do not require these funds. It is merely a trivial task. However, at this point, Ning Lingsheng pondered for a moment and said, "Could you take me to meet the doctor who performed your cosmetic surgery? I have a few inquiries I wish to address with him." "This, Master, why do you need to communicate with him?" "My recent surgery. Miss Z, there is no need for you to feel anxious. This matter does not pertain significantly to you, but there are certain questions that must be clarified." Seeing that Ning Lingsheng was resolute in his decision, the singer ceased to press further. Thus, in the afternoon, we boarded an airline's flight, marking my inaugural experience on an airplane. She generously booked us first-class tickets, and I reclined in the soft leather seat, dozing off until we arrived at a city in the southern region. At that time, the cosmetic surgery industry was not as advanced as it is today. Consequently, surgeons in this field were not particularly prosperous. However, the establishment we visited was an exception. They possessed legitimate medical credentials and spacious surgical or office spaces. Although the number of doctors and nurses was limited, the business was thriving, likely benefiting from the flourishing entertainment and adult industries in Guangchuan City. The surgeon who operated on Miss Z was named Zhou Hao, the founder of this cosmetic hospital. In his 30s, he was tall and handsome, exuding an air of refinement and eloquence, a result of his 12 years of medical training in the United States. He exemplified the archetype of a Ritter Ni who embarked on entrepreneurial ventures post-studies and was a prominent figure in the private medical sector of Guangchuan. After being introduced by Miss Z, he set aside his work to attend to us. Seated in his spacious and well-lit office, Ning Ling Sheng inquired, "Miss Z, could I kindly ask you to excuse yourself for a moment?" "Oh, no problem. You may continue your conversation." She rose and exited the office. "The three of you have traveled a great distance to seek me out, and I surmise it is not merely for idle chatter. If there is a matter at hand, please feel free to express it. I shall do my utmost to assist." Zhou Hao spoke earnestly. Ning Lingsheng replied with a smile, "Dr. Zhou, you are mistaken. We have truly come only to converse." Zhou Hao gazed at Ning Lingsheng, his expression one of confusion, before breaking into a smile that suggested he sought clarification. "Then I am all ears. May I inquire what insights you wish to share?" "Insights, I dare not presume. You're the authority in this field. Thus, I am here to ask you a question regarding facial proportions. In your esteemed opinion, what facial shape is deemed most beautiful in a woman? If one were to consider facial correction, what shape should be pursued?" "Oh, may I be so bold as to ask why you inquire about this?" "Because my wife is contemplating cosmetic surgery, and I wish to seek your counsel first." I exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Dianchen. Ning Lingsheng did not even possess a girlfriend, let alone a wife. He was clearly deceiving Zhou Hao. This indicated that Zhou Hao must harbor some undisclosed matter that Ning Lingsheng had discerned. In my view, the most exquisite facial shape is the oval face, a hallmark of Eastern beauty. Both the oval and the duck egg-shaped faces embody traditional allure, yet I personally favor the oval face. Therefore, if a woman possesses a petite stature, I would recommend she aspire to the oval visage. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Lingsheng was merely fabricating a tale. Yet Zhou Hao responded earnestly, "I too believe the oval face to be the finest." Dr. Zhou must have encountered many beauty-conscious young ladies concerning this facial type. If you require surgery, this facial structure would indeed be your most assured option, would it not? Zhou Hao replied, "Indeed, as Mr. Ning has stated, I have personally corrected numerous similar facial structures, and it has proven to be the most satisfying for beauty-conscious women." Upon saying this, he instinctively revealed a hint of prideful smile. "Indeed, Miss Z is one such example, is she not?" Ning Lingsheng inquired. "Yes, at that time. Her company introduced Miss Z to me. To be honest, there were several aspects of her features that required alteration. However, the surgery was remarkably successful. If you were to see the differences between Miss Z's previous features and her current ones, the contrast is quite significant. You are being modest. This transformation is indeed substantial." Ning Lingsheng responded, nodding in admiration. Zhou Hao graciously accepted this compliment, but then Ning Lingsheng suddenly shifted the conversation, saying, "Yet, I have encountered another woman who has undergone cosmetic surgery, and her features are identical to those of Miss Z." Zhou Hao was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly shifting to one of anxiety. Chapter 1. The Divine Spectrum. Upon observing his expression, it was evident that something was amiss. Ning Lingsheng remained composed, his demeanor unyielding as he gazed at him intently. After a while, the man's anxious countenance gradually settled, and he spoke, "Indeed, I have selected a visage that I personally deem most suitable for some women seeking cosmetic enhancement. Is there any fault in that?" "Certainly not," Ning Lingsheng replied, rising to approach the window, where he contemplated the bustling throngs outside. "Dr. Zhou, permit me to share a few thoughts. If I cause any offense, I beg your pardon." "Very well. I welcome your insights. Once, in this world, there existed a woman who embodied gentleness, kindness, and beauty. Yet, she committed an act incomprehensible to others. She fell deeply in love with a man who was already committed to another, a passion that spiraled out of control. They bore a child before ever exchanging marital vows. After the child's arrival, her sole aspiration was to nurture the little one into adulthood. However, tragedy struck when the man's wife discovered their affair and publicly humiliated her before all the neighbors. Ultimately, in front of her child, this woman succumbed to despair and took her own life. At the time of the incident, the child was still too young, powerless to rescue his mother. Thus, by the time help arrived, she had already departed this world, leaving behind an indelible regret in the child's heart. As Dr. Zhou listened, tears streamed down his face, rendering him inconsolable. Ning Lingsheng continued, Dr. Zhou, it is natural to cherish the memory of your mother, and there is no fault in modeling the women seeking your services after her likeness. However, have you considered how she might feel if she were aware of your actions? Would she truly approve? How do you know about this? I have not spoken to anyone about it, Zhou Hao inquired after shedding tears. To comprehend human relationships, one must first examine the forehead. Those with narrow foreheads are often passionate yet unrestrained, their moral compass and sense of right and wrong not particularly strong. When they encounter a man they desire, they will love him with abandon, even willing to become a concubine. Individuals with prominent cheekbones are resolute, unwavering in their determination. They would sacrifice everything for the one they love. The nose, often regarded as a reflection of a woman's marital prospects, can reveal much about her romantic life. Those with small, crooked noses tend to be sentimental and vulnerable to love triangles. The ears, linked to the kidneys and serving as gateways to the heart, reflect one's physical and emotional state. Individuals with flushed ears and pale faces are often touched by the star of love, while those whose ears are lower than their eyes may exhibit lower intelligence, making them susceptible to emotional pitfalls. At this juncture, Ning Lingxing paused and remarked, these characteristics can be distinctly observed on the faces of the women you have altered. Have you discerned all this solely from their appearances? Zhou Hao asked after a prolonged silence. Indeed, a person's facial features can accurately reflect their character and even past experiences. For instance, an individual with a fierce temperament will invariably have a dark complexion, rough skin, and a generally menacing visage. A soldier, on the other hand, will display a stern expression and resolute eyes, while an ostentatious person rarely maintains direct eye contact when speaking. But how did you deduce that I have utilized my mother's appearance for their transformations? This is precisely the reason I sought you out. One of your clients is plagued by nightmares. Though I am aware of only one, I am certain that more than one person is tormented by nightmares. Your mother. Ning Ling sighed and said, I regret having to mention her now, but your actions prevent her from finding peace. She will haunt your clients, causing them to experience terrifying nightmares. Dr. Zhou, I understand your deep feelings for your mother, but releasing this memory of the past is a form of liberation for both you and her. What? Are you saying my mother will appear in my client's dreams? Zhou Hao exclaimed in astonishment. To be precise, it is a nightmare. Nightmares have the potential to be fatal. If you continue down this path, the resentment of your mother will intensify, transforming into a malevolent force. At that point, it is not inconceivable for her to take lives in dreams. I presume you do not wish for your mother to become a vengeful spirit, do you? I. Zhou Hao lamented, cradling his head in anguish as he shook it gently. If I am not mistaken. Ning Ling paused before continuing. You have been carrying your mother's ashes with you, have you not? This. You know about that too? Zhou Hao removed a heart-shaped pendant on a red string from around his neck and carefully placed it on the table, saying, This is an artificial diamond made from my mother's ashes. I have carried it with me for all these years. Having been separated from her between life and death since childhood, my longing for her is something you cannot comprehend. The reason I have made these people resemble my mother. It feels as though she has not truly left me. I understand, but if you truly miss your mother, it would be best to allow her to rest in peace rather than letting her spirit wander eternally. Even the will that has perished for many years remains unrelieved. Dr. Zhou, please do not force your mother to become a vengeful spirit. During her life, she endured relentless humiliation. Thus, complete death serves as a form of liberation for her. She is my mother, and in my memories, she embodies the essence of a perfect mother and a flawless woman. How could she possibly transform into a malevolent ghost? Zhou Hao managed to muster a faint smile and said, You know, a woman whose appearance closely resembles that of your mother can evoke profound unease within her. This may blur the line between her existence and oblivion. The tragedy of life is not merely dying abruptly, but rather the torment of lingering in discontent, even in death. This is the true horror. Your mother currently resides in such a state, and it is precisely her unwillingness to let go that manifests in the dreams of others. Dr. Zhou, could you refrain from allowing cherished emotions to further wound your mother? I acknowledge my errors, yet these memories are all I have left, Zhou Hao replied. Permit the departed to rest in peace. Life is fraught with inevitable sorrows. Who among us can claim a life devoid of remorse? Ning Lingseng remarked. At this juncture, all reasoning lay bare before Zhou Hao. The choice to heed it rested solely on him. Upon exiting the beauty salon, I inquired, Ninggu, can nightmares truly claim lives within dreams? Indeed, they can. No matter how benevolent one may have been in life, if there is unresolved bitterness in death, restless spirits may harbor resentment or malevolence over time. Ultimately, this could lead to misfortunes befalling the living. Therefore, I must confront him directly regarding this matter. And what if he refuses to listen? After all, this is a tribute to the deceased mother. If he truly cannot let go of this burden in his heart, then it must be this way. The matter cannot be easily classified as right or wrong. It is a knot of the heart, and only he can untie it. Ning Lingsheng expressed his helplessness. Ningke, I recently witnessed a peculiar phenomenon. I am uncertain whether it was an illusion or a dream. I would appreciate your insight. Having said this, I recounted the vision I had experienced that day. Ning Lingsheng replied, this must be the origin of the Su Luo bag that you carry, as well as the site of the soul's demise. If we can locate you, we may be able to guide her to the other side. In the future, when similar visions occur, make sure to document every detail. Accumulating clues will lead to discoveries. That evening, we stayed at a hotel in Guangchuan City. After dinner, Ning Lingsheng invited us to his room for an important discussion. Once seated, he said, you two have accompanied me for quite some time, and I can now entrust certain matters to you. He then produced a book bound in sheepskin parchment and placed it before me, stating, this is the Ying Shun Pu. In the future, if anyone seeks the Ying Shun, do not bring it to my attention. Ninggu, this is unacceptable. Both Lao Wang and I are novices. It would be unwise to entrust such an important task to us. Wang Dianchen added, brother, while I can manage a friendly match with Bian Gu, handing over a formal competition to us would surely lead to chaos. You are overthinking it. The Ying Shun Pu is merely an illustrated guide to the Ying Shun. The manifestations are crafted by specialists, and the booklet contains contact information. Thus, you two merely serve as intermediaries. However, providing for the deity is fraught with risks and taboos, and you must approach this matter with utmost seriousness, ensuring that you do not act recklessly. Turning to the final page of the book, I discovered a contact number, yet no name was provided. It is advisable not to inquire too deeply into such matters. So I closed the booklet and assured, rest assured, we shall not disappoint you. Ning Lingxing nodded and remarked, I had previously cautioned Miss Z not to force matters, but she disregarded my advice, opting instead to pursue fame through cosmetic enhancements. Thus, her career has reached an impasse. Such a pity, as she had immense potential. Subsequently, Miss Z's career unfolded as Ning Lingxing had predicted, neither soaring nor plummeting. She merely released a single track and occasionally garnered minor awards, eventually marrying a small business owner. After which, she gradually faded from public view. Chapter 1. The eternal runner-up. Upon returning to Huanglu City, I reached out to Wang Naixing, who greeted me with genuine warmth and invited me to dinner. At the table, I confidently declared, Brother Wang, do not hesitate to express your desires. Whatever you wish to accomplish, I shall endeavor to assist. Should there be obstacles, I trust you will understand my predicament, correct? He responded, Indeed, you possess remarkable insight. Whether this matter can be resolved, I shall defer to your judgment. Very well, I am all ears. The situation is as follows. A friend of mine, who began his career in 1975, is now considered a seasoned veteran. He has consistently demonstrated unwavering dedication and has never faltered in his duties. In terms of experience and capability, he stands on par with, if not surpassing, many of his peers. Yet, despite his exceptional qualities, he has spent his entire career in subordinate positions, first as an assistant section chief, then as a deputy director, and subsequently as an associate bureau chief. To speak candidly, his salary suffices for his needs. While he may not be affluent, he lives comfortably without worry. Nevertheless, one must ponder the essence of a lifetime spent in leadership roles, only to remain in a secondary capacity. Frankly, one might find greater satisfaction in the simplicity of labor. Can you appreciate this sentiment? I have never held a leadership position myself, so I cannot fully grasp this feeling. Nonetheless, based on your portrayal, it appears your friend finds himself in a rather constrained situation. You are absolutely correct. He is not enamored with power, yet this is the nature of life. If one never ascends to such heights, leading an ordinary life can indeed be fulfilling. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he has reached such heights, yet remains just shy of the final rung of the ladder. This sentiment, as you articulated, is indeed one of frustration. What would you have me do? I inquired after exhaling a plume of smoke. Perhaps my request was somewhat impractical. Yet whenever I encounter someone of great capability, I feel compelled to address the matter. My friend, who is advancing in years, is on the brink of retirement, and I wish for him to hold a formal position at least once before he departs from his career. Even if it were just for a single day, it would fulfill a cherished desire of his. Otherwise, one could say he might lose a decade of his life. Ah, I see, he remarked, noticing my hesitation. Rest assured, brother, should you succeed in this endeavor, I shall ensure your efforts are duly rewarded. With that, he produced a substantial bundle of cash from his person and placed it upon the table. Here lies 5,000 yuan, a token of appreciation for your toil. Further rewards shall follow upon the successful completion of the task. In those times, 5,000 yuan was a considerable sum, and I chose not to feign moral superiority. Ning Lingxing was not one to indulge in such pretenses, despite his outwardly lofty demeanor. Contemplating this, I replied, I shall agree to this. Yet fate is governed by the heavens, and effecting change is not an easy pursuit. Regardless, I will exert my utmost efforts. Await my news. Thank you, brother. By the way, how did the hardware store discern the issue? You must elaborate, for it is truly remarkable. To your ears, this may sound somewhat mystical, yet it is fundamentally a deduction derived from the interplay between flying star positioning and the innate 8 trigrams. The flaw was identified from a storefront within that building. I must inquire, was the location of the hardware store originally a church? Upon hearing my question, his brow furrowed deeply, and after a considerable pause, he replied, You even discern that? I recall that when we renovated the church, the exterior was adorned with a stone wall. How did you come to know this? I discovered a lamenting wall lamp at the hardware store, an item that belonged to the church's architecture. The lackluster business of the hardware shop, I believe, is attributed to this copper lamp. Oh, can a single copper lamp adversely affect a shop's commerce? Wang Naixing inquired with curiosity. I replied, This can be explained through the principle of conflicting fates, a concept too intricate for you to grasp. To put it simply, even if the original church has been transformed into a building, as long as this lamenting wall lamp remains in the shop, the feng shui of the area still aligns with that of a religious structure. Can one expect to sell kitchen knives successfully in such a vicinity? Is that truly a reason? I deliberately cleared my throat and sat up straight, saying, Brother Wang, let me provide you with a straightforward example to elucidate what a talisman is. Imagine a person lying on a busy road in the dead of night. What would be the likely outcome? It goes without saying, they would surely be run over by a vehicle. However, if this individual were to raise a torch, what then? Any driver with functioning eyesight would undoubtedly steer clear. This torch represents a talisman, an object that, once consecrated, becomes a vessel of special powers capable of influencing the human body, much like the torch that emits light, allowing drivers to navigate around it. Similarly, this wall lamp, being part of the church architecture, is also a consecrated object. When you juxtapose a kitchen knife, a tool of destruction, with it, the discordant energy between the two will generate a certain effect, ultimately manifesting as a lack of patrons. As these individuals approach the hardware store, an uncomfortable sensation engulfs them, prompting their departure. Consequently, once you remove this element, the business within the store flourishes remarkably. It is indeed a profound insight, and I am deeply impressed, remarked Wang Naixing repeatedly. Indeed, understanding that there once existed a church at this location raises another question. Why was the church constructed here? To unravel this, one must employ 2 distinct feng shui techniques, the flying star positioning method and the primordial 8 trigrams shaping method. The former determines the celestial positions of stars. allowing one to identify hazardous configurations of every structure on Earth. The latter, the primordial 8 trigrams, can predict the influence of these configurations on individuals. My brother, I find your explanation somewhat bewildering. Could you simplify a bit? Wang Naixing inquired, captivated. Let's take the hardware store as an example. Utilizing the flying star positioning method, we can ascertain that this establishment was originally that very church, situated at a Kuaishing position. According to the lunar calendar, yesterday's date was deemed inauspicious. Thus, through the primordial 8 trigrams, we deduce that Kuaishing is located above the Li position, which corresponds to fire, an indication of impending misfortune. I see now. Is your theory akin to feng shui destiny? Indeed, feng shui destiny bears a strong resemblance to the process of solving a mystery, both relying on a methodical approach to reasoning. Once you grasp the underlying logic and the techniques of feng shui destiny, the secrets of the universe shall be unveiled to you. Remarkable. It is evident that there are indeed wise individuals among the populace. However, my dear friend, patience is essential. Such matters also depend on fate. Thus, I must ponder whether I should undertake this matter. If feasible, I shall certainly assist you. Very well. I shall await the good news from my brother. Having spoken, he raised his glass in a toast. Upon my return, I found only Ning Lingsheng in the car, and I inquired, Ning, where is everyone? Like you, they have gone to dine. Ning Lingsheng replied succinctly, Ah, right, I forgot that you detest crowded gatherings. Did you convey all those words to him? I relayed every single one. And as for that fellow, he was quite. Ning Lingsheng interrupted me directly. Let us just say he was pleading for your assistance. Oh, you're already aware. I felt somewhat disinterested sitting before him. This individual, ostensibly expressing gratitude, lacked sincerity. His eyes roamed over you with a glimmer of suspicion. He was not there to express thanks, but rather to gauge your intentions. And why probe for your sincerity? Naturally, he sought something in return. Ning Lingsheng remarqued coldly. Ning, I find conversing with you at times particularly tedious. Before I can finish my thought, you have already articulated it. In your presence, I feel quite foolish. In truth, playing the fool can be a rather blissful endeavor. At times, possessing too much clarity can render life burdensome. Ning Lingsheng's tone bore a hint of resignation. Alas, he indeed had matters to discuss with me. Subsequently, I relayed the task entrusted to me by Wang Naixing to Ning Lingsheng. Oh, he nodded noncommittally. Ning, the money is here. Do you believe this can be accomplished? I withdrew a stack of renminbi from my pocket and placed it before him. Ning Lingsheng didn't even glance at it and remarked, This task is rather intriguing. I'll take it. You go find Wang Naixing and obtain the birth date and time of his friend. I will arrange the matter in due course. All right, I replied, my excitement prompting me to rush and make a phone call. Wait a moment. Put this money away. Ning, are you sure this money isn't destined for? It's unnecessary. This is genuinely your money. I have little interest in wealth, Ning Lingsheng replied lazily. But there are no buts. Just accept it. When the time comes for you to purchase something, consider this an advance reimbursement. Chapter 1. The Dragon King Temple after successfully connecting with Wang Naixing. He provided me with the individual's birth information, Gung Yin, Xinc, Xinshou, and Rinshun. I deduced that this person, named Zheng Tianzhu, was born on May 6, 1950, at 8 a.m. according to the Gregorian calendar. Ning Lingsheng glanced at me, engaged in a moment of calculation, and said, Inquire whether he would be open to changing his name. Change his name? What does that have to do with anything? Just ask. This matter cannot be easily articulated. If he agrees, how would we alter it? The simplest method would be to remove the last character. If he prefers a 3-character name, we can create a new character later. I found myself utterly perplexed by Ning Lingsheng's reasoning and decided to head to a public telephone booth to call Wang Naixing once more. Is it possible for your friend to change his name? What? Why would you want to change his name when everything is fine? I calculated that this name might not suit him well. It would be better to find a more fitting one. Brother, you needn't concern yourself with this matter. This name was given to him by a former commanding officer in the military who believed it to be auspicious and resonant with authority. He hoped that he would establish a respectable career. Over the years, my friend has diligently lived up to that name. His old commander passed away last May. And now to suggest a name change would not be received well. Wang Nisheng replied. I understand, I said, and after a conversation, I returned to the car to relay the news to Ning Lingsheng. He nodded non-committally and said, very well. You are to purchase 4.5 pieces of pork tomorrow and arrange for Zheng Tianzhu to personally dispose of them in the largest river in the area between midnight and 1 o'clock. Ningke, could you perhaps divulge a morsel of information regarding what this is all about? Absolutely not, he replied with unyielding decisiveness. Very well then. For the third time, I utilized the public telephone to contact Wang Nisheng, relaying Ning Lingsheng's request to him. Brother, could you elucidate the significance of your methods? Cannot. I echoed Ning Lingsheng's succinctness. All right, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Wang Nisheng replied. The following morning, I ventured to the wholesale market to procure the pork. After acquiring it, in accordance with Ning Lingsheng's instructions, I tied 8 crimson ribbons around the necks of the 4.5 pieces of meat. Upon returning, I rinsed the pork thoroughly with water to cleanse it of residual blood, then covered it with a layer of plastic wrap. Subsequently, I enlisted 2 individuals born in the year of the tiger to sit upon the pork, engaged in a game of cards. These 2 remained seated atop the meat throughout the day, save for brief excursions to the restroom. It was not until late at night that Wang Nisheng arranged for the transportation of the pork. That evening, 2 vehicles arrived in total. A sedan containing Zheng Tianzhu and a small delivery truck. Ning Lingsheng had cautioned me against any communication with Zheng Tianzhu, and I had preemptively notified Wang Nisheng. Thus, when we met, he did not exit his vehicle. Through the glass of the car window, I observed a portly man in his 60s seated in the back of the driver's cabin, his square face adorned with a slick-back hairstyle, exuding an unmistakable air of authority. I arrived at a bridge known as Beilu Bridge, accompanied by 2 small vehicles, one in front and the other behind. Below lay an inland river, the Beilu River, where 4 pieces of pork had been discarded. After parking beside the bridge, I turned to Wang Nisheng and remarked, the 4 pieces of pork must have been thrown in by Zheng Tianzhu himself. You cannot intervene in this matter. My brother, you must ensure that this endeavor proves effective. Otherwise, I shall find myself in a predicament. If you had doubts from the start, you should not have sought my assistance. I chuckled lightly, suggesting that he need not take my words too seriously. He smiled as he relayed my intent to Zheng Tianzhu. The 4 pieces of pork were rather weighty. Despite lacking innards, they still weighed around 300 to 400 pounds. Zheng Tianzhu, who had long suffered from a lack of exercise and was notably corpulent, struggled to drag and toss the pieces into the river, nearly collapsing from exhaustion as he sat on the curb, gasping for breath. Wang Nisheng promptly placed a cup of prepared tea into his hands, exhibiting a filial devotion surpassing that of a son. Afterward, he approached me and whispered, "Is this sufficient?" I replied, "Indeed, but there are several matters to avoid. Refrain from eating or drinking for the next few days, and absolutely stay away from places of revelry. A period of simplicity and restraint will suffice. You needn't worry. He possesses no such vices," he assured me. I secretly chuckled, for given his current state, it was certain he indulged in lavish feasts, making me wonder who he was attempting to deceive. Upon returning, Chunsheng informed me that another project was nearly completed, and he intended to depart early the following morning. "Chenggu, is there any particular significance to this new temple?" I inquired. "I am uncertain. However, General Ning has not disclosed a single word. Nonetheless, this location is at Shitai Lake, as I overheard him conversing with the driver. I sincerely hope that this endeavor proceeds more smoothly." After a night of slumber in the vehicle, we departed punctually at 8 o'clock the following morning, having enjoyed breakfast. Along the journey, my curiosity became insatiable. Although I was fully aware that Ning Lingsheng would likely refrain from sharing the particulars of the matter concerning Zheng Tianzhu, I leaned closer and inquired, "Brother Ning, might you enlighten me about this situation with Zheng Tianzhu? It has me utterly perplexed." He responded with a slight smile, "Qinbian, do you understand why I always refrain from divulging the reasons behind such matters until after they have transpired? I assumed that your intentions were not to show off. Thus I dared not speculate recklessly. I have never considered ostentation, for my livelihood is derived from this profession, and the knowledge here is not dissimilar to that found elsewhere. However, The gravest taboo in our field is the revelation of secrets of destiny. Such practices, including feng shui and physiognomy, can indeed accurately predict forthcoming events. What is destined to occur but has yet to unfold is referred to as a secret of fate, and speaking of it indiscriminately invites divine retribution. Therefore, I remain silent until events have unfolded. I understand now, and I shall refrain from asking indiscreet questions in the future. Qingbian, do you know why I do not teach you in Jianshun the art of divination and fortune-telling? It is precisely due to your youthfulness that I harbor concerns regarding your mastery of this craft. I fear that your brilliance may overshadow you. You must remember, this skill is not only a means of sustenance, but also a double-edged sword that could spell your demise. Should you mismanage it, you may find yourself deprived of both food and life. Thus, remain composed. The world is rife with peculiarities, and can you truly grasp their underlying reasons? Ningke, you speak with such wisdom. I shall certainly remember the words we exchanged today. Sitting beside Wang Dianxian, he whispered, "What were you discussing with my elder brother? I could have sworn I heard my name." He remarked upon your youth and intelligence, asserting that you are destined to achieve great things. My elder brother possesses remarkable insight. I had already discerned this truth. However, being a person of modesty, I refrained from disclosing it to you. How shameless of you! Are you even aware of your own worth? Who in this world truly comprehends their own value? Please, do not frighten me, he chuckled. Our journey was filled with laughter and banter, rendering it far from dull. 3 days later, we arrived at West Taihu Lake. West Taihu Lake is the third largest freshwater lake in the nation, situated in the exquisite Jiangnan region, a place where the essence of heaven and earth converges. The area is abundant in resources, adorned with breathtaking scenery, and boasts an exceptionally favorable geographical environment. Even in the early 1990s, the local populace enjoyed a remarkable standard of living, with many families owning private vehicles. Cars such as Nissan, Crown, and Honda, rarely seen in other cities, could frequently be spotted on the local roads. Wang Dianxian, puffing on a cigarette, declared, "Bien gu, I am determined to purchase a small car. I wish to drive it with style and presence." "Go for it. I have faith in you." At that moment, I was engrossed in a book on feng shui and destiny, absent-mindedly replying, "The temple we were to restore is known as the Dragon King Temple. Situated on the slopes of Bohai Mountain, to the east of the Bailong River in the West Tai Lake region. The West Tai Lake is adorned with exquisite peaks, and Bohai Mountain is one among them, stretching approximately 3 kilometers in length. The mountain rises steeply on both sides, with a gentle curve in the middle, resembling the shape of a horse's back, hence its name. Opposite lies another majestic range, known as Taicang Mountain. The grandeur of both mountains is striking, and the river narrows between them, with a width of merely 30 to 40 meters. During the day, the water surface of this stretch shimmers with a pale sheen, crystal clear and transparent. Thus, the locals refer to it as Bailong River, and the Dragon King Temple is nestled halfway up Bohai Mountain. Whenever one travels by boat along the Bailong River, the temple, constructed of white stone amidst dense greenery, stands in clear view. The reason for erecting the Dragon King Temple, according to the local residents, is to pay homage to the Dragon King, the legendary figure said to dwell beneath the waters of Bailong River. This is not mere folklore. During the plum rain season, the river is beset by fierce storms, and any vessel attempting to navigate through is likely to be capsized. At such times, one can witness the undulating form of a long, thick white dragon gliding beneath the surface. Chapter 1. The turmoil returning to the village of Jingyu. Nestled in the foothills of the majestic Bohai Mountain, I was struck by the prosperous transformation of the local farmers, who had capitalized on the abundant geological resources to develop a thriving tertiary industry. Each household had found wealth, and upon entering the village, I felt as though I had stepped into an upscale residential area, with elegant 2-story European-style buildings lining the roads in perfect symmetry. In stark contrast to the humble Weimiao village at the foot of Longku Mountain, this place was nothing short of a paradise. The individual who contacted us was the village secretary, a young man named Longshan. His youth was striking. He appeared to be barely in his 30s, dressed impeccably in a suit that exuded an air of nobility. Yet, regardless of his appearance. Ningling treated him with indifference, preferring to remain aloof. Thus, the responsibility of communication fell upon Chun Sheng and me. Village chief, according to your account, there truly is a dragon in this river. I stifled a chuckle, fully aware that few would believe such a claim. However, the majority of villagers here had witnessed the existence of the white dragon with their own eyes, making it impossible for me to dismiss the notion outright. Longshan replied earnestly, "Indeed, that is so. We are not meddling for the sake of it. However, the construction of a temple is no trivial matter. It is fraught with many intricacies and taboos. Therefore, we must clarify certain extraordinary factors at play locally. Otherwise, should an accident occur, both parties might suffer losses." Chun Sheng interjected, "Rest assured, we fully comprehend your concerns. As for the tales of the white dragon in the river, I can assure you that they are indeed rooted in truth. Indeed, many individuals, including my parents, have witnessed this phenomenon. The place boasts picturesque landscapes and exceptional natural resources, clearly a realm where dragons might dwell." Upon expressing this, he wore an expression of pride. In the days before the temple was erected, the area would be besieged by fierce winds and incessant rain during the plum rain season. Even the Japanese warships were capsized. Whenever a person entered the water, none could return. Subsequently, a wandering, limping Taoist arrived and advised the villagers to construct a Dragon King temple halfway up the mountain to honor the dragon residing in the waters. Remarkably, thereafter the region experienced favorable weather. However, since the year before last, the fierce winds and torrential downpours have returned during the plum rain season for 2 consecutive years. Hence, we suspect an issue with the Dragon King temple and have convened everyone to address this concern. Otherwise, it won't be long before we regress to the conditions of the past. During the torrential rains, have you ever glimpsed the white dragon in the river? I inquired. Our village has regulations. Once the winds rise and rain begins, it is strictly forbidden to venture to May Mountain to observe the conditions of the White Dragon River, lest one be struck by lightning or suffer blindness. After grasping the situation, we relayed this information to Ning Lingsheng, adhering to tradition by first inspecting the temple site. The Dragon King Temple is situated halfway up May Mountain, oriented north to south, with its grand entrance towering impressively. Behind a mountain gate lies a square pool of gray bricks, with 2 golden dragon pools intricately carved facing the entrance. To the north of the temple stands a main hall and an auxiliary hall. In front of the main hall, a colorful pavilion welcomes the incense offerings, featuring multiple eaves and decorative ridge beasts, resembling a pathway to the Dragon Palace. In the grand hall of the Dragon Palace, a majestic golden-faced Dragon King with a crimson visage sits facing south, his luminous eyes surveying the devotees who enter the temple. To the west stands a turtle general wielding a bronze hammer, while to the north resides a fierce yaksha. The ceiling is adorned with 2 beams, each entwined with a dragon, heads directed south and tails facing north, earning the title of the Rainmaster. The sweet rains that grace the earth are attributed to the Rainmaster's prowess rather than the Dragon King himself. The 4 walls of the hall are embellished with various vivid depictions of the Dragon King's legends, each image more fantastical than the last, bringing the tales to life. The primary structure of the temple is constructed from white stones, a tribute to the White Dragon King, standing out strikingly amidst the lush greenery of the hillside. The chosen site for this temple is particularly unique, perched on the edge of a precipice, with the surrounding walls aligned perfectly with the cliff's edge. Logically, the mountainous area where the temple is situated is quite expansive, allowing for a more inward placement. Yet, it rests precisely at the cliff's edge, creating an impression from afar that the Dragon King's temple rises effortlessly, as if soaring towards the heavens. Whether this effect is due to the auspicious placement or the perspective remains uncertain. After circling the temple, Ning Lingsheng remarked to Longshan, "Is there someone dedicated to maintaining cleanliness here? It appears quite immaculate." "Indeed," Longshan replied, "besides regular cleaning, the incense and offerings are continuous throughout the year. It is puzzling what might have caused the Dragon King to be displeased. Leave the matters here to us. I will inform you once we uncover the issue," Ning Lingsheng assured. After setting up the tent in the forest, Ning Lingsheng, I, Wang Dianchen, and Chen Sheng entered the temple. Once behind a mountain gate, Ning Lingsheng remarked, "This temple does not appear to have any particularly evident issues, at least none that I can discern. What do you all think?" Wang Dianchen responded, "Could it be that these individuals are simply succumbing to psychological effects? While that possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, if there were no glaring issues, they would not be so anxious as to feel the need to repair the temple. We are professionals in this field. Surely, we understand that a temple should not be casually dismantled or repaired." Ning Lingsheng expressed some irritation. "I certainly grasp that principle, yet my suspicions are not without merit. What are your thoughts? It is also possible that these people are being overly paranoid. If that were the case, we would be courting disaster without identifying the true problem. Are we to wait here until the next plum rain season?" Wang Dianchen remarked. "Thus, we must devise a means to uncover the issue." With that, Ning Lingsheng stepped into the Dragon King Hall. In the event of a problem within a temple or Taoist shrine, the initial step is typically to examine the statues of the deities. Here, the statues in the Dragon King Temple are remarkably well preserved. Due to annual refurbishment, they appear to be in good condition at first glance. Upon inspecting the various ritual implements and offerings, everything is arranged meticulously according to tradition, with no apparent issues. After this examination, Ning Lingsheng said, "Nothing further, and let us out of the Dragon King Hall," stating, "Let us rest for the day. Tomorrow, we shall survey the surrounding mountains for further insights." However, before the dawn of the next day, an unexpected event unfolded. This surprise came in the form of a phone call from Wang Naisheng. In those days before the advent of mobile phones, upon receiving a page, I hurried to the home of the village secretary, Long Shan. On the other end of the line, Wang Naisheng shouted in exasperation, "Qin, how could you betray my trust?" Confused, I responded, "Brother Wang, please calm down and clarify the situation. How could I have betrayed you?" He retorted angrily, "Don't feign ignorance. Are you not aware of the matters you have orchestrated?" Feeling unsettled by his unfounded outburst, I insisted, "Could you please articulate your grievances before unleashing your fury?" He continued, "I asked you to assist Director Zheng in his promotion, and you achieved that, but instead, you demoted him from deputy director to a lower tier. Is this your method?" Stunned by this revelation, it took me a while to process the gravity of the situation. He was demoted? That cannot be true, I exclaimed. The appointment decision was only announced this morning. Otherwise, I would have shared it with you. Brother Wang, let us not jump to conclusions. There may be a misunderstanding. How about I visit you in a couple of days to get to the bottom of this? A couple of days? You need to come immediately. Director Zheng is on the brink of madness. Such is fate. One named Zheng, who spent his life as a deputy, finally attaining a promotion only to be demoted once more. Truly, one has witnessed misfortune, but never to this extent. After a lengthy explanation, I finally concluded the call. Upon returning, I sought out Ning Lingsheng to convey the situation. To be honest, I felt a twinge of displeasure towards him. Was it worthwhile to take on uncertain matters that yield little profit yet result in considerable trouble? Upon hearing my emotionally charged lament, Ning Lingsheng remained remarkably composed and remarked, "Since a problem has arisen, let us resolve it." "Shall I pay a visit to Huanglu then?" I inquired. "Certainly. Such matters must be examined firsthand to ascertain the root of the issue." Ning Lingsheng affirmed with a slight nod. "Now, can you disclose those methods to me?" I pressed. Of course, at this juncture, it is only fitting to share. The task undertaken for Zheng Tianzhu is referred to as changing one's fortune. This endeavor is exceedingly challenging, not merely due to the intricacies of execution, but because it lacks a definitive formula. A significant portion of its success hinges on the subject's luck. When fortune smiles, everything aligns effortlessly, yet without it, the outcome remains uncertain. Brother, I do not mean to complain, but why did you not mention this earlier? Mention it earlier? When a person has lost faith even in the heavens, how can they trust my words? Only two types of individuals seek to alter their fate: those of immense capability and ambition, or the utterly insane. Can you truly engage in discourse with either of these two? Chapter 1, Unexpected. However, upon observing Zheng Tianzhu's countenance, I perceive that he is not an individual of particularly grand ambitions. In this world, possessing ambition does not necessarily correlate with possessing great abilities. Many individuals who lead lives of mediocrity harbor considerable ambitions yet lack the capacity to create significant impact. Zheng Tianzhu exemplifies such a character. He has spent his entire life attuned to the moods of others, navigating his existence with a submissive demeanor. If he had genuinely accepted his fate, he would not seek to alter it through others. Thus, this individual undoubtedly possesses ambition. The endeavor to change one's destiny resembles gambling in Macau. Would one expect the casino operators to forewarn you that 9 out of 10 bets result in loss? Yet, there is no yet. From the very moment he conceived this notion, he was destined to embrace risk. All right, I concede that you have persuaded me. What intricate mysteries lie within this matter? To alter one's fate, one must first discern what is lacking in a person's destiny, which necessitates an analysis of their birth chart. Zheng Tianzhu, born in 1950, is actually only 43 years of age. Yet, he appears to be 63, a reflection of his profound melancholy, compounded by the fact that his elemental constitution is dominated by metal, with a deficiency in water. Individuals with a strong metal presence tend to be decisive and assertive. Thus, when he served in a bureaucratic capacity, he undoubtedly excelled. His forthright and bold approach, however, led to an oversight of his physical appearance, as he felt compelled to present a weary and harried visage before his superiors. Over time, neglecting self-care has rendered him aged and haggard, with a prevalence of gray hair. Born on a day of Xin and run in the hour of Chun, he embodies the essence of hidden gold submerged in water, signifying that no matter how formidable one's capabilities or ambitions may be, one remains constrained in their endeavors. Due to the constraints imposed by his environment, a sense of unfulfillment became the defining tone of his life. Moreover, his name is in conflict with the 5 elements. Although his destiny lacks the element of water, he has chosen a name that incorporates the radical of wood. Can wood float without the presence of water? It is no wonder that you suggested he change his name. This was the underlying reason. Indeed, when analyzing a person's birth chart, one ultimately considers 2 aspects: the alignment with auspicious, usable, unfavorable, hostile, idle, and salvaging deities, which serve to analyze the structure of one's fate and the principles of yin-yang and the interactions of the 5 elements: generation, overcoming, and the general judgment of fortune and misfortune. Zheng Tianzhu's fate, characterized by hidden gold submerged in water, encounters idle deities, and with a name that embodies wood while lacking water. Such a person is destined to either remain in subordinate roles or face imprisonment. Comparatively, his fate and fortune are indeed favorable. Yet, he remains discontent, yearning for a higher position, resulting in a demotion, a clear manifestation of the decree of destiny. I had already attempted to rectify the misstep by advising him to change his name, but he refused. Thus, I had no choice but to suggest he pay homage to the water deity. I calculated the almanac for that day, and it was indeed an auspicious date, ideal for undertaking important matters. Logically, it should have enhanced his favorable fortune, not led to a demotion. After a lengthy contemplation, Ning Ling mused, "If there are truly no other points of concern, I suspect the issue lies with the 4 slabs of pork. What could possibly be wrong with the pork?" I inquired, perplexed. Indeed, issues may have arisen. How about this? You can make a trip to Huanglu City and inform Zheng Tianzhu to investigate the poultry wholesale market. I suspect we might uncover the problem. With no other options, I reluctantly ventured to Huanglu City. Upon encountering Wang Naixing, his demeanor was predictably frosty, devoid of any camaraderie or friendliness, as he bore an expression as grim as death, seemingly wishing to confine me. I could certainly comprehend the reactions of such a principled individual, so I conveyed Ning Lingxing's concerns to him, urging a thorough investigation of the poultry wholesale market in Huanglu City, particularly the stall where I had purchased pork that day. One must always fear a serious leader, especially when the leader is incensed. Consequently, a large-scale food safety inspection commenced with great urgency. The results were alarming. It turned out that in the local poultry market of Huanglu City, aside from other meat varieties, pork was rife with issues such as water-injected, uninspected, and meat from diseased or aged sows, with an astonishing prevalence of 100. This meant that every stall was peddling problematic pork, and not a single pork vendor escaped scrutiny. The stall from which I had previously purchased pork was the most renowned for its sow meat, priding itself on daily deliveries of quality products. A brand establishment in the industry. Upon receiving this news, I immediately contacted Ning Lingsheng to report the situation. He responded with a sardonic chuckle, remarking, "If Zheng Tianzhu has survived this long with sow meat as offerings to the river god, it would be as if the ancestral tombs were smoking. What more does he desire?" Upon concluding the call, a sudden clarity enveloped my mind, revealing the undeniable truth that this matter was undoubtedly orchestrated by Ning Lingsheng. How could he permit me to casually select offerings from the local poultry market for such a significant sacrificial event? With Ning Lingsheng's astuteness, it seemed improbable that he would commit such a fundamental blunder. In an instant, all the suspicions crystallized in my thoughts, and I couldn't help but chuckle. It was utterly amusing. When I next encountered Wang Naisheng, I confidently elucidated the reasons to him, to which he could only respond with a deep sigh. "If it's not destined for you, do not force it. I have come to comprehend this principle. I shall henceforth address you as Brother Wang, whether or not you wish to hear it. Some matters truly cannot be compelled, especially when it comes to power, status, and wealth. These are treasures that one must be willing to barter one's life for. Is it not a form of happiness for a person to lead a tranquil life with a spouse and children? Brother, I comprehend your sentiment. Thank you," Wang Naisheng expressed with genuine sincerity. Before parting ways, he handed me 5,000 yuan as a token of labor compensation, insisting that I accept it. Having previously encountered a setback, I exercised caution this time. Upon returning, I promptly inquired with Ning Lingsheng about the management of this sum. He replied, "This is your rightful compensation. Safeguard it well." Although 3 to 4 days were spent commuting to Huanglu City, there was no substantial progress in the renovation of the Dragon King Temple. This was primarily because the temple was exceptionally well preserved, unlike many dilapidated shrines. If no issues could be identified, we could merely paint the walls and mend any damages. However, the likelihood of finding deceit within this Dragon King temple was virtually non-existent. I once harbored doubts regarding the issue of feng shui. However, Wang Dianchen dismissed my concerns, stating, if it were truly a matter of feng shui, wouldn't the elder be able to discern it? Do you think he circles the temple daily for no reason? Thus, although I lack knowledge in feng shui, I can confidently assert that there are no such issues in the locality. Consequently, the matter remains stagnant. Fortunately, the villagers of Jingyu are experienced individuals who do not rush us. After all, the funds are limited, and it matters little to them if we take a lifetime to resolve it. During our stay in Jingyu, we also experienced several bouts of rain. However, these were gentle showers, quieter than a whisper. We visited the Bailong River, where we observed a wealth of aquatic life. It was evident that no large creatures could inhabit this stretch of water, with only moderately sized fish at most. This led me to contemplate a potential issue, and I turned to Ning Lingsheng, saying, "Ning, could it be that this is simply a natural phenomenon that the locals have overinterpreted? At present, this possibility seems plausible." Ning sighed and remarked, "It appears we are encountering a streak of misfortune. It seems our luck will be dim for some time." As if in coincidence, the sky began to drizzle once more. We sought refuge in our tent, our spirits dampened. I lay at the entrance, idly watching the delicate droplets of rain coalesce on the fallen leaves, cascading down into the muddy ground. I'm uncertain how much time has elapsed when I suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from the woods beside me. Turning towards the noise, I spotted a plump gray mouse lying motionless amidst a thicket, its small eyes gleaming in the darkness. I have always felt a natural aversion to such filthy creatures, yet my encounters with Uncle Luo's pet rat have granted me a newfound perspective on these pests. This particular mouse appeared to possess a certain intelligence. It met my gaze without any sign of retreat. Could it be that Uncle Luo has arrived? Curiosity piqued. I remained still, observing the mouse. Time seemed to stretch on until the fine, hair-like drizzle finally subsided. A gentle breeze swept through, and 2 sparrows flitted down to the ground, hopping about in search of food. My attention was momentarily diverted by these playful birds. However, when I turned my focus back to the gray mouse, I witnessed a sudden flash of movement in the grass. The mouse sprang forth from its concealment, pinning one of the sparrows beneath its weight, revealing its sharp, tooth-filled jaws as it swiftly severed the bird's head. Chapter 1. The old catfish the sparrow, bereft of its head, flapped its wings feebly a few more times, blood splattering across the gray-furred mouse. This rodent first devoured the sparrow's head and then dragged the remaining portion of its body into the underbrush, vanishing from sight. Though diminutive, the sparrow's demise was gruesome, leaving me perplexed. While it is known that mice are omnivorous creatures, their inherent nature is one of extreme vigilance and timidity. Even the slightest sound can send them scurrying away. To witness a mouse preying upon a living bird was an unprecedented spectacle. I relayed this peculiar occurrence to Ning Lingsheng, who pondered for a moment before stating, "It is indeed unheard of for a mouse to capture a living creature. Logically, such a picturesque locale should not harbor animals of such aberrant behavior. Could it be that I have misjudged the feng shui of this place? Ning, I harbor no doubts about your insights. However, it is inevitable for any individual to overlook certain details. Perhaps there are elements of the feng shui that have eluded your attention," I replied. Ning Lingsheng's piercing gaze bore into me, prompting me to quickly avert my eyes. "Qin Bian, accompany me for another exploration," he instructed after a brief pause. Thus, we traversed the muddy, fragrant path of grass following the rain, descending the mountain until we reached the section of the Bailong River. Towering mountains obscured much of the sunlight, casting a somber and chilly atmosphere at the foot of the hills. The riverbanks were strewn with grayish pebbles, making the ground uncomfortable to walk upon. Yet Ning Lingsheng appeared oblivious, continuing to walk forward while surveying the surroundings. The crystal-clear river water extended seamlessly to the pebble-strewn shore, devoid of any distinct banks. Although the river water is pristine, a faint fishy odor lingers in the air, often accompanied by the sight of dead fish along the banks, infusing the aquatic fragrance with a hint of decay. Many beauties can only be admired from afar, and the Bailong River is among them. After walking a short distance, a melodious tune wafted through the air. Not far away, a boatman clad in a raincoat and a conical hat glided slowly across the water, propelling a wooden raft with a bamboo pole reminiscent of figures from ancient times. "My friend, is this a means of transportation or a tourist attraction?" Ning Lingsheng inquired. "It is a scenic journey along the river," replied the boatman, his voice resonant, echoing throughout the gorge. "Can we board?" "Certainly. It's on my way home. I shall take you along." With that, he anchored the bamboo raft against the shore. We both jumped on, and he pushed off from the rocky bank, his bulging biceps exhibiting remarkable strength as the small raft drifted back into the water, gliding gracefully forward. "How is business, my friend?" Ning Lingsheng asked. "Not many visitors come here. I barely scrape by," he replied with a hearty smile. "Indeed, our people do not have much money now, but once life improves, this beautiful landscape will surely attract many visitors, and you will undoubtedly prosper," Ning Lingsheng remarked. He truly spoke prophetic words. A decade later, this place became a famous tourist destination in Shitai Lake, and the boatman, who had persevered for 10 years, thrived thanks to the region's tourism resources. "Thank you for your kind words. I have no grand aspirations. As long as my children can enjoy meat daily, I will be content. You guard such a vast stretch of riverland, yet fear not having meat to eat. Fish is indeed meat," Ning Lingsheng remarked with a smile. "Alas, the fish here are as cunning as spirits. One may not catch even a single one in a day, and I have no time to waste on it." "Oh, are the fish here truly difficult to catch? Might it be that your fishing technique is at fault? Consider this. I grew up by the river. If I couldn't even fish, would that not render me a fool?" he replied, humorously acknowledging his own inquiry. "By the way, I heard someone mention that there's a white dragon in this stretch of river. Could that be true? Do not heed the fanciful tales spun by the folk of Jinyu village. Mabe Mountain belongs to them, and so does this section of the river. Those people resemble merchants more than farmers, tirelessly engaged in trade, sharper than the townsfolk. The notion of a dragon king in this river is merely a ploy to draw city dwellers for amusement. Have you seen the Dragon King Temple on the mountain? They constructed it to profit from the offerings. Do not underestimate the revenue from offerings. During peak seasons, the daily income can exceed 10,000. And should a wealthy patron make a generous donation, it can easily reach thousands or even tens of thousands, a lucrative endeavor indeed. Ningling senk notre non commitali. At the terminus of the White Dragon River, we disembarked and gazed upward, where the sky appeared as a thin line. Ning Lingsheng, lost in thought, murmured, "So it is thus. Have you discerned the issue?" I inquired, my heart racing with excitement. "Did you not hear? The fish in this river are notoriously difficult to catch." He replied, "I've heard that, but what connection could there possibly be between the fish in the river and the Dragon King Temple on the shore?" Previously, my attention was predominantly focused on the interplay between the local topography, the terrain, and the flow of water. From a traditional feng shui perspective, this area could be regarded as a dragon's den, a treasure trove of energy. However, I overlooked one crucial aspect: what lies beneath the water surface. If the depths of the Bailong River conceal a site of feng shui significance, then the methods of locating such energies would inherently differ. Our engineering team included individuals well-versed in aquatic environments. After making the necessary arrangements, we selected a clear and sunny morning for our exploration. 2 workers donned diving gear and descended into the depths. The Bailong River stretches nearly 500 meters in length, with a depth of approximately 17 meters, considered modest yet significant when compared to inland lakes. Consequently, the progress of our underwater search was gradual. It took 3 full days to thoroughly explore the riverbed, and we indeed uncovered something remarkable. On the 3rd day, as the divers approached the end of another section of the Bailong River, they stumbled upon a World War II-era gunboat lodged at the riverbed. Entrapped within the boat's cabin was an enormous white catfish. Although the vessel was not classified as a large ship, it measured around 7 to 8 meters in length. The catfish's body spanned the entirety of the gunboat, with both its head and tail protruding from either end, rendering it immobile. This indicated that the catfish measured at least 8 meters in length, suggesting it had lived for over a century, a true embodiment of an ancient catfish spirit. From this, we can roughly deduce the true reason for the existence of the so-called white dragon in the area. The white dragon is, in fact, a large white catfish. All creatures possess a sense of territoriality, and the catfish naturally reigns as the sovereign of the White Dragon River. This somber fish spends a majority of the year hiding at the bottom of the water. However, during the plum rain season, when the oxygen levels in the river dwindle, it surfaces to replenish its oxygen supply. If the mountain residents were to observe an exceedingly long, white, elongated body in the water, complete with scales, they might mistakenly believe that a true dragon was present. This misinterpretation is not a deliberate ruse by the people of Jingyu Village to attract tourists. The sunken gunboat at the riverbed serves as the catfish's habitat. However, as it grew in size, it became trapped within the vessel and could not escape, which explains why the local villagers have not encountered a true dragon for quite some time. Strangely, although the enormous catfish is immobilized within the gunboat, its descendants sacrificially sustain it, preventing it from starving. Furthermore, the ability of the fish in the river to recognize hooks and bait is likely linked to the teachings of the old catfish. Water spirits have witnessed numerous fish floating motionless before the catfish, which occasionally shakes its head as if imparting wisdom, resembling a private tutor instructing students. From every perspective, this catfish embodies the essence of a transformed fish spirit. Thus, the existence of such a creature undoubtedly influences the local feng shui. Hearing the descriptions of the 2 water spirits, Ning Lingxing remarked, "As I had anticipated, the riverbed indeed conceals another world. Brother, what should we do next? Should we slay that ancient catfish?" Wang Dianchen replied, "Are you out of your mind? Such a venerable creature, over a century old, should not merely be killed. To show it any disrespect would invite calamity. Can you not think before you speak?" Ning Lingsheng frowned at his companion's lack of prudence, prompting Wang Dianchen to retract his words, silenced by the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, Ning Lingsheng relayed his findings from the river to Longshan, inquiring, "So, does this imply that the local severe climatic changes are a result of this fish's disturbances? My understanding of a fish monster is that it is merely a larger, longer-living, and more intelligent fish, rather than a mythical creature capable of traversing the heavens and the earth. Thus, The violent storms and tumultuous weather are unrelated to this fish. There must be another explanation. Chapter 1. Zenfenku. Such a colossal catfish has surpassed the limits of its own growth. Can it not be considered a supernatural entity? Longshan inquired, puzzled. You have indulged too much in mythological tales. As for so-called supernatural beings and monsters, not all possess inherent powers. A person with an exceptionally long life, having exceeded the average lifespan, cannot be labeled a monster, can they? Certainly not. This old catfish is merely larger than usual. Do not overestimate its significance. The true source of turmoil lies not with it, but with this entity. With that, Ningling gestured toward the Dragon King temple not far ahead. Ah, this temple incites chaos? On what basis do you make such a claim? There exists a saying in the realm of feng shui, a thunderclap on level ground, wind born in deep caves. This refers to two natural phenomena. A thunderstorm in a populated area has the capacity to startle, while in uninhabited regions, even a storm that punctures the sky cannot truly be deemed alarming. Narrow mountain caves tend to generate fierce winds, a phenomenon already substantiated by physics. The White Dragon River, nestled between two mountains, essentially resembles a larger cave. Once a draft is formed here, it will inevitably rush through with great speed. Furthermore, a confined environment acts like a speaker. When thunder enters, it is naturally amplified. Thus, the ordinary sounds of wind, rain, and thunder are far more dramatic when experienced in this locale compared to open terrain. Locals, in their misunderstanding, have mistaken the catfish in the water for the white dragon. Thus, the originally normal natural phenomena have been exaggerated in interpretation by you. In truth, if one can comprehend a single point, they can face the so-called tempest with equanimity. Let us hypothesize that there are indeed malevolent beings stirring up trouble here. Is there any documented evidence that the residents of Jingyu village or visitors to this place perished in violent storms? Longshan pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems there is none." Then, have there been any disasters in the local mountains caused by such storms, like landslides or similar natural calamities? There are none either. This indicates that everything is indeed normal, does it not? Ningling Sheng smiled faintly. However, after the completion of this temple, there was indeed a considerable period during which fierce storms did not occur. What could be the reason for that? This brings us to the point that the itinerant monk from years past was quite an adept. The area he designated for the temple was a local wind gap, and he was a true master of geomancy. Ningling Sheng nodded in admiration. Ninggo, what does wind gap mean? Please enlighten me, I inquired. Understanding the fortune and misfortune of a site through geomancy is not particularly difficult. One merely needs to grasp the 5 principles of geomancy. The true challenge lies in the method of locating. This method is divided into 3 levels. The most basic skill is to identify suitable areas for building either a burial site or a residence within a realm of good geomancy. Advancing further, one must be capable of discerning the local geomantic layout. The so-called layout refers to the appropriate plots for constructing residences, temples, and other edifices. Only by erecting the corresponding structures on the correct land can one achieve maximum efficacy with minimal effort. Otherwise, one may inadvertently invite trouble upon oneself. As for the highest level of positioning technique, it is the ability to locate the wind mouth, water mouth, tree mouth, or the entrance to a tomb within an expansive area, akin to solving an exceedingly intricate higher mathematics problem that requires an exact value down to the unit. Therefore, if a geomancer masters this advanced positioning technique, they can discover the entrance to an ancient tomb with a diameter of merely half a meter within vast mountain ranges. Identify land imbued with vitality, capable of nurturing trees for a century, and uncover water sources that emerge from the earth. As for the wind mouth, Ningling slightly shook his head and let out a wry smile before continuing. I once believed this was merely a non-existent fallacy. The wind mouth is simply the area that facilitates rapid air movement. However, air is transparent, formless, and colorless. How can one locate the region where the wind is generated with the naked eye? To my surprise, I have indeed encountered a structure that serves as a wind mouth here. Are you suggesting that the location of the Dragon King Temple is the wind mouth? Longshan inquired, astonished. Precisely. Once a building obstructs the wind mouth, It naturally prevents the strong flow of air from occurring. Yet, why have we been experiencing strong winds lately? This is due to the damage sustained by the temple walls. Wind is the lightest and most delicate entity in the world. It can permeate through any gap. Therefore, this gap must be minuscule to the point of being imperceptible to the naked eye. However, it does not hinder the formation of wind, which is why we are witnessing the resurgence of tempestuous weather. You should be able to address this issue, correct? It's not difficult. In fact, there is no need to inspect the damaged areas. I already have a solution, so rest assured. Ning Lingsheng devised a method of applying 3 layers of cement mortar on the temple's surrounding walls, with each layer affixed with a sheet of tinfoil. Upon completion, the walls were rendered significantly thicker. Particularly in the areas adjacent to the precipice, the cement mortar extended beyond the edge, effectively concealing any gaps beneath the layers of cement and tinfoil. The efficacy of Ning Lingsheng's restoration technique was soon validated when, shortly after our departure, the region experienced a torrential downpour, yet the winds remained gentle and the Bailong River flowed placidly. That evening, in a moment of idleness, I inquired of Ning Lingsheng, "Brother Ning, what connection do you believe exists between that rat and the local feng shui? Why did it display such extraordinary behavior?" Ning Lingsheng chuckled and responded, "I can assure you with absolute certainty that the rat's unusual actions are unrelated to feng shui." "Why then? Did it prey upon the small birds?" "It was simply driven to madness by fear. The sound of thunder in this valley amplifies significantly, and wild animals are inherently sensitive to the tumult of nature. The rat was likely foraging outside its burrow when it was suddenly startled by the thunderous roar, thus transforming into a frenzied creature. I found this explanation hard to accept, for the rat had lain in ambush for an extended period. If it were truly mad, could it exhibit such composure while hunting? Who asserts that a madman must be hysterical? Many individuals with mental afflictions appear indistinguishable from the sane. Hitchcock crafted a film titled Psycho, and I would recommend it to you. The character within is a cold-blooded killer, embodying a certain calmness amidst madness. Ning Lingsheng remarked with a smile. During dinner, Wang Jianchen quietly remarked to me, "I've noticed you particularly enjoy sparring with my brother. Are you simply bored? Or do you believe you can truly match him in wit?" "I have no intention of competing with him. Rather, I seek to acquire genuine skills. In truth, your abilities are quite impressive. When you recently helped Wang Maokai with his feng shui, I found it truly remarkable, something I could never achieve." Suddenly, he wore a peculiar smile, prompting my immediate wariness. "Don't play games with me. What is going on?" I inquired. "Brother Bien has a discerning eye and can easily see through my intentions." He replied, "I'm genuinely impressed by you. To speak plainly, what is the matter? We were merely assisting Wang Maokai with his feng shui. He thinks you're incredibly talented and has been boasting about it to everyone. Unfortunately, one of his unfortunate friends overheard and is now eager to treat you to a meal, waving cash. Come on, give him a chance. How could Wang Maokai possibly reach out to you?" I asked. "I left him my contact information. I believe he is a decent person," he answered. "You must think money is enticing," I chuckled. "You always reduce my sentiments to mere materialism. By following you through these experiences, I learn invaluable lessons. I am someone who truly grasps knowledge through practice. Reading alone does not suffice for me. To be honest, I also wish to earn money. But can Ningu truly allow us to leave so easily? As long as you can convince him, I shall speak to my elder brother and ensure he will not obstruct our endeavors. In truth, we are of little assistance here. Remaining only serves to complicate matters further." "Very well. If you can persuade Ning, I shall accompany you on this journey. Brother Bien, you must not jest at my expense. Should you doubt me, I will refrain from going. Witness my sharp tongue. I shall speak to him now, and you may await news of my success." Thus, Wang Dansheng hurriedly sought out Ning Lingsheng, who was squatting beside Ning, having exchanged only a few words before rising to return, stating, "My elder brother has consented. But we must first complete our current tasks. The project we have undertaken is rather unique. It involves reconstructing an ancestral hall for a wealthy patron. This individual, having ventured out at the age of 15, has labored diligently for 20 years and is now the head of a large enterprise, amassing a fortune in the millions. His return to his hometown is marked by investments in factory construction, making the restoration of the ancestral tomb and hall imperative. Chapter 1. The corpse awoke. This affluent individual is named Lu Lansheng, a name that possesses a rather feminine quality. However, his appearance is quite robust. Standing over 6 feet tall, adorned with a scruffy beard, and possessing bulging eyes, a prominent nose, and a broad mouth, he exudes the aura of a brute. It was only after my encounter with Lu Lansheng that I realized the most excruciating experience in this world is dealing with an uncultured, ill-mannered, and boorish wealthy person. Before our meeting, Ning Lingsheng expressed his reluctance, stating, "I do not wish to engage with this individual. I leave it to you." Ning Lingsheng frequently opted to avoid direct contact with employers, so his behavior was not particularly surprising. However, upon entering the village and when the intermediary introduced Chen Sheng to Lu Lansheng, we discerned the true reason for his aversion. The day was splendid, with a clear sky and pleasant weather, as Lu Lansheng sat basking in the warm sunlight, nonchalantly picking at his toes. I had already spotted him, but based on his attire, the length of his hair, and the cleanliness of his garments, I initially mistook him for a slothful villager. Upon noticing our presence, he approached, and his first words were, "Damn it, you've kept us waiting for ages. What took you so long?" I was taken aback. How many vulgarities could one fit into a single sentence? Yet, that was merely the beginning. Chen Sheng managed to force a smile and replied, "You must be Mr. Lu?" To which Lu retorted, "Damn it, are you here to repair the ancestral hall or the grave?" Assuming he was hurling insults, the intermediary clarified, "Manager Chen is here for the ancestral hall." Lu responded, "Damn it, we're the grave workers." What a load of nonsense. Lu Lansheng glared at the intermediary, his already large eyes widening to an unsettling degree, causing the intermediary to instinctively take a step back. "What a useless fellow. You can't even manage a simple task," he exclaimed. I could no longer endure the scene and turned to walk away, with Wang Jianchen trailing behind me, remarking, "This person is utterly uncouth." His speech replete with vulgarities. "Indeed," I retorted, "even without formal education, I exhibit more civility than he does." One's character is not necessarily tied to their level of education. Some, despite lacking formal learning, possess a keen understanding of matters, while others, brimming with knowledge, engage in morally corrupt behavior. I chuckled. "Your observations are quite astute. By the way, have you delved into the Ying Shun Pu that Ninga gave you?" he inquired. "I've glanced at it." "Why do you ask?" I replied. "Could you possibly provide me with a deity that could grant me wealth? Once I strike it rich, I shall share half the fortune with you," he said with a mischievous grin. Wang Jianchen was unaware that Ning Lingsheng had engaged me in a private conversation after handing me the Ying Shun Pu. He explained that the reason for entrusting me with this text was my relatively low greed. My inclination towards avarice is less pronounced than that of the average person. The greatest taboo for those who possess the Ying Shun Pu is the pursuit of quick gains and insatiable greed. In essence, the Ying Shun Pu serves as a menu, allowing individuals to select various deities tailored to their distinct needs. It encompasses 4 main categories: wealth, fortune, career, and love, addressing the fundamental requirements of human existence, including monetary gain, blessings, prospects, and romantic relationships. Thus, if one who possesses this book lacks robust self-discipline, they are surely inclined to seek personal gain. Although the deity responds affirmatively to all requests, it inherently carries substantial risks. This principle parallels investment. One must embrace corresponding risks to reap significant rewards, and the greater the profit, the greater the peril. To this day, I remain perplexed as to why Ning Lingsheng entrusted such a pivotal tome to me. I cannot fathom that it is solely due to my tranquil disposition. My curiosity is further piqued by the identity of the author of this book. In other words, how was this deity conceived? Although Ning Lingsheng claims these are folk deities, many of them bear names and functions not indigenous to the East. For instance, there exists a deity associated with sudden wealth named Gon Nuo Shur, along with others such as Aluo Pai and Duna. These names evidently reflect a Southeast Asian influence, constituting a significant majority among the deities. As for whether offering a representation of a deity guarantees the fulfillment of one's desires, that is not assured. some individuals, despite their offerings, find no success. Such was the case for Wang Dianchen. Months later, at his repeated requests, I facilitated an offering to a deity associated with romantic pursuits, as he had fallen for a young woman. However, the girl remained indifferent, and Ning Lingsheng attributed this to their incompatible destinies, coupled with the girl's ill-fated attributes, rendering the deity's intervention ineffective. Surrounding this tome, the compendium of deities, an array of astonishing tales has unfolded. There is much to recount, but I will first provide a succinct overview, and we shall elaborate on these matters later. After engaging in casual conversation with Wang Dianchen, Shun Sheng and Lu Lansheng finalized the details of their engineering project. In truth, the construction of the ancestral hall is hardly a grand undertaking. It is certainly better than having none at all. The quaint village boasts a melodious name, Qingye Village, yet paradoxically, there exists not a single green leaf within its bounds. This mountain hamlet is nestled in a geographically unique setting, situated in a clearing between two towering mountains, which stand majestically on either side. The verdant slopes of these mountains are adorned with lush vegetation, while the clearing itself is shrouded in a dull gray hue, lacking even the semblance of farmland, which instead meanders along the rugged terrain. Local farmers prefer to forsake the flatlands to cultivate terraced fields upon the mountainside, illustrating the stark barrenness of the soil in the lowlands. The geographical layout is straightforward and easily discernible. The entrance between the mountains houses a cluster of residences, approximately 60 to 70 modest tile-roofed houses. Beyond this lies the ancestral hall, and further in, one can find the family burial grounds. Adjacent to the cemetery is the factory, a venture initiated by Lu Lansheng, named Lansheng Plastics Engineering Company, Limited. Remarkably, this individual, who appears more primitive than the wildest of men, has embarked upon a high-tech biochemical engineering project. Consequently, the youth of the village find employment in his factory, rendering Lu Lansheng the de facto provider of sustenance for the local populace. By the afternoon, the workers arrived to tend to the graves. They were 4 Southerners, generally short in stature, dark-skinned, and slender, speaking in an incomprehensible dialect. At the forefront was an elderly gentleman in his 60s, whom everyone referred to as Weber. His eyes sparkled with keen intelligence, and his features revealed a remarkably astute character. Fortunately, Lu Lansheng was absent at that moment. It was the village chief, Uncle Jen, who attended to him. Otherwise, he would likely have been subjected to scathing remarks. Subsequently, Weber approached us to extend his greetings. Ning Lingsheng was unwilling to engage with this man, and, as fate would have it, the responsibility fell upon me. The old man mistook me for the proprietor and lavished praise upon me, exclaiming how remarkable and accomplished I was. I could only manage a smile in response. Once the preparations were complete and darkness enveloped the sky, having set up the tent, I found myself with Wang Dianchen, wandering to a small stream on the western hillside to smoke and chat. The stream cascaded down from the mountainside, tracing a winding path of a couple of kilometers. The water was crystal clear, occasionally carrying flower petals and blades of grass downstream. I gestured towards the dark, looming mountains and remarked, "The scenery up there must be breathtaking. It's quite dismal down here." "Indeed, this village is both filthy and impoverished. I hardly wish to linger here for even a day," he replied. "Opportunities for making money are seldom straightforward." And before he could finish, I suddenly noticed a sizable object drifting in the stream not far from us, its outline resembling that of a human figure. My heart sank. Could it be a body floating beneath the surface? I tapped Ning Lingsheng on the shoulder and said, "Do you see that? Is it not a corpse drifting towards us?" As the object drew closer, it became clear. Beneath the water was indeed a young boy, no more than 12 or 13 years of age, clad only in coarse shorts, his youthful innocence still apparent. Yet under the moonlight, the youth's complexion was as pale as snow, devoid of any trace of color. Though I was acutely aware that he was beyond salvation, he was still a human being, and the body needed to be retrieved. With this thought in mind, Wang Dianchen and I positioned ourselves on either side of the riverbank. As the body approached, I extended my hand into the stream and barely grazed the young man's shoulder when, to my astonishment, his eyes suddenly flung open. This unexpected occurrence startled both Wang Dianxin and me, prompting us to emit a simultaneous gasp and retreat in haste. In response to our cries, a rounded object surged from the depths of the river, sending a cascade of sparkling droplets into the air. It then plunged back into the water, creating a resounding splash. I beheld a dark brown entity rising against the current, swiftly vanishing into the shadows. The corpse in the stream sat upright, expelling a mouthful of glistening water, and cast a glare filled with animosity towards us before dejectedly crawling ashore and making its way toward the small village. Chapter 1. The indestructible wall. The boy's physique was so emaciated that he appeared almost skeletal, his pallor devoid of any hint of color. A machete, its handle wrapped in strips of cloth, was slung across his back. This inexplicable scene left both Wang Dianxin and me at a loss. As we watched the youth's receding figure, I pondered aloud, is he human or a specter? Could he possibly be a ghost? In response to Wang Dianxin's uncertain murmurs, the boy pushed open the wooden door of a modest tile-roofed house and stepped inside. Moments later, a light flickered on within, dispelling any notion that he was a phantom. Even if he suffers from albinism, he shouldn't be this pale, I remarked with confusion. Did you catch a glimpse of that creature that leapt from the water? It felt as though it resembled a gigantic toad, Wang Dianxin replied. The wilderness is teeming with wildlife. Such occurrences are not surprising. Yet, I find this boy rather peculiar. His complexion is excessively pale. It is evident that his whiteness is not attributed to albinism, for his hair retains a normal hue, devoid of any signs of such a condition. Having encountered this sudden anomaly, we were disinclined to linger any further in the shadowy foothills and retreated to our tents for rest. The following morning, the engineering team arrived at the site of the old ancestral hall. The challenge of this endeavor lay in the necessity to dismantle the venerable structure, which was built of brick and tile. Lacking modern machinery, we could only rely on the laborers to first remove the tiles before proceeding to take down the walls. The task of repairing the grave is no simple endeavor. It involves considerable skill in stone carving. On that morning, they adhered to the customary rituals of paying homage to heaven and earth. Wang Dianxin and I stood by, observing the spectacle. For individuals clad in black and yellow Taoist robes engaged in incense burning and prayer, followed by Taoist rituals, of which we possessed little understanding. We watched as they chanted scriptures and performed dances, creating quite a lively scene. Among the onlookers were villagers, primarily the elderly and children, including a boy whose entire being was enveloped in whiteness. However, on this day, he wore clothing, and his pale complexion was less jarring. He stood alone, and the surrounding villagers seemed to regard him with disdain, maintaining a noticeable distance. Upon seeing him, I was reminded of my own childhood when I too was scorned by the village children, treated with derision and kept at arm's length by everyone, including my two younger brothers. I longed to play with them, yet upon sighting me, they recoiled as if encountering a ghost, often fleeing or even resorting to violence. I could not help but feel a sense of kinship with this unfortunate boy. Little did I imagine that this pitiable child would transform into a figure of great terror merely a decade later. A thought so daunting that I dared not dwell upon it. Yet, in the present moment, he appeared no different from any ordinary child, albeit more frail and fragile. After completing their rituals and ceremonies, the four grave repairers began their work, breaking ground. Repairing a grave is undeniably a formidable task, far from the mere act of digging a pit to place a coffin within. The first step is to ascertain the geomantic auspices of the burial site, followed by ensuring that the individual performing the burial does not clash with the deceased's astrological chart, a fundamental prerequisite. Furthermore, various esoteric rituals must be mastered by the grave repairer, regardless of their depth of knowledge, to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Soon, a peculiar occurrence transpired. However, it was not the grave repairer who faced the oddity, but rather us. After the workers, led by Chun Sheng, removed the roof tiles and commenced tamping the walls, they found themselves unable to break through a wall constructed of bricks, no matter the exertion applied. The worker wielding the tamper, known as the Hanzai, possessed extraordinary strength. He had once pulled a 2-meter-long giant catfish from floodwaters. Yet, astonishingly, this formidable individual could not penetrate a narrow brick wall. I arrived at the site ahead of Wang Dianchen and observed that the bricks used were ordinary blue bricks. However, the adhesive binding them was not cement. It appeared to be akin to glue. This was evident as there were no gaps whatsoever between the bricks, which were tightly adhered to one another. When struck forcefully with a hammer, the bricks only exhibited faint white marks, with not a single crack emerging. Upon the arrival of Ning Lingsheng, he instructed the villagers to fetch a bottle of rice vinegar and pour it over the blue bricks. The hand's eye struck again, yet there was still no response, indicating that the bricks were not bonded with a mixture of glutinous rice juice and clay, for otherwise, the vinegar would have eroded the clay layer. As we pondered this perplexing matter, Lu Lanqing appeared, bellowing in frustration. "Damn it, we can't accomplish even the simplest tasks. A bunch of useless fools." Chun Sheng, feeling agitated, exclaimed, "Boss Lu, while you are indeed the employer, it is unacceptable to speak in such a derogatory manner. Every individual possesses their own dignity. Cursing you is merely a light affront." Lu Lanqing glared back defiantly. The workers, incensed, were on the verge of taking action. But Ning Lingsheng stepped forward and gently patted Chun Sheng on the shoulder, saying, "Let it be. Let us continue with our work." He did not even cast a glance at Lu Lanqing. Ning Lingsheng's composure and demeanor were truly exceptional, deserving of profound admiration. Lu Lanqing, grumbling, departed in a huff, while Ning Lingsheng, along with me and Wang Dianchen, sought out Uncle Jin to inquire about the construction of the ancestral hall in years past. We clearly observed Uncle Jin entering his home in the courtyard. However, we were intercepted by his wife, who claimed he was not at home. As I was about to expose her deceit, Ning Lingsheng signaled to me to remain silent, saying, "My apologies for the disturbance." With that, he led us out of their yard. "Ninggu, I believe these people are intentionally trying to hinder us, harboring ill intentions. There may be deeper reasons behind their reluctance to speak," Ning Lingsheng remarked. "You have too optimistic a view of the villagers," I chuckled. "The house of the village chief also employs this bonding technique," Ning Lingsheng noted. "Ah, I truly had not paid attention to that," I responded in surprise. "Not only the village chief's residence. Observe the surrounding houses," Ning Lingsheng continued. Subsequently, we examined each structure and discovered that every house in the village was constructed using the same bonding technique. At that moment, Lu Lanqing approached us with a fierce expression, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" Wang Dianchen, agitated, was ready to engage in a verbal altercation, but Ning Lingsheng interjected, "A temple worker must not use foul language. Do not act recklessly." As Lu Lanqing swaggered past, Wang Dianchen muttered with disdain, "What nonsense." Amidst the cluster of tile-roofed houses, we discovered the sole building constructed of cement and blue bricks. Outside sat an elderly woman, frail and in her twilight years, leaning on a cane, her vacant eyes staring blankly ahead. Just as we were about to inquire about the matter, we suddenly heard a child shout, "Murder! The Japanese are killing!" Upon hearing this, the old woman became agitated, rising unsteadily and tapping her cane on the ground as she moved forward. The child's voice was filled with panic, devoid of any playful tone, prompting us to hastily follow the sound. Soon, we reached an open space where we witnessed 3 or 4 children pinning a fair-skinned child to the ground, mercilessly beating him. A few adults stood at a distance, merely observing without intervening. Ning Lingsheng stepped forward, attempting to separate the children, saying, "Let's talk this out. No need for fighting." Before he could finish, a bloody boy drew a gleaming dagger from his waist, threatening, "I will stab you." With that, he lunged the knife towards one child's chest. Blood gushed forth. Ning Lingsheng grasped the blade tightly with his left hand, preventing a fatal blow, as blood flowed from his hand like a torrent unleashed from a broken dam. Children are, after all, mere children. Upon witnessing the sight of blood, one stood frozen, staring blankly at Ning Lingsheng, while the other youngsters, taken aback by his audacity to wield a knife, scattered in fright. Wang Dianchen frowned and admonished, "Why are you still lingering? Do you wish to meet the blade?" The group of boys who had been troublesome dispersed in a hurry. "Ningguyu," before I could complete my sentence, Ning Lingxing retrieved a pristine white handkerchief from his pocket. In a flash of white light, Schwerer appeared upon Ning Lingxing's left shoulder, having also caught sight of his wound. In a fit of indignation, she let out a sharp cry directed at the two ruffians. The child, panting heavily, eventually yielded to Ning Lingxing, lowering his head and becoming motionless. Ning Lingxing handed me the blood-stained knife, and, after wrapping the handkerchief around his injury, he reassured Schwerer, "Do not be upset. I am fine." After licking Ning Lingxing's ear twice, Schwerer slid down his shoulder, peering out from his sleeve to glare fiercely at the child. Xiaobao, where are you?" The elderly woman, her voice trembling with distress, groped her way forward. The young lad walked toward her in a daze, stating, "Grandma, I am here. What happened just now? I heard you were going to kill someone." The boy remained silent, biting his lip as he glanced back at Ning Lingxing, who smiled gently and waved his hand, signaling that all was well and urging him to return home with his grandmother. "Grandma, I shall inevitably take down that fat bully from Haida," the boy declared through clenched teeth. Chapter 1. Blood Demon Unexpectedly. The old lady uttered the following words. "Little Bao, remember this. You are still too young to confront these people. When you grow up, seize the opportunity to avenge your father by killing them all. Do you understand?" Her words left me utterly astonished. It is often said that the role of elders is to enlighten the younger generation, teaching them the distinction between right and wrong. While they need not contribute significantly to society, they certainly should not become a menace to it. Yet, here was this grandmother inciting her own grandson to commit murder. It was simply unfathomable. The old woman was blind. She was unaware that we stood merely a dozen meters in front of her, and her words rang out with a chilling clarity that we all heard distinctly. Soon after, she trembled away with her grandson. Observing her frail and stooped figure, Wang Dianchen sighed, saying, "From her, I comprehend the meaning of women are no less than men. Enough nonsense. Let's hurry back and tend to Ningji's wounds," I urged, as blood had begun to seep through the thick handkerchief. Our engineering team often worked in remote areas, so we always carried both traditional and Western medicines for emergencies. Once back, we poured the hemostatic powder onto the wound and wrapped it in gauze. Wang Dianchen remarked, "Brother, that old woman will inevitably corrupt the child. You may have thwarted one attempt, but he will strike again. One time is better than none." Ning Lingxing replied with a smile. "What kind of education is this? Is she not sending the child to the guillotine?" When the human spirit reaches the brink of collapse, thoughts may become exceedingly extreme. It will be prudent for you to concern yourself less and manage your own affairs. Ning Lingxing spoke thus. "Very well, I shall refrain from further discourse. Our next task is to continue addressing the wall. Yet the conundrum lies in the fact that, despite our efforts, this seemingly unremarkable wall remains impervious to even the slightest breach. The villagers appear to take delight in our discomfiture, each one consciously evading our presence. We are acutely aware that there must be a reason for this, yet answers elude us. Each day, we are met only with the villagers' indifferent gazes and Lu Lanqing's incessant tirades of invective. Progress is utterly stagnant. In contrast to those who tend to the graves, we find ourselves ensnared in a perpetual standstill. Chen Sheng has repeatedly broached the subject with Ning Lingxing about terminating the project, suggesting that it would be far better to incur a loss than to squander time here. However, Ning Lingxing remains steadfast, urging us to exercise patience. Consequently, Chen Sheng approached us once more, asking us to persuade Ning Lingxing to abandon this stubborn resistance. I surmised that Ning Lingxing had discerned something, so I ventured to his tent to inquire further. To my astonishment, upon entering, I beheld Schwerer poised on one foot atop a small table, twirling gracefully, reminiscent of a ballet dancer. Her long, flowing tail clung to one side of her body, resembling the elegant skirt of a ballerina, her poise rivaling that of any performer. I was utterly captivated. Upon noticing my presence, Schwerer promptly scampered back to perch on Ning Lingxing's shoulder, her little head nestled behind his, much like a bashful maiden. I couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "She seems rather shy." Ning Lingxing remarked, "Schwerer, aside from its inability to speak, possesses thoughts that are no less profound than those of a human. I replied, "Indeed, how delightful. Ningo, I too wish to keep one." The silver martin, particularly the purebred with striking eyes, is a rarity to encounter. After saying this, Ning Lingsheng picked up a peanut from the table. "Ningge, would you allow me to feed it just once?" "Certainly. Come here," he said, handing me the peanut. I waved the peanut in front of Schwer, announcing, "Here it comes. Do pay attention." With that, I tossed the peanut into the air. Yet, Schwer remained utterly motionless until the peanut fell to the ground. Assuming it had not seen, I retrieved the peanut, but before I could throw it again, Schwer suddenly bared its teeth and emitted a sharp cry, its expression tinged with fury. "Ning Lingseng tuklet softly. I have already warned you. Schwer is not merely a pet. Its pride surpasses that of humans. Therefore, do not engage with it with a mindset of playfulness. I'm not trying to frighten you, but you must be cautious lest it gouges out your eyes." Alarmed, I hastily returned the peanut to Ning Lingsheng, saying, "Forgive me. I did not mean any harm." After which, I offered a respectful gesture to Schwer, causing it to finally retract its bared teeth. "Ningke, are we remaining in Shennongjia village out of spite or for profit?" I inquired. "Money has never reached a point of necessity for me," I continued. "Is it truly out of spite?" I tentatively probed, pondering if the typically rational Ning Lingsheng was allowing a rare moment of sentimentality. He smiled faintly and replied, "Perhaps so. At present, I find myself without other pursuits, so I might as well excel in the task at hand." He further elucidated. Yet I always sensed that his words did not reflect his true thoughts. Upon exiting, I conversed with Wang Jinshan about this matter. He remarked, "Elder brother has his own plans. Do not trouble yourself with it." Just as we were speaking, the young lad approached from a distance, carrying a wooden gourd. "What brings you here?" Wang Jinshan inquired. "I have brought some medicinal herbs for Boss Ning. These are mountain herbs I gather myself." "You know how to prepare medicine?" I asked, somewhat astonished. "Since childhood, I have endured beatings and sought remedies in the mountains to tend to my wounds. It truly works. I have used this medicine myself, and it is not hastily concocted." The child's expression was exceedingly earnest. "Well, you possess a commendable conscience," Wang Dianshan conceded, stepping aside to allow the boy to enter Ning Ling Sheng's tent. Upon his departure, Ning Ling Sheng personally escorted him out. Once the child had left, he turned to us and said, "You two may enter. I have matters to discuss." After we settled in the tent, Ning Ling Sheng stated, "I have learned about the craftsmanship of sticky bricks. The locals mix the blood of a type of black fish with wolf's milk and add a bit of soil. They soak the bricks intended for construction in this mixture, and once it dries and solidifies, it creates a powerful adhesive effect, forming a protective layer on the brick surface. This is why the walls remain unyielding and the bricks impervious to shattering." Was it Xiao Bao who informed you? In truth, I was not surprised by the reasoning. There must be a rationale behind ordinary bricks withstanding the force of a hammer. The crux of the issue is that we are here to assist Lu Lansheng in the construction of Ancestral Hall, and many local villagers are employed at the factory he established. Logically, these individuals should fervently advocate for this matter. However, I sense that they may not desire the construction of this Ancestral Hall. "Perhaps the local villagers lack integrity," Wang Dianshan remarked. "Human beings are diverse. It cannot be said that all lack conscience," Ning Lingshan countered. "I find it unsurprising. Lu Lansheng is exceedingly crude and lacks respect for others. It is only natural that the villagers would be annoyed by him," I replied. Ning Lingshan nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps you are right. What shall we do now? Is there a way to unravel this?" "It suffices to apply fresh black fish blood onto the surface of the bricks," I suggested. "That simplifies matters. Let us proceed to catch a black fish. It must be in that small stream," Wang Dianshan said. Ning Lingseng interjected. "Blackfish is merely the term used by the local villagers, based on Xiao Bao's description of its appearance. I suspect it is not an ordinary fish, but rather the magical fish known as the blood yiksha, specifically bred in Indian tantrism. This species, cultivated by the Brahmins, does not exist elsewhere in the world. The Brahmins are predominantly female, and in their eyes, the most sacred and pure entity is the body of a virgin. Consequently, this fish is specifically designated to protect the Brahmin priestesses. At every entrance of the temples inhabited by Brahmins, there exists a vast lotus pond. When men pass before the lotus pond, should there be any with ill intentions, the blood yaksha will leap forth to assail the intruder. If the black fish is indeed a blood yaksha, it would be a genuine monster. Are you certain you wish to venture into the mountains to catch one? Wang Dianchen cast a glance at me, falling silent. I am certain I possess a method to catch this type of fish. Amidst our conversation, Xiao Bao emerged from outside the tent. He had not actually left, but had been eavesdropping all along. Do you have the audacity to catch a blood nightshade? Ning Lingsheng inquired with a smile. Indeed, had it not been for their interference, I would have nearly succeeded. Xiao Bao pointed at us both. What? Were you in the water that night merely to catch fish? I asked, astonished. Of course, otherwise would I have held my breath for so long just to commit suicide? Xiao Bao replied bluntly. Ning Lingsheng, rarely amused, burst into hearty laughter. You two cannot even compare to a child. It is time for some self-reflection. In his lifetime, Ning Lingsheng had seldom misjudged anyone, yet with Xiao Bao. Chapter 1. Capturing the blood demon. Xiao Bao's tone, filled with unabashed confidence, vividly showcased the unrestrained aspect of his character, which was quite amusing in a child, unlike in an adult. A fiercely candid adult would undoubtedly evoke caution among those nearby. However, such a flaw in a child often goes unnoticed, leading to the development of many individuals with extreme personalities. Xiao Bao, tell them about the black fish you encountered. Ning Lingsheng prompted. That day, the black fish I lured down from the mountain was rather small, perhaps around half a meter in length. It had a dark brown hue, its scales resembling those forged from copper. Its shape was akin to a torpedo, and when it remained still in the water, its body coiled into a circular form. The fish's head bore serrated spikes, and its mouth was lined with teeth capable of crushing animal bones in a single bite. Just hearing this description sent a chill down my spine. Yet, Xiao Bao appeared exceedingly eager, almost yearning to plunge into the water and fish immediately. What method should be employed to capture such a creature? Given your description, I doubt a fishing net would prove effective, Wang Dianchen inquired. I cannot ascertain whether a fishing net would be useful, but I do know that in years past, those who ascended the mountain to catch black fish using nets never returned alive. The scales of the black fish are incredibly tough when it coils its body. Weapons such as iron forks are rendered ineffective. Thus, to capture it, one must enter the stream as bait. When the black fish approaches, it will unfurl its body and launch an attack. If one can seize the moment and pierce its mouth with a sharp object, it may be killed. I gasped in horror. What would happen if one were to miss the mark? With a single bite, it can sever 2 or 3 pounds of flesh from a person's body. Such is the outcome. Xiao Bao Vimak Nun Chalen. Wang Dianchen and I exchanged glances, acknowledging that this child epitomizes a successful upbringing. Rest assured, leave the fishing to me. Just don't complicate matters for me, and I shall deliver the fish blood to you later, he proclaimed, sounding as if he were our elder brother. Ning Lingsheng, seemingly unfazed, inquired Xiao Bao, may I ask why you intend to catch such a perilous creature? My grandmother suffers from rheumatism, and the flesh of this fish can remedy her condition. Oh, who informed you of this? Uncle Jin told me. It seems the village chief holds your family in high regard. It wasn't always the case, but things have indeed improved over the past couple of months. I understand. I extend my gratitude for your assistance. With that, Ning Lingsheng produced the bee honeycomb and cordyceps gifted by Miss Z and handed them to Xiao Bao, saying, these are nutritional supplements, purely natural and wild. Please give them to your grandmother to bolster her health. Thank you, Big Brother. Referring to him as Big Brother would forever be my way of addressing him. This phrase would become Xiao Bao's catchphrase in the years to come. Even during the tumultuous times that lay ahead, Xiao Bao indeed regarded Ning Lingsheng as his only kin. This marked the first collaboration among the three of us. Xiao Bao, still wielding the large cleaver wrapped in cloth, guided us to the foot of the mountain and said, the black fish does not venture out during the day. It only emerges at night to forage. Let us wait here. Having spoken, he drew a machete from behind and plunged it into the muddy ground before sitting cross-legged. The ability to remain so tranquil and composed in the face of life and death is a quality that even many adults struggle to embody. Yet, at the tender age of 12, Xiao Bao possessed such remarkable poise. As Wang Dianchen and I sat beside him, our hearts raced, and we felt the urge to rise multiple times. However, witnessing a child's restraint compelled us to feign composure and remain seated. As night fell, my stomach growled with hunger, and Xiaobao sprang to his feet, retrieving the machete from the mud and making his way up the mountain. We followed the riverbank upwards and soon arrived at the source of the stream, halfway up the mountain. Before us stood a naturally formed cavern in the rocky cliff, from which crystal-clear water flowed, feeding into the river. Xiaobao gestured for us to remain silent and pointed towards the cave. The cavern was deep and shrouded in darkness. Apart from the sound of flowing water, there was utter silence. The only indication that this seemingly serene area was, in fact, a treacherous locale was the multitude of white bones at the cave's entrance, the majority of which were animal remains. However, I also spotted a well-preserved severed arm. This arm had been bitten off at the forearm joint, and the cut was smooth and even, as if severed by a professional cutting tool. The sharpness of these bloodthirsty teeth and their formidable biting power were evident. Little Bao led us stealthily to the top of the stone cave, where the moonlight reflected off the stream, illuminating everything around us with clarity. We were uncertain when the blood demon might emerge to hunt, so we focused intently on the area below the cave entrance. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden sound of heavy breathing broke the silence, causing a surge of tension within me, as I feared the blood demon had appeared. However, I soon beheld Lu Lansheng precariously ascending from the mountainside, leaning on a dark green bamboo staff. He appeared to be quite intoxicated, stumbling and swaying, nearly falling into the river on several occasions. In this pitch-black night, was he truly courting death by approaching the lair of the blood demon? My impression of him was exceedingly poor. Even if he were to be consumed by the demon, it would be a fitting consequence for his recklessness. At that thought, I found myself somewhat wishing for the creature to suddenly emerge from the cave and seize him by the head. Stumbling drunkenly to the water's edge, Lu Lansheng seemed intent on self-destruction as he began to strike the water surface repeatedly with his bamboo staff. Moments later, an enormous fish as thick as a gasoline barrel silently swam out of the cave. Its size was indeed as Little Bao had described, resembling a torpedo almost exactly. Its length was certainly not less than half a meter. I estimated it to be at least 2 meters long, with a girth comparable to that of a gasoline barrel. Yet, such a colossal creature glided through the water without producing a sound, thanks to the fish-like scales of the blood demon, each the size of a coin and shimmering subtly in the moonlight, exuding a metallic sheen reminiscent of bronze. If one were unaware of the true nature of this fish, they might easily mistake it for a bronze statue. Strangely, this colossal blood demon seemed devoid of any intention to attack Lu Lansheng, floating before him as docile as a trained pup, even swaying rhythmically with the gentle splashes of his bamboo staff in the water. Just as we were grappling with the absurdity of the situation, a soft sound pierced the air, and the blood demon extended its fin, resembling a bronze rod, on either side of its gills, prodding the banks. Its short yet powerful tail arched upward. Xiaobao shouted, "Run!" With his exclamation, the fish's tail struck the water with a mighty force, propelling the blood demon upward like a torpedo, splashing a deluge of water as it leapt over the cave's entrance and bore down upon us. The fish weighed no less than 200 or 300 kilograms. Its scales exceptionally tough. Should it crash upon us, it would spell either death or grievous injury. Thankfully, Xiao Bao's warning spurred Wang Dianchen and me to scramble to our feet and flee. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed behind us, and before I could comprehend what was happening, an overwhelming force surged from behind, propelling my body forward uncontrollably until I collided violently with a large tree. In that moment, I feared I had shattered every rib, the pain searing through me. Yet before I could catch my breath, I heard Wang Dianchen call out from behind, "Biengu, run." Tears were welling in my eyes, and at this juncture, I could scarcely muster the strength to flee. All I could do was grit my teeth and persist in crawling behind the tree. Yet, before I could steady myself, a resounding thud echoed, and the blood demon's spear-like protrusion pierced the great tree before me, narrowly missing my head. The sheer improbability of my survival is beyond description. Had the spike deviated by even a few centimeters, it would have penetrated my skull. Gazing at the dripping spike in a daze, my spirit felt as if it had fled, rendering me motionless. Moments later, a series of sharp sounds jolted me back to reality, and I noticed that the blood demon had thrust downward from a height. Consequently, after penetrating the tree, its entire form was skewed and suspended in midair, unable to escape due to the sturdy white birch's grip. Two others approached cautiously, and upon witnessing the blood demon's predicament, Wang Dianxian burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Brother Bien, it appears we have serendipitously caught this fish." Chapter 1. The androgynous being. Before the words had fully escaped my lips, a sudden torrent of dark crimson liquid erupted from beneath the fish's belly. At that moment, the three of us stood directly in its path, caught off guard as we were doused with the fish's sanguine discharge. From the scent, it was evident that this was fish blood. We had not harmed the creature. What could have provoked such a copious release of blood? Soon, we heard the rustling of grass behind us, and Lu Lanxing approached in a haphazard manner, panting heavily. He shouted, "Do not harm it. I implore you, do not harm it." Turning to face him, I noticed his expression contorted with rage. He jogged frantically in circles before us, abruptly discarding his stick onto the ground. With trembling fingers, he pointed at us and exclaimed, "You insolent little brats. What are you doing here, playing recklessly? Do you not realize you could cause a fatality?" His fury reached a crescendo, altering the very timbre of his voice. I felt a surge of caution, wary of his potential for sudden violence. Yet, Lu Lanxing's crude outburst remained confined to words. He exhibited no intention of physical aggression. Following his outburst, he seemed to lose all vitality, collapsing to his knees before the bloodied fish impaled against the tree, weeping inconsolably with a sorrow so profound it was almost unbearable. This inexplicable display left me bewildered, pondering the complexity of his character. Even the most formidable fish cannot survive long out of water, and this bloodied creature's struggles grew weaker with each passing moment, suggesting its demise was imminent. Then Ning Lingxing spoke up. "This is indeed a rare specimen. We cannot allow it to perish so easily. You few first saw the tree down, and then fetched some village women to carry the fish back to the stream." Upon turning towards the sound, I beheld Ning Lingxing accompanied by 4 or 5 workers, armed with axes and saws, hastening towards us. They swiftly felled the tree, cleaving it with remarkable efficiency, and subsequently sawed off a sizable chunk from the trunk where the pointed spear had pierced. Together, they managed to detach a piece of wood the size of a grinding stone from the bloodthirsty creature's forehead. Soon after, 6 or 7 village women arrived, employing fishing nets to transport the bloodthirsty fish back to the stream. This peculiar creature was one that men should never approach, having suffered greatly before. I dared not venture close again, keeping my distance. However, Lu Lanxing appeared unfazed, crouching by the water's edge, meticulously observing the movements of the bloodthirsty fish. Perplexed, I inquired, "Ninggu, why would this fish not pose any harm to Lu Lanxing? Can't you see? Lu Lanxing is a woman," Ning Lingxing replied, rendering us all speechless. Perhaps there had been a lapse in my hearing. Pondering this, I turned to Wang Dianxian for clarification. Without hesitation, he affirmed, "You heard correctly. Lu Lanxing is indeed a woman." A chill coursed through me. How could a woman's endocrine system be so profoundly disrupted to manifest in such a manner? The matter at hand was that the facial hair was not merely a hint of dark fuzz on the upper lip, but a thick jet-black beard, seamlessly blending with her hair. If she was a woman, what did that make me? Ning Lingxing then commanded, "Everyone, remove your clothes." The garments were stained with the blood of the bloodthirsty fish, and it dawned upon me why this creature bore such a name. After Ning Lingxing gathered 3 garments stained with fish blood, he instructed the workers to relay the message. They could proceed to break the wall. He then strode towards the ancestral hall, with us closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the site, Ning Lingxing affixed the damp clothing to the brick wall. Moments later, the robust Hanzi arrived, wielding a sledgehammer with an air of determination, having been pinned up with anticipation for several days. Although the hour was late, he raised the hammer without hesitation and struck the wall where the clothes were affixed. With a sharp crack, the seemingly indestructible brick wall yielded to his blow, creating a substantial hole. The force of his swing nearly propelled him into the interior of the hall. Once a fissure appeared in this fortress-like structure, a domino effect ensued, with cracks radiating from the breach, swiftly coursing across the entire wall. Ning Lingsheng urged us to retreat promptly. We all withdrew to a safe distance, and moments later, a series of sharp sounds echoed as the brick wall collapsed, sending an array of bricks tumbling to the ground, creating a thunderous roar. A vast cloud of dust was then stirred up. As the dust settled, only a pile of rubble remained on the ground. Ning Lingsheng patted Xiao Bao on the shoulder and expressed his gratitude, to which Xiao Bao responded with a simple, endearing smile. Due to the commotion, the previously slumbering residents emerged to investigate the disturbance. Ning Lingsheng turned to Chun Sheng and declared that work would commence at dawn to expedite the construction. The harrowing night proved worthwhile, and as I contemplated inquiring about the true nature of Lu Lansheng, Ning Lingsheng headed straight back to rest. I too felt utterly exhausted. After rinsing myself with cold water, I crawled back into the tent and fell asleep almost instantly, only to awaken at noon the following day. As I groggily donned my clothes, preparing to step outside, an inexplicable sensation washed over me. I pulled out a mirror and scrutinized my reflection for an extended period, only to realize that my attire felt disturbingly mismatched from head to toe. To my surprise, I, who had never considered how to coordinate my clothing, began trying on each piece of clothing I owned, ultimately managing to assemble a combination of pants and a top that was somewhat less jarring to the eye. What has come over me today? Why this sudden sensitivity? With a sense of inner confusion, I emerged from the tent, ready to wash up, only to discover Wang Dianchen standing before the water spigot, meticulously grooming his hair. His hair, which is typically long and unkempt, was a tangled mess, dirty and greasy, lacking any discernible shape. I had never witnessed him styling his hair before, as he usually merely tousled it with his hands. However, today his attention to detail was astonishing, almost to the point of being intolerable. It seemed as though he wished to meticulously comb through each individual strand. "What's wrong with you?" I blurted out, only to be startled by the sharpness of my own voice, which had taken on a high-pitched, almost eunuch-like quality. Wang Dianchen glanced at me with suspicion as he continued to comb his hair, to dispel the notion that my earlier tone was merely a fluke. I cleared my throat and repeated, "What is wrong with you?" Yet again, my voice remained piercing and sharp. Instinctively, I touched my throat, only to realize with horror that my Adam's apple had vanished. In that moment, I could no longer concern myself with washing up. I hurried back into the tent and faced the mirror, tugging at the stubble on my chin in disbelief. It is utterly disconcerting that I indeed pulled off my stubble. Various signs undeniably indicate one thing. After a night as slumber, I have inexplicably transformed into a woman. No wonder I was so preoccupied with my attire this morning. It was because I am a psychologically stable individual, having never contemplated the notion of becoming a woman. The perplexing question remains, how did this transformation occur without warning? As I pondered this, I proceeded to conduct the final experiment. The outcome was disheartening. Whether due to mental strain or the reality of my transformation, I was unable to awaken him. My spirits were utterly crushed. I lost track of time until Wang Dianchen quietly slipped into my tent, sitting beside me and whispering, "You seem a bit off as well." His voice was sharp and piercing. I turned to him, startled, and replied, "Like you, I sensed something this morning. Why is this happening?" Tears nearly brimmed in my eyes, as my demeanor had softened considerably following this feminization. The blood of the blood demon has an inhibitive effect on male hormones. Fortunately, you are merely dampened by the blood. If you were to consume a cup of fish blood, you could become a eunuch without any purification. Amidst this conversation, Ning Lingsheng entered the tent. "Ning, is there any hope for us?" I queried, my voice strained. "Do not fret. In a few days, all will return to normal." "Elder brother, you must not deceive us," Wang Dianchen replied, his brow furrowed in concern. "Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about," he reassured with a smile. Observing his relaxed expression, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief and remarked to myself, "It truly has opened my eyes. A man transformed into a woman. Yet she possesses even more masculinity than men." Indeed, this explains the presence of such an exceedingly rare fish as the blood rakshasa, which is cultivated by Lu Lanxing. She requires the fish's blood to counteract her severely imbalanced levels of estrogen and testosterone. The predicament she faces is that should her condition worsen, she risks becoming a man. From the moment I first laid eyes on her, I discerned this situation. Her propensity for foul language stems from an excess of male hormones, which has rendered her character rather coarse. I confess, I have never encountered a woman whose endocrine disorder manifested in such a manner. It is not merely a case of hormonal imbalance. Rather, she has been subjected to sorcery, as Ning Lingsheng explained. Chapter 1. The Condemned Zen Practitioner. What is Jiangtu? At that time, we were entirely unfamiliar with the term. Ning Lingsheng explained. It is a form of sorcery, akin to a type of foreign witchcraft. However, compared to our own forms of witchcraft, Jiangtu is far more malevolent. Surely, it cannot be more sinister than nurturing a spirit, can it? The thought of Lu Ling Tong in relation to Jiangtu is simply too unsettling. Ning Lingsheng chuckled. He did not elaborate further on Jiangtu, but before long, I witnessed him employing this dark art firsthand, with results that were utterly terrifying. The ancestral hall had been completely dismantled, and workers were clearing the debris from the site, allowing for the resumption of normal construction soon. Ning Lingsheng advised us that if we were concerned about public scrutiny, it would be wise to refrain from venturing outside for a few days. Otherwise, our demeanor, reminiscent of eunuchs, would surely become a subject of ridicule. During that time, with no internet or other forms of entertainment, and unable to wander outside, we found ourselves relegated to sleeping in the tent. We would sleep from morning until afternoon, and from afternoon until night, only to find ourselves wide awake come evening. Lying there, staring at the tent's ceiling, my irritation grew with each passing moment. When I glanced at the time, it was already deep into the night. Silence enveloped everything. Surely, there was no one around? With this thought, I reached for a cigarette and stepped out of the tent to seek some fresh air. However, not far from where I stood, I noticed two villagers from Qingye village making their way toward the cemetery in the dead of night. What could compel them to visit the graveyard at such an hour? My curiosity piqued. I discreetly followed them at a distance, observing their every move. However, the two individuals did not linger in the graveyard. Instead, they proceeded towards the nearby plastics factory. Under the cloak of night, the factory emitted not a single glimmer of light. Were these two intent on pilfering? If their motives were indeed theft, it would hold no relevance to me. Such an act would be internal treachery, and as an outsider, I had no grounds to comment. Moreover, given that operations were to unfold here, I could not afford to offend any nefarious characters. Just as I contemplated retreating, I faintly discerned Lu Lanxing's voice. Ensure this batch is arranged properly. Do not let any slip through like last time. This could be deadly, do you understand? It's infuriating. I was disinclined to confront him, and appearing near a factory at such an hour would inevitably raise suspicions. To evade complications, I concealed myself behind a stone mound. Moments later, I observed Lu Lanxing striding forward with great urgency, trailed by two local villagers pushing a two-wheeled cart, its bed covered with thick canvas, undoubtedly laden with newly arrived goods. As they approached, one of the cart's wheels struck a stone in the muddy ground, causing the cart to tilt precariously. A pale white arm slipped through the gap between the cart's front and the canvas, an alarming sight under the moonlight. The starkness of the arm was striking, exacerbated by recent hormonal imbalances leading to pronounced femininity. My heart raced, almost escaping a startled gasp, and I hastily clamped my hand over my mouth. Be cautious, some bodies, having been frozen for extended periods, may have their tissues disintegrated. Do not risk breaking it, one of the companions remarked, furrowing his brow in concern. I did not observe any stones beneath the ground. It was not intentional. The man furrowed his brow, then picked up a stick, grimacing as he lifted the corpse's arm back into the cart, subsequently covering it with a tarpaulin. The three of them then proceeded into the factory. What business was Lu Lanxing engaged in? Could it be that she was involved in necromancy? Yet, I had never heard of a person who practiced such arts also dealing with corpses. My curiosity overcame my trepidation as I stealthily approached a slightly ajar door at the rear of the factory. Perhaps due to the fact that the factory was staffed by villagers, Vigilance was not particularly high. Neither the front nor the back doors were locked. Inside the small room, darkness enveloped everything, accompanied by a pungent scent of plastic. The dim lighting rendered it impossible for me to discern the exit. Pressing against the aluminum-clad wall, I listened intently to the sounds, detecting the low hum of machinery starting up. I was contemplating whether to retreat or devise another means of infiltrating the premises when suddenly, the door before me was pushed open, flooding the space with blinding white light, causing me to instinctively shield my eyes. I heard a voice from outside declare, "We should be able to ship tomorrow." Then the door was closed once more. It appeared he had not glanced inside while speaking. He simply tossed a pile of plastic sheets into the small room before departing. This time, he did not secure the door tightly, leaving a narrow gap through which light streamed, finally illuminating the dark space. Aside from the tarpaulin, there was nothing else within. The color of the tarpaulin indicated its use for covering corpses. This was merely a storage room. I approached the door and listened carefully at the crack. Aside from mechanical sounds, no one spoke. Thus, driven by an inexplicable impulse, I pushed open the rudimentary door fashioned from aluminum sheeting. Tentatively, I peered around, discovering a narrow corridor flanked by doors on either side. I cautiously approached the first door, extending my head to glance inside, where I found a room filled with garments encased in plastic, resembling a vast dry-cleaning warehouse. The room across was cluttered with various raw materials, all imported from foreign lands, inscribed with unfamiliar characters that eluded my comprehension. Venturing further, I stumbled upon a rather peculiar sight, an incense altar adorned with offerings, upon which sat a deity figure that I immediately recognized as the Western road plague god. Having diligently studied the Ying Shun Pu lately, I had garnered a fair understanding of the deities revered across different cultures. Although I had yet to memorize all the divine entities, I was distinctly familiar with the 5 road plague gods. Also known as the 5 road pestilence deities, they preside over epidemics from the cardinal directions, as well as the center. It is said that the calamities plaguing humanity are ushered in by the spirit beasts under their dominion. Logically, one should regard such deities with reverence and trepidation. However, the plague gods possess remarkable efficacy in warding off malevolent forces, with effects that are strikingly pronounced. Yet, their inherently sinister nature renders summoning them for protection a double-edged sword, inflicting harm upon oneself while attempting to vanquish an adversary. Absent extraordinary circumstances, one would generally refrain from invoking the plague gods for safeguarding. Nonetheless, the presence of cadavers here indicates that the activities conducted are far from ordinary. What, I wondered, was Lu Lansheng engaged in, having fallen victim to a sorcerer's curse? My curiosity grew increasingly insatiable, compelling me to venture into the next room, where the sound of flowing water echoed incessantly. Within, a large canvas was drawn, illuminated by lights that cast the silhouettes of 2 figures upon it, one assisting the other in bathing. The scene grew ever more peculiar, and just as I was about to continue observing, I noticed 2 shadows emerge from another room. Lu Lansheng, with a coarse voice, exclaimed, "Damn it, these lazy bastards only collect their salaries without putting in any work. Tomorrow, I swear I will set this place ablaze and watch you all suffer." As he uttered these words, the 2 figures prepared to exit the room, leaving me no time to ponder as I hurriedly retreated. However, retracing my steps proved too slow. I dashed into a room filled with hanging garments, crouching to conceal myself. Lu Lansheng's vitriolic words drew closer, and wishing to remain undetected, I edged further back. Judging by the sounds, the 2 had entered a room adorned with an incense altar. And soon the air was suffused with the fragrance of sandalwood, prompting Lu Lansheng to curse once more before departing. Just as I sighed in relief and contemplated my escape, I sensed the garments behind me snagged on an obstruction. Turning to free myself, I was startled to find a Kuei seated cross-legged atop an iron cabinet behind me. This notoriously brutal murderer, now with hands clasped in a meditative posture, presented an eerie sight. However, apart from his head, his skin from the neck down had been flayed, even a fat layer meticulously scraped away, exposing the underlying muscle. The corpse did not display the withered condition typical of mummification. Rather, It appeared surprisingly robust. However, the hue of the flesh had transformed into a dark brown, devoid of any semblance of texture, resembling rigid pieces of plastic. Even the tendons were distinctly visible, their pale yellow contrasting sharply with the muscle, creating an unusually clear delineation. It must be said that the contours of de Kuei's physique were quite impressive. Thus, the absence of the skin layer rendered the muscles less jarring. His facial skin remained intact, and his expression appeared serene and tranquil, devoid of the fierce countenance he bore in anger. Elevated above, with his head slightly bowed, his eyes half opened, he gazed directly at me. At first glance, de Kuei's expression was indistinguishable from that of a living being. However, the sight of his exposed muscles instilled a profound sense of dread within me. I could no longer muster the courage to linger in that eerie little room. Disregarding the presence of others outside, I fled in haste. Chapter 1. The wax corpse. The narrow corridor was devoid of any presence, allowing me to silently retreat along the path I had come. As I exited the Eerie factory, I crouched against the wall, clutching my heart, gasping for breath. It took a considerable amount of time for me to regain my composure, and with trembling legs, I hastily made my way back to the campsite. I was in a state of utter panic, forgetting even what I was supposed to do, and failing to share my unsettling experiences with Ning Lingsheng. Instead, I sat shivering in the tent. However, the most terrifying event was yet to unfold. In the early hours of the morning, around 3 or 4 o'clock, I distinctly saw the tent zipper being slowly pulled open from the outside. Then, de Kuei's bizarre head emerged from a gap, his unblinking eyes fixed upon me. Moments later, I witnessed his skinless hands tear through the tent, revealing palms that burned with 2 flames. With a sudden jolt, he thrust his hands towards me, and the flames immediately engulfed my body, roaring to life. In a state of sheer terror, I tore open the zipper and burst out of the tent, screaming, "Help! There has been a murder! I'm going to be burned alive!" My voice, already shrill, pierced the night as I cried out in desperation. It was a sound filled with anguish that quickly roused the entire engineering team. At that moment, I was completely enveloped in flames, my eyes only able to perceive the raging fire surrounding me. I never imagined that I would escape the clutches of a ghost only to be consumed by flames. In that instant, I was filled with a burning rage, wishing I could reduce de Kuei to mere ashes with a blade. However, just as I was on the brink of emotional collapse, I suddenly felt someone lift me up from behind, embracing me in a firm grasp. A refreshing sensation began to flow from my forehead, enveloping my entire being. The comfort it brought was beyond the capacity of words to express, and my frantic despair was instantly swept away. Then, I felt a sharp prick at the center of my brow. After a fleeting moment of pain, my previously muddled thoughts became astonishingly clear. Upon opening my eyes, I found my fellow workers gathered around me, and I quickly checked my body, relieved to discover no signs of burns. Could it be that everything had been a mere figment of my imagination? Yet, if it were an illusion, how could it have felt so vividly real? The more I pondered, the more perplexed I became. "All right, there's nothing more to see here. You all should get some sleep. We have work to do tomorrow," Chun Shang said, dispersing the onlookers. Although I had returned to a normal state, I still felt utterly weak and fatigued. Wang Dianchen supported me back to the tent, followed closely by Ning Lingsheng. Leaning against the soft cushion, I felt an intense thirst and said, "Old Wang, could you please bring me a glass of water? I feel as though I might perish from thirst." Wang Dianchen fetched a glass of water for me, and just as I was about to drink, Ning Lingsheng sprinkled some white powder into the cup. "Go ahead, drink," he urged. The water tasted slightly salty. Ning Lingsheng had added some table salt. After consuming the glass of water, I felt revitalized and sighed with relief, saying, "I truly apologize for disturbing your rest." "Do not mention it. I simply poured you a glass of water," I began, but before Wang Dianchen could finish his thought, Ning Lingsheng interjected, "Qin Bian, have you encountered something unnatural? Did you venture out after we retired for the night?" In response to Ning Lingsheng's inquiry, I recounted my observations from the plastic factory, saying, "Ningguo, I find Lu Lanqing's factory rather peculiar. Should we consider alerting the authorities?" "Indeed, the factory is strange. Lu Lanqing has never been an ordinary person," Wang Dianchen remarked. "Ningguo, Do these occurrences relate to the curse she is under? I queried. The curse Lu Lanshang suffers from is known as the Yanggong curse, typically placed upon oneself by a sorcerer in Southeast Asia. Ah, such a sinister spell can also be self-inflicted? I expressed my astonishment. Certainly, the art of cursing is inherently malevolent, leading to an imbalance of yin and yang in the practitioner's body during the process. Thus, the Yanggong curse serves as a method for the sorcerer to adjust the dual energies. Do foreigners also adhere to our Chinese philosophical concepts? Wang Jianchen inquired. These spells were brought by our ancestors when they journeyed to the South Seas, sharing a common origin and philosophy, which is not surprising. This is why I refrained from suggesting we lift Lu Lanshang's curse. She willingly accepted it. I suspect her motives are closely tied to the operation of her factory. Indeed, I observed her worshipping the Western road god of evil. If the activities within that factory were not sinister, there would be no need for her to resort to such extremes, I concluded. Indeed, I had long pondered the reason behind her self-imposed curse, and now it dawns upon me. She was engaged in the macabre trade of selling corpses. Ningling remarked, and I was taken aback, exclaiming, "What value could a corpse possibly hold?" Corpses, of course, possess utility. They're essential for anatomical demonstrations and certain medical education courses. However, these bodies must undergo a process of preservation, transforming them into wax figures akin to lifelike sculptures. It seems that Lu Lanshang was indeed pursuing this particular livelihood, Ningling explained. Is this so-called plastination factory merely a facility for the wax treatment of corpses? I was astounded. It appears to be the case. And her source of corpses likely stemmed from condemned criminals. De Couey was sent here after his execution by gunfire, Ningling added. If this is indeed the truth, it feels strikingly coincidental. We are here for a project, and yet he has been transformed into a wax figure in this very place. Is this a form of retribution? I mused. If it is retribution, then there is nothing particularly surprising about it, Wang Dianchen remarked. Ningling contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Let us rest." Although the occurrences here are peculiar, they do not significantly pertain to us. Once the project is completed, we shall depart. Due to our physical ailments, Wang Dianchen and I could only remain in hiding. Nevertheless, during the night, we would stealthily approach the factory to observe what the workers were truly engaged in. We noticed that the majority of the laborers entering and exiting the factory bore somber expressions, exuding an eerie aura. None appear to be normal, resembling puppets controlled by unseen strings. These individuals, in their daily dealings with the deceased, had seemingly lost all essence of the living. We concealed ourselves behind a mound, observing the mechanical figures in the distance. Wang Dianchen whispered, "That day, I was inexplicably drawn in as well. Do you think it could have been a ghost of De Couey?" He chuckled. "Isn't that nonsense? If De Couey truly had a ghost here, he certainly wouldn't allow you to witness his ghastly appearance. That would be utterly shameful." I seethed with indignation. "He deserves to be burned alive." "Let be," he replied. "There are many villains in this world. He is not the only one. There are countless who live well, and at least he has received his comeuppance." After a moment of contemplation, I smiled and said, "We truly have too much time on our hands. Here we are, in the dead of night, hiding behind a grave to spy on others. With nothing to do during the day, unable to see anyone, what else can we do but stay awake? If only we could have a blood-eyed silver marten to keep us company, it would surely pass the time. Even a regular marten would suffice for amusement. Otherwise, perhaps we should buy a dog," I suggested. "A dog is rather dull. Not only does it relieve itself indiscriminately, but it also tends to attract fleas. That's the fault of the owner for not maintaining its cleanliness. Can one really blame the dog for having fleas?" As we conversed softly, a faint whoosh sound suddenly echoed from somewhere nearby, distinct in the stillness of the night. After scanning the surroundings without detecting anything unusual, I initially dismissed it as the chirping of insects. Yet after a while, the whoosh sounded again, this time unmistakably clear. Wang Jianchen remarked, "I believe the sound is emanating from behind that grave. The grave to our right is a mound of earth, overgrown with verdant grass due to the passage of time." As we circled around, I noticed that the center of the mound had been disturbed. The soil there was bare of grass. Wang Dianchen pointed at the grave and declared, The sound surely emanated from this spot. A chill ran down my spine as I wondered aloud. Could the corpse rise from within? Do not be so alarmed. If such a thing were to occur, it would not befall us, he retorted. Yet, despite his bravado, Wang Dianxin hesitated to dig. Just then, two distinct sounds like whispers emerged from the soil, followed by something burrowing its way to the surface. We were instantly petrified, should a hand with dark, bluish skin and long, black nails suddenly emerge. It would surely frighten us to our cores. At that moment, I exclaimed, "This place is too eerie. We must leave at once." No sooner had I spoken than a claw burst forth from the earth. However, instead of instilling terror, it was merely a chubby, grayish paw covered in soft fur. Beneath the soil lay not a zombie, but rather a small dog. The coincidence struck me as remarkable, having just expressed a desire for a dog. We stumbled upon this abandoned creature. It was not that the dog was of a prestigious breed, granting us great fortune, but rather the serendipity of the encounter itself. Thus, we eagerly began to excavate the soil, and soon enough, we unearthed a plump, adorable puppy. This creature appears to be a native dog, characterized by its elongated snout and legs adorned with a bluish-gray coat, while its back boasts a earthy yellow hue. At this moment, it gazes at me and Wang Dianxin with a pair of round, curious eyes, displaying no signs of fear. Rather, it eagerly inches closer, yearning to lick us. I gently caress its fluffy head and remark, "Old Wang, this must be a gift from the heavens. What is meant to come will indeed come. Indeed, we must nurture it well," Wang Dianxin replies, his eyes sparkling with delight as he observes the puppy. However, he inquires, "But why was this little dog buried in the soil? Was it perhaps buried alive?" "Ah, you see, sometimes wild dogs prefer to seek hidden places to give birth. It is an instinctual behavior of wild animals. Although it appears to be buried, the earth merely covers it with a thin, loose layer, allowing for adequate ventilation. So, this might be the puppy temporarily residing here, awaiting its mother?" Wang Dianxin contemplates. "Let's take it home, give it a thorough bath, and provide it with some food, lest this little creature goes hungry. Meeting it is a matter of fate. If its mother returns, we shall return it. A mother dog will certainly create a commotion if she cannot find her pup. What does it mean to be idle? Wang Dianxin and I find ourselves in such a state. And so, the two of us, forsaking sleep, carefully placed the puppy in a paint bucket, boiled a pot of hot water, and diligently gave a bath. Once its coat was clean and smooth, the puppy appeared even more endearing. It exhibited remarkable docility, immediately wagging its tiny tail and scampering to our feet as soon as we set it down, following us wherever we went. The more I looked, the more I was enchanted. The following morning, Ning Lingxing also spotted the little dog and inquired, "Did a fellow villager gift it to you?" "No, Raplia. You might not believe it, but it was unearthed from a grave." "What? Unearthed from a grave?" Ning Lingxing appeared taken aback. Then he picked up the puppy and scrutinized it closely. Strangely, the once lively pup became utterly motionless in his hands, resembling a lifeless creature. "Ifhukled, Ning Yi. It seems it does not particularly favor you." Ning Lingxing laughed in return. "It does indeed appear that way." He then handed the puppy back to me and remarked, "The grave digger unearthed an ancient tree root. It seems this grave is not easily tended." Only then did we notice a crowd had gathered around the grave site. "Ninggu, does the ancient tree root hold any special significance?" "That is difficult to ascertain. Trees grow upwards, yet some roots extend downwards, creating an illusion that the tree only develops roots without a trunk. How peculiar. I have never seen a tree that grows upside down." Wang Dianxin interjected, "Bian Yi. Why not go and witness it for yourself? We need not speak." My curiosity piqued. I accompanied Wang Dianxin to the grave site, where we beheld a massive, mud-covered tree root protruding from the freshly dug pit. The root was a tangle of variously sized tendrils intertwined with the earth, while 4 grave diggers whispered among themselves. Lu Lansheng, having toiled through the night, was oblivious to the developments as he slumbered nearby. As I sought to observe the pit more intently, a sudden tension gripped the back of my neck. Initially, I presumed it was Wang Dianxin pulling me, yet upon glancing back, I found nothing but emptiness. For reasons unbeknownst to me, an inexplicable chill coursed through my scalp, leaving me in a state of numbness. After regaining my composure, I attempted to advance once more. However, as I took a step forward, I felt a tightness around my collar, this time unmistakably a force unseen preventing my progress. In the presence of peculiar occurrences, there is often an underlying cause. With this thought, I grasped Wang Dianchen, who was eager to proceed, and gestured for him to halt, subsequently retreating. Once we distanced ourselves from the crowd, he inquired, "What is the matter?" I could not articulate a reason, only expressing a desire to leave. I suspected that this matter was likely connected to the Su Luo bag around my neck, yet I was disinclined to broach the subject, so I offered a vague response. Upon returning to my own territory, we engaged in playful antics with the puppy for a time before retiring for the night. We had agreed to alternate nights caring for the puppy, with the first night falling to me, as I was the first to hear its whimpers. This puppy was incredibly clingy, never ceasing its antics within the tent. It either leapt onto my body and face or continued its incessant whimpering. Ultimately, it rendered me incapable of sleep. By evening, feeling dizzy and fatigued, I emerged from the tent and fortuitously encountered a refreshed Wang Dianchen. Hastily, I handed over the puppy to him, neglecting to eat, and retreated into the tent, where I promptly fell asleep. The following morning, I was roused by the blaring of police sirens, and upon exiting the tent, I discovered a throng gathered around the cemetery. Aside from the onlookers, there were also police present, indicating that something grave had transpired. However, I lacked the courage to approach the scene and could only inquire with my colleagues who had been there. They recounted that the 4 grave diggers had all perished at the entrance of a hole where a tree root had been unearthed. The circumstances surrounding their demise were perplexing. They had engaged in a violent altercation, each wielding weapons and inflicting 17 or 18 stab wounds upon one another, resulting in mutual destruction. Upon hearing my colleague's account of the scene, I found it utterly incomprehensible. These 4 men were cousins, and they generally maintained a harmonious relationship. How could it escalate to such a violent conflict overnight? One of my co-workers remarked that they had brought this upon themselves, as they had suggested burning the tree in the pit with torches, implying that their words had summoned a dire consequence. It was no wonder I had sensed that ominous force. A millennia-old tree was no ordinary entity, I mused. I noticed that Wang Dianchen was not out walking his dog, likely slumbering instead. With this thought, I approached his tent for a glance. The small puppy peeked out, then excitedly bounded towards me. "Where's your master?" I teased, leaning into the tent for a better look. To my surprise, I found Wang Dianchen wrapped in a blanket, seated in a corner of the tent. His expression indicating something was amiss. "What troubles you?" I inquired. He sighed and replied, "I know why those 4 men died. Was it not said they fought each other to the death?" I probed further. Indeed, they did engage in a deadly brawl, but it was not due to infighting. They were lured by a woman, he revealed, proceeding to recount the strange scene he had witnessed the previous night. That evening, after we had all retired for the night, he found himself idly entertaining a dog outside. It was well past midnight when the little creature ceased its frenzied antics, opting instead to nestle in his embrace, motionless. Wang Dianchen assumed the puppy was merely fatigued from play and decided to take it back to rest. However, after just a few steps, he noticed a woman clad in a crimson dress standing at a distance near the tree pit. The woman possessed striking beauty, with long hair cascading down her waist. The sleeveless red gown accentuated her elegant demeanor and tall, slender figure, while her porcelain skin captivated even from afar. She stood there with poise, casting a flirtatious glance toward Wang Dianchen and beckoning him closer with a coy gesture. To be candid, I was nearly compelled to approach her myself, but the puppy's warm, damp licks on my chin jolted me back to reality, making me aware of the unsettling presence I had just perceived. Consequently, I lowered my head and turned to retrace my steps. Yet, I had not gone far before I heard a commotion among 4 men who had begun to argue. Upon glancing over, I saw the 4 grave diggers standing face to face at the tree pit, engaged in an animated discussion. Their emotions appeared heightened, while the woman in red leaned in, whispering secrets into their ears. With each word she uttered, the tension among the 4 intensified. In a strange turn of events, they soon drew hidden daggers from their persons and began to stab one another. The scene was undeniably bizarre, as they were, after all, brothers and colleagues in their work. Yet, remarkably, smiles lingered on their faces, as if the blades piercing their flesh brought them some peculiar form of comfort. They mercilessly took the life of their own brother. Later, as I observed the woman drifting towards me, I could not muster the courage to look any longer. I merely shut my eyes and feigned sleep. The following morning, I accompanied the villagers to the scene, and you will not believe what I discovered alongside the 4 corpses. I felt a chill run down my spine as I asked, "What did you see?" Beneath the soil trodden by those 4 individuals, a skinless, grotesquely disfigured female corpse was unearthed. At this juncture, an expression of profound terror manifested in Wang Dianxin's eyes. Chapter 1. A grotesque corpse. As he recounted this, Wang Dianxin trembled like a leaf. Soon after, the authorities unearthed dozens of bodies, some in advanced stages of decay, others incomplete from beneath the local soil. The gravity of the situation escalated swiftly, prompting the immediate involvement of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. Everyone at the scene was placed under control, including us. The truth emerged quickly and was surprisingly straightforward. The buried bodies were not victims of homicide, but rather flawed specimens from Lu Lanqing's plastination factory. Plastination is an exceptionally intricate process, prone to sample damage during execution. Protocol dictates that any failed plastination attempts must be cremated due to the highly toxic nature of the corpses. Lu Lanqing entrusted this task to the village chief's brother-in-law. The cremation of each body incurred a fee of approximately 3,000 yuan at the crematorium. In the early 1990s, 3,000 yuan was a significant sum, yet the cost was unavoidable. No other facility could handle these bodies, leaving no alternative but to proceed despite the exorbitant charge. However, Lu Lanqing was unaware that the crematorium was not the primary beneficiary of this scheme. Instead, the true orchestrator was Uncle Jin, the seemingly simple village chief of Qingyue village. This man had directed his brother-in-law to secretly bury all the transported bodies in Qingyue village's communal cemetery, splitting the disposal funds between them. Considering that the average annual income in Qingyue village was a mere 500 yuan at the time, the two had illicitly amassed a considerable fortune. The price paid is that the once lush village is now reduced to a barren wasteland. Even the most resilient plants struggle to thrive in this desolate soil. Upon learning of Lu Lanqing's intentions to restore her ancestral grave, the village chief, aware that the truth would inevitably surface, conspired in secret with those tasked with the restoration, seeking to procure a sum of money to obscure their actions. Meanwhile, they devised schemes to force us out, transferring the responsibility of repairing the ancestral hall to the 4 grave restorers. This was the exchange between the parties involved. Little did he anticipate that we would dismantle the specially bonded panel walls. The small village of Qingyue conceals countless forgotten bones, and soil tests reveal an alarming 15 toxic chemical elements exceeding safe levels. Strictly speaking, this area has become uninhabitable. The abnormal complexion of Xiao Bao is a result of toxins within his body, exacerbated by frequent assaults from local children. There are no malevolent murderers here, nor have there been any terrifying criminal incidents. Yet, a handful of avaricious individuals have obliterated the livelihoods of hundreds, rendering Qingyue village unfit for habitation. All inhabitants face forced relocation from the places they have called home for decades, leaving their futures uncertain. Lu Lanqing's plans for her ancestral grave and hall have come to a standstill. She appears innocent in this matter, yet she is the root cause of the ensuing tragedy. However, the events here do not conclude with this revelation. The true troubles are only just beginning, and the source of this turmoil is Wang Dianxin. At the outset, we remained utterly oblivious. His demeanor was consistently normal. After his release from the police station, he continued to jest and engage in playful banter, as usual. That evening, as we prepared to leave Qingyue village, Ning Lingxing remarked that we had encountered some misfortune there and suggested we pay homage to the local mountain deity. Consequently, he instructed Chef Lao Li to prepare offerings for the mountain god. The offerings were of great significance and could not simply consist of random vegetables and meats. Firstly, a pig's head was required, for the pig is regarded as the foremost of domesticated animals. Presenting a pig as an offering signifies to the mountain deity that it is humans who pay their respects. Secondly, a chicken was necessary. as it is the most commonly found wild creature in the mountains and truly the mountain god's preferred sustenance. Once these two essential items were procured, the remaining offerings would vary according to local customs. However, these two were indispensable. After Lao Li gathered all the necessary materials, he began to stoke the fire and prepare the meal. Wang Jianchen wandered around the fire pit with a small dog, hoping to procure some offal for the pup as a treat. Curiously, the dog did not seem particularly interested in meat. Instead, it had a distinct penchant for bamboo shoots and tubers like potatoes. If one wished to feed it meat, it would need to be minced and mixed with vegetables before being cooked into dumplings or buns, a meal that it could consume 6 or 7 of at once. I had yet to witness it indulge in anything purely meat-based. Wang Jianchen speculated that the dog must have been born in a temple, for it was unusual for a canine to eschew meat altogether. However, this dog and Snow were utterly incompatible. Of course, the dog bore no ill intentions towards the silver marten. It was simply too small and only knew how to frolic. Yet, Snow's haughty disposition rendered her indifferent to this rather pitiful companion unearthed from a grave. Whenever she caught sight of the small dog, she would emit a threatening yelp if it dared to approach, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. To this day, I have yet to decipher whether the marten's extraordinary speed was due to sheer swiftness or instantaneous relocation. In any case, the human eye cannot capture the trajectory of its movements. One day, when the two chefs experienced an upset stomach, leaving only Old Li to toil tirelessly, overwhelmed with work. By evening, feeling utterly exhausted, he approached me with a request. "Xiaoqin, could you lend me a hand and help me with the chicken?" I had no objections, as I was free. Just as I was about to take action, Wang Jianchen approached and said, "Let me handle that. You keep an eye on the puppy." With that, he retrieved a chicken from the cage and began to head outside. "Where are you going?" Old Li inquired. "I'm going to the riverbank to slaughter the chicken and clean it up," Wang replied casually. "There's no need. It's not for human consumption, so it doesn't have to be washed. Still, it's better to clean it thoroughly. It shows our sincerity," Wang Jianchen said with a grin. And off he went to the stream with the chicken. After a while, Old Li remarked, "That child is truly careless. He didn't even bring a knife to kill the chicken." With that, he picked up a cleaver and turned to me. "I must trouble you once more." Taking the cleaver, I proceeded towards the stream. Rounding a bend, I beheld Wang Jianchen in the act of appending 2 chicken legs, vigorously shaking them into his mouth. The blood had mostly drained, dripping rhythmically. It seemed that not a drop was wasted, having found its way entirely into Wang Jianchen's stomach. With his back to me, he remained oblivious to my presence. This bizarre spectacle sent a chill through me. Once the blood had ceased to flow, he meticulously licked the remaining traces from the chicken's neck, making audible sounds of relish, as if savoring chicken broth. I retreated discreetly. Upon returning to the cooking area, Old Li inquired, "Is the chicken slaughtered?" "Yes, it is," I replied, somewhat flustered. Unaware of the peculiar events, he poured boiling water into the pot, saying, "Blanch it briefly." Shortly thereafter, Wang Jianchen sauntered over, carrying a plucked chicken, his countenance betraying no abnormality. There were evident signs of washing on his face and clothing. You've cleaned the chicken thoroughly," I remarked, noticing the absence of the head. "Yes, I've cleaned it. Could I fail to do such a simple task?" Wang Jianchen responded with a smile, before tossing the chicken to Old Li. He stooped down to play with the puppy, which barked and scampered about. "Wang Jianchen commented, ah?" Finding his voice today, I approached him, saying, "Are you all right?" "Yes, of course I'm fine. Why do you ask?" He responded, smiling. "Oh, nothing in particular. I was just thinking that after all this time, the effects of the blood Rakshasa poison should have dissipated in both of us. Have our voices not returned to normal?" He inquired with a smile. From his demeanor and tone, there was no indication of any irregularity. Could it be that he and the others were not under some malevolent influence? I continued to observe him discreetly. Wang Jianchen's every action appeared perfectly normal. After dinner, I confided in Ning Lingsheng about what I had witnessed. He nodded and said, "These next few days, you must be vigilant. Keep a close watch on him. Ensure he does not wander, especially into the mountains." "Ning, you are aware that he—" Ning Lingsheng nodded, seemingly unfazed by the peculiarities, suggesting that familiarity breeds acceptance. "You will eventually come to see things as I do." Ning, your fortitude is remarkable. I nearly succumbed to terror because of him. Qingbian, Wang Dianshan is your brother. Others may fear or disdain him, but you must not. No matter how he changes, he will always remain your brother. The same applies to us. Having been cast aside by our families, we must rely on one another to survive. Do you understand? Of course I understand. Then I do not wish to hear you utter such nonsense about being frightened by your own brother again. Ning Lingsheng replied coldly. Chapter 1. The Eerie dinner party. A shiver ran down my spine as I thought, Brother Ning, I assure you I hold no disdain for old Wang. He is my comrade, and my concern for him is genuine. There's no need for further explanation. I fully grasp your meaning. Remember my words. Endure a bit of hardship in the coming days, and keep a vigilant watch over him. Should you notice any unusual behaviors, inform me immediately. Understood. I shall fulfill the task without fail. As I prepare to leave his tent, Ning Lingsheng remarked, I have not departed precisely because of this matter. If we fail to resolve it, we may find ourselves entangled in grave trouble. Ning Lingsheng has never been one to indulge in alarmist rhetoric. When he speaks of serious trouble, it is undoubtedly substantial. Anxiously, I inquired, Brother Ning, may I ask what exactly old Wang has provoked? Dianshan recounted that night when he had seen a woman in red by the tree pit. In truth, I recalled with clarity the events of that evening. It was Wang Dianshan who approached those 4 individuals, not the woman clad in red. Upon hearing Ning Lingsheng's words, my scalp tightened with unease. Old Wang could not possibly be lying. Why would the adversaries turn on each other based solely on a few of his words? Dianshan spoke the truth. I firmly believe he indeed saw that woman in red, and therein lies the problem. With a sigh, Ning Lingsheng concluded, for now, let's leave it at that. Your primary task is to keep a close watch on him. The following day, the construction team, which was initially scheduled to halt operations, began welding a large iron cage. Using the welding torch to attach the iron wires proved to be more cumbersome than weaving a bamboo basket. Wang Dianshan inquired, Brother Dazhuang, what purpose does this large iron cage serve? Ning remarked that tools are often inconvenient to transport, hence the necessity for an iron cage to facilitate easier handling. However, I questioned how this iron cage would be loaded onto a vehicle. It was not something that could simply be placed inside, but rather must be affixed to the roof. I advised him not to concern himself unnecessarily, as this matter did not pertain to him. The entire construction crew noted our polite exchange, yet there was one individual, whose features were rather unremarkable, that seemed out of place. After departing, Wang Dianshan expressed his frustration. Did you not find his remarks excessive? I responded with a hint of surprise. Excessive? His tone was quite brusque and lacking in courtesy. I've long found him displeasing, pretending to have a unique character. I sensed that his petty demeanor might be linked to that woman in red. Could this be deemed an unusual circumstance? Should I inform Ning Lingsheng about it? Just as I contemplated voicing my thoughts, I felt a sudden pat on my shoulder, startling me and causing me to instinctively flinch. What is the matter? Wang Dianshan looked at me with a hint of surprise. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely lost in thought, I replied. What were you pondering? He pressed further. Well, I was contemplating what name to give the puppy. It has been a few days, and calling it puppy indefinitely is hardly practical. I realized I had a knack for quick thinking. I had long since decided to name it Mantu, for this dog is both plump and round, resembling a large, fluffy bun. Wang Dianshan chuckled. That name is indeed quite fitting. Will it be so? Speaking of Mantu, it is rather peculiar, consuming 3 meals a day, rice mixed with soup, accompanied by a sprinkling of diced radish and bamboo shoots, devouring an entire bowl at each sitting. Hence, it has grown both fat and rotund, waddling about like a furry ball. Typically, it is not fond of exercise. In its earlier days, it enjoyed frolicking with us, yet now it prefers to lounge whenever possible, choosing to squint rather than open its eyes. Were it not for its long fur, I would almost mistake it for a pig with a slightly pointed snout. As we chatted, a sudden honking caught my attention. A large white goose flapped its wings and waddled past us. In that moment, I noticed Wang Dianshan's mouth drop open involuntarily, his complexion turning a shade pale, though he quickly regained his composure. Lally exclaimed, "You rascal, stop right there." I laughed. It's fleeing for its life. Do you really expect it to submit to you? I'll be the one to butcher you. he retorted. Amidst our banter, Lao Li lunged and pinned the goose to the ground, raising his cleaver to swiftly sever its head. Blood gushed forth instantly, staining his clothes, while Lao Li continued to curse as he hoisted the headless bird, blood streaming from the wound and pooling on the muddy ground. I discreetly observed Wang Dianchen as I noticed his atoms apple-bobbing. He looked as if he could not resist the urge to lick the goose's blood from the toxic earth. If this is to be considered normal, then I must be deemed abnormal. After a while, Wang Dianchen seemed to regain his composure, quickly diverting his gaze from the goose's blood and chuckling. Old Li is quite amusing, squabbling with a mere goose. A rabbit, when cornered, might even bite. What more can be said of Old Li? I laughed in response. Upon my return, I was greeted by the sight of 3 iron cages stacked in the kitchen, all containing chickens, ducks, and geese, permeated by the pungent odor that emanated from the poultry. At this point, Old Li had truly engaged with the fowl. For lunch, we feasted on steamed goose, hen soup, and crispy duck. Strangely enough, by afternoon, Old Li had released an entire brood of chickens, opting for a free-range approach. At this juncture, even my sluggish mind could deduce that his actions were likely orchestrated by Ning Lingsheng. However, when I ventured into Ning Lingsheng's tent with my suspicions, I discovered he had already departed, and no one knew of his whereabouts. His absence extended to 3 days, during which Wang Dianchen's behavior began to deteriorate. I even caught a glimpse of him late at night, lighting a candle as he combed his hair within the confines of the tent. Though his hair was relatively long for a man, reaching only to the nape of his neck, that night he sat earnestly in the tent, combing from the crown of his head down to his waist, as if his hair had indeed grown that long. The orange glow of the flame cast his shadow upon the tent canvas, and I observed every minute motion with meticulous attention. In this silent, tranquil world, the eerie atmosphere was magnified infinitely, sending shivers of electricity coursing through my body. I wish to locate Ning Lingsheng and convey the situation to him. Yet, he seems to have vanished from the face of the earth. What should I do? What actions will Wang Dianchen take in the coming days? My mind is utterly bewildered. Wang Dianchen spent a full 4 hours grooming his hair before extinguishing the candle, and by that time, the dawn had barely begun to break. I glanced at the clock. It was already 5:30 in the morning. After a night fraught with fear and anxiety, I now felt a slight sense of relaxation. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over me. I intended to close my eyes for a brief nap, but scarcely had I done so before I fell into a deep slumber. I am uncertain how long I slept, but I was roused by Old Li, who informed me that Ning Lingsheng wished to invite me to dinner. It may be hard for everyone to believe, but I have coexisted with Ning Lingsheng for nearly a decade. However, in all those years, we have never once shared a meal face to face. Therefore, upon hearing Old Li's words, I felt a surge of excitement, even forgetting the frightful events of the previous night. I even changed into a more formal outfit before making my way to the dining table. Upon arrival, I was taken aback to find that the once crowded open-air cafeteria was now occupied by only 3 individuals: myself, Ning Lingsheng, and Wang Dianchen. Upon seeing me, he offered a slight smile and gestured to the seat opposite him, inviting me to sit. Once I settled down, he simply stated, "Eat." With that, he lifted his bowl and grasped his chopsticks. It was inexplicably perplexing that he had been missing for several days, returning without any explanation, and then inviting me to dinner under such mysterious circumstances. I mumbled to myself as I lifted my chopsticks, hastily shoveling a few mouthfuls of food. It was then that Ning Lingsheng set down his utensils and inquired, "Dianchen, how old are you this year?" "I am 37, he replied without hesitation. A jolt of surprise coursed through me as I glanced at Wang Dianchen, who appeared unperturbed by his own words, smiling benignly at Ning Lingsheng. Ning Lingsheng did not correct his mistake, but continued, "Since you are already 37, why do you still remain so naive, causing others concern? What is wrong with me?" Wang Dianchen retorted, a hint of grievance in his voice. "You should not have gone out with him that night. What is the issue with going out with him? How does it affect you? Please do not interfere with my freedom to choose in matters of marriage." As those words escaped my lips, I felt a bead of sweat trickling down my forehead. Wang Dianchen, resembling a deeply aggrieved girl, glared at Ning Lingsheng with teary eyes, his chest heaving with emotion. Chapter 1. The Blood Cage. A pang of anxiety gripped my heart. Ningling Sheng continued, "You must take control of this matter yourself. Otherwise, the only one who will suffer is you. I'm already an adult. Until when will you keep me here?" Wang Dian Chun retorted bitterly. "Enough. Let's not dwell on it. Discussing this matter only brings you distress. Let's eat instead." With that, Ningling Sheng retrieved a basin filled with vivid red blood from beneath the table and placed it in the center. With a soft thud, the bamboo chopsticks in Wang Dian Chen's hands clattered onto the table, his eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on the porcelain basin brimming with blood. Ningling Sheng remained silent, engrossed in his meal, while I discreetly observed Wang Dian Chen's actions. He gazed almost vacantly at the basin, a gluttonous expression crossing his face. There must be a reason for Ningling Sheng's stillness, so I mimicked him, feigning nonchalance as I continued to eat. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes, Wang Dian Chen extended his right hand, dipped it into the basin, and brought the blood to his mouth, smacking his lips in delight as he licked his fingers clean of the crimson liquid. This time, he was brazenly indulging in front of us. Once he tasted the blood, he could hardly contain himself. He pressed his entire palm into the sanguine pool, then brought his blood-soaked hand to his mouth, licking it as if it were a delicacy. He emitted satisfied sounds as he savored the blood, soon cleaning his palm thoroughly. Then, he reached to lift the basin. But Ningling Sheng placed his hand firmly on the enamel bowl and said, "If you wish to partake, you must choose another location." "Very well. Where do you suggest we go?" Wang Dian Chen inquired. Ningling Sheng approached the iron cage, holding a basin filled with blood, and placed it within, saying, "Please." Wang Dianchen chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "You underestimate me." With that, he raised his hand and pierced the wire of the cage, producing a faint pop as he effortlessly created a hole. I pondered how Ningling Sheng conceived the idea of using an iron cage to capture a ghost. After all, it was not a mere rat that could be ensnared so easily. What need then for a Taoist? Wang Dianchen, brimming with confidence, stepped inside the cage. Ningling Sheng smiled faintly and remarked, "Dianchen, many things cannot be judged merely by their appearance. Do you not perceive any change in yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ningling Sheng bellowed, "Capture!" Suddenly, the muddy ground on either side of the cage was forcefully pushed apart, revealing Nyogung Sheng and Han Zi, 2 strongmen from the engineering team, who emerged from the muck, each carrying a bucket of bright red liquid. They then simultaneously splashed the contents toward the iron cage. The buckets contained a substantial amount of blood, which drenched Wang Dianchen and the cage entirely. Strangely, as the blood touched Wang Dianchen's skin, tendrils of black smoke began to emanate from his body. Yet before he could react, Ningling Sheng produced a pair of chains adorned with jade beads, each terminating in an oval object resembling half of an eggshell. Without waiting for Wang Dianchen's response, he swiftly hung the 2 pendants from the top of the blood-soaked cage. Although Wang Dianchen relished the taste of fresh blood, he became exceedingly enraged when his body was drenched in it. With a scowl, he raised his leg, intending to step out of the iron cage. However, as he reached the entrance, 2 pendants began to crackle ominously, subsequently vibrating with intensity. Without any contact with another soul, Wang Dianchen was abruptly lifted into the air, crashing against the top of the cage before plummeting back down. Upon his fall, as his body made contact with the iron bottom, a plume of black smoke erupted. Astonished, Wang Dianchen sat within the cage, gazing at us in bewilderment. Moments later, he stood up, approached the entrance of the cage, and pointed a finger at the pendant, an appendage capable of effortlessly piercing through tangled barbed wire. Yet, upon making contact with the pendant, he was again propelled into the air, only to crash down once more. In an instant, his scarab became veined with crimson, his expression contorted into a grotesque visage as he bellowed, "What have you done to me?" Ningling Sheng remained silent, instead producing a stack of yellow talismans, affixing them to the blood-soaked iron cage. Strangely enough, as these yellow talismans absorbed the blood, they transformed into a vivid red, with a shimmering golden glyph emerging at their center, each bearing a unique design. Before long, he had plastered the 3 sides of the cage with talismans, the the golden glyphs radiating with increasing brilliance under the sunlight. Inside the cage, Wang Dianchen resembled an ant on a hot pan, his anxious head swiveling incessantly in the direction of Ning Lingsheng's movements. It was only when Ning Lingsheng began to affix the final talisman to the last side of the cage that Wang Dianchen suddenly grasped the situation. He stepped forward, fiercely gripping the cage's gaps and threatening. "You little brat, do you believe that once I get out, I will annihilate your entire family?" Ning Lingsheng paid him no heed, softly murmuring to himself. As his character was about to be affixed to the waist of the iron cage, Wang Dianchen, who had hitherto spoken with vitriol, suddenly adopted a pitiful tone. He knelt before Ning Lingsheng and implored, "Master, I too am a wretched soul. I beseech you to spare me. I understand that humans and spirits tread different paths, and I should not manipulate souls. It was merely a fleeting thought. I assure you I shall not err again." Ning Lingsheng paused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Return whence you came. All that has transpired is of your own making. If that is the case, why harbor such reluctance? I am guiding you, not harming you." Seeing that gentleness bore no fruit, Wang Dianchen's anger reignited, and he struck the iron cage forcefully, shouting, "I do not require your guidance. By what right do you make decisions for me? If you were capable of making sound choices, how could your life be so tragically flawed? Ning Lingsheng Sikhet, release me, and I shall ensure your wealth." Wang Dianchen's face twisted into a rigid smile as he pleaded. Ning Lingsheng had reached the corner of the cage, leaving only the last sliver of a talisman. He halted and stated, "Wealth has never been my primary concern." With that, he affixed the talisman to the final exposed point of the cage. The sunlight reflected off the golden characters on the talisman, revealing that the numerous talismans adhered to the surface of the cage formed a complete golden inscription. The three characters, slaughter, sin, and void, were proportionately represented in the iron cage's dimensions. Subsequently, Ning Lingsheng approached the iron cage, facing the blood-red Wang Dianchen, and uttered, "Release your obsession." After taking a step back, a moment later, thick black smoke began to rise from within the cage, swiftly enveloping Wang Dianchen, obscuring his figure from view. The iron cage started to tremble, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds as blood droplets splattered in all directions. At that moment, Ning Lingsheng suddenly extended his hand into the black smoke, causing the cage to shake even more violently, and piercing shrieks echoed from within the obscurity. However, despite the intense agitation of the iron cage, Ning Lingsheng's arm remained unwavering, akin to a steadfast mountain. He then began to pull outward, and soon Wang Diancheng's pallid, waxy face emerged from the smoke, resembling lard. As his body made contact with two dangling pendants, there was no hindrance whatsoever until he was gradually extracted in his entirety. Suddenly, the black smoke within the cage constricted rhythmically, eventually taking on a humanoid form. Ning Lingsheng, no longer gazing, raised his hand to shut the iron door. Following this, Niu Zhensheng retrieved a black bag to envelop the iron cage within. The cage continued to emit sharp cracking sounds, while Hanzai, not far away, began to excavate a patch of loose soil, having already prepared the pit to bury the cage. Subsequently, the two men placed the cage into the pit, filled it with earth, and adorned it with a pile of stones atop. At this point, Ning Lingsheng finally exhaled in relief, while Wang Dianchen lay unconscious and unresponsive. One's curiosity can lead to great trouble. Remember the lesson of Dianchen, Ning Lingsheng remarked. "Ninggu, does this count as capturing a ghost?" I inquired with curiosity. Indeed, my recent absence was due to a pilgrimage to procure a pair of protective charms from a high monk of the esoteric Buddhism, which are imbued with the power to repel malevolent forces. Thus, the adornment of the iron cage serves to prevent the escape of wandering spirits. However, it is not merely an iron cage. Rather, it is a blood cage. The wires are entwined with the sinews of swine, designed to contain a greater volume of blood. Affixed to the cage are exorcism talismans, inscribed with realgar mixed with gold powder upon yellow paper. Ninggu, I have dabbled in some exorcistic practices of the Taoist tradition. Your descriptions seem to belong to a less common realm, do they not? Ning Lingsheng chuckled. Indeed, They belong to a different category entirely. This is an exorcistic method from Southeast Asian esoteric Buddhism, wholly distinct from the Taoist exorcisms you are familiar with. I expressed my astonishment. Ninggu, as Chinese. How have we resorted to foreign exorcistic techniques? He replied earnestly, it is not a matter of being enamored with foreign practices. Rather, the exorcistic methods of Southeast Asian esoteric Buddhism yield greater efficacy. The Tao is fundamentally a form of belief rather than merely a technique. Subsequently, we departed from Qingyue village, only for Xiao Bao to seek us out once more, insisting on accompanying us in our adventures. Ning Ling Sheng, however, did not acquiesce to his request. Instead, he chose to sponsor Xiao Bao's education. Thus, while Xiao Bao's immediate affairs have reached a temporary conclusion, they are far from over. Chapter 1. The Peach Blossom Spring Scheme. Ning Lingsheng later informed us that he had conducted an investigation into the identity and background of the deceased, the woman whose skin had been flayed. Her name was Ma Lin, and she was 37 years old. Due to familial opposition against her relationship with her boyfriend, she eloped, only to discover during this escapade that he was entangled with another woman. In a fit of vengeance, she poisoned both their meals. And when she subsequently set fire to their dwelling, the flames indiscriminately claimed the lives of her upstairs neighbors, a family of 5. After being executed, her remains were sent to a plastination factory, only to be carelessly buried underground as defective waste. Her brief existence can only be described as one of chaos. The following day, Wang Dianchen regained his senses, and our affairs in Qingyue village were finally resolved, allowing us to depart. After emerging from that Eerie village, Wang Dianchen rested for 3 to 4 days before purchasing a ticket to Rongqing, intending to fulfill a promise made to Wang Maokai some time ago. We returned to Rongqing, where Wang Maokai awaited us at the station, accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. At the first sight of her, I felt a sudden jolt. Allow me to introduce you to both of them. This is General Liang, my dear friend, whose matters we are here to discuss. Mr. Qin, I entrust this to you. Wang Maotsai's laughter was accompanied by a peculiar twitch of his nose, an unmistakable sign of his discomfort. According to the prevailing fashion trends of that era, this woman was undeniably at the forefront of style. She appeared to be in her early 20s, possessing an oval face and fair skin, adorned with exceptionally prominent large waves, dyed a golden hue reminiscent of a lion's mane. She donned black leggings and a cultural shirt emblazoned with an array of peculiar Chinese characters, completing her ensemble with skate shoes and exaggeratedly large earrings. In contemporary times, a woman dressed in such a manner would likely be reported as mentally unstable. Yet, during that period, this was considered the epitome of fashion, with her attire and accessories representing the latest trends. Her demeanor was quite lively. Upon encountering a stranger, she exhibited none of the typical modesty or shyness that characterized most young women of the time. She confidently approached me, stating, "Hello, Master Qin. I have long heard of you, and seeing you today, I find you indeed youthful and accomplished. My name is Liang Zige, a friend of Mr. Wang, and I hope to rely on your guidance." With that, she extended her slender, fair hand towards me. Having never before shaken a woman's hand, I felt a flutter of excitement. After we exchanged a formal handshake, she continued, "You two have traveled a great distance. Thank you for your efforts. I have arranged a banquet at the restaurant to welcome you both. Ms. Liang, please don't be so formal. If there is anything to discuss, let us address it directly." "Dining can wait," I replied. It was evident that Mr. Qin was a man of intellect and sincerity. Yet one cannot deny that good food and drink are essential for a cheerful disposition. "Please, do not decline my invitation," she insisted. The enchanting lady's invitation to dine was simply irresistible. Thus, Wang Dianchen and I boarded Liang Zige's vibrant red Honda and proceeded to a newly opened seafood restaurant in the area. Upon entering the private room, she beckoned us to sit, instructing the waiter to serve the dishes. Once everyone was settled, she raised her glass and declared, "Today, I am in high spirits, and I shall indulge in merriment with you gentlemen." With that, she swiftly downed her drink in one gulp. Wang Dianchen and I were momentarily taken aback, and then she tilted her glass towards me, playfully gesturing, "I've finished mine. You two may proceed at your leisure." With such audacity from a lady, I felt compelled to swallow my drink in one go. Mr. Qin, you have quite the capacity for liquor. Wang Maokai chuckled as he downed his glass as well. Was there any escape for me? Wang Dianxin took a deep breath and finished his drink, his eyes immediately tinged with red. With the alcohol taking effect, we were all swept into a state of euphoria. I, feigning madness, removed my outer jacket and proclaimed, "Tonight, we shall drink to our heart's content. We will not leave until we are truly inebriated." Just as I was about to raise my glass, Wang Maokai laughed heartily and said, "General Liang, I have already brought the person you requested. Once this meal is finished, we shall discuss business. We are all friends here, so let us not stand on ceremony. I have a few matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." In a tipsy haze, I replied, "Mr. Wang, please do not let me hinder your affairs. I shall take care of General Liang." This statement was, in fact, highly inappropriate, yet in my drunken state, I felt emboldened enough to utter such nonsense. We still have serious matters to discuss. Do be cautious not to overindulge these two esteemed gentlemen, Wang Maokai remarked as he stood to take his leave, offering a final word of farewell. At this moment, Liang Zigao stood by the window of the private room, and Wang Dianxin remarked, "Mr. Liang, please don't leave. We have yet to indulge in our drinks." Seated in my chair, I felt as though I could scarcely catch my breath, with saliva trickling down my chin. Though I was cognizant of the lack of decorum, I lacked the strength to suppress my drooling. After approximately another minute, Liang Zigao approached the door of the room and instructed, "Waiter, please bring 2 cups of hangover soup." "Hangover soup? I'm not even drunk," Wang Dianxin protested, swaying with the bottle of liquor. Soon enough, the hangover soup was delivered and placed on the table. With a slight smile, Liang Zigao remarked, "Both of you are true men. Since you dare to drink, surely you can handle this soup as well?" "Of course, there's no problem." With that, Wang Dianxin lifted a bowl and gulped it down. Although I felt utterly uncomfortable, my mind remained relatively clear. The aroma of the hangover soup was intolerable, and I struggled to contain my churning stomach. "I don't need this, Mr. Liang. Just speak your mind." "Well, earlier, old Wang was unable to speak freely. By the way, if old Wang inquires about the purpose of your invitation, please tell him it is to seek opportunities for my younger brother. Can I count on your support?" "I understand. Please feel free to express whatever is necessary." I sensed that this woman before me was undoubtedly a formidable character, and her relationship with Wang Maokai was likely far from mere friendship. As expected, Liang Zige raised a cup of sour plum juice, took a sip, and smiled, saying, "Master Qin, it is indeed not easy for women to navigate this world. If one is unattractive, they are subjected to ridicule. If one is beautiful, they must fear the unwanted attention of rogues. It truly weighs on the heart. Women are perpetually in a position of vulnerability before men, yet with Liang's talents, she should not be inferior to those men," I remarked with a smile. "Oh, so I am still considered a person of stature in Master Qin's eyes?" Liang Zige gazed at me with a smile, her expression somewhat peculiar. For some reason, under her gaze, I suddenly felt a parched throat and a restless body. Swallowing hard, I replied, "You jest, Liang. You are the big boss. Why should you care about my opinion?" "The boss?" She chuckled softly. "Do I truly resemble a boss? That is a matter of interpretation. After all, bosses do not possess any fixed characteristics. I am no boss. At most, I am merely a little flower beside the boss." This identity was anticipated, so I felt no surprise, but a thought emerged in my mind. A fine dish has been picked by a pig. In that era, individuals like Liang Zige could only be classified in one way, as lovers. Terms such as mistress or second wife had yet to be coined, and today, the term lover simply denotes a romantic relationship without any derogatory connotation. This illustrates the conservative nature of societal views in the early 1990s. In that era, it was quite rare to find young women willing to be mistresses. Liang Zige was the first woman I encountered in my life who relinquished her dignity for monetary gain. And she did so with such complete detachment, devoid of any emotion. Yet, in the presence of her beautiful visage, I found myself unable to feel anger. "Mr. Liang, please call me Zige," she said with a faint smile. Though her smile could not be described as enchanting, it was undeniably charming. Men are inherently weak, and I felt a surge of blood rushing through me as I said, If you have something to discuss, please feel free to speak. I will do my utmost to assist you. Thank you for your willingness, Master Qin, she replied, moving closer to me. Whispering softly in my ear, she confided, few men are truly honest. They're always eyeing what is in another's bowl while eating from their own. Our old Wang is the epitome of this type. I wish to ask Master Qin for a favor. I want him to fall utterly in love with me. That, I do not possess such abilities. A person's heart resides within their own being. I cannot control another individual. I lack such extraordinary powers. Master, I know you must possess such capabilities. You simply do not wish to assist me. Do you think my intentions are insincere? With that, she grasped my hand and pressed it against her bosom. This was my first experience of such intimate contact, and it was with an air of confusion that I acquiesced. As I felt the soft warmth beneath my palm, my mind buzzed, overwhelmed by a mixture of heat and alcohol, nearly causing me to faint. Instinctively, I recoiled as if jolted by an electric shock. Goodness, what has happened to you? Liang Zigao displayed no semblance of shyness, gazing at me with her large, watery eyes that seemed innocently enchanting. Wang Jianxin had succumbed to inebriation, his rhythmic snores resonating evenly, rendering him oblivious to the unfolding dynamics between Liang Zigao and myself. President Liang, call me Zigao. Zigao, we cannot proceed in this manner. After all, I am friends with President Wang. Friends? She scoffed, replying, do you know I was once his friend's girlfriend? At that moment, I felt the world spiraling into chaos. Master Qin, I implore you, lend me your assistance. I can offer both money and resources. It simply depends on whether you are willing to oblige. I am not evading your request, but your demands are indeed challenging. Then devise a solution for me. You are a person of true capabilities, and if you are inclined to assist, you must surely have a way. She wore a look that suggested she had me entirely at her mercy. At this juncture, I recognized that evasion was futile, for I, a mere 17-year-old innocent, was akin to an infant in the presence of such a seasoned connoisseur of romance. I chose not to feign ignorance and stated plainly, if we are discussing solutions, there is indeed one. There exists a specific feng shui arrangement for the bedroom, known as the peach blossom spring formation. While it cannot dictate his actions, it can certainly render him utterly enchanted by the delights beneath the bed. Are you willing to give it a try? Chapter 1. A night of serendipitous encounter. Prior to my substantive exploration of feng shui, I had naively perceived it merely as an art of determining the placement of yin and yang residences. However, after studying systematically with Ning Ling Sheng, I have come to realize that the facets of life intertwined with feng shui are exceedingly numerous. It can be asserted that our attire, sustenance, habitation, and even our professional endeavors, matrimonial unions, and interpersonal relationships are all influenced by feng shui. Among these, the peach blossom spring arrangement serves as a quintessential example of bedroom feng shui. The concept of residence in feng shui transcends the mere positioning of yin and yang homes. It also encompasses the internal layout of the domicile. The configuration within a dwelling can significantly impact various aspects of an individual's life, such as financial fortunes, sleep quality, and spousal relations. Some individuals lament that as time passes in matrimony, physical intimacy feels akin to the sensation of one hand touching the other, devoid of any spark, leading to a lackluster approach to certain activities. They remain oblivious to the fact that, aside from the inevitable aesthetic fatigue that arises, the feng shui arrangement of their bedroom is also a contributing factor. To illustrate, consider a room that remains unchanged for years. The furniture, exposed to the elements, inevitably succumbs to oxidation, gradually acquiring a sense of antiquity. Who can sustain fervor when confronted daily with such stagnant surroundings? In essence, a space that remains unrefreshed for an extended period becomes a source of despondency. It is akin to consuming the same dish or traversing the same path repeatedly. Over time, such monotony invariably influences one's thoughts and emotions. Though feng shui may seem enigmatic at first glance, once one truly comprehends its principles, it becomes evident that many of its philosophies and methodologies are profoundly interconnected with the rhythms of daily life. When a couple finds themselves in a warmly decorated room, It undoubtedly ignites a fervor far surpassing that of languishing in a dilapidated old house for years. Of course, the springtime of romantic blossoms is not included in this context. It does not conform to the usual principles of feng shui, appearing to the ordinary observer as an enigmatic situation. Feng shui can be divided into two categories: the ordinary configurations, which involve the selection of yin and yang residences with a proper arrangement and decor, and the esoteric configurations, which pertain to wealth attraction and special requests. The springtime of romantic blossoms draws its essence from the narrative of the Ming dynasty's Emperor Zhuhou, who spoke of beauty captivating the eye in the spring palace. Thus, I humbly profess that despite my youth, I can be regarded as a connoisseur of matters pertaining to romantic relationships. Today, as Liang Zige has sought my counsel, it is only fitting that I, being adept in this realm, cannot remain indifferent. I perceive this as a fortuitous opportunity, sparing innocent souls from the predations of lecherous individuals like Wang Maokai. The pairing of a sordid man with a lascivious woman epitomizes a perfect match. Therefore, orchestrating a romantic scenario for the two is an obligation I must embrace. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, I accompanied Wang Dianxin to his hotel and then followed Liang Zige to her private chamber. At that time, the so-called luxurious residences consisted primarily of villas or multi-story apartments measuring around 80 to 90 square meters, with Liang Zige residing in a community named Nanhai Courtyard in the city center. Her third-floor dwelling spans 85 square meters, comprising 2.5 rooms along with a living area. The largest room, oriented towards the south, serves as the bedroom, while the remaining half is divided into a study and a guest room. I took a cursory glance at the interior decor, which could neither be deemed exceptional nor poor. It embodied a sense of moderation. Such a dwelling truly warrants transformation. Thus, I proceeded into the bedroom. The room was square and symmetrical, with a wooden cabinet affixed to the northern wall, and in the center stood a natural wood-colored mattress. Near the window was a long wooden desk. Beyond these furnishings, there was nothing else, reflecting the elegant yet minimalist design characteristic of that era. The cabinet was immovable, leaving only the bed and the desk susceptible to alteration, alongside the possibility of introducing additional items. Observing this arrangement, I discerned the potential for change. The principles of feng shui are not rigid, but must be adapted to local factors. In a blossoming phase of romance, the first adjustment necessitates the alteration of the room's colors. The hue most likely to invigorate men is golden yellow. Hence, it is essential to imbue the space with a shimmering golden aesthetic. I instructed Liang Zige to replace all the bed linens with golden yellow fabric, and to adorn the walls with golden wallpaper, fashioned into dozens of butterflies seemingly poised to take flight, affixed to the wall opposite the bed. On the bedside table, a cylindrical Mexican cactus must be placed, round in shape and upright in growth, ideally less than half a meter tall. Additionally, a small decorative piece capable of dripping water should be positioned within the cabinet, with a drip rate of approximately 3 seconds per drop, creating a soft, elusive sound that is nonetheless perceptible. Next comes the arrangement of cabinets and all square objects within the room. It is essential to recognize that quadrilateral and rectangular objects inherently possess a positive energy that can suppress the malevolent forces within the human body. While desire falls within the realm of human nature, it also belongs to the category of malevolent energies. Therefore, items such as stools, cabinets, and televisions can effectively curb one's desires, ultimately disrupting the ambience between men and women. The methodology for handling cabinets is particularly meticulous, colloquially referred to in the industry as edging. When carpenters construct wooden cabinets, they emphasize precision in both horizontal and vertical alignment. The overall lines of the cabinet must be orderly, and the vertical surfaces should be as straight as a taut line. Consequently, the corners of straight edges must be wrapped, a process that is quite nuanced. Silk must be used as the outer material, with cotton filling the interior. Subsequently, a design featuring clear lines and a pronounced three-dimensional quality, yet devoid of feet, is printed upon the silk surface. This is the exquisite touch that enhances the entire arrangement, leaving one to ponder how the master who devised the peach blossom spring layout conceived such an idea. Generally speaking, A wardrobe positioned against the wall requires two edges to be wrapped, the top edge and the vertical edge on the left side. Once the silk surface, filled with cotton, is printed with an image of beautiful legs, it appears remarkably lifelike, as if they were genuine human legs. Affixing this to the two edges of the cabinet transforms the stark lines into gracefully contoured legs. However, it is crucial that the color of the legs matches that of the cabinet. Otherwise, it may evoke a sense of discomfort, ultimately achieving the opposite effect. With the completion of this fundamental layout, each item within the space holds its significance. To begin with, the hue of gold is particularly potent in stirring the innate desires within men. Because this is the essence of gold, what men ultimately yearn for is, at its core, wealth. The ethereal fluttering of paper butterflies can evoke a sense of relaxation within one's soul, engendering a delightful feeling. To engage in such pursuits, a joyful disposition is paramount. While the cylindrical cactus and the sound of dripping water serve as subtle suggestions, in the absence of a woman, these two items remain mere commonplace decorations. However, once one embraces a woman and gazes upon these objects, peculiar associations arise, with effects that are self-evident. The depiction of human legs on the cabinet similarly serves this purpose. A timely and judicious revelation is far more impactful for a man's visual sensibilities than complete exposure, with the legs being the most appropriate area to reveal. What is deemed sensual is merely the fanciful musings conjured within a man's mind, rather than an instantaneous fulfillment. Once all these aspects are meticulously arranged, the most significant and final step of the entire composition is aptly termed a night of intimate rendezvous. Chapter 1. The Thief of Death. This title may evoke an indescribable sense of ambiguity, yet is merely a commonplace method. To accomplish this, one needs to follow three simple steps. First, securely close the doors and windows of the bedroom. Second, boil a kettle of water. And finally, place a wooden basin in the bedroom and pour the hot water into it. The night of intimate encounters concludes here. The explanation from the peach blossom spring chamber is that when a human body is in a state of dryness, the sensation of desire diminishes. Thus, warmth and moisture serve as the most effective catalyst for desire, which fundamentally explains why large bathing establishments often double as venues for indulgence. At my behest, after 3 days of strenuous effort, a modern peach blossom spring chamber was finally set up. She promptly handed us 3,000 yuan and assured us that if it proved effective, she would reward us with an additional 7,000 yuan. Before leaving, I cautioned her that rooms designed as peach blossom spring chambers must not contain any feng shui artifacts. Otherwise, the chamber would be rendered ineffective. Furthermore, Wang Maokai had an innate proclivity for greed. Therefore, the woman could wear a jade coin around her neck and tie a golden belt around her abdomen, which would serve as highly effective stimulants for Wang Maokai. Liang Zig chuckled. Are you suggesting I adorn myself with these items in the nude? Having grown quite familiar with her during this time, she spoke to me without a hint of restraint, and her words left me blushing. What you say could lead Wang Maokai to think we share something more, I replied, somewhat flustered. What could possibly be the matter? I wonder if you would be willing to cooperate. She arched an eyebrow, her eyes glimmering with allure. Spare me. If you could dedicate this energy to properly attending to Wang Maokai, it would suffice. Do not seek amusement at my expense. When have I ever sought merriment at your expense? They have long harbored an interest in you. Yet alas, you deemed them unworthy. The more we spoke, the more excessive it became. I truly could not be bothered to engage further, excusing myself to the restroom before bidding her farewell. Do you share any sort of relationship with her? Wang Dianxin inquired from behind me. What sort of relationship? I feigned ignorance. Do not attempt to play coy with me. I am fully aware of what I see. Wang Dianxin remarked with a mischievous grin. Spare me your nonsense. Refrain from spreading rumors, especially in front of Ningguo. Should you dare to speak ill, do not expect to profit from me in the future. Look at you, getting all worked up over a mere jest. Is it truly that amusing? Some jokes are permissible, while others are not. Understood, a learned one. Just as we were about to board the train, we received a message from Ning Lingsheng, which contained only 4 words, urgent response required. We did not dare to delay and promptly returned the call. On the other end, Ning Lingsheng instructed me to retrieve a blueprint from Rongqing University. After hanging up, I said to Wang Dianchen, "The blueprint for the divine tiger locking the heavens should have been secured. The elder brother will surely be overjoyed." Wang Dianchen chuckled. "Then it seems we shall not be departing today. Let us go and exchange our tickets." After exchanging my tickets at the train station, I proceeded to Rongxing University. At that time, Lu Qinghan had already stepped down from his position as president and welcomed us at his home. He presented a clipboard containing A4 sheets and said, "Mr. Ning entrusted me with this matter, and I'm committed to fulfilling my duty. Please pass it on to him." President Liu, please refrain from addressing me as such. I'm no longer the president. He laughed heartily. "Uncle Liu, you have truly worked hard. This is a commendable endeavor," I replied. Do not place such grand labels upon me. My relationship with Mr. Ning is one of gentlemanly camaraderie, and I shall certainly see to his requests. However, this drawing is singular. There are no copies, so please do not misplace it. Although he warmly invited us to dine, we politely declined. After leaving his residence, we enjoyed a meal at a nearby street stall before seeking accommodation at a local inn. Strangely, while I typically found it difficult to fall asleep until around midnight, on this occasion, I felt drowsy soon after 8 o'clock. I intended to retire for the night, but fatigue enveloped me swiftly, and before long, my eyelids succumbed to heaviness, plunging me into unconsciousness. I know not how much time had passed when I was startled awake by the cold. As I opened my eyes, an overwhelming weight settled upon my head, akin to a heavy iron weight pressing down upon me. Yet, when I focused on my surroundings, I was nearly driven to madness by fear. I discovered myself slumped on the sofa, while a solitary figure sat silently on the bed across from me, adorned with my gold jewelry around his neck and wrist, sporting an eerie smile as he fixed his gaze upon me, motionless. The distance between the bed and the sofa was remarkably close. Our knees nearly brushed against each other. My mind was clouded with heaviness, so I shook my head vigorously before reopening my eyes. This time, my vision cleared, revealing a figure clad in a blue Zhongshan suit, appearing to be in his 30s, with a slender frame and a slightly balding head. His countenance resembled that of a perennial underachiever, perhaps a deputy section chief from some governmental office. Despite the considerable time that had elapsed, the individual remained utterly still, maintaining his position as he stared at me. A sense of unease crept over me. I reached out to check for a breath beneath his nose. There was not a trace of air. When I tested his fingers, I realized his body had grown rigid. Glancing at my watch, I noted that it was just past 4 in the morning. It became evident that this man had entered my room shortly after I had fallen asleep, presumably with the intent to steal. He must have had his eyes set on the yellow items adorning my neck and wrists. How brazen of him to attempt such a theft on my person. I quickly deduced the cause of his demise. His face was deathly pale, and his lips were as dark as if stained with ink. I refrained from raising an alarm and quietly made my way to Wang Dianchen's room to rouse him. "You shouldn't linger here. We must leave at once." I found myself in a predicament. "What has happened?" he mumbled, still drowsy. "A thief has died in my room." "What?" He instantly awakened. "Has there been a fatality?" "Indeed. Take the diagram of the divine tiger locking the celestial gate and return. Let's see how Ning Ge handles this matter." "All right, I will prepare immediately." After he finished speaking, he got up to wash up. I placed the hardboard containing the blueprints on his bed and turned to leave. Moments later, as Wang Dianchen exited through my room's door with his bag, he waved goodbye. Once he left the hotel, I made an effort to calm my emotions and, subsequently, went downstairs to the service desk to dial 110. The night shift attendant sat drowsily in a recliner at the bar, seemingly indifferent to my presence. The call was soon connected, and the voice on the other end said, "Hello, this is the Rongqing City 110 Emergency Call Center. How may I assist you? I am in a hotel, and a person has died in my room. Please send someone to handle the situation." The attendant appeared to snap back to reality, her body straightening as she stared at me wide-eyed, seemingly seeking confirmation. After hanging up the phone, I returned to my room. In an effort to appear composed, I chose not to sit back on the sofa, opting instead to lean against the door and observe the thief's retreating figure. Approximately 5 minutes later, I heard the sound of footsteps echoing on the staircase. Soon, the attendant arrived, accompanied by 2 plainclothes police officers. One of the officers, A tall man with a dark complexion and a closely cropped hairstyle approached me in the corridor and inquired, "Did you call the police?" "Yes," I replied. The attendant promptly turned and left, clearly hesitant to remain close. The two officers stepped to the entrance and surveyed the room, asking, "How did this person meet his demise?" "I am unsure. I suspect he attempted to steal my necklace and bracelet while I was asleep, and somehow he ended up dead," I explained. "What are you doing when he died?" "I was asleep. I suspect he may have drugged me," as I awoke feeling quite unwell. The younger officer, wearing a baseball cap, entered the room and inhaled deeply, remarking, "There seems to be a distinct odor of some substance. Should a drug have been administered, a urine test would reveal it. This is not a matter of great concern, as you were in a state of unconsciousness during the incident and thus unaware of the circumstances," the middle-aged officer stated. "Indeed, I opened my eyes to find him dead before me," I replied. He nodded thoughtfully and circled around to examine the body more closely. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I asked, "Officer, you don't suspect me of murder, do you?" "Not all," he assured me. He stated without hesitation that there were no evident external injuries on the deceased, nor were there any signs of struggle at the scene. Moreover, his expression. At this point, the officer furrowed his brow and remarked on what circumstances the victim encountered before his demise that could have led to such a peculiar expression. Chapter 1. Heartfelt concerns. I could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. The rapid beating of my heart rendered my breathing somewhat labored. Although there were 3 individuals in the room, the oppressive silence was disconcerting. After an indeterminate period, one of them suddenly inquired, "You don't seem to be a local. What brings you here?" "Indeed," I replied. "Oh, might I inquire about the nature of your business?" "I am here to assist a friend with some feng shui matters. I was just about to return after completing my tasks." "Remarkable. You are quite young, yet possess knowledge of feng shui." "Yes, I have a modest understanding," I said modestly. "However, I must confess that I find such beliefs to be mere illusions," he retorted without reservation. "How should one articulate such matters?" "It is a belief that holds meaning for some, while others find it inconsequential," I responded. "Indeed, that is a phrase often employed by monks and Taoists to deceive. They can argue both sides with equal validity. If you truly possess the ability to discern the quality of feng shui, would you reside in this very house? Surely, you would have avoided this situation altogether," he said, laced with sarcasm. "Perhaps you are correct. You make a valid point," I replied, not wishing to incite conflict. Offering a perfunctory response. "At your age, to adorn oneself with such substantial jewelry, you must be quite prosperous," he remarked, glancing at the gold ornament. "What does it bear inscribed upon it?" Since donning this piece, I had not taken a moment to scrutinize it closely, for it was a vessel containing a spirit, and I feared it might ensnare my gaze. I had heard from the police that it bore a design, so I leaned in to take a closer look. "Why would you need to examine your own possession?" At that moment, 5 or 6 more police officers arrived. Among them were those assigned to criminal investigations. We stepped out of the house, uncertain of how long I could endure without these sole instruments. I inquired of the middle-aged detective, "Officer, when will my belongings be returned to me?" He reassured me, "Do not worry. Your items will be returned once the cause of death of the deceased is thoroughly investigated." His words sent a shiver down my spine. Perhaps noticing my discomfort, he added, "What's wrong? Are you not at ease with your possessions being kept at the police station?" "It is not a matter of distrust," I replied, "but I've been accustomed to being with them since childhood. The moment they are taken from me, I feel an overwhelming emptiness. Rest assured, I will expedite the return of your belongings. However, for the next few days, you must cooperate with our investigation." I had no choice but to comply. After examining the scene, the officers brought me back to the precinct, where they first confirmed my identity and then contacted my family and superiors. Ning Lingsheng was already aware of the situation and stated he would come shortly, but my family. I was astounded by their utter indifference. They informed the police that I had not been with them since childhood and had severed all parental ties, thus they would not be coming. To be frank, I had spent little time with my parents. My bond with them was far weaker than that with Dongyi. So, I felt less sorrow than a sense of suffocation. The middle-aged officer remarked, "Have your parents been so deeply hurt by you that they could turn so cold?" I understood their concerns were rooted in fear of being burdened by my misfortune. To have such family was indeed a stroke of ill luck. Nonsense. It was I who felt encumbered by them. In a moment of rage, I shouted loudly. The police, taken aback, quietly exited the dormitory area after a while. I found myself unable to sleep, fearing that upon opening my eyes, that ominous presence would be looming over me. Though I was not particularly terrified of her, I had no desire to provoke such a ghastly entity, neither human nor ghost. It seemed the personnel from the Public Security Bureau had forgotten about me. After a significant duration, no one attended to my needs. The clock had already passed 9 in the morning, yet no one had brought me a morsel to eat, leaving my stomach to grumble incessantly. Unable to endure the hunger any longer, I cautiously opened the door. Before me lay a dimly lit corridor, with several nearby offices curiously devoid of occupants, though faint voices could be heard in the distance. I tread lightly to the end of the corridor, where I beheld the main entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Opposite me was a narrow passage, and directly ahead stood a spiral staircase situated in the center of the building. The staircase provided 2 exits on each floor, extending all the way up to the 6th level. Upon observing the internal layout of this building, I surmised that the police in Rongqing had perhaps been enduring a challenging existence in recent years. The central staircase, dividing the structure into 2 symmetrical halves, imparted an impression of grand openness. It even evoked a sense of towering majesty, underscoring the solemnity of the law enforcement agency. However, from a feng shui perspective, this arrangement was deemed highly inauspicious, known as piercing the heart. The central position of the building resembled a human heart, while the fixed supports of the staircase bore a striking resemblance to a spear. What consequences might arise when such a spear pierces the heart? I could only wonder what had possessed the original designer of this building to create such a peculiar internal structure. It is evident that the troubles they encounter are boundless, and the mortality rate within the police force is likely among the highest in the nation. Reflecting upon the situation, it is apparent that even when the 2 officers entered the deceased's room, there were signs that hinted at the unusual nature of the death. The lack of astonishment displayed by the pair, particularly the middle-aged officer who even found the time to mock me, indicates their desensitization to such occurrences. With this thought in mind, I ascended the staircase, layer by layer. As the number of people increased, both officers and ordinary citizens attending to their business, until I reached the 6th floor. There, I observed distinct cracks and signs of repair at the junction of the spiral staircase's support rod and the ceiling above. Upon seeing this, a sudden understanding dawned upon me regarding the incident that had transpired. Thus, filled with confidence, I returned to the 1st floor and laid down on the iron bed in the police dormitory. You should report this case. I will discuss the specifics with Officer Long. As the sound of conversation approached, the door swung open, and the middle-aged officer entered, holding a report. He handed me a rice ball wrapped in fried dough, saying, "I apologize for the wait. I was at the Provincial Department's Accident Identification section awaiting the autopsy report. The individual who died in your room is indeed a habitual thief named Li Fu. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison for theft 5 years ago and was recently released after serving a year for stealing a motorcycle from a neighbor. Upon examination, a glass vial containing isoflurane was discovered on him. This aerosolized anesthetic indicates that Li Fu intended to steal your jewelry. However, he succumbed to a sudden myocardial infarction during the act. I personally speculate that 2 factors may have contributed to his cardiac episode. First, the value of the stolen items likely exceeded his expectations. Second, the anesthetic may have triggered a pre-existing heart condition that he was unaware of, leading to his immediate demise. It is only natural for him to consider such possibilities, and I playfully remarked, "What then shall we say about the expression on his face?" I explained that his countenance reflected the abruptness of his heart attack, which occurred before he even experienced any pain, leaving behind an expression of exhilaration from the theft. This is not a matter of concern. The case can be deemed conclusive. I then inquired whether the casualty rate in our precinct was the highest among police departments nationwide. "What did you say?" he replied, astonished that I would pose such a question. "Oh, please don't misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to inquire about the casualty rate during our operations. Are we frequently confronted with homicides and perplexing cases?" He squinted at me, scrutinizing my face for a considerable time before responding, "What do you mean by asking these questions?" Nothing of significance. It's merely a whimsical notion, a moment of leisure to engage in conversation with you. Are these matters classified? The casualty rate among police officers is undoubtedly confidential, and certain cases that may significantly impact society are naturally also kept under wraps. May I venture to speculate that your precinct's casualty rate likely does not rank first nationally, but perhaps falls within the top 3? Moreover, you frequently encounter perplexing and troublesome major cases, do you not? Are you merely feigning ignorance? Or is there a deeper meaning to your words? I've already stated that this case has been resolved. Furthermore, I can ascertain that there once stood a tall, pointed stone structure on your rooftop, utilized for hoisting the national flag during significant holidays. However, in the past 2 years, that protruding stone pole has been destroyed, and in its place, a dome-shaped building has been erected. Since then, both your casualty rate and the occurrence of unsolved cases have diminished, allowing you a respite over these past 2 years. Speaking of which, I must also mention that the director of your Public Security Bureau likely has one of the highest turnover rates among police chiefs nationwide, with the current leader only recently having stabilized in their position. Am I mistaken in my observations? Chapter 1. The Fallen Girl After a Moment of Contemplation. He closed the door and took a seat before me, inquiring, "Did any officers come by earlier?" "No," I replied coolly. "Then how do you know all this?" A sardonic smile crept across my face as I responded, "It is merely through the very thing you least believe in, feng shui." "Spare me your tricks. Are you attempting to deceive me? Surely, officers must have visited." I mused. The officers who can come here likely aren't particularly seasoned. Thus, they wouldn't hold significant positions. If even you are unaware of the rooftop's secrets, how could any other officer possibly know? Then enlighten me about the secrets that lie here. Would it amuse you to hear? You fundamentally dismiss feng shui, and even if you were to learn the truth, what could it possibly change? Speaking of such matters would yield no benefit, and could, in fact, lead to complications. I shan't engage in such unprofitable endeavors. I understand your perspective. How about this? After our discussion, I will retrieve your gold ring and expedite your release. What do you think? So, you have begun to believe in feng shui again? I retorted with a hint of mockery. Brother, I realize my previous words may have caused you discomfort. However, if you truly possess a means to reduce casualties among our police force, I sincerely hope you can assist us. Officers have families too. The loss of one affects many. I implore you to lend a hand. His earnestness struck a chord within me, leaving me somewhat abashed. I conceded, "I apologize. I will converse with you. However, be aware that this matter may implicate certain vested interests. Thus, the truth eludes me, leaving me to rely solely on conjecture. Feng shui, after all, is not akin to the investigative pursuits where facts and evidence are laid bare before the eyes. Do you grasp my meaning? I understand. Feel free to speak your mind. I am no novice in this line of work. I am well aware of what ought to be said and what should remain unspoken. Now, before we delve into the matter at hand, I wish to pose a question. Do you know who the designer of this building is? Regrettably, I do not possess that knowledge. Were you present during the construction of this edifice? Indeed, I was. The former bureau site was located at Zinjiku. While this structure was completed in 1982, I nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, I seized a steamed rice dumpling from the table and took a bite, continuing, I wonder if the feng shui arrangement of this building was intentionally crafted, as it has culminated in an exceedingly perilous layout. The implications of this layout are particularly detrimental to the leadership, which elucidates the frequent changes in bureau chiefs. Furthermore, the harm inflicted upon individuals is markedly severe, accounting for your alarmingly high casualty rate. Ultimately, the crux of the issue resides in the staircase. Can a staircase truly wield such influence? He exclaimed, wide-eyed. Typically, staircases are constructed along the sides of a building, yet yours is positioned centrally, which is inherently abnormal. Moreover, the supporting rods of the staircase are straight and sharp, even piercing through the building itself. In terms of shape, it resembles a spear thrusting upwards from the ground, penetrating the entire structure. You are essentially encircled by a weapon that emerges from the depths of hell. How can life be pleasant in such circumstances? However, I have also encountered certain ancient edifices where the staircase is constructed in a central position, Could this be problematic? Perhaps not. It primarily depends on the configuration and length of the supporting columns. Generally, these columns are designed to resemble a wall, with the staircase affixed alongside it, and the tops of the columns typically reach only to the ceiling. Should the uppermost level require additional construction, it would be undertaken separately. The supporting column is a singular entity, and to secure it, builders must create an opening in the concrete ceiling to allow its passage. This reflects a deliberate arrangement of feng shui within the structure. You have been ensnared in this for 12 long years. I dare say a significant portion of the deceased officers fell victim to this feng shui arrangement. However, it seems that adept individuals later discerned its flaws, leading to the destruction of the spire atop the building. Do you know when this pinnacle was constructed? The middle-aged officer pondered and replied, "It must have been 2 years ago. At that time, the department announced plans to add an additional floor, yet there has been little progress, apart from the addition of a structure resembling the rooftop of an ancient building. This structure is known as a treasure pinnacle, primarily serving to stabilize feng shui and ward off malevolent spirits. I was unaware of this, but I occasionally observed traces of incense offerings around the treasure pinnacle when I visited the rooftop. I had not given it much thought, but your explanation has illuminated my understanding. Officer, while you may not believe in feng shui, your superiors hold a greater faith in it. They seek to mitigate the adverse effects of this feng shui arrangement by erecting the treasure pinnacle. If your casualty rates have indeed diminished over the years, it is a testament to the efficacy of the treasure pinnacle. Indeed, the casualty rate has significantly decreased over the past 2 years. It appears that I have been rather uninformed regarding the underlying reasons." He sighed and remarked, "I believe you ought to ascertain the identity of the individual who designed this building. What could possibly motivate such actions? The selfish whims of one individual have led to the demise of countless innocent officers. This person is indeed guilty of grave sins." "You are absolutely correct," I replied. "This matter must be thoroughly investigated, and those responsible must face the consequences. Otherwise," I paused, "I must caution you that there are certainly deeper secrets at play. If the flaws in this scheme have already been uncovered, why has this individual not been apprehended to answer for the fallen officers? Could it be that?" I hesitated. I am not a member of the police force and cannot speak recklessly. However, it seems only an insider could orchestrate such deceit, and their rank would undoubtedly be considerable. As for their motives, they remain inscrutable, yet their heart is undeniably cruel, I expressed with resentment. The officer, with a stern expression, stated, "Regardless of this person's identity, I am determined to find them. They must provide an explanation to the deceased." At this point, he had developed considerable trust in me. After exchanging introductions, he led me to the evidence room to retrieve the collar and gold bracelet, saying, "Young man, I believe one should exercise discretion. The items you possess are rather ostentatious." I could not elaborate further on the matter, so I simply smiled and replied, "I do not intend to flaunt wealth. It is merely a custom from my hometown, meant for longevity." "Well, I am merely offering a suggestion for your consideration," he concluded. After leaving the police station, I promptly called Ning Lingsheng to inform him of my safety. Upon learning that he was on his way, I replied, "No need, I shall return immediately." He consented, advising me to exercise caution on my journey. At that moment, Ning Lingsheng had already departed from Jinyu village en route to Xinxiang. Thus, I needed to head to Xinxiang to rendezvous with the construction team. To mitigate potential troubles, I wrapped my collar and bracelet in a black cloth. Xinxiang is not merely a town, but the name of a city. Unfortunately, there were no direct trains from Rongqing to Xinxiang. A transfer was necessary. Therefore, I purchased a train ticket to Sunan City, with a train departing that very afternoon. After acquiring my ticket, I left Rongqing the same day. At that time, there were no high-speed trains, only the traditional green trains. The journey, covering over 400 kilometers, would take an entire night, and the train was exceedingly crowded. Smoking was permitted in the carriages, and the stench was unbearable. Unable to endure it any longer, I rose and moved to the junction of 2 carriages. Although it was adjacent to the restroom, the foul odor was preferable to the mingled scent of the passengers within. Leaning against the carriage door, I took out a book on feng shui and began to read intently. I lost track of time, but eventually I faintly heard the laughter of children at play, accompanied by the gentle cooing of a woman soothing a child. It was nearly midnight, and most passengers were asleep. Though the sounds were soft, they were distinctly audible. I glanced into the carriage, but saw no woman with children. Just as I was about to resume my reading, I heard the children's laughter again, this time more clearly, seemingly emanating from the restroom. I was not overly suspicious, assuming it was merely an adult accompanying a child to the restroom. After a while, I began to feel an urgent need, so I approached the restroom, intending to enter. However, I was greeted by the sound of the child's laughter emanating from within. How long had they been playing? Surely, they couldn't find it pleasant. With no other option, I headed to the restroom on the opposite side. Upon exiting, I felt somewhat drowsy and yearned to return to my seat for a brief rest. Yet, as I passed by the restroom, the child's laughter continued to resonate. Piquing my curiosity, I knocked gently on the restroom door, but there was no response, only the persistent laughter. Driven by a sense of unease, I turned the handle and pushed the door open, only to be taken aback by the sight of a girl clad in a beige dress. Her hair styled in 2 braids, perched precariously on the open car window, her body nearly half exposed to the outside. Alarmed, I felt a chill run down my spine and instinctively called out, "Come back." Just as I reached out to embrace her, the little girl leaned forward and tumbled out of the car. Chapter 1: Unfulfilled. Wish the old green train windows were not sealed. They could be opened, and the restroom windows were typically left ajar for ventilation. It was through this opening that I witnessed a life extinguished before my very eyes. The pain of that moment is beyond description. In a state of panic, I approached the window to peer outside, but all I saw was an impenetrable darkness. In my frantic state, I sought out a slumbering attendant in the passenger compartment and, trembling, recounted the tragic event to her. This kind-faced woman, in her 40s, listened attentively before frowning in contemplation. "You may have misunderstood," she said. "What child would be playing in a restroom? Surely, an adult would not permit it. Moreover, the restroom is frequently in use. If a child were occupying it, someone would have complained by now." Her reasoning seemed plausible, and I began to wonder if I had indeed imagined it. Noticing my uncertainty, she smiled gently. Some individuals find crowded environments overwhelming, which can lead to anxiety while traveling. Over time, this may even result in hallucinations. Do not dwell on it. If there were truly a derailment, we would have heard something by now. I suggest you take a moment to rest. Seeing her composed demeanor, I began to believe that perhaps I had conjured this vision. And even if I had encountered a ghost, what of it? I had seen such things before. Thus, I returned to my seat. The dim azure light filtering from the ceiling of the tranquil carriage only intensified my drowsiness. I removed my coat and draped it over my head, closing my eyes to succumb to sleep. As I drifted into a hazy slumber, I faintly perceived the voice of a little girl whispering near my ear. Little hands, with 10 fingers each. You help me, and I shall help you, like 10 good friends." Startled, I abruptly sat up, and as my clothes slipped from my head, my gaze fell upon the reflection of a girl in a beige dress, who seemed to have fallen from the train. Cast upon the glass window, the interior of the carriage glowed brighter than the outside, rendering the once transparent glass like a mirror, clearly reflecting the girl's figure. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years of age, her cherubic face full and beautiful. Had she been alive, she would undoubtedly have been a beloved child. Her braided hair, tied with red ribbons at either side, stood out vividly against the black night sky. The girl on the glass remained motionless, her pallid face devoid of any expression. I felt no fear of apparitions, so I held her gaze, unaware of how long we remained locked in this silent exchange. Eventually, the little girl slowly raised her right hand, revealing that her index finger lacked its tip. I jolted awake, rubbing my bleary eyes, pondering if it had all merely been a fleeting dream. A glance at my watch confirmed that only an hour had passed since I had succumbed to sleep. At this moment, I became certain that this girl must have perished aboard this train. Resolutely, I rose once more to approach the crew cabin, but this time, it was devoid of the attendant. Thus, I found myself standing before the restroom door, initially intending to enter. Upon discovering that the door card indicated someone was inside, I waited at the entrance for approximately 10 minutes. No sound emanated from within, which struck me as odd. I approached and knocked, inquiring, "Excuse me, are you ready?" Yet, there was no response. The door had been securely locked by the attendant. At that moment, it dawned on me that the girl's demise was undoubtedly linked to the train staff. Thus, I forcefully kicked the restroom door open. Upon entering, I first inspected the window frames. While I found no overt signs of struggle, I noticed some dark red stains in the crevices of the slots, which appear to be blood. Recalling the girl's final actions from my dream, I realized that this restroom must harbor some clues. Without regard for the filth, I began to meticulously search every nook and cranny. Meanwhile, the train personnel, alerted by the commotion, arrived, including a middle-aged woman among 3 individuals. They urged me to exit promptly, cautioning against getting dirty. Their insistence only intensified my resolve to uncover the truth. Eventually, my fingers brushed against a slender, hard object lodged within the iron pipe beneath the window. It was wedged in a crack of the damaged pipe, and with a bit of force, I dislodged it. Upon closer inspection under the light, it became apparent that this was no mere object. It was a human finger bone. I held it before the 3 of them and exclaimed, "How could there be a human finger bone in your restroom?" The incessant chatter of the trio abruptly ceased, and a deep male voice commanded, "Dear passenger, please step outside. We shall discuss this in my office." A middle-aged man clad in a railway uniform and adorned with a wide-brimmed hat appeared before me. With a sense of caution, I inquired, "Who are you?" "Ah, I am the conductor of this train. My name is Ning Song." Following him, I traversed several carriages until we arrived at his office. A cramped space furnished with merely a bed and a small desk. "Please, take a seat," he gestured, pulling out a chair for me while he settled onto the iron bed. "This girl is named Wang Yao. Had she lived to this day, she would be 14 years old. She was merely 11 at the time of the incident." Without any superfluous words, the conductor proceeded directly to the point. 3 years prior, on July 12th, it was her mother who had brought her aboard this very train. This young girl was the champion of the ballet youth group in Rongqing, possessing both beauty and a lively spirit. Consequently, the train's crew quickly became acquainted with her. I also held a faint recollection of the girl. Her mother exhibited no signs of distress prior to the incident. She appeared simply as a loving mother taking her daughter on a journey, her gaze towards her child radiating affection, pride, and hope. Thus, I could scarcely fathom that she had brought Wang Yao onto the train with the intent to take her daughter's life before ending her own. At this point, the chief attendant let out a faint sigh and recounted, before the incident, Wang Yao went to the restroom, and her mother followed her under the pretense of needing to use the facilities. Shortly thereafter, we heard Wang Yao's desperate cries for help. When we arrived, we found the girl's body had been completely thrust out of the window, her right hand clinging desperately to the iron railing, her body dangling precariously outside. The sound of her screams still haunts me like a nightmarish echo. However, we lacked professional rescuers, and in such a dire situation, our only thought was to subdue the woman and save Wang Yao. Yet, when we forcefully opened the restroom door, we discovered her mother gnawing at Wang Yao's fingers, which are gripping the iron pipe. A few of us rushed to restrain her, but that day, the woman possessed an unnatural strength. No matter how hard 2 or 3 of us tried, we could not budge her, helplessly witnessing her bite off her child's finger. As he recounted this, he shook his head in resignation, saying, "Subsequently, this woman jumped from the train, and in the blink of an eye, 2 lives were lost. This incident bears no direct relation to you, so why the secrecy?" I queried. "A life was extinguished on that train. How can one claim there is no connection? We simply do not know where this mother and daughter came from. To this day, no one has approached us regarding this matter. We thought it best to avoid additional complications. Since no one has come forward, we decided to let it be, and yet, understanding the entire sequence of events left me with a profound sense of melancholy, though I could not fault the railway authorities. No one wishes for such a horrific tragedy to occur. However, certain tragic occurrences undeniably belong to the realm of improbable accidents, rendering them unavoidable. I addressed the chief steward, stating that I could only speak for myself. Thus my words were limited. I merely hoped that if the bodies of the mother and daughter remained exposed in the wilderness, rest assured, we arranged for the retrieval of the deceased's remains on the very day of the incident. Yet, since there were no relatives to identify them. Their bodies had been kept at the funeral home in Rome City. At that moment, I comprehended the girl's intentions and told the chief steward, whether you believe it or not, I know Wang Yao wished to retain her complete form, hence this phalanx. Do not worry, I shall personally. No, I shall undertake the journey myself. Encountering her is a matter of fate, and it is only right to honor the deceased. I declared, very well, once the train arrives, I will arrange for your return to Rome City. And after the matters are concluded, I shall ensure your journey back is organized. Thus, after merely 12 hours away from Rome City, I returned, arriving in the afternoon of the following day at 3 o'clock. I promptly proceeded to the crematorium, where I encountered the girl who had been tragically slain by her own mother. Due to the prolonged freezing, her body had distorted, bearing little resemblance to her former self. Her once round eyes had turned a pallid gray. As I reached into the body bag and touched her severed finger, I placed the phalanx at the side of the break and said, I know you were a beautiful girl. In life or death, you are perfect and without flaw. Strangely, upon uttering these words, a faint smile appeared on the frozen visage of the girl. Chapter 1. The expectations of Liang Zige beneath the cold, dim light of the morgue. The frozen body of a girl bore an eerie smile, a sight that was unsettling from any angle. Yet, I felt no fear. Only a profound sense of sorrow lingered in my heart. Departing from the crematorium, I was enveloped in a heavy gloom. How could such a vibrant life be extinguished so abruptly? The fragility of life is truly staggering. I can scarcely fathom what thoughts coursed through that mother's mind as she took her daughter's life, compelling her to commit such an unthinkable act. Perhaps this is a mystery that may never be unraveled. Nevertheless, this mother deserves to be condemned. May she descend into the depths of hell and never find respite. As I mulled over these thoughts, my pager buzzed. I initially assumed it was a call from Ning Lingsheng, but upon checking, I discovered it was Liang Zige. What could she want to discuss? With a tinge of curiosity, I returned her call. Have you left Rome City? I had intended to, but encountered some issues and returned this afternoon. That's splendid. I was just about to seek you out. Your return is quite timely. You were looking for me? What's the matter? Was the effect not as expected? My heart raced with anxiety, as this was my first attempt at arranging the feng shui of a bedroom. If the results were unsatisfactory, it would imply that my studies had yielded no real understanding, rendering my efforts futile. Do you lack confidence? She chuckled lightly. This has nothing to do with confidence. It's possible that you may have inadvertently disrupted the arrangement. Rest assured, the results are remarkable, better than medication. Last night was quite the ordeal. Never mind. I shouldn't share such adult matters with a child like you. Aren't you still in Rome City? In the evening, I invited you to dinner, and, incidentally, I will hand over the remaining payment of 7,000. No need, really, you replied. The thought of that woman, whose words were more liberated than a man's, caused me a headache. What's wrong? Are you afraid to see me? She inquired. Were your thoughts wandering? I have just completed my tasks and feel utterly exhausted. Perfect. My greatest talent lies in helping others unwind, especially men, she chuckled gleefully. With her laughter still in the air, she continued, It's settled then. At the same restaurant as last time, in the same private room. Shall I come and pick you up? No need, I know the way. After hanging up, I still felt a throbbing headache, but I had to attend the gathering. Once I accepted the money, our relationship would be completely severed, and we would not need to contact each other again. With that thought in mind, I resolutely made my way to the dinner. The table was laden with dishes, and it was just the two of us. Liang Zige pulled out a bundle of cash wrapped in newspaper from her bag and tossed it onto the table, saying, This is your reward for your efforts. Go ahead and count it. No need. I trust you won't shortchange me. She shot me a playful glare and, with a smile, said, You're impossible. Pouring me a glass of wine, she added, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. I was skeptical when old Wang praised you to the heavens, but this time the results were indeed remarkable. Old Wang is so infatuated that he seems to want to guard me every hour of the day, more devoted than Guijing to Huangrong. I could no longer contain myself and exclaimed, Please refrain from tarnishing the names of these classic characters. My favorite martial arts novel is The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Why? Do you disdain my lack of noble lineage akin to Huangrong? Her father is the master of Peach Blossom Island, Huang Yaoshi. Were I to possess such a father, I would undoubtedly surpass even Huang Rong in prowess. I truly lack the inclination to engage in discourse about her. Huang Rong raised her wine cup and declared, "Let us commence. Shall we not drink while we converse?" "Very well. I shall first toast to you, expressing my gratitude for your assistance." This time, she did not gulp it down, but instead took a gentle sip and replied, "Feel free to partake, as you wish. You are excessively courteous. The matter of the final payment is inconsequential, for I have done little more than voice my thoughts. Yet, your eloquence is worth its weight in gold. 10,000 yuan is hardly excessive." At this point, she retrieved a stack of money from her bag and tossed it to me, stating, "Here lies 10,000 yuan, serving as a deposit." I stood there, somewhat taken aback. "Why, do you find the effect lacking in intensity? I truly believed you to be a gentleman of integrity. Yet you harbor a mind full of mischief," she remarked with a mischievous grin. I too felt that her words were somewhat inappropriate, and a faint blush crept upon my face as I apologized. "My apologies. Do not take offense. It is of no consequence. I forgive you. Provided you successfully execute the forthcoming task, we shall remain good friends." "Are you jesting with me?" "Certainly not. Do not presume I am joking," she replied with utmost seriousness. "Pray tell, what is the matter? This affair is known to heaven, earth, you, and me. It must remain confidential. Understood?" Her expression grew increasingly grave. "Spare me the preamble. Please state your business directly." She elegantly lifted her wine glass, taking a sip before speaking with measured calmness. "The reason I sought your expertise in arranging the feng shui of my bedroom was solely to ascertain your genuine abilities. Now, I am convinced that you possess true skill. Therefore, I implore you to create another feng shui arrangement for me. I wish to supplant his wife and assume the role of the legitimate partner." Her words were succinct and assertive, delivered with unwavering conviction, devoid of any guilt. After a moment of stunned silence, I replied, "Have you lost your mind? Do I appear mad to you?" She retorted, "In my opinion, yes." With that, I rose to leave. To my astonishment, Liang Zig suddenly knelt before me, exclaiming, "Mr. Qin, I recognize you as a person of integrity. Yet, I am not a villain. My intentions are not selfish. What a farce. Are you truly claiming that you act for the liberation of Wang Maokai? How noble of you." I scoffed. "When I was 17, my parents perished in an accident, leaving my younger brother, still in school, as my sole responsibility. Last year, he was accepted into university. Yet, the day before receiving his acceptance letter, he was diagnosed with acute leukemia, with estimated treatment costs reaching around 200,000. As orphans, where can we find such funds? Mr. Qin, I am fully aware that my actions are disgraceful, but can I truly stand by and watch my brother perish? Why not earn an honest living?" I inquired. "Work as a laborer for a meager salary of 200 or 300 a month. Can such paltry earnings save my brother? In this society, I have no connections to rely upon. The only resource I possess to save him is my own body. Do you think I desire to become that kind of despicable woman, one whom you or anyone else would look down upon? I yearn to be a normal woman. Yet when juxtaposed with the value of a life, what does dignity truly signify?" I must confess, her final utterance resonated deeply within me. Gradually turning away, I remarked, "But you harmed another innocent woman in your quest to save your brother." Innocent? Wang Maocai's current wife, Lu Ling, was once a courtesan who met Wang Maokai amidst the indulgences of the red light district. Captivated by her allure, he abandoned his lawful wife. Do you believe such a woman merits protection? She squandered Wang Maocai's wealth purely for her own pleasure, while my motives were to preserve my brother's life. Mr. Qin, I beseech you, who among us, myself, Lu Ling, or Wang Maokai, truly embodies worthlessness? I found myself at a loss for words. Indeed, who among the three of us deserves sympathy? I recognize that my mere words may not suffice to convince you. However, I can take you to see my suffering brother. I can introduce you to Wang Maocai's wife. Should I utter a single falsehood, let me meet my demise without a grave. You need not say more. Take me to see your brother. If your claims hold true, I shall assist you," he replied as he helped her to her feet. "Thank you." Throughout this exchange, not a single tear fell from her eyes. This woman possesses an extraordinary resilience and fortitude. In truth, I found myself believing her words. Subsequently, we journeyed to a hospital in Chengdu. Through the sterile Ward S window, I beheld a young man, his head shaven, bearing a striking resemblance to Liang Zige. Upon seeing Liang Zige, he beamed with joy, and they conversed through the intercom. I exchanged a few words with him as well, sensing that he was an exceptionally optimistic young man. Subsequently, she took me to meet the young man's attending physician, where I gleaned a comprehensive understanding of his condition and the proposed treatment plan. As we departed the hospital and walked along the dimly lit street, she inquired, "Mr. Qin, would you be willing to assist me?" "Of course," I replied. "I am profoundly grateful." Please do not be overly excited. In the realm of the feng shui techniques I have studied, there exists no such method as you described. I am not a computer. Inputting numbers does not guarantee a result. This request indeed exceeds my capabilities. Then what shall we do? Her face was etched with disappointment. Rest assured, I shall take this matter into my own hands and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. My approach was straightforward. I intended to convey Liang Zige's actual circumstances to Ning Lingsheng, appealing to both reason and emotion in hopes of securing his support. Thus, I sought out a public telephone booth and dialed Ning Lingsheng's pager. A few minutes later, he returned my call. I succinctly relayed the entire situation, and just as I was about to delve deeper into persuading him, Ning Lingsheng interjected, "Such matters involving feng shui configurations do not yield immediate results. However, I will provide her with a statue. I assure you it will produce swift effects." Chapter 1. The Grave Consequences of Convenience in the Mountain Deity Temple Ning Lingsheng. A practitioner of geomancy and physiognomy, adheres to numerous taboos in his craft. For instance, he would never examine the face of a person born under the dragon sign or a widow who has lost 2 husbands. Additionally, he refrains from seeking burial sites for those who have passed away before the age of 30. His rationale is that he is not a Taoist, but merely a craftsman dedicated to temple repair. Therefore, he strictly avoids any actions that may breach these taboos, lest he invites significant troubles upon himself. However, when it comes to the provision of deities, he is indiscriminate and welcomes all seekers. As long as one approaches him, he is certain to acquiesce to their requests. The term provision of deities encompasses the veneration of divine statues, Buddhist icons, and ritual implements, which, in the modern era, has also extended to the nurturing of minor spirits. Notably, the entities that qualify as deities in this context are distinct from those regarded as objects of worship. For example, the Jade Emperor and the Tathgata do not fall into this category, but are revered deities. In essence, the provision of deities pertains to folk deities, Buddhas, and even spirits, as well as various implements. What Ning Lingsheng has offered to Liang Zige is a copper statue of an elderly woman, measuring the length of an adult's finger and possessing 3 mouths. The origins of this deity remain a mystery to me. Upon sending this peculiar statue via the post office, Ning Lingsheng elaborated over the phone regarding the methods of its veneration. Firstly, the statue must be placed beside the main entrance. Secondly, Liang Zige is required to blow air towards the statue 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. Lastly, a handful of sunflower seeds and a cup of tea must be placed before the statue as offerings. The method may appear uncomplicated, yet there exists a significant taboo. This revered deity must remain concealed from outsiders, including Wang Maokai. Should a stranger catch even a fleeting glimpse, its powers would be rendered utterly ineffective. Liang Zige expressed her predicament. It is indeed difficult to prevent outsiders from seeing the statue placed behind the door. In truth, it is not challenging at all. You could simply tell Wang Maokai that you have been feeling a bit unwell recently and consulted a fortune teller, who claimed that a significant figure had perished here, resulting in frequent visits from the underworld. Thus, you could request a temporary change of accommodation. Your statement seems rather implausible. Wang Maokai is not a child of 3. Yet, you fail to grasp that those who firmly believe in feng shui are entirely superstitious. He will undoubtedly accept your words as truth. Trust my judgment on this matter. If this plan succeeds, I produced 17,000 yuan from my bag and placed it before her, stating, "Money is indeed a valuable asset, but in comparison to life, it pales into insignificance. Therefore, take this money to treat your brother's illness. If all goes well and you marry Wang Maokai, do not let him down. Live a good life with this man. I understand. I'm not the type of woman who would willingly demean herself. As long as my brother's health is restored, I shall dedicate my life to repaying Wang Maokai. Regardless of his intentions in our interactions, I shall never betray him. Your perspective is commendable. After all, women must ultimately rely on men. Mr. Chin, I find myself at a loss as to how I might repay your kindness. Regrettably, I feel unworthy, tainted as I am, and I sense your disdain. Otherwise, I would. Please, do not speak in such a manner. We are friends, and when a friend is in distress, it is my duty to extend a helping hand. Do not overthink it. Not every man is driven by lust, I replied with a smile. That night, we indulged in ample libations and conversed until dawn. From the depths of my heart, I admired her willingness to shoulder the burden for her brother. As for the morality of her methods, I pondered the instinctual desperation that drives a person to any means necessary for survival. Even a cornered rabbit will bite when threatened, let alone a human. I refrained from seeking out Ningsong and instead purchased a train ticket to Shennongjia, which took a full day and a half, including transfers. To reach my destination, Wang Jianxin greeted me upon arrival, and without delay, I inquired, what exactly does the blueprint provided by Principal Liu depict in terms of geomancy? I know nothing of such matters, but judging by my brother's reaction, it must be quite impressive, he replied. In what way is it impressive? I pressed. Why don't you ask my brother? Just as I was about to depart, he added, by the way, when will Liang's payment reach us? Oh, I haven't requested it. Her brother is gravely ill, and I help pay for his treatment. How can you do that? My money is still involved. He exclaimed, it's merely a few thousand. I can return it to you. I responded nonchalantly. I was merely jesting. What does that amount? Besides, this is about assisting those in need, which I find commendable. He quickly revised his stance. Brother, there is always money to be made, but one must also uphold integrity. Do you not agree? Indeed, it is our esteemed brother Bien who possesses profound knowledge, he remarked with a smile. On the journey, Wang Dianxin shared with me the circumstances surrounding Xinxiang. Ning Lingsheng, on this occasion, chose to part ways with the engineering team, as there was no need for construction in Xinxiang. Thus, the only individuals accompanying him were de Zhuangzi, Wang Dianxin, and myself, while Chun Sheng and the construction crew proceeded to Huangqiong City, where a temple was required. Consequently, Ning Lingsheng found himself tasked with two assignments simultaneously. The situation in Xinxiang is rather peculiar. The individual involved is named Liu Cheng, an engineering supervisor at the third construction company of Xinxiang. Prior to the incident, he had taken his 3-year-old child for an excursion to the western suburbs. Upon their arrival at the outskirts, the child expressed a need to relieve himself. In a grove of white birch trees, they stumbled upon an antiquated rectangular structure built of blue bricks, its exterior bearing the marks of time. Both adults, products of their era's academic institutions and quintessential bookworms, mistook this outdoor edifice for a restroom. Being considerate, they deemed it inappropriate for the child to answer nature's call in the open, and so they guided the child to the restroom for a more discreet resolution. Thereafter, the family enjoyed a delightful romp amidst the white birch grove. At midday, during mealtime, Liu Cheng and his spouse also made several trips to the restroom. However, upon returning home that evening, the child began to exhibit a fever. After a considerable effort to lull the little one to sleep, just as the parents were about to retire for the night, the now slumbering child suddenly stirred, sitting cross-legged on the bed. With a clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "You shameless creature, marrying a wife yet forgetting your mother. What meaning is there in raising such an unfilial offspring? It is truly a disgrace that tarnishes the honor of generations." When a 3-year-old uttered these words, though spoken in a childlike voice, the gaze and expression mirrored that of an elderly villager, perhaps in her 70s or 80s, chastising someone in a fit of anger. This startled the couple to their very core. Before they could voice their concerns, the child closed his eyes and began to convulse, saliva pouring from his mouth. In a state of panic, they rushed the child to the hospital, where examinations revealed that the seizures were due to a fever. After administering an antipyretic injection, the hospital allowed the couple to take their child home. Subsequently, The child remained in a comatose state. Upon undressing him for bed, they discovered numerous bruises adorning his back. During their journey back to the hospital, the couple never left the child's side, leading them to conclude that the bruises must have resulted from some mysterious force. Tragically, the child never regained consciousness and remained in a persistent vegetative state. Despite the application of various medical interventions, none proved effective, and ultimately, the hospital declared the child a vegetable. Then, an odd incident occurred. While inspecting a newly constructed building, Lu Cheng inexplicably approached the unguarded edge of a floor without railings. Had it not been for a colleague who intervened just in time, the outcome could have been disastrous. Everyone assumed he was merely preoccupied with worry over his child's condition, leading to his apparent disorientation. Yet, only he knew that he had seen his former superior beckoning to him from that very spot, and in his confusion, he had approached. It was only after the fact that he remembered his former leader had passed away 5 years prior. However, he chose not to share this revelation with his colleagues, as he knew no one would believe him. Subsequently, the bathroom in his home became clogged, and the overflowing filth inundated the floors of his house, a predicament that occurred 3 times in succession. Lu Cheng realized that the issue was likely related to that fateful outing. Thus, he returned to his hometown to consult the elders of his family regarding how to address such peculiar occurrences. A local shaman volunteered, claiming he could resolve the matter, asserting that a vigorous dance followed by incense offerings would appease the local vengeful spirits. With renewed confidence, Lu Cheng accompanied him, only to witness the shaman, before even commencing his ritual, violently slap his own face with both hands, leaving himself bloodied and bruised, resembling a swollen pig's head. Initially, Lu Cheng believed this was part of the shaman's performance, but as he observed further, it increasingly appeared otherwise. He hastily intervened, forcibly removing the shaman from the scene. Subsequently, he sought the expertise of a Taoist priest, who upon glancing at the dilapidated shrine, promptly turned away. However, before departing, the priest informed Lu Cheng that this was a temple dedicated to the mountain deity, and in order to resolve the issue, the temple must first be restored. Thus, he sought out Ningling Sheng. Chapter 1. The supreme feng shui arrangement. The introduction of Ningling Sheng comes from none other than the enigmatic Taoist, known as the one-browed Taoist. His name embodies an ethereal quality, not because he possesses but a single brow, but rather due to the remarkable length of his eyebrows, which flows seamlessly from one side to the other, reminiscent of the appearance of the character Zhi Zunbao from Stephen Chow's adaptation of A Chinese Odyssey. Such elongated brows evoke a sense of ferocity, and I have encountered this individual on several occasions. Each time, he would exchange a few words with Ningling Sheng before vanishing into the shadows, truly a figure shrouded in mystery. My understanding of Taoists is limited, yet it is said that they possess extraordinary skills. I once inquired of Ningling Sheng whether he had ever met a genuinely capable Taoist, to which he merely responded with a knowing smile, leaving the question unanswered. I took this as tacit acknowledgement, affirming that the one-browed Taoist must indeed possess remarkable abilities. However, even he could not resolve the troubles faced by Lu Cheng, suggesting that Ningling Sheng's prowess is even greater. As we conversed, we arrived at Ningling Sheng's residence, nestled within the birch forest on the outskirts of Xinxiang, where he had erected 2 military tents. "You're here," Ningling Sheng remarked, half awake within the confines of the tent. "Indeed, I lost quite a bit of time outdoors. Why have you wrapped that black cloth around the golden collar?" Ningling Sheng inquired, his brow furrowing at the sight of my adorned jewelry. "It's too conspicuous. I wish to avoid trouble." "You are being foolish. The golden collar is a soul artifact, and a shrouded in black cloth is akin to dripping fresh blood onto a ghost's fangs. What good can come of that? Have you encountered many strange occurrences along the way?" "Ah, so that is the reason," I suddenly realized, and then recounted Wang Yao's experiences. The soul instrument is indeed a tool of the esoteric tradition, possessing the power to suppress malevolent spirits. However, it can also attract such entities. In essence, it is a rather sinister object. It is indeed my fault for not having previously informed you of the taboos associated with its use. Above all, you must remember never to cover the soul instrument, refrain from offering sacrifices to it, and avoid allowing blood to drip upon it. Ninke, when will I be able to rid myself of this thing, along with that incessant ghost? It is utterly exasperating. The purpose of the soul instrument is essentially to seal souls, confining the spirit of a malevolent entity. Given the nature of the ghost that has been troubling your family, it is undoubtedly a vengeful spirit. Thus, the most effective means of ensuring your family's safety is for you to depart with the soul instrument, which would consequently take the malevolent spirit with you. Regardless of the outcome, at least your family will no longer suffer from the harassment of that ghost. So, am I simply destined to be unfortunate? Do you not have any options left? Realistically speaking, you are akin to a person on the brink of death, exchanging your own life for the safety of your family. This transaction is not a loss. Ning Ling stated coldly. Ninggu, you're being rather heartless. Though your words may be unpalatable, they are nonetheless the truth. Where's the heartlessness in that? Ning Ling inquired languidly. Well, I may feel that your statement is not entirely correct, yet I cannot pinpoint the flaw. Perhaps I am indeed mistaken. Ning Ling chuckled, saying, some truths are difficult to accept emotionally. Perhaps you find it hard to come to terms with this reality. However, this is the truth. If one day I encounter such troubles, please do not involve yourselves. It is imperative that you keep your distance. Ning, with your remarkable abilities, do you truly believe these malevolent spirits would dare to provoke you? I chuckled. Qin, do not be deceived into thinking that the restoration of temples is an endeavor devoid of peril. On the contrary, the risks inherent in this profession far exceed those in other fields, and the dangers are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. When calamity strikes, there may be no opportunity to flee. Ning, do not frighten me. Having accompanied you for so many years, I have witnessed my fair share of peculiar occurrences. Yet, when it comes to terror, I find the one that follows me daily to be the most daunting. When will I finally be free of it? That depends on your fortune. The most terrifying aspect of such an entity is not its capacity to take lives, but rather its insidious nature, akin to a maggot burrowing into the bone. Should you insist on employing drastic measures to expel it, the host will suffer considerable harm. By this reasoning, must I resign myself to a lifetime in its company? A wave of unease washed over me, and I felt as though I might succumb to despair. Few individuals can traverse life without encountering tumult. One must inevitably face certain trials. There is no need to bear an excessive burden. Consider this as a chronic ailment, one for which the remedy has yet to be discovered, yet will eventually be found. He smiled. Observing his carefree demeanor alleviated some of my tension. Glancing around, I discerned, in the western part of the thicket, a shadowy structure resembling a grand box, made of, standing over 2 meters tall and more than a meter wide. It appears that this is the structure that the Liu Chang couple has transformed into a restroom. Due to the considerable distance and the dim light within the forest, the details are not particularly clear. I inquired, Ninggu, is this also a temple? He affirmed, indeed, it is a temple. I continued, so, has Liu Chang offended the mountain deity? Perhaps, he replied. What about the method to resolve it? I asked. It is not yet the appropriate time. We must wait a few days. Ning Ling Sheng responded with a confident expression, indicating that he had already found a solution. I leaned closer to Ning Ling Sheng, smiling as I said, Ninggu, could you elaborate on the feng shui arrangement of the divine tiger locking the heavens? Ah, this is quite a profound subject, he replied. With that, Ning Ling Sheng solemnly retrieved a board from his bag and placed it on the small table. This feng shui arrangement consists of 3 components, the stone pagoda, the stone tiger, and the 4-tiered yin-yang circle. The stone pagoda speaks for itself, while the stone tigers are crafted from lodestone, positioned to face the 4 cardinal directions. The base of the pagoda rests upon the backs of the stone tigers, a configuration known as the 4 tigers supporting the Heavenly King Pagoda, which represents one of the most formidable feng shui formations in existence. Regardless of its placement, it can immediately disperse any negative feng shui energies in the vicinity. However, this is not the most intricate aspect. The most remarkable feature of the entire feng shui arrangement is the 4-tiered yin-yang circle. Only by witnessing the layout's blueprints can one truly appreciate the exquisite brilliance of this extraordinary feng shui masterpiece created by our ancestors. The 4-tiered yin-yang circle resembles a colossal tube, connecting end to form a perfect circle. However, the most crucial element here is a feng shui ball, which is divided into two halves. One is a magnet, representing the yin, and the other is iron, symbolizing the yang. The walls of the circular tube are crafted from iron on the side facing the yin stone, while the side facing the yang stone is adorned with a sculpted magnet. Consequently, this ball floats in mid-air, suspended by the magnetic forces exerted by both ends of the tube. The most remarkable aspect is that the distance between the four yin-yang circles and the stone tigers generates an attractive force, causing the iron ball to gradually drift toward the stone tigers. Thus, in the absence of any manual intervention, the iron ball continues to operate autonomously. I pondered and remarked, "But, Ninggu, once the iron ball exceeds the range of attraction from the stone tigers, wouldn't it come to a halt?" Ning Lingsheng chuckled and replied, "Do not forget that there are four stone tigers. The four yin-yang circles form the outer structure of the stone tigers, and the attraction generated by these four stone tigers remains constant for the iron ball within the tube. Therefore, this yin-yang stone ball will perpetually rotate, maintaining the balance of the local yin-yang feng shui energy. Within this arrangement, the pinnacle of the stone pagoda is wooden, concealing the stone tigers and the sandy layer of the four yin-yang circles, which is earthen. The iron ball represents metal, and watering the fruit trees planted in the sandy layer symbolizes water, while the Buddha statue inside the pagoda requires candlelight as an offering. Thus, none of the five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are lacking, embodying a comprehensive harmony. The interplay of yin-yang energies and the generative cycle of the five elements correspond directly to the principles of human fate and destiny, rendering it increasingly profound and intricate. In truth, establishing a feng shui arrangement is not particularly challenging. The difficulty lies in integrating all the underlying principles that resonate with the human experience. For instance, the dual energies of yin and yang within the human body, as well as the five elements in destiny, are all manifest in this particular feng shui arrangement, which undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of such practices. My dear brother, apart from this divine tiger locking the heavens, what other supreme feng shui configurations exist in the world? Wang Dianchen inquired, captivated by the conversation. There are indeed countless, Ning Lingsheng replied, gently closing his folding fan. Could you share another one? I find it utterly fascinating. Patience. Soon you shall witness another extraordinary feng shui arrangement. Ning Lingsheng smiled. Really? Wang Dianchen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Dianchen, do you wish to acquire some skills? Or merely to observe the spectacle? Ning Lingsheng asked. My dear brother, I fear that even if I were to learn, I would struggle to grasp it. He lamented with a pained expression. Chapter 1. Murder in this world. Nothing is insurmountable. It is merely the presence of determination that poses a challenge. My brother, I believe if you were a fool, aside from Ning, there would be no one among us with a clear mind. I remarked, do not flatter me, for I am acutely aware of my own worth. He replied with a mischievous grin. Ning, do you think there is a premier geomantic site? Could you perhaps divulge a hint? I cannot help but inquire. Patience, soon you shall all be enlightened, he responded leisurely. His words hinted at something significant, leading me to ponder that the ancient stone temple must hold considerable intrigue. I then asked, is it permissible to visit that location? Certainly, but once there, keep your tongue in check and refrain from indiscreet remarks. With that, I set forth towards the stone temple. Though visible, the distance was not trivial. It took me over 10 minutes to arrive at the site. The walls of the temple were adorned with a thick layer of moss, and the interior had been cleared of debris. Strangely, the temple was utterly vacant. There were no idols or altars, not even a single offering table. It was no wonder that the family of Lu regarded this place as a latrine. After surveying the area thoroughly, I found no peculiarities. Thus, I turned back towards the camp, at which point De Zhuang had awoken, signaling the onset of night. The cook did not accompany us, so we had to make do with some compressed biscuits and water. Ning Lingsheng remarked, we have essentially grasped the situation here. Let us all remain at ease for a few days. In a few days, we shall depart. If Ning Lingsheng speaks in half-truths, do not be surprised, nor should you pry further. Otherwise, it would merely be a fruitless endeavor, so I chose to wait. A life of anticipation is indeed quite pleasant. Each day begins with waking naturally, followed by leisurely conversations, meals, and further slumber. This carefree existence continued until the third day when I received a message from Liang Zig, indicating that the two had commenced a quarrel. The two in question were, of course, Wang Maokai and Lu Ling. It appears that the deity maintained by Ning Lingsheng for Liang Zig possesses genuine efficacy. I conveyed the information I received to Ning Lingsheng and inquired about its underlying significance. Ning Lingsheng explained, "This deity is known as Shire Pa, commonly referred to as the troublemaking granny among the populace, essentially embodying what people often call the spirit of controversy." I could not suppress a laugh and remarked, "No wonder offerings of sunflower seeds and teacups are presented before the statue. It's as if one is leisurely cracking seeds and sipping tea while orchestrating disputes. Indeed, it is imperative to present such folk deity offerings appropriately. Otherwise, they may prove ineffective." The spirit of controversy is particularly adept at undermining marital bonds, especially in the case of this couple, where the effects are magnified. Thus, it is likely that their marriage will not endure for much longer, Ning Lingsheng stated. "I hope that once she replaces Lu Ling, she will conduct herself with integrity." I replied. I advised her to wait until the couple's divorce, then to find a remote location to dig a pit and bury the statue. Ning Lingsheng kautioned me. After waiting for another 3 days, I encountered a distressed Lu Chong. "Has the child awakened yet?" I inquired. The man, whose thinning hair and emaciated frame suggested he was on the verge of tears, shook his head and lamented, "No, if he does not wake soon, I might as well perish. Alas, I truly do not understand the trouble that has befallen me. Indeed, in such remote mountainous areas, it is wisest to maintain a distance from ancient structures. It is quite reckless of you to consider this a suitable place for a toilet. Did you manage to retrieve what I instructed you to?" Ning Lingsheng interjected coldly, interrupting our conversation. After searching for a while, he finally succeeded. He then opened the suitcase he had been dragging, revealing an assortment of antiquated fabrics and garments. The style suggested they belonged to elderly rural women: tunics, cloth jackets, and vibrantly patterned mohair sweaters. I was taken aback. Could it be that Ning Lingsheng intended to use these tattered rags to create a top-tier feng shui arrangement? From the pile of worn clothing, Ning Lingsheng extracted a grayish-blue cloth jacket, a pair of black suspenders, and a pair of floral fabric shoes. Then led us to the entrance of the temple, instructing Lu Qingdao, "Dig a hole with your hands. I want to find